FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Hope you had a great weekend. Nice to be with you. We are with you till 10 this morning. Appreciate you getting up with us. Today it is myself, Sean Pendergast, and in for Seth Payne, the one and the only Brandon Scott. What's going on, B?
That's right. Happy 610 day to you.
The smooth stylings of B. Scott. Yeah. Happy 610 day to you as well, my friend.
To you and all of those who celebrate, which hopefully is at least everybody who's listening to us.
Yes,
At bare minimum.
Enough to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah, it's June 10th, and June 10th in a special year for the station because it is the 30th anniversary of Sports Radio 610, which makes me feel super old because I moved here literally within a week of the station flipping to all sports.
Yeah.
I moved here in 1994, fall of 1994.
And from a place where sports radio had become popular, or really originated, basically, that part of the country, and was obviously popular at that point, and we just hadn't tapped into it yet.
Yeah, I moved here, for those of you out there new to the show or new to me or whatever, but I moved here from the Northeast. I moved here. I won't say I grew up listening to WFAN up in New York, the first all-sports radio station here in the United States. It's our sister station. And it was 660 The Fan, and now it's, I don't know what the call letter. The call letters are still WFAN, but I don't know what. I think it's on an FM stick now. Anyways, they went all sports in like late 80s, like 88, 89. I grew up like 2 hours from New York, so I could pick up the signal.
Yeah.
Okay during the day, really good at night. Pre-internet, so you were listening on your transistor radio or whatever, and I would listen when I was in my car, things like that. And so when I moved to 94, I'm like, okay, let's go. What's the all-sports station in Houston? Because I knew that there had been, since that, there had been a new one in L.A., the Score in Chicago had popped up. Several had popped up. I'm like, all right.
They just celebrated their 35th, I believe, or something
like that.
Yeah, the Score
okay,
did.
So that would stand to reason. Chicago comes right after New York. So I move here, and I'm like, okay, fourth largest city. And I get here. I'm moving all my stuff, and I'm like, all right, what's the all-sports station here in town? And there wasn't one. Until this one flipped from whatever format it was before over to all sports. I felt like it was a signal from the gods. Like, here you go, Sean. Here's your all sports station. And let me tell you right now that the programming right off the top was not like WFAN.
Nah.
Like, this is not edgy at all. This isn't even Houston stuff. It was prime sports radio. It was syndicated stuff, all syndicated all the time for a while. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think, boy, this is a history lesson. There's a lot of people listening probably weren't even alive for this. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Ed Fowler was the first live and local radio host on Sports Radio 6.
I don't know about the first, but I know he definitely was one.
He was the first one that cut through, I will say that.
Yeah.
They may have plunked a couple other people on there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just glad. See, at that point, I'm in my younger years. I'm just glad by the time I'm mature enough to really appreciate and understand what we're doing here at Sports Radio, I'm old enough to become a part of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So by the time I start listening in, 09, 2010, Sports Radio 610 is full go at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not far away at that point either, so.
No, I was in radio at that point. I didn't get into radio until 2007. I'll go through my story later in the show. It's probably needs a little longer than the few seconds we've got here because we got to.
But the point is, happy 610
happy
day to
610 day, and
it's a good day.
People are going. It is a good day. People are going, okay, well, what are we doing to celebrate? We're going to bring on some of your old favorites. That's what we're going to do. Chris Meyers, who was part of the station briefly after he retired. I did the postgame show with Chris for a year for the Texans.
I remember listening to him in the mornings. He would be on, I guess, with maybe Nick with Nick and John.
Would have been Nick and John in 2015. Yeah. So Chris is going to join, former Texans center, for those who are new. He's going to join us at 7 o'clock today. Two of my old favorites and the only other two people that I've full-time co-hosted with since I got to the station 10 and a half years ago. Rich Lord is going to join us at 8:40, and Ted Johnson is going to join us at 9:20.
Dude.
As you can tell by those appearance times, these are two people steeped in afternoon radio, not morning radio.
Yeah. There had to be a line of demarcation somewhere.
Although Teddy's got a new gig on morning radio up in Boston now. So he's we'll talk to him about that at 9:20.
Yeah, and they're an hour ahead. But, God, when you said 10 and a half, I remember when you joined the station, Sean. Yeah. To think that that's 10 and a half. I'm not an old guy at all.
No.
But that makes me feel old because I remember that very, very well.
Yeah, we got talking to people. I got talking to somebody over the weekend, and they were asking, how long have you been with the station? And I said 10 and a half years. And they said, 10 and a half years? And it's flown by. I had the same hire date as Bill O'Brien did for the Houston Texans. January 1st, 2014, man.
It's not my job.
Not anymore. You're the head coach at Boston College. We're actually going to hear from Bill O'Brien a little later in the show.
Yeah, I'm glad to know that your fate was a little bit better than that, and you turned out to be better at your job than he was at his.
He made more money at his job, I will say that. But I enjoyed
grave injustice.
I think I enjoyed my job more than he does, or did. At least at the end, it sounds like he did. He did an interview. He did a podcast with his former pupil, Christian Hackenberg.
Yeah, Christian Hackenberg and one of the other players,
some other guy from
some
Penn
tight
State.
end or something.
Yeah. So he did a podcast with them over the weekend. He was very candid about his time here in Houston.
Yeah.
Couldn't reference a certain someone by name in the podcast.
Yeah, no. I wonder if there's an NDA.
We have an Easterby hotkey in there at all, Ben. That's the person he couldn't mention by name. That was wild.
More self-aware than I would have expected him to be.
Yeah.
In that way.
Yes. Well, and talked about the things he'd learned, and we'll get to that later in the show. We'll get to that later. But yes, happy 610 day to you, B. Scott. Ben, happy 610 day to you. Ben's been here longer than me. Ben, how long have you been here for? Ben's been here longer than everybody.
I was hired in April of 2011.
April 2011. Okay.
13 years.
Yeah. I think, is Lopez the only one in the lineup that's been here longer? Have you been here longer than Lopez?
No, not Lopez. Okay. Seth and me is kind of a toss-up.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I'm going to give it to you because Seth's not here, so I'm going to give that to you.
Okay.
Ty goes to the present.
That's right. Yes. Ty goes to the guy in the same room, figuratively. So we'll be celebrating throughout the day. I know if you are a diehard listener back in the day of Vander Lopez, there's a reunion going on today.
Yeah,
at 10 a.m.
That's right.
2-hour reunion. Nick Wright's going to jump on with them at 11 o'clock.
So a couple of different iterations of an in the loop reunion that's worth your time.
Big time, yeah. So that'll be fun. So
I'll check that out for sure.
Yes, indeed. Checked out the Astros yesterday.
Ooh, not as pleasant. At least not the end.
Yeah, did a little grocery shopping in the morning, hung out with my wife, and then nice 3 o'clock start, middle of the afternoon, and everything was going just fine till it wasn't. Till Ryan Presley came in, and then Ryan Presley coughed up what for him was a 7-5 lead. It was 7-4 at one point. I think Montero gave up a home run or something.
No, it wasn't a home run.
He gave up a run.
He did give up a run. It was 7-5 by the time. It was 7-4 lead off of the Altuve home run, and by the time Presley gets it, it's 7-5.
7-5, and Ryan Presley, who it's not been good. There was a tweet. Houston Rob tweeted this out last night. Anyway, just to put a bow on the game, Presley coughs up the lead, 7-7. Josh Hader comes in, and he closes out the 8th. They bring him in for the 9th, so it's going to be another 1+ inning outing for Hader, and gives up a home run to Logan O'Hoppe, which was a well-struck ball, but Trey Cabbage, who's playing left field at the time, leaps up, makes the catch, robbing Logan O'Hoppe of a home run, and his momentum carries him into the fence. Glove goes down behind the fence. If he held on to the ball, it would have been an out.
Yeah.
Glove comes back from behind the fence, and what's missing?
Ball.
The damn baseball. Yeah. Home run, game over, 9-7. And here we are in the middle of June, and this team is still finding ways to lose games, man.
Yeah, man, and so close for Cabbage, too, a young player. That's his former team, so he wanted to come up with that play playing against his former team. But the reality of it is, Sean, like, even if that's if that's a catch, obviously that's a good play. But if it's just a double, I mean, at that point, because he gave up a double before that. Yeah. So, I mean, just a hit basically scores the run. Yeah. So it didn't look like it was going to go well for Ryan Presley because he gave up the lead. But then even for Josh Hader there at the end. And it's tough to deal with because they hit well. They had 14 hits. Everyone basically got a hit. Everyone who started got a hit except for Yordan Alvarez, who basically carried you the night before. And Yordan Alvarez is allowed to to have an off night because he's Yordan Alvarez. And the back end of the bullpen, Ryan Presley and Josh Hader specifically, these highly paid, highly touted guys are not able to come through for you in a moment where you absolutely needed them to. That's the tough pill to swallow, is that all you needed at the end is for a position of strength, an area of strength in your team to actually be that, and they were the weak link.
Yeah, I see a lot of people taking up for Presley over these last really since the beginning of the year, but since it's gone from really horrible to merely kind of bad for Presley, I see tweets of, well, in the last X amount of innings, his ERA is such and such. Ryan Presley gets a lot of this, he's having bad luck kind of thing. Like his fielding independence stats, his ERA should be blah, blah, blah. This I know. Okay, I don't know about all that. This I know. In his last 12 outings, when appearing in a game tied up 1 or up 2 this season, so that's happened 12 times this season, where Ryan Presley, former closer, by the way, has come in tied up 1 or up 2, basically save situations. But he's coming in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
He's come in 12 times in that type of situation. He's got 5 blown saves. He's got 3 losses. There's a few instances where he's able to hold a lead or kept the game tied, but he's got 5 blown saves in 12 situations like that. That's not all bad luck.
Well, it's not all bad luck. And even if you were to attribute most of it to bad luck, this is just me here, I don't care. And at what point are you just an unlucky mofo? Like, do I have to just take your unlucky self and demote you, remove you from the situation? You're bad mojo, you're bad luck, you're not pitching, whatever it is. Like, at this point, you got enough of a sample size to say that it's bad enough or it's concerning enough that I don't care if it's bad performance, health, luck, whatever it is, it's bad. Yeah. And so, the reason at this point it's bad enough that it doesn't matter. It does, though, give you some insight as to why a move like signing a Josh Hader was necessary, because I thought that was a luxury item when they did it. I'm like, hey, you already got Ryan Presley. Mm-hmm. But we saw Presley breaking down a little bit, or at least sort of depreciating a little bit last year even. And then this year, imagine if that guy was actually your closer. That would feel like an issue as well. So, So it is some insight into maybe what they were thinking in terms of demoting Ryan Presley in the first place. Yeah,
Hader's been really good of late. I give him a bit of a pass yesterday. Well, you are the closer that's getting $19 million a year. Ball should have been caught. Ball should have been held on to. Yeah. But still,
they've both been unlucky at times. But that's not good enough.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Hader seems to have straightened some things out. Presley is not. That's just point blank. So that was a tough one yesterday. So the Astros would have had a chance to pick up a little bit of ground. They did not. All right, Nick Caserio was in studio with us on Friday. Nick was really good on Friday. He talked about a lot of C.J. Stroud's offseason chatter, the podcast appearances and whatnot. What are his thoughts on that? And the biggest players of interest at Texans minicamp, Nick had really insightful takes on all of them. If you missed it on Friday, you'll get a good recap. That is coming up next. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne here on 610 Day. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. I can tell you this. I was doing afternoon.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we're back. Sorry. Brandon and I are solving all the world's problems in here.
Yes.
Hey, I forgot.
World peace.
I forgot to do this. We're going to get to Caserio in a second. I had promised on social media last night. We had several people requesting after Alex Bregman got beamed in the wrist yesterday. The latest contusion update for the Houston Astros. We had to do a contusion update last week because within a 2-day period, we had Kyle Tucker foul a ball off his shin. Kyle Tucker to the IL, by the way, over the weekend. This is part of your daily contusion update here for the Astros.
The 10-day IL. So
10-day IL, retroactive to June 4th, so he could be back pretty soon.
Yeah, and hopefully he is.
Later this week.
As well as he's playing.
Yeah. Alex Bregman contused again on the same hand as he was the day after Kyle Tucker's contusion.
Yeah.
Did I mention Spencer Arrighetti was contused in that same game Bregman was, ball off the calf.
Or the same game that
Bregman got beamed.
That Bregman got beat.
Yeah, because Verlander was pitching at the Tucker game.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Spencer Arrighetti's going to make his next start, so he's going to be okay. But Alex Bregman was hit on the hand again yesterday. He's day-to-day.
It's ugly, too.
X-rays were negative.
Yeah.
He's day-to-day. That is your daily contusion update for the Houston Astros. They're getting contused a lot lately, man.
Yeah, as y'all put it last week, and it's been furthered after, the latest contusion. We got contusion and Tommy John problems.
Big time.
Like we get back-to-back contusions or contusions within a close proximity of each other.
Three in 24 hours.
And then we get, who else has two pitchers to get Tommy, and I know this happened last week.
Right.
But two pitchers to have Tommy John surgery within a 24-hour span, and their position players are getting contusions or three of those within a 24-hour
Was it the same? Do we know? Did the same doctor do both surgeries on Javier and Urquidy?
Dude, that'd be a lot of work and a lot of. I hope not.
Did he just do Urquidy's and then just turn to the bed next and just start? I'm going to do this other one here,
dude. If you're who got there second? Was it
Javier went second?
So if you're Javier, I want a fresh doctor.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to get I don't want you to be doing my surgery and you just got done doing my teammates.
Bleary-eyed dude there.
I want a well-rested surgeon.
Tommy John, I don't know.
Of course, I don't know how much rest you need to go from one Tommy John surgery to another.
I don't
I'm not
either.
a surgeon.
Admittedly, I'm a little ignorant on the topic.
But I would still want a fresh surgeon.
Yep.
If I'm Christian Javier.
All right, so that is your daily Astros. We hope not daily, but somebody got contused again yesterday, man.
Yeah,
Alex Bregman.
Hey, Astros.
A double victim.
How about this not be a daily thing?
Right.
How about we end this now?
Right. No kidding.
That'd be good.
That would be great.
I want our next contusion update to be Kyle Tucker returning from the injured list.
Yes, we need positive contusion news.
Kyle Tucker returning from the injured list and Alex Bregman back at third base at the very least.
Astros, by the way, Giants tonight. 8:45.
And I think Arrighetti's pitching, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he is too.
Yeah.
Yep. I think he is too.
Yeah, and they haven't played there in a while, so
8:45.
hopefully they can get back right. 8:45.
How are you going to play this one, Mr. Morning? You're in the next 2 days after this. So you're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in for Seth.
Literally just thinking about
How are you
this.
going to play this, man?
Literally just thinking about this when I realized what time the game was last night.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, man, so that means I've got West Coast baseball
man.
and morning radio. This means I get to really understand what that Payne and Pendergast life is like.
Dude, it's going to, by Wednesday, you're going to feel like it's a big kick in the junk, man.
Yeah, but I was actually.
I can't go to bed. I got to watch these games. I like watching them.
And I do, too. I was just telling the folks over at Mega across the hall, too, like, I think that the earlier you get up, the better it is. And I was telling you this a little bit too, when you're not rushing, just get whatever sleep you get it. But wake up, get up, wash your face, get ready, and get to it. You know, so I think when I'm not rushing or not like looking at it as, hey, I got to get up early, and I'm just, kind of going in and I'm going to chop it up with Sean Pendergast.
That's how you got to look
I think it's a lot better. So I'll be all right. I'm going to make it.
Yeah. No, I will too. We'll be fine.
I just hope the Astros get right. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm much more worried about the Astros, Sean, than I am myself. And I know we're going to talk about Texans here in a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm much more worried about them than I am myself, because like the loss last night or the loss yesterday was, to me, like indicative. Like, hey, it's like you can't win for losing. The one step forward, 2 steps back. Oh, you get 14 hits. Oh, Altuve has an amazing day. But one of your strengths is like, it's the reason why it's hard to believe in the team, because they've got all these things going for themselves, right? But they also do things like this.
Middle of June, man.
Yeah, man.
You got to start winning some games here.
It's rough.
Nick Caserio on Friday. If you missed it, he was in studio with us for over an hour. He was great. Interviews up on the podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app if you want to go back and listen to it.
YouTube too now. Sports Radio 16 YouTube.
The interview's up on YouTube.
I clipped it for YouTube this week.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
All right, so if you want to go watch the interview, Nick Caserio was on camera, sitting right across from where Brandon Scott and I are sitting right now. He was in with me and Seth on Friday. But we've got some good highlights for you here, and we'll sprinkle them in throughout the show. CJ Stroud's had a busy offseason just in terms of the podcast circuit, the interview circuit. Started with the Super Bowl, I would say.
Yep.
And it's continued with his trip through Asia, Japan, China, everywhere else that CJ and Micah Parsons went. And now the podcast, I don't know that we've gotten more content out of a single podcast than CJ and Tank going on the $1 million worth of game podcast a couple weeks ago.
It was really good.
It was an excellent podcast.
It was really good.
Yeah, and it felt like if you hadn't seen the whole thing, it felt like you got new clips every day were coming out on social media. It was a steady flow of content. But CJ has had some opinions that have put him and the Texans kind of in the anger crosshairs of some of their opponents this season, right? Most notably the Indianapolis Colts, but also perhaps Aaron Rodgers, perhaps the Dallas Cowboys. We asked Nick about this on Friday. What are your thoughts on the CJ's kind of off-season podcast chatter?
Just protect the team. Always thinking about the team first and foremost. Making sure your focus is on football first and foremost, because your football is what leads to those opportunities. Yeah. So hasn't affected his work in the offseason. Nobody works as hard as CJ. He's committed to winning. He wants to be great. I mean, you all have heard him talk. I mean, he cares a lot about winning. So, and if you care a lot about winning, you're going to put a lot of work into football. So everybody's got their own personality, and to your point, that's something that D'Amico and I have talked about. Just be yourself. Just be who you are. We're not going to force feed you or force you to do something.
So I think that what works for CJ in this way is the authenticity. I think that's respected, particularly among D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. So the authenticity works. They don't feel like he's out there being fake or putting on a show or anything like that. So and they know CJ. So that part of it works, but then also the fact that he can back it up. Like it's one thing when you're just some guy in the league and you're out there yapping, or you're just some any old starter who's got a podcast and you're just talking. But CJ went out there and established himself having one of the better rookie years, if not the best rookie year from a quarterback that we've seen. When you can back up the play, or when you can back up the talk with the play, and it feels authentic, it doesn't feel forced, and it's not like anything to be ashamed of. I think people can get behind that. So that I feel like is why it works why CJ talking works for Caserio and D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to me. I think if I had to put look at different groups or factions that are affected by it, if they're affected by it at all, it's just talk, but it's big talk.
It is.
I think his teammates probably love it.
Oh,
I think that the Texans have a quarterback, and I think this kind of showed itself. To me, it showed itself for the first time prior to the Pittsburgh game in Week 4, where the Texans had just beat Jacksonville. Steelers are coming. I think the Steelers are favored coming into that game. Texans are ravaged with offensive line injuries, and there were a lot of people talking like Pittsburgh's going to come. Now we're going to learn about the Texans because here comes Pittsburgh and T.J. Watt and all this other stuff. And CJ that week in his media availability was very clear, like, we're not backing down. We're not laying down for anybody. Like, It was like he didn't say it in these exact words, but like, this is our house, And even Deshaun wasn't like that. Deshaun, I think, had a lot of confidence, but CJ does it like he talks tough, but he does back it up. I like that this team has somebody with a personality like that now that's sort of the face of the team.
Yeah, I like it. You like it. But to your earlier point, the first point you made, I think the teammates really, really like it. Coming from your quarterback, I think D'Amico really likes it as a former player. I think he identifies or probably has a lot of the same sensibilities as the current players.
Yep.
And they want you want your leaders to stick their chest out, to be able to back it up with their play, obviously. But you want them to have some kind of bravado and to have a certain level of swagger and confidence and to behave in such a way.
I think it's another sign, too, that Caserio is not New England Caserio that everybody thought he was going to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that the quarterback of the Patriots, like, you didn't see Tom Brady doing a lot of this stuff when he was the quarterback of the Patriots, you know?
Yeah.
We're talking a lot like that. Brady did his trash talk on the field.
But I think Caserio, and we've talked about this on various shows here on the station, but Caserio is like remarkably adaptable. Like,
yes.
I think he could really have it either way.
Mm-hmm.
He seems much more, and you could tell me, like, you've been around him. Well, I guess we both have been around him plenty, but he seems to just be much more results-oriented. Like, if it works, let's do it. You know, and kind of going back to the point of being able to back it up, I'm sure Caserio could deal with a quarterback who doesn't talk at all, and he could deal with one like this, like CJ, who has some bravado.
As long as they execute.
But also goes out there and executes.
Yep, absolutely. So I thought that was an interesting answer from Caserio. All right, some of the biggest players of interest at Texans minicamp. Let's start with the rookie, Kamari Lassiter, cornerback. To my eyes, and from all the reports, has looked really, really good at minicamp and at OTAs and rookie minicamp. What has the general manager seen from Kamari Lassiter?
He's worked both on the inside of the part of the formation. He's played in the perimeter. I think he's very confident in a quiet way, is not afraid. And playing corner is about not being afraid because you're going to be challenged on, let's say there's 5 or 6 opportunities where the ball is going to be going right at you, and you're either going to make the play or not the play, and then you have the ability to turn the page. But what we've seen on the field in the spring so far is a lot what we saw on the Georgia tape, just the way he plays, just his mindset, his playing style, his competitiveness, his overall awareness and instinctiveness. To be able to kind of move inside and outside the formation, that's not easy for players to do, let alone a rookie. The one thing that we liked about him as a player was his tackling and his physical play, which you can't see that in the spring. So definitely encouraged by his progress for sure.
Yeah. I mean, look, the tackling, you don't normally hear that about a cornerback. You want to hear more about his speed and his coverage ability. But to the point of the speed, it just, like if there is a speed issue, it just has not really shown up.
Not yet.
You know, it didn't show up really at Georgia. Mm-hmm. And you could say it's because of the talent that he had around him or whatever the case may be. But it didn't show up on tape at Georgia, leading the Texans to at least like what they saw on tape. Mm-hmm. And it hasn't shown up yet so far. I know it's very, very early on in practices and minicamp and OTAs and all of that. But it just, whatever speed issue there might be doesn't seem to translate. And the focus on Kamari Lassiter seems to be, and I like this, seems to be so much more on what he can do and not on what he can't.
That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. They play some elite wide receivers this year, man. So he's gonna get tested because they ain't testing Stingley.
No,
you know,
especially out of the two of them.
Yeah,
you know, like if you give me the option, am I going to test Stingley or some rookie? Am I going to test Stingley or Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson? Like whoever that other guy is,
they're going to get it.
Is definitely going to get tested.
Yep. Kenyon Green. You guys have heard us talk about Kenyon Green. Looks really good physically. Like looks easily best shape of his professional career. Probably best shape of his football playing life. What did Kenyon Green's offseason look like?
He went up to Oregon and worked with a group for about 4 to 5 weeks. So it was just kind of a different stimulus, kind of a different training. I think Ndamukong Suh works with a number of players up in Oregon.
That's where he's from.
Yeah. So he went up there for a few weeks, and I mean sometimes players honestly they just need a change of scenery, just something different, and it worked for him. And he came back. He's in a good headspace, so frame of mind's important. So credit to him, credit the work that he's put in. So, I mean, again, the true test will come in training camp.
It changes the dynamic, Sean. Like, if Kenyon Green is a player, like, I'm not saying, like, all pro, but if he's
be average.
If he is a player, and Seth talks about this a lot, how, and I love to hear it whenever he says this, I don't need, like, all pro offensive linemen. Just give me 5 good, competent offensive linemen, and we can do some things, right? And I'm paraphrasing Seth there, but that's basically his point. Give me 5 competent offensive linemen, and we can do some things. If he can be that completely changes the dynamic of this, or at least how we're talking about this offense in terms of its strengths and weaknesses. We know what its strengths are. We feel like we might have an idea what its weaknesses can be. If this is not one of them, man, that is a big deal.
He is the one. Kenyon Green is the one I'm most anxious to see when the pads go on.
Yeah,
obviously you're looking forward to seeing CJ in year 2 and watching Diggs and how these wide receivers are all going to get deployed. I'm saying specific to, we don't really know anything until that guy puts pads on.
Yeah.
Like we saw stuff with receivers and running backs and CJ at minicamp and and corners and things like that.
And we also feel confident about that, right? Like, wouldn't it just more so shock you if, for whatever reason, CJ in this wide receiving core wasn't good?
Didn't.
That would be more surprise. And so you're anticipating it because you're excited about it and you want to see it, but there's no mystery that you don't feel like, at least, hopefully not, that there's a mystery there that they're not going to be good or whether they're going to be good. This one there is. Kenyon Green always say he's more like, I view him as more like getting through the baby fat. He's people forget how young of a guy he is. He's basically kind of like CJ's age. And, so like a guy who's a year behind him. And I feel like there's an element of him growing into his body as well. So I'm excited to see what
he looks so different, man.
Yeah.
He looks so different.
Between the workouts, the year off, and then just maturing into his body, I think that we might be pleasantly surprised with Kenyon Green.
All right, top of the hour, Chris Meyers, former Texan center, is going to join us here on June 10th, 6:10 day. Rich Lord, Ted Johnson going to join us later in the show in the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours, so that'll be a whole lot of fun. Get a lot of texts from people. We'll read some of these texts. Text in 713-572-4610. When did you become acquainted and a diehard enough to listen at 6:36 in the morning, dyed in the wool 610 listener? Text in, we'll read. We getting some really nice texts from some people today, so we appreciate that. We'll do some headlines coming up next. Astros lose. We had a retirement of a recently former Texan. Well, that NBA Finals. We got a lot to get to from over the weekend. We'll do it in headlines coming up next. But first, Crash Champions.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Chris Meyers is going to join us at the top of the hour. Former Texan center is going to join us here on June 10th, 610 day. Getting a lot of nice texts. We'll read some of these in just a minute. The Astros lose yesterday. They do take 2 out of 3 from the Angels, but we're at a point where the math is starting to catch up. And losing, not sweeping a team when you've got a clear chance to sweep a team. They've got so many losses like this year. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today. That they're going to go back and look at, like, if they miss the playoffs by a game, miss winning the division by a game, 2 games, whatever. I mean, you have those every year. They've had way more than their fair share of what the hell just happened kind of losses. And yesterday, a big one. Trey Cabbage, a chance to rob a home run. Logan Ohapi hits one deep to left field. They have a really short, it's not even a wall, it's a small fence there out in left field.
Yep.
Leaps up, makes the catch, kind of momentum carries him into the stands. The glove goes down to the floor behind the wall, and when the glove comes out, there is no ball in the glove.
Yeah, and that, to me, is bad luck. We talk about luck with Ryan Presley, but this one with Cabbage, I mean, uniquely familiar with that part of the ball, or just the ballpark in general, because he played there. Makes a hell of an effort, and a play would have been a hell of a play if he made it. Unfortunately, he didn't. But to your point about not being able to afford not sweeping a team when you've got the opportunity, like, this is not your uncles or your big brother's Astros. This is today's Astros, who dug themselves in a big enough hole to start the season where one game does not feel like it's just one of 162.
No.
It's not just a given. And I think this is probably an issue for Astros fans, at least for me, kind of having that assumption. I fought against this eventually, really early on in the season, of having that feeling of, you know what, if there's a team that's uniquely qualified to overcome a mess like this early on in the season, it would be the Astros, because of the talent, because of the pedigree, because of all of the success that they've had. But we've seen enough this year that they have losses like this that they cannot afford, because they don't have all of those things going for them that they did in previous years, between the unluckiness and the injuries and some underperformance on top of it.
They're fortunate they play in the division that they're in.
Yeah.
Because the Mariners are far from a juggernaut, and they lead the division by 5 games over the Rangers. The Astros, they lead the Astros by 6.5.
All the more reason, though. All the more reason why you need to be sweeping the Angels when you have an opportunity, because it's not like it'd be all for naught. It's not like you're chasing some juggernaut. You just got to sweep the Angels to catch the damn Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, no. Here's what I was going to say. They're 6.5 games back in a bad division. They are closer to last place in that division than they are first place in the division. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the A's worry me or the Angels worry me. Those are bad baseball teams. But you are closer to those bad baseball teams right now than you are the worst of all the division leaders right now, probably in Seattle.
And so then it begs the question, who are you? Like, what are you? Like, I'm with you on not being afraid of the Angels or afraid of the A's, but what I also don't want to be is the Angels or the A's.
That's
right. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm kind of still similarly situated. I'm sort of still in the same boat. That's what you don't want to be. Like, if it's got to be, hey, we're not the best in the American League, but we're the best of a crappy division, I'll take that over being obviously the worst of the crappy division.
Absolutely. All right, so the Astros back at it tonight. They've got 3 in San Francisco. 8:45 first pitch. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound for the Astros tonight. We had a retirement last night.
Yeah, we did.
And this is one, we were just talking about this guy a week or 2 ago when he kind of came after D'Amico Ryans in the wake of the big storm that we had here.
Yeah, and you know what? This also makes it make a lot more sense. Like, if you're going to talk like that, like this guy did, then retirement seems to be the best option.
Steven Nelson, cornerback for the Texans, probably his, if we look back at the 2 years that he was a cornerback for this team, the play that they'll show if they're doing I don't know if Steven Nelson's going to get a welcome back to NRG Stadium video if he ever decides to come back for a game. He may have burnt that bridge. But if there were to be one, it would probably be led with this highlight right here.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Pick 6. Yes! Steven Nelson. Yes! Take that, Cleveland.
Okay, Aaron Wilson had this first last night that I saw. And Steven Nelson said, retirement after thinking it over and having some talks with my family. I think it's time for me to take a step back and spend more time with my family. Expecting a newborn this coming month.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Want to devote all of his time and energy to that and various business ventures off the field. I would say working on your podcast would be a good use of time if you plan to be, really diving both feet first into that realm.
Yeah, we've listened to that thing.
Needs improvement.
Yeah. I don't
respect the hustle, but needs improvement.
I respect hustle and I respect perseverance. I would also respect if he just left that thing alone. If he just quit that the way he just quit football, retire from football. Football has a shelf life. You can podcast into your however long you live.
Yeah.
But if I were him, I would focus on the farming or whatever the outdoorsman stuff that he does. I would focus on some of that.
Yep.
And maybe some of the other. I mean, he's got enough money so he can invest, make his money, allow his money to make money for him.
Yeah.
I would do those things. I'd leave the podcasting.
You know how I know he's got. You know how I know he's got enough money. He was telling people that were coming after him after he went after D'Amico, "Don't worry, I've got enough money." Yeah. He basically was saying that he's he's got enough money.
And to be fair, he talks like a man who's got enough money.
He does. He does. I'll say this about Steven Nelson, independent of making a run at D'Amico, and then of course a year ago at Nick Caserio, at his choice of attire, the vest. And don't trust MFer who wears this in the summertime or year round, whatever. And he put a picture of Nick's vest up there. Independent of all that, just the football player, Steven Nelson was a good football player for the Texans.
He was a very good football player for the Texans. I mean, his first season here, because of the Stingley injuries, he was their best cornerback. So two seasons ago, he was CB1. And then last year, obviously, Stingley emerged and was able to play. I know he had his health issues at one point, but was able to play
through it, though.
To play through it and play long enough and well enough to be CB1. But then also Nelson playing through injury. Like both of those guys played through injury. It'll be the thing that I respect the most about Steven Nelson is that, through all of the, the drama and some of the, the sideshow parts of his tenure here, he was a good football player and a tough football player, absolutely.
Oh, you're talking. Okay, so I said played through. You're talking about Stingley's issues, then Nelson.
Yeah, and Stingley's issues, but him being able to play last year. But then Nelson, Stingley was their best cornerback last year.
No doubt.
But Nelson played through his injuries
big time,
and it was to me worthy of respect.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, then Nelson playing. Texans, Raiders, Giants, Rams, Commanders, Dolphins all made inquiries or offers to Nelson, according to Aaron Wilson. Nelson choosing to retire. I respect it. If you don't get an offer that you think is the level you are as a player, it means you're wrong on your value because nobody's valuing you that way.
Yeah.
But I respect, if people are going to pay me what I think I'm worth, I'm going to go do something else,
Yeah. I do find it hilarious, though, that he was willing to call out Caserio and D'Amico Ryans in back-to-back off seasons, but also that he would say, hey, don't trust somebody who wears this in the summer. Would you trust somebody that calls out their bosses publicly on social media?
Probably not.
I wouldn't trust that person either.
Probably not.
Even if they do have enough money to retire and it's not going to affect them or whatever the case may be. But that just seems to be like poor judgment to me.
Yeah. I will say this. I don't know that he lived up to the nickname that Ron Hughley said they gave him in Kansas City.
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
Man, they needed to workshop that nickname. Because
that's a little long.
That was a long-ass nickname.
That's what you used to call him, Show?
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
You need to workshop more nicknames, like B. Scott just said.
Yeah, and he was better than that.
He was.
We will give him credit.
He was solid.
He was not a defensive holding waiting to happen, and certainly if he was, I would not have called him that.
Even with all the drama, that was a good signing by the Texans. With 2 years, $10 million, they sprinkled a little more on to make him feel better last offseason.
And he earned that buck, to be honest with you. He did.
He did. He was solid enough. So Steven Nelson retiring. He did leave the door kind of ajar for coming back, which, if he wants to keep in shape and Texans got needs at corner, whatever. We'll see down the road. Real quick, NBA Finals last night. Boston 105, Dallas 98. Boston takes a 2-0 lead. The world is up in arms right now over Caitlin Clark getting left off the women's Olympic team over the weekend. That was That was the big social media kerfuffle this weekend.
And obviously I followed it and saw it, but am I a coward for not feeling like I didn't feel qualified to be in an uproar about it? Because if I'm honest with you, Sean, I can't tell you, I could not, if you were to quiz me now and say, hey, B. Scott, Give me the 12 to 15 best women's basketball players in America.
I can't. I don't know if I could name 12.
And certainly not the I could not do it. And so I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
The part of this story, if it's true, Christine Brennan, who I don't know where I think she's writing for Yahoo now, long time.
Yeah, she was at USA Today last I saw.
Long time columnist.
Yeah,
opinion columns. She said, I guess there was concern by members of the team over how Caitlin Clark's rabid fan base would react to her not getting the number of minutes that she's used to getting, that kind of thing. So that was one reason that she was left off the team. Like, if that's true, that's just lame.
Yeah,
like, if
ridiculous.
she deserves to be on there and she's not on there because people's feelings are going to get hurt because of what her fans are saying on social media, like, it's just.
I thought we were supposed to be doing what was good for America.
Yeah, I did too.
I mean, come on, man. The good of the country, the good of our women's basketball team, the hell with what people got to say about it.
Rudy T wins the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award. Really, really cool ceremony last night at Game 2 of the NBA Finals. We'll get to that in Acknowledge Me.
Yes.
Rudy will get mentioned in Acknowledge Me for that. All right, a whole lot more to get to on the show. Chris Meyers on 610 Day, June 10th. We're bringing back some of our old favorites. And Chris Meyers, former colleague here at the station, better known for his time as a Pro Bowl center for the Houston Texans. He will join us on the show coming up next. But first, soda weight loss.
or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Handoff, Ward, flag down, running right, and brought down across the 35-yard line. And now Andre Johnson and Finnegan are going at it. Helmet comes off of Finnegan, and Andre Johnson's ejected. Andre Johnson lost his cool with Cortland Finnegan, and you know Cortland's just trying to get Andre Johnson upset. More fighting on the field. Big pushing, shoving action. And Andre Johnson wants more. Somebody's got to hold him back. A big pile up at the 40-yard line. A lot of pushing and shoving, and somebody's got to pull Andre Johnson out. Jeff Fisher at midfield with Cortland Finnegan.
All right, that was
Andre Johnson wants more.
I can listen to that all day. That was a great call by Mark Vandermeer. It was like a call like some of those old hockey fights. It was a bench clear, and you're just trying to keep an eye on everything going on out there. And
well, Mark's keeping his cool through that whole thing, and it sounds like Mark doesn't know how to feel about it. Like we feel a lot better about it 10 years later, like how cool it was. But Mark's like, my God, I can't believe like Dre's beating the hell out of that guy.
His voice sounded like he thought Andre could get kicked out of the league. Like someone's got to get Andre out of there.
He wants more.
He wants more. That, of course, back in 2010. The Texans, they beat the Titans that day, 20-0 on the scoreboard and 5-0. Andre Johnson against Cortland Finnegan. And our next guest, as we celebrate 610 Day, for a time he was a colleague here at 610 of ours, appearing on the morning show, the post-game show for the Texans, better known as a two-time Pro Bowl center and one of our favorite Houston Texans of all time, Chris Meyers, joining us on the show. Chris, how are we doing this morning, man?
Good, Sean. How you doing, man? That's a good audio intro to come into. I love that. I love that highlight.
Yeah, well, you were right in the middle of all that because I've watched it no fewer than 3,000 times, and you were the one, if I'm not mistaken, who kind of grabbed Cortland Finnegan by the shoulder pads and kind of like dragged him off to the side. Like, what are you thinking, man? Come on, that's Andre Johnson. What were you saying to him when you were dragging him away?
It was kind of the same thought process in my head. The play was going on, and we kind of knew throughout the span of the game that they had been jawing back and forth, and there's a couple of physical altercations. So you knew the things were getting heated. And that had happened in past games with Finnegan too, but never does Dre ever lose his cool like that. So when you turn around after the first 5 seconds of a play and see a full UFC fight going on in the middle of the game, you have no clue what to do. So I just kind of, first reaction, go sprint over and do what I need to do. And by the time I got over there, it kind of started getting broken up, but I just kind of, jacked Finnegan up a little bit to keep him away. But I had made my mind up if I was going over and he started to go back at Dre, I would have tried to do some kind of form tackle. But yes! I don't get much practice at that, so I kind of just stuck to staying vertical.
Well, it looked like Dre was able to handle himself pretty well there, from what I could tell. It looked like he was doing just fine on his own. I am curious, Chris, because Dre at that point was already Andre Johnson at that point, so he already had y'all's respect and admiration for what he was. But did it further there? Like, especially given the fact that he rarely would lose his cool like that. Like, does a moment like that solidify Andre Johnson even more in the eyes of his teammates?
I think he never really had to, solidify his position with all the teammates, because we already knew kind of the character and the kind of guy he was. I think just from the outside looking in, the Texans organization at that point hadn't really done too much, and Dre had been there since day one, so I think it more established his position nationally, and the respect factor kind of just grew from there. I mean, he didn't need to get in a fight to do that, but it just enhanced it.
Chris Meyers, former Texans center, joining us here on 610 Day here on Sports Radio 610. And we'll touch on a few things while we got you on here, Chris, but as long as we're talking about back when you were playing with the team, and I think what most Texan fans view thus far in the history of the team is kind of the glory days, or at least the best couple years, 2011, 2012. You were a big part of that, obviously, making the Pro Bowl both of those seasons. When you look back at it now, I know that's a really close-knit group, and you guys all still keep in close touch. What are your favorite memory or two from that time?
Man, I think it's just the bookend seasons before and after it, to kind of go beforehand and not have too great of a season in 2010, and then to not have a great one in 2013, the year after, and to have sandwiched in between us just kind of coming together as a team and gelling. I think for the most part, looking back, it's kudos goes out to Coach Kubiak and the staff because, and the McNair stuck with it, and they could have made moves, and we kind of solidified our core nucleus of guys, which culminated in adding some pieces with JJ and a few other young guys that ended up being the perfect recipe. And, with the right coordinators and such, that 2011 season just kind of took off. And, unbeknownst to us with the injuries to Matt Schaub and everyone at the quarterback and TJ Yates leading us through the playoffs, it was a very unique season to say the least. But the core nucleus had such a tight-knit leadership group that it worked. And adding those small, energetic young guys was the recipe. So we took that and built on it and carried it through to 2012. And, things unfortunately collapsed there in 2013, like everyone knows.
Do you think you guys would have won the Super Bowl in 2011 if Matt Schaub didn't get hurt?
I mean, we had a solid group, man. We had so much chemistry. There's, hindsight 2020, you never know. But, it's the same thing that happened. I live up in the Philadelphia area now. And, when I first moved here, the Eagles were going through a process between Carson Wentz and Nick Foles. It's the same kind of conversation that Sports Radio up here always has. If Carson didn't get hurt, would they have won the Super Bowl without Nick Foles? Who knows? But, we had a great group of guys, and unfortunately some injuries kind of happened. But it resulted in us winning the first AFC South championship and getting to the playoffs and winning the playoff game, so I don't question it.
Chris, one of the things that C.J. Stroud talks about or has talked about since he's been here, and he's been cool about it, just to be clear, he's been real cool about it, but he's been beside himself or at least was beside himself by how empty NRG Stadium was, or the lack of buzz around the team when he first got here. And obviously that changed with some winning and the way that they played throughout the year. And by the end of the year, it had changed. But one of the things that stood out to me as somebody that's been around, and obviously you were here for the best days, is that it has not always been that way. Like it had not always been the way that it was when C.J. Stroud got here, the Texans that he inherited. How would you describe the atmosphere at, I guess, then Reliant Stadium, but RG/Reliant Stadium, the atmosphere here to someone who wasn't around and is maybe not as familiar with the glory days of the Texans, even though it was, just those 2 years?
The thing about Houston, and from my time there, we lived there for about 8.5 years. It's like a lot of other cities that, up there in the Northeast, there's a lot of hard-nosed, blue-collar kind of stuff. But the level of fandom is the same down there. And all they want to see is great football and the commitment to the team and willing to kind of sacrifice your body for the betterment of the team. And that's the one thing that we realized when I kind of came in there in 2008 and 8, 9, and 10 were kind of like some, 500 seasons and kind of struggling to kind of get through there. The fans were still there. They show up, they cheer loud. But once you kind of get the momentum and the fans know you're committed to the team and you're willing to do whatever it takes, the atmosphere there at NRG is like nothing else. I think it's one of the best, stadiums to be able to play in and experience a game in. I had a great experience down there, and the fans are second to none. So being able to kind of have a team now that's just kind of on the up and up and revamping of the culture. Sean, I was texting you outside of coming on the show today, just entering in with that Andre Johnson highlight, being able to kind of revamp this culture. It would just define it if you had some kind of statue out front with him kind of just taking it to Finnegan, because I think the fans were just looking for something new to kind of just latch onto. And I think what the McNairs are doing now is, from the outside looking in, from someone not living down there anymore, just breath of fresh air. And from a former player, I'm so excited to kind of see what these young kids are going to do now with all the new additions they had free agent wise as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Chris Meyers, former Texan center, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So let's talk about that a little bit, Chris. You were teammates with D'Amico Ryans. You were the center practice. He was basically, you were the brains of the offensive line. He was the brains of the defense. So you went against him plenty in training camp, and obviously you were his teammate here. I mean, is there anything that surprises you at all about the kind of the turnaround, both culturally and on the field, that the Texans have experienced on his watch?
Not a surprise. We banged heads for many years together, and there was a reason why his nickname was Cap, Captain, and everyone still kind of calls him that. I'm sure people kind of call him that in the halls a little bit with some of the older guys, but for him to be able to kind of do what he did out in San Fran and kind of like establish himself with have success and to be the first choice down here, I think it was not a no-brainer. You talk to any vet that played with him or was around when he was playing, it's not a surprise at all. His work ethic, his leadership, his ability to connect to every single player, whether they're young or old, and just the respect factor. I think being able to, in this league, have the respect of vets and current playing guys is one of the main things. And you have to put the time in, and you have to have a certain level of character to have that. And that's one thing that D'Amico has. And you're seeing it come to fruition right now. Like I said before, the excitement level from a former vet myself is just through the roof. I wish I could get down there more and see these, but I'm so excited and proud of D'Amico of where he's taking this organization now.
Chris, I want to have fun with you for a second here about the new uniforms. I don't know if you saw this. I imagine you did. I'm wearing one of the T-shirts with, it's basically y'all's. It's the old Bull, but with the light blue,
the H-Town blue,
the H-Town blue on it. Yep. So it's kind of a combination of the logo and the new blue. But I am curious from a center, like how much does the offensive line pay attention to? And we got some swaggy offensive linemen on this team too. I do want to point that out. But how much do you guys care about the new look? Is a new jersey something that gets a center like yourself excited, or is that just something that that's more so for the fans?
Yeah, I consider myself more of an old school approach and on quote unquote fashion. I think my wife will still claim she dresses me every single morning like a kid. So I don't care too much about that. But listen, we had some self-proclaimed swaggy offensive linemen back in the day as well. Another 6'10" guy, Wade Smith and Dwayne Brown. They would definitely have to claim that status as well. But yeah, I mean, I like the new uniforms. I'm curious to see how the reaction is amongst the Texans fans once they kind of start wearing them. I think back in the day, we used to kind of just dread the day when we were wearing those all red uniforms, battle red and stuff, because we looked like giant strawberries as offensive linemen. It did not pan out that well, or giant blueberries in steel blue. So I don't care too much about the uniforms. I just went out there and played and did my thing. But yeah, I'm sure some of the offensive linemen will care a little bit more these days.
Yeah, but what are you tipping the scales at now? Like last I saw you, you looked like an underwear model the last time we saw you. What are you looking like these days?
Not quite underwear model, man, but I'm anywhere from like 245 to 255, okay. So I stay consistent right around that little area.
There you go.
I imagine you feel a lot better. I mean, I know you played a lot of football, but I am always curious once you guys do drop that weight, how much better you just feel on a day-to-day basis. The football wear and tear aside.
Well, listen, 100% that extra 50 pounds relieves some stress taking that off. That's for sure. But it's a battle every day to kind of stay at this weight. Trust me, it's not an easy process, but definitely feel a lot healthier for sure.
Chris Meyers, former Texan center, joining us on the show. Me calling you an underwear model, that's nicer than what David Anderson called you at the roast of Chris Meyers when he said you look like a gigantic baby, right?
Oh man, that roast of Chris Myers did not make the airwaves. It's too NC-17 to reach the airwaves for sure.
I was a little surprised how NC-17. It was, you know what that was, Chris? To me, that was proof. Like, all right, you can just dig up stuff on anybody now. If they're getting Chris Meyers with NC-17 stuff, they can just get anybody now. Did you have fun getting roasted? I'm curious.
That was one of my better memories from actually living down in Houston. I mean, non-football related. I mean, it obviously was football related because there's a lot of teammates there. But you guys went above and beyond, and I want to thank you guys again for doing that, because that's one of my core memories down there in Houston is after announcing the retirement and the part of the station, you guys doing that and helping raise funds and stuff, having all my teammates just kind of dig at me. And now that's one of the big things you do these days is kind of doing the roast and Tom Brady roast. Mine wasn't as star-studded as that, but it was a memory I'll have for sure forever.
Well, that's why I was going to push back on the idea that the roast couldn't make it to air today. Like the Tom Brady roast, obviously you saw it or heard it. To me, it gave hope for roast. Like maybe there's a comeback.
Reopen the door.
Man. Sean, if you want to retroactively take that video to the Netflix spot, my God, go ahead and do
it. I got to dig that baby up, man. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think it's a bad idea at all.
Absolutely. Chris Meyers joining us on the show. Well, Chris, and as long as we're talking about the 6'10" portion of your time here, to this day, when we were brainstorming who do we reach out to, who to bring back on, and your name came up, I'm thinking one of my most stark post game memories that I have. I don't know if it was the first post game I did with you, but it was early in that 2015 season, the year after you had retired, and you were doing post game. Sometimes it was just me and you, sometimes it was me, you, and Ted. But it was after Week 4 in Atlanta, and the Texans were losing like 42-0 at some point in this game. Like, they rolled over. It was terrible. And I went on a rant at the beginning of the postgame. Before Chris could even get a word in, I'd been going for 5 minutes, and I finished it up by going like, "How are you, Chris Meyers?" And like, Chris, the look on your face, like, "Wow, okay, this is how it's going to be." And I'm probably going through your head, Chris, is like, "Okay, I got to talk about all my former teammates the way this clown just did right now." Oh my God! Remember that?
Yeah, 100%. I remember that. I remember being down in that dungeon down there in the stadium, and I was like, "This is going to be a rough transition from Sean just ripping into these guys." And I was early in my radio tenure and trying to get used to talking about former teammates that I played with for so long. That wasn't the easiest transition of all time, and I got to thank you for that, Sean.
That's
my intro to sports radio.
I know.
Rip that Band-Aid off, man. Rip that Band-Aid off.
In this chair that I'm in, you're supposed to set up your teammates for success, and I'm like, it was basically like throwing Chris an alley-oop, but I threw it into the third row. I'm like, go clean this mess up for me.
That's yin and yang. That's good. That's balance.
Man.
There you go. That allowed Chris to be the proper buffer.
It was fun, man. We had some good times. Hey, Chris, couple things before we cut you loose. First, we played Andre beating the snot out of Cortland Finnegan when we bumped in. How proud are you and excited are you for Andre going into the Hall of Fame?
Man, it's something that obviously I think all of us as fans and been real close to Andre, we've all obviously known he's going to get at some point. I played against Andre in high school down in Miami. We played together down at the University of Miami for a few years, and then a long time with Houston together. So, just so proud and happy to see him kind of get his flowers, which was inevitable. I'm actually in the process. I'm on the airwaves, obviously, but my boys don't listen to Houston radio right now. I'm going to surprise my two sons by taking them in August with my mom out there to the Hall of Fame and the enshrinement. So it should be a fun time. It's going to be a great experience to have all of his close teammates and friends and family there. Much deserved. And one of my other former teammates, Devin Hester from college, is getting inducted too. So we'll have a big Miami Hurricanes contingent down there, being able to kind of celebrate those two guys, and it'll be a fun time.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, I'm getting chills just hearing you talk about that. So you're going to be going there. So, and I guess last thing, how's the family doing? How are you doing? What are you up to? I'm sure Texan fans are curious how Chris Meyers is doing.
Yeah, things are going well. 4 kids, 14 down to 9. So in the thick of the youth sports world, with everyone can attest to. But I coached high school football out here for about 5-6 years, and just recently, last year, dipped my hands into being a co-owner of a speed-based performance gym and turf rental facility around the corner from my house near Flowertown, PA, if anyone's up this way, called Limitless Philly. So it's got my hands dipped into the community, a ton of youth and middle school, high school athletes, and college and pros as well. So just kind of delving into a new forum and really enjoying every single second of it. It's a new experience. I'm learning a lot.
That's great. That is great, man. Chris, it's really good to hear your voice, man. Glad to hear you're doing well. Hopefully, you make it down here to a Texans game in Houston for this rise to prominence that we're experiencing here right now.
Yeah, I want to get down there ASAP and be able to see a bunch of familiar faces and stuff, and give some of those OGs, Case Keenum and John Week, some love. Two of the only lone former teammates of mine still down there.
Dude, it was crazy. J.J. Watt had his softball game like a month ago, and it was current Texans versus the Texans legends, and it was like, what side is John Weeks? What side are they on? We were waiting for them to heel turn on the side that they were on, hit him with a chair, and run over to the legends side because they could be on both.
Yeah, they've been at it for a minute. I know Case bounced around a little bit, but good old John is just holding true. Was it year 15 for him? It's been pretty impressive to kind of watch him grind through it.
Chris, I joke with those guys. I'm born in the 80s, but we don't have too many guys in the league anymore that are born in the 80s. So whenever I see one, I go over to one and just hey, man.
It's your guy.
Hey, man, we got to stick together. It's these young guys are taking over.
Yeah, I know. It happens too quick. I believe it's my 11th year out, which is crazy to say. Man. But, it happens too fast. But, you just go through these different chapters and of your life and, kind of reminisce and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys having me on to kind of revive some memories here.
Absolutely. Chris Meyers, one of the best. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks. Chris Meyers joining us here. Just a great dude.
Dude, nostalgia, man.
It
felt like 2015 again.
I knew that Andre fight would be a nice little, kind of stoking the embers there a little bit.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was good to
that does it for everybody.
Catch up with Chris. Boy, now that I look back at it, I was not a good co-host that day for him. Like one of his very first times doing post-game, he still was teammates with probably like 90% of that team. He had just retired.
No, but
I ripped him.
But you did what you were supposed to do, Sean. You and Chris appreciates this, I'm sure, now, and it was early on in his radio career at that point, but you owe to the audience. You
Honesty.
know, like as a radio host, your obligation is more, and both of y'all's obligation is to the audience, and you were doing that. That was the honesty, the raw emotion. For the audience, you were doing your thing, man. And Chris, trial by fire.
Yeah, man. That's true.
You got to learn.
He did get that.
This is how it goes on this side of the glass.
Amen.
On this side of the mic.
Amen. All right, let's read a few texts here on 610 Day. By the way, Rich Lord joining us at 8:40. Ted Johnson joining us at 9:20 today. Happy 610 Day, guys. Shout out to y'all for everything you do. That's Brian in Magnolia. Texter says, I don't remember Mark Vandermeer working with John Lopez. I remember Rich Lord, and I know Mark worked with someone else, but I don't remember who it was. He worked with Andre Ware.
Yes.
Mark did, and still does, but they were the morning show for a while.
Yeah.
And then
it was him and Lopez after that.
It was him and Lopez after that. I feel like if there were a drinking game or a contest to see who could put together the lineage of the 3 day parts from the time the station started through June 10th, 2024, I would get pretty close, I think.
Yeah.
To getting all the shows right.
Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to start. I wouldn't be able to start until around 2010, 2009.
I've been a P1 since day one in 1994.
Yeah.
So I would be able. I think I could do that. I'm going to jot it down during the break, but I think I could do that.
And y'all can feel free to do that too on the text line 713-572-4610 or on our YouTube and Twitch chats.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of people weighing in what their favorite shows have been through the years. Some weighing in with what their not favorite shows have been through the years. So that's pretty funny as well. All right, we'll continue to mix you guys in. Let's do some acknowledge me. Let's acknowledge some big performances from over the weekend, from the past week. And I'm going to get it started. And B. Scott, I know you've got a few here too, so we'll play a little dueling pianos, go back and forth a little bit.
Let's.
I'm going to start, man, I'm going to quick acknowledge Jose Altuve for the 4-hit game yesterday. But because they lost the game, I don't want to dig too deep. But Jose Altuve, man, it would have been nice, Presley, if we could have celebrated Jose Altuve during a win. Instead, I'm going to acknowledge Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, for having the courage on Friday on this very show to take on the poser GMs who encourage their staff to give standing ovations for their picks in the war room that inevitably wind up on social media.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing how that happens.
I mean, I'll probably get cursed out for this, but, the teams that after they make a pick and then the camera's in the room, like they have the whole room stand up and clap. Like, I mean, give me a break. But we just...
Call him out, Nick! Call him out!
We just picked the phone up. Hey, we're on the clock. We're about to pick you.
I don't know who he was calling out specifically. I think it's pretty easy to go find the war rooms that have standing ovations after picks.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's more than one.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd probably be easy to do.
Yeah. And by the way, like there were people who texted in. I think I even had a couple people say this to me verbally when I was out and about on Friday doing my Friday socializing. Came up and said how much they enjoyed Nick, and we got talking about some of the topics, and even a few of them said like, yeah, but I've seen Nick and D'Amico hug after picks and things like that. And I said, yeah, that's two guys who just made a pick they like hugging. It's not the entire room standing up and applauding them like they're some sort of 18th century dictator.
Oh, but you know what? And I don't want to speak for Nick here, but the sense that I got from that is it's one thing to celebrate a pick that you like, to hug or to dap up or whatever it is, but the applauding feels self-congratulatory.
Yes.
Like it feels self-indulgent, like you're applauding. Are you applauding the pick or are you applauding yourself for making the pick?
Oh, yourself, for sure.
And that's probably the part that doesn't sit right or feels a little icky.
I love when Nick gets sideways on something like that. I love when he calls something ridiculous.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. By the way, Nick brought donuts up as well for National Donut Day.
Oh,
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
It's
good to be here on National Donut Day.
Yeah, dude.
Look at this. If you're watching on the stream, look at it. He didn't just say, like, give me 12 glazed or anything.
No.
You put some time and effort into
Variety. You got to have a variety.
That's the 5 Ps.
I don't know what the 5 Ps were with
Dude,
Seth.
he almost deserves a double acknowledge for that. Like, you come in with donuts.
Donuts, and like they all had like the high level frosting on them.
Yeah.
They weren't the puffy, airy glaze. They were the cake donuts.
Yeah.
Sprinkles on them. And so, yeah, we'll acknowledge the donuts.
Acknowledge me.
And I'm going to give Seth Payne a big acknowledgement for letting 11 donuts sit right there, B. Scott, on the counter the entire show, and he didn't eat a single one till after the show.
Yeah, and I've watched him work. I've watched Seth work over some donuts in my day.
You sit on the other side of him. I sit on one side of him in the press box at Texan games. You sit on the other. He's a machine.
Yes. Like the idea that he could show the restraint.
Good job, Seth.
Definitely deserves that acknowledgement.
Good job, old Sethers.
100%. I got somebody.
You got one? Go ahead.
Let's go.
Acknowledge me.
Rudy T, man.
Okay.
I know he came up in headlines, but Rudy T getting the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award from, I believe it was the Coaches Association that gave him this award, or that issues this award every year. But Rudy T, somebody who I want to acknowledge as just universally appreciated and loved. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about Rudy T, especially, post-coaching days. Like, just universally loved and appreciated. I loved how they honored him at the game last night in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, Boston and Dallas. Also, and this feels like a shot at the Rockets, but feels like the closest the Rockets have been to the finals in a long time was having Rudy T get honored during the game.
That was cold.
It's like, hey, I honestly had this feeling.
Damn, B. Scott.
But look, it's the Mavs in the
team
finals.
has a family, B. Scott.
The Mavs are in the finals. I don't like it.
I don't mean either.
And the Rockets are trying to find their way. And the reason why I want this acknowledgement is because I appreciate being reminded of what it was like when the Rockets played like this, when the Rockets were of this ilk or of this kind of caliber. The Rudy T glory days, to me, the standard for what successful coaching looks like in this city.
Closers, man.
Man, gotta acknowledge Rudy T and the heart of a champion.
I have a funny Rudy T story. As long as we're doing this.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, so I did this is back in 2015. I did a 20-year anniversary piece for the Houston Press about the 95 champions, the 6 seed, the second of the two back-to-back champions.
Yeah.
And I did
the year that Hakeem was angered by David Robinson.
Well, and it was an oral history, so I did interviews with probably a dozen people associated with that team, including Hakeem Olajuwon, Mario Elie, Les Alexander, like a bunch of different people, including Rudy T. I got Rudy T's number. It was actually Joel Blank was working for the team at the time, and he gave me Rudy's number. And so I texted Rudy, and I said who I was. And we had talked before, but I don't think I don't know that he knew me. So I, texted him, introduced myself, said, hey, I work with 610, but I'm writing this cover story for the Houston Press. Ended up being like 5,000, 10,000 words. Oral history of the second team. Would love to get your thoughts on some things. Send it to him on like a Wednesday or a Thursday. If I hear back, great. If not, I've got enough to do the story with. Saturday, I'm at a crawfish boil at a friend's house, my buddy Taylor's house out in Cyprus. And I'm just ripping away at crawfish, eating in his driveway. Got my phone in my pocket. I get done with a round of crawfish, wipe off my hands. I pull up my phone. I got 3 missed calls from Rudy Tomjanovich. So I said, all right, I got to go. I tell Taylor, I'm like, I got to go. I start walking the sidewalk in front of Taylor's house, And I call Rudy. He answers the phone. He said, yeah, Sean, how you doing? I said, I'm doing great. He said, where are you at? I said, I'm at a crawfish boil. He said, I'm in L.A. I wish I was at a crawfish boil. So we end up talking, Rudy and I, for like 40 or 45 minutes. And we get to a point in the conversation, and I hear a voice in the background say, sir, that'll be $98.42. And I'm thinking to myself, what is going on here? He says, Sean, let me call you right back. I said, okay, hang up. Calls me right back. And he says, sorry about that, Sean. I was at Target, and I had to pay. And I said, have you been walking through Target telling me stories about the 95 championship team? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like he was pushing a cart through Target, grocery shopping, and telling me about Hakeem Olajuwon, tearing the you-know-what out of David Robinson. Like all these different stories. He's amazing, Rudy T.
Yeah. What's funny to me about that story is only in L.A. could he do that, or at least not in Houston. Could you imagine 6'7", 6'8", 6', however tall Rudy is, walking around a Target in Houston talking to you about the glory days of the Houston Rockets? Like, at some point, someone would have tapped him on the shoulder and said, hey, Rudy, Mr. Rudy T.
Aren't you Rudy T?
Yeah.
And hopefully he would have said, yeah, I'm talking to Sean Pendergast, all right?
Hey, but to your point,
yeah,
a very kind and generous human being. Like I got to be around him a few years back when he was inducted into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, and we just got to sit around. We obviously did interviews for the record, on the record, but just also behind the scenes. He was just incredibly kind and generous with his time. I was very impressed
Just
by
a great dude, man. Just a great dude. Still
Gotta
is.
acknowledge him.
Acknowledge. Congrats to him. All right, this is Begrudging. The East All-Stars at the East-West Bayou Bowl, honorarily coached by Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley.
Acknowledge me!
Got to acknowledge them. They smoked my team on Saturday night.
Oh, man.
62-21.
Did y'all fight back at all?
In the second half, we did.
Yeah.
It's 35-0 or 41-0 or something at the half.
Pride was on the line at that point.
Yes, I guess. But, I'm not disappointed in the kids. I don't blame the kids for this on the West. I blame me.
I was going to say, coaching was the problem.
I honorarily coached very, very poorly in that game. You know what? I'm going to acknowledge myself here for a second. At least I was standing like in the bench area around the team, dapping my guys up. Not to out these other two guys, but I know they're going to come on the air this afternoon and brag about their team winning 62-21.
Ron especially.
I don't think they were even inside the box between like the 30s there where the team.
Yeah.
They were standing down chit-chatting with people. Ron had his kids on the sideline. So when they come in here this afternoon, I'll acknowledge them again that their team won.
Acknowledge me!
They were on the correct sideline if you want to be on the winning sideline, but they didn't do squat. They're going to come in here and brag this afternoon. Did they even get near any of the players? I'll let them answer that.
They realize, first of all, I got to respect that you would even acknowledge this because, look, you're a bigger man than me because I would have kind of just let this die down or would have buried the lead there. Yeah. So I'll acknowledge you even for acknowledging that.
Thank you.
I think that's worthwhile and very big of you. But in their defense, clearly there was a talent gap. If they won by that much. So I would imagine that at some point they identified
their quarterback could sling it.
Man, they did not have a need to coach, apparently.
Dude, their quarterback, I don't know where this kid's going or if he's still like out there auditioning for teams. I just don't know. This kid had some serious touch on some fade routes. Good decision maker. Yeah, he was good, man. Clint kind of warned me. I got there. Clint got there. The game started at 7. Clint got there like 6. I got there about 6:15, and I see Clint and Ron. They're talking, and I'm walking up to them, and Clint does that thing where he's like, Chief, this game might get ugly, Chief. I said, why do you say that?
He goes, sling it.
Yeah. So, So, anyways, I'll give them full acknowledgement. And one quick acknowledgement on our way out. Wade Phillips.
Acknowledge me.
Going to the UFL title game, man.
How about
the
that?
San Antonio Brahmins. That's the only San Antonio team I'm ever going to root for. The one coached by Wade Phillips.
Hey, well, and happy 6'10" day to Wade Phillips.
Yes.
Yeah.
Former colleague.
Yeah, has made a many and a plenty appearances here on 6'10" because I've heard him.
He has.
Yeah,
so we got to acknowledge him on this day.
Absolutely.
All right.
I love it.
Acknowledge me. We do it each and every Monday at about this time. Again, Rich Lord is going to join us over the phone, 8:40. Ted Johnson over the phone at 9:20. Mark Vandermeer in with John Lopez for a couple hours today, celebrating the pass of 6'10" here on June the 10th. 713-572-4610 if you want to continue to send in your thoughts and your texts. Up next, best case scenario for the Texans. A prominent national NFL personality lays out the best case scenario for the Texans, about 6 or 7 things that would comprise a best case scenario. How realistic are each of these things? Brandon Scott's in for Seth Payne. We will go through those coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln, where they
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast. Brandon Scott is in for Seth Payne. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. So 3 days of B. Scott in with me. Today, we are celebrating 610 Day. It is June 10th. We had Chris Meyers on a little bit earlier. He was great. Rich Lord going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour at 8:40. Ted Johnson going to join us at 9:20. Other guests scattered throughout the day on other shows. Getting a lot of nostalgia on the text page. When Ted Johnson and Seth Payne had an hour or so on at night, that was awesome. Two players talking about bleep that goes on in the locker room was awesome. It was an awesome look inside that life. That's from Shane. I said that to Seth sometime last week. It wasn't on the air. We were talking off the air. I forget where we were. But I told Seth, I said, man, that show was on like in 2012 or two. Seth, I think, got here in 2012.
Yep.
Ted got here about the same time. So Gavin Spittle, who was the PD then, just threw the two of them in together for an hour. I don't know if it was every night or a few nights a week. It was Seth and Ted's Excellent Football Adventure or something like that is what they called it.
Yeah.
It was just the two of them chopping it up about football. You know, there was just two football players. You know, no muckety-muck like me sitting there steering the ship. Just the two of them, unvarnished, talking about football. It was great.
Yeah.
It was awesome. That was one of the shows I would listen to, and I'd be like, man, I got to get over there. Yeah. I want to work there really badly at 610.
And Seth and Ted being two of the more, and we have another one of these now with Clint, but one of the more, or two of the more, like, I think, I don't know if down to earth is the right way, but like not, you know, players speak type of, like guys who would just give it to you straight.
Yeah.
You know, like, and I think, you know, Chris was kind of getting to this earlier when we talked to him, but I think players have that transition where they struggle on how exactly to talk about the game or the locker room or the experience without it being filtered or cookie cutter, or it's just figuring out the right way to do it. And those are two guys who just always, it felt like, knew how to do it,
yes.
or felt like the transition was seamless for those two guys. So to have them on together was amazing. Another one that we had was Smitty and Trap. You know, I was here when that one was still going.
Definitely unvarnished.
You want to talk about some unfiltered players like Seth and Ted, Smitty and Trap. Like, we've had some good ones. Obviously, ND was here last week. Like, we've had some really good ones.
Yeah. When Nick Wright was a host here years ago, I gave a take on the Astros. Apparently, he didn't like it. He called me back to debate it over the phone.
Oh,
LOL.
that sounds like
That's
Nick.
Definitely on brand.
That sounds like Nick to a T. I believe that story 100%.
Definitely on brand. Here was Rich Eisen, NFL Network. I saw this over the weekend. Probably dropped late last week. It looks like he's doing best-case scenarios for teams. Maybe it's a daily thing on there. I don't know.
I like it.
This particular day, the subject was the Texans. Here is Rich Eisen's best-case scenario for the Texans. I'm going to jot these down. Let's see, how realistic do we think each of these things happening? The parlay that is the best-case scenario in the world, according to Eisen, for the Houston Texans.
Now for the Texans, I'm all aboard here. C.J. Stroud is the MVP. He wins the damn thing. DeMeco Ryans is the coach of the year. He wins the damn thing. Stephon Diggs returns to the double-digit touchdown category, even with Nico Collins and Tank Dell. That's how great Stroud is. He just throws it all over the yard, and Stephon Diggs gets his. He's fed. He's happy. And Will Anderson is a DPOY finalist. He's a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. The Texans are the ones to eliminate the Chiefs. They're the ones who say, yes, the torch is now officially passed, even though I know that sounds ridiculous. It's not like Mahomes is 40. But last year, they were the ones who couldn't get past him, right? Yeah. They were the ones who'd lost to Baltimore, and they're the ones who are like, we're gonna take care of this AFC. They're not going to win 3 in a row. We're knocking them out, and we're going to New Orleans. And I'll tell you what. What's the closest NFL city to the city of New Orleans? So they go there, and they got a ton of people that show up, and it's like a friggin' home game, and they win the thing. And that's the best case scenario for the Houston Texans in 2024. Sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit. All right, so B. Scott, I jotted down 6 elements to the best-case scenario
Okay.
that Rich Eisen just outlined. You tell me how likely you think these things are. C.J. Stroud, MVP of the league.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. The only ones that I would
4th on the odds board right now.
And I think that's appropriate. And
Great.
You could easily see how, he could go from 4th to 1st with the right kind of season if some of these other things that Rich Eisen is talking about come together. Like if DeMeco Ryans is what we feel like he is, and if the addition of Stephon Diggs works out in an ideal way, the team that's around. So between CJ's individual talent and the team that has been built around him, I could easily see him going from 4th to 1st. That one is probably up there in terms of likelihood.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think if they win at the level that Eisen outlines at the end, like they're a team that's knocking off the Chiefs, and they're a team that's the end of the regular season on the short list of Super Bowl contenders.
Right.
Eisen has them winning the Super Bowl, but the award is voted on before the end of before the playoffs. He's got a great shot at it.
Yeah.
He's coming in with plenty of hype, too, this season.
And he'll also benefit, I think, and this is just me kind of guessing here, but I think he'll benefit from a certain level of voter fatigue because the others, like you think about Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, you expect them to be right there in the thick of it for an MVP, but those guys have won them already.
That is real, voter fatigue.
So I think voter fatigue, if those two guys are the ones that he's competing with and he's right there with them, I feel like the tie is going to go to the new guy.
DeMeco Ryans, Coach of the Year.
Man, that one's a little harder to predict, honestly, and I thought he made a decent case for it last year. Ended up beating the guy that won it head-to-head, but as you mentioned, those awards are voted
Tied for the award. He lost because Stefanski had one more first-place vote than him.
Right, one more first-place vote, and then he ends up beating him in the playoffs. Again, those awards are voted for before the playoffs, but, man, he's got to be right there too, though, right? I do wonder. Tell me what I do wonder how much being a defensive coach works against you. Like if an offensive coach has a great year, as Stefanski did, if the tie is going to go to that guy.
I don't know. I think it's more like there's really, by and large, like Stefanski won it for a weird reason this year because he won games with 4 different quarterbacks.
He did.
Typically, if somebody's winning it, they're either a first-year head coach who way overachieved, or they are a veteran head coach whose team was one of the 2 or 3 best teams in football, Yeah. And so, of all the things, let's do it this way. Of all the things he listed, if you had to bet big money on one of the things he listed happening, CJ MVP, DeMeco Ryans Coach of the Year, Stephon Diggs scoring double-digit touchdowns, Will Anderson Jr. Defensive Player of the Year finalist, or the Texans winning a Super Bowl. What would you bet your money on?
Yeah, see, if I'm betting, it'd be Will Anderson Jr. as a finalist, because he doesn't have to win the award for this bet to hit. And I could easily see Will Anderson Jr. being a Defensive Player of the Year finalist.
You think there's a better chance he's a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year than C.J. Stroud winning the MVP?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because C.J. Stroud is going to have to compete with, again, some viable MVP candidates, assuming that Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson have the type of years that you expect them to have. Yeah. Now, like I said, he could benefit from voter fatigue, but being a finalist, I think Will Anderson. 5
finalists for all these awards. Yeah, you're right about that.
Could he be a top 5 defensive player this year? Absolutely. I would bet on that for sure.
He would need double-digit sacks. Yeah. There's got to be some sexy things going on to be in that Defensive Player of the Year conversation.
But if you can guarantee me health, which obviously you can't, but assuming that he's healthy, I would bet on that as well, him getting double-digit sacks.
Yeah. Man, best case scenario. MVP, Coach of the Year. Diggs 10-plus TDs. You would bet on Will Anderson Jr. being a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year before Diggs getting 10 touchdowns or more.
Because it's similar to me with maybe even more so than it is with CJ in that crowded field. Like, Diggs is going to be competing with, with Nico Collins and with Tank Dell and with Dalton Schultz. And, and CJ being the quarterback that he is, I don't think he's going to force feed any guy.
Spread the wealth,
if he's not forced to,
Yep.
Granted, if these guys don't drop like flies and Stephon Diggs isn't his only viable option out there to throw the ball to, he's going to spread the ball around. So, I would bet on Will Anderson.
Bill O'Brien, former Texans head coach, former Texans GM, talked about his time as general manager for the Texans. Had some real moments of self-reflection, Bill O'Brien did, in this podcast.
I can't wait for this.
But he talked about being the GM of the Texans. You will not want to miss this. I promise you. He was on a podcast hosted by Christian Hackenberg. That dropped over the weekend. We've got the audio for you coming up next. Stay there.
June is Marry Me Month.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
30 years, man. 610 turns 30 this year. Today is 610 Day, June 10th. Rich Lord going to join us in about 40 minutes or so on the show. My former co-host of several people here at Sports Radio 610. Ted Johnson in the 9 o'clock hour. Text message, been listening to 610 regularly since 2012. Payne and Pendergast is my favorite show. I'm not just reading that just to, just to pump myself up. Happen to be the one I'm looking at here, but I appreciate that.
That's
Scott.
a popular take.
Yeah.
That tracks. As somebody who traffics in our, web analytics and social media comments,
matches the data.
That tracks.
Okay, good. I don't want to be putting false narratives out there. We'll hear about false narratives here in just a little bit. A couple more texts. I found 610 on 9/11. I had to go to work after the first plane hit. I wanted to know what was going on, so I flipped over to AM radio. Some days later, I got in my truck, and they were talking Houston sports. I've listened every day, pretty much all day ever since.
Yeah.
I hate the horrible circumstances. This is me talking. Jay in Freeport sent that text. I hate the horrible circumstances under which you found the station, Jay. But I'm glad you found the station.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that was beyond our control. Obviously, we would rather that it never happened. But if, part of the beauty of sports radio and really, sports in general is to be able to be an escape from things like that, or to be an alternate, an alternate universe, so to speak. Yep. So I'm glad that you found us.
Absolutely. Ask Lopez if Dante Hall will be coming on today.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. Thought that was a pretty funny one.
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
If he, this is going to probably be a bad joke. If he did, would it be more time than he spent at the station?
I don't know.
If we did one segment with Dante Hall.
2 segments, would that double his time? He was here longer than that.
Yeah.
Dante didn't like criticizing guys. That was Dante's problem.
Yeah.
He didn't like criticizing former players. Is the sense I got.
Yeah, and you kind of got to do that if you're going to be on for the full 4 hours.
He was on the year that Brock Osweiler was the quarterback.
Got to criticize.
Yeah. I mean,
even if every interception has its own story,
yeah, man,
you got to be there to tell it.
No.
You got to be there to tell it.
I like Dante. It didn't seem like he was up for the criticism part of it.
It's not for everybody.
No, it's not.
That's another thing.
No, and he
everybody.
did the appropriate thing, which is instead of be miserable criticizing people all day, go find something else to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not for everybody. Even if you enjoy the medium, even if you enjoy listening and consuming, actually getting on here and doing this thing is not for everybody.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
That's right. Bill O'Brien. He was on the Next Up podcast. This is a podcast that is hosted by former Penn State and New York Jet quarterback, and I believe he spent some time in one of these alternate leagues as well, Christian Hackenberg, former second-round pick of the Jets, that everybody was terrified Bill O'Brien was going to take at one point back in the day. He hosts a podcast now with another former Penn State player. Name escapes me. Hackenberg is the name people will recognize on here. But these guys both played for Bill O'Brien at Penn State,
Yep.
The guys that are interviewing him. And I'll say this, I watched most of it. It's a good hour and 20 minutes. I skipped around because they did that thing at the bottom of the YouTube where you can skip between topics. You can see what the topics are. So I jumped around a little bit. The parts I listened to were interesting. I mean, Bill O'Brien's an interesting listen. He's a good interview.
He is.
He's a good interview. I mean, we used to have him on back in the day on the Triple Threat every now and then. He was excellent. I only really skipped around and listened intensely to the NFL parts of this. Here was Bill O'Brien on some of the early lessons he learned once he got into the NFL.
That's one thing in pro football, as you know, you have, you have the general manager and you have the head coach, and there's 2 divisions, right? Now they work together to form the team, to put the team together, but sometimes they don't always see eye to eye. It doesn't mean that one side's wrong. Yeah, there's a lot. That's right. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and maybe this person doesn't really agree with the way some of the things we did in New England, which was the only pro organization I knew, and maybe I didn't always agree with how they had done it in Houston before. And Gary Kubiak, who's a really good friend of mine, became a friend of mine when I went there. He did a great job in Houston, right? They had really good success with him. But sometimes those ideas don't always mesh. And I think that's where I've actually grown a lot. Like that, sometimes, hey, maybe this idea is better than what maybe you did in another place. So don't try to force it. And, I think when I first went in there, that was a big adjustment, was like, oh, hey, this is the way we did it in New England. A lot of people in the National Football League don't want to hear about how you did it in New England. You know what I mean? And so there were better ways to kind of implement things. If I could go back and do it again, I would change that.
Man, I can appreciate that. That is some introspection and some self-awareness from Bill O'Brien. I think that, too little too late, I guess, but I can respect that.
Yeah, I just
appreciate it.
I don't know that he gets another chance to show that level of self-awareness that he may have now about this.
No.
Now, for those who don't know, he's the head coach at Boston College. We may have listeners out there that aren't aware. He's the head coach at Boston College now.
Yeah, which feels like it's going to be his lane more than likely.
I've said since he left here, I said it even when he was here, that I think where Bill O'Brien can be excellent is at the college level. Now, I was saying this back before NIL and the transfer portal. I have no idea how that's going to look, especially at Boston College, which in this interview, in this podcast, O'Brien admitted, like, we do NIL stuff, but we don't have a collective with millions of dollars. And we dip into the transfer portal, but academics really matter here at Boston College, and it's not as easy for us just to handpick guys out of the portal and bring them onto the team like it might be at some bigger state schools in the SEC and the Big Ten and whatnot. He's like, all it takes is 15 seconds to listen to that cut. Go, all right, well, he's talking about Rick Smith.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he's talking about. He didn't get along with Rick Smith. Rick Smith had the Denver/Houston way of doing things, and Bill O'Brien had the New England way of doing things. And it sounds like, from Bill O'Brien himself, it sounds like he was pretty outspoken about the New England way of doing things.
Yeah, he was outspoken about the New England way of doing things, wanted to incorporate the New England way of doing things here, and he wasn't in New England anymore. But also the comments there show you that he's admitting, at least from what I can tell, he's admitting that maybe he should have yielded to Rick Smith. Like, not just that we didn't get along, but, hey, you know what? I might have been wrong about a thing or two. Like, maybe I should have listened to Rick. And maybe he also feels like Rick should have listened to him to some degree. But to me, there's an admission there that, despite us not getting along, there were probably some things that I could have stood to listen to at the time. And if I could go back, I'd do so. That's what I'm hearing from Bill O'Brien there.
Here's a part I couldn't wait to get to. Part about his time as GM of the Houston Texans, which ultimately was his undoing. I know they started out 0-4 in 2020, but they were 0-4 largely because of a roster that he and Jack Easterby had put together.
Yes. Take
a listen to there is a humorous element to this audio here. But O'Brien admits in this he probably shouldn't have been the GM.
That was a tough time in Houston. We were a good team. We made some decisions relative to the organization to try to fill the GM role. We went after some guys. We couldn't get them. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, we went a full year, I think, without a GM, really. Yeah. Myself and another guy did it. And then there was a year where they were like, well, we're just going to, we'll make you the GM. So in the end, that's not who I am. That's another lesson learned, right? Like, I didn't really enjoy being the GM. I didn't enjoy negotiating contracts. I in some respects, I lost relationships with some of the guys that I was coaching, because I didn't really enjoy that.
Mixing money.
In my opinion, there's very few guys in the history of football that can ever do that. Yeah. And they're the greatest of the greats. Mm-hmm. And, I feel like I'm a good coach. I know how to coach. I think you guys know that. But those things I'm not great at. I can evaluate talent. I know how to evaluate talent, but I shouldn't be negotiating contracts and things like that. So in the end, that was a mistake by me, and I wish I really didn't do that, to be really honest with you.
Me and another guy.
Yeah, me and another guy. I just want to add, we wish you didn't do that.
I'm a people person.
Yes.
Wait, who was it? Who's the other?
I'm a people person.
Oh, that wasn't just another guy. It was a people person.
Yeah, it's funny how he goes another guy, like the guy either didn't have a name or like we wouldn't recognize it. Like it just.
Or he can't bring his lips to say the guy's name.
Or he didn't remember it. Yeah, one of those. Yeah,
That's funny right there. I laugh at that all the time.
Yeah. It's kind of fun. We can laugh about it now because the Texans are good at football again. But
I do want to point out that he said he wished he hadn't have done that. So do we.
Yeah, no, you're not alone, Bill.
We also wish you hadn't have done that.
You're not alone.
You and the other guy.
Well, and the part where he's like, he didn't like negotiating contracts. Yeah, no bleep. That's why everybody got overpaid.
Yeah.
You didn't like doing it, so you're like, fine.
Yeah.
Here, Randall Cobb, $27 million over 3 years. Fine.
The contracts that he issued out gave the impression that he didn't like negotiating them.
Yes.
Because they did not feel heavily negotiated. Right?
Well put. Yes. They did not feel heavily negotiated. All right. So after that cut, I'm like, all right, Bill's realizing some things. He's not trying to say, he's not making excuses for his time as general manager, right? He's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been a general manager. I like coaching. And I think, he wasn't a great NFL coach. People don't like hearing this. He wasn't a bad NFL coach. He was an average NFL coach. He did some things well. He did some things poorly. When his teams were leading at halftime, you could book it. They were going to win that game. Like he was good in little close games on the margins. Wasn't great in the playoffs. Wasn't great against good teams. Made some curious calls in playoff games like the Watt Cat and the fake punt.
Yep.
Chiefs were big beneficiaries of Bill O'Brien in the postseason.
Yep. Justin Reed, before he ever won Super Bowls at or with Kansas City,
running fake punts.
Was running fake punts on the Chiefs' way to winning their first one.
Do you think when Justin Reed got signed by Kansas City to 3 years, $30 million, Chiefs fans were like, is that the guy that was running the fake punt?
Hey, we know that guy. Hey.
As long as we don't run a fake punt with him, we kind of like this guy.
Yeah.
And then Bill O'Brien goes into hey, it wasn't all bad, my time as GM in Houston.
When we were running it at the Houston Texans, yeah, we made some controversial decisions, but, we made some good decisions, too. We traded some top picks for Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil is one of the greatest left tackles in the history of the game, in my opinion. And he still plays there. I don't think he gave up many sacks this past year.
Yeah.
So there's other examples of guys that we brought in there that were really good players that we made decisions as when I was general manager or when I was doing it with somebody else. So it wasn't like it was all terrible. Now, the media
you're going to get
it's terrible.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, exactly. But for me, right, exactly. But for me, just personally, it's more about being a coach,
right.
And that's what I love to do. That's who I am.
There's no media narrative, dude. You left behind a nuclear wasteland for Nick Caserio to come in and have to clean up for 2 years. So that part, man, I watched a lot of this podcast. I'm like, man, I'm enjoying Bill O'Brien on here. Like, he's a good interview. I'm enjoying hearing his journey to Boston College, what he's learned in his time, all the great players he coached. He had some good stuff on being with Tom Brady in there and stuff like that. And then come on, man, the media narratives around your time as general, and then for him to look over as a voice of sympathy, Christian Hackenberg, who's like, oh yeah, trust me, I know those media narratives. You were one of the worst quarterbacks in football. You two were both two of the worst people at your jobs. That's not a narrative. Those are statistical facts.
And he wants credit for trading for Laramie Tunsil, which obviously Laramie Tunsil's a great player and all of that. Everything he said, okay, fine.
2 firsts and a second for him.
He gave up 2 firsts and a second for Laramie Tunsil. And that speaks to the earlier point he was making about like how he shouldn't be negotiating contracts.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be negotiating the terms of a trade either.
Oh my
because
God.
he traded 2 firsts and a second for Laramie Tunsil, who I think Laramie Tunsil himself would agree and admit that was a lot for Laramie Tunsil. Like, I think even at the time there was a pretty well-known story of him looking at the board when they told him what he was being traded for. And he's like, I'd trade me too.
Yes.
If that's what the haul was going to be. And then also, of course, I don't know if we've gotten to this yet, but the terms of the most infamous trade that he made. Another example of things that he should not have been negotiating.
The DeAndre Hopkins trade. The DeAndre Hopkins trade where they traded D-Hop for a second-round pick and David Johnson's full contract. David Johnson, who had not had a good year in 3 years prior to that.
Yeah.
2016, I think, was his second year in the league, was his big all-pro season.
Yep.
Then he missed a year. And then by the time he came back, Steve Wilkes is the head coach, and then Cliff Kingsbury's the head coach. And by all accounts out of Arizona, David Johnson just kind of lost his love for football, or at least it appered to be that way from the way he was running and the way he was playing and carrying himself.
Yeah, he was cooked at that point.
He was cooked, yeah. But he came here, still lives in Houston. I did not know that.
Yeah.
He was on this Kay Adams podcast.
Yeah, and I see him. I've seen him ran into him, I think, we were searching for Halloween outfits for our kids. I ran into him at a Party City or something like that.
Yeah. So, that era of Texans football where Bill O'Brien's like, hey, man, it wasn't all bad, all right? It wasn't all bad. Hey, David Johnson, what was the lowest point of your NFL career?
It was probably, honestly, it was the trade, the Hopkins trade coming to Houston and thinking that it was going to be, Houston the year before. I think they made it to like the second round of the playoffs. And then going through that season, I mean, we fired our head coach 4 games in, and it was just no one really wanted to be there. It was a tough season. And, obviously with the trade of the Hopkins trade, everyone was, I literally had to delete social media because people assumed that I was part of wanting to trade and do that trade. And, obviously when the season started, going downhill for the Texans, it was a rough season. It was a rough time. Luckily I did have my wife and my family supporting me and backing me up and being there for me through all that, hardship.
Yeah, man. So I do feel bad for him in that way because like he didn't live up to what I would say the expectation would be on a return for DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh God, no.
But man, that wasn't he should not have been in that position. Like he was, or more than anything, he was just kind of like a vessel. The frustration with him was really just a vessel to being frustrated with the circumstances that led you there. And that was the decision makers making the bad decision to do it in the first place.
Yeah, just everything along with it. And I think, too, like, once he started playing, you could see, like, all right, this is, like a lot of what people were telling us from Arizona. Like, it looks that way right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just he does not look like the same guy that was out there running over people in 2016. You look at David Johnson's 2016 highlights. Holy crap, you can see why they paid him.
Oh, it's an all-time year.
It's incredible. He led the league in yards from scrimmage. He was amazing.
But he wasn't just that patent. Like, go look at it if you don't remember it. I mean, he looked
legit.
He looked like the prototype.
Yes.
He really did it. That specific year, he absolutely looked like. I want to say that there's some aspect or element of that season that's in the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't know, some memorabilia or something from David Johnson's 2016 season went to Canton.
I think he was the only player to rush, receive, and return for a touchdown, maybe in the same game or the same season or something like that.
There is something quirky about his
like
season
week 2,
there.
he talks about that. Like, I never when he announced his retirement like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. From the time they put my cleats in my jersey in Canton, and I was like wondering, they did? What for? It was for that.
Yeah.
It was for something about rushing, receiving, and returning for a touchdown.
An all-time great year, but it was just the 1 year.
Yeah. It was tough. All right.
Poor David Johnson, man.
He ain't that poor.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely
he ain't
not.
that poor.
Drove a nice car from what I could tell, and
did he?
Yeah, oh yeah. Good family man though. Man, Bill O'Brien. Why you had to do that to David Johnson, Bill O'Brien? Why you just didn't leave him in Arizona, man?
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. It is 6:10 day. Rich Lord going to join us in about 25 minutes or so. The great Rich Lord. We will get his memories of time with the station, coming on board with the station. Rich is as OG as it gets. I know we call Lopez the OG.
Oh no, Rich is
the OG.
Rich,
like 1996 OG, like big time. Yeah. I'm anxious to hear that. If you're people curious about the history, the early history of the station.
Oh yeah,
Rich Lord. He's one of the few that's still left around that can tell us that history.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, we'll do that in about 25 minutes or so. But up next, Nick Caserio is on with us on Friday in studio. You want to feel good about one free agency signing and one of your draft picks? Nick Caserio's got stories, man, and we've got them for you coming up next. Oh, Prize Picks, month of June right now.
details.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. I feel really good, Brandon, about the moves that the Texans have made this offseason, the guys they brought in. It's interesting because the biggest names are Stephon Diggs, Danielle Hunter, and Joe Mixon. And yet I feel like the one that has gotten talked about the most, like when you're just talking generalities about acquisitions or you talk about the defensive side of the football, and even when you talk with C.J. Stroud about the defensive side of the football, the name Azeez Al-Shaair continues to come up with this team. I think he's definitely going to be one of the captains of this team. I've made that prediction. C.J. talks about how he talks to Azeez after practice. Will Anderson told a great story about Azeez Al-Shaair telling him to stop pouting after he jumped off sides in a drill. It sounds like really good leadership qualities here. And then Nick Caserio had this story on Friday when he was in studio with me and Seth.
So I was going to work out, do my workout, and Azeez was in there, and he has this ritual or habit where he puts on a weighted vest and he walks in the afternoon just to continue to work. And he was out there. He was on a phone, he was making a call or doing something, and he was doing his walk, and there was literally nobody around. So I think there's things behind the scenes that people don't see, and he's actually taken other players. I think he's taken C. Harris along the way, and they've done similar things. And really, that's an opportunity for those players to connect away from the field, away from the meeting room, and just spend time amongst each other. And you can't put a price tag on that because in the end, it's about the players and the relationships that they establish. But
I feel it's a little bit of an alpha move too. That you wear a vest, but he's wearing a weighted vest, Nick. And guys talking. How much you vest today?
Nice down vest.
I had a 25-pound vest for my afternoon stroll.
I was gonna say, I had
his serves a purpose. Mine is more of a fashion statement.
You know about
that was pretty funny. That was a good moment on Friday.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like you can see thus far. Obviously, it needs to play out on the field. But from all the stories that you hear, you can see thus far why they've tried twice to sign Azeez Al-Shaair. Now, this was their second attempt at signing him, and they got this one. They hit on this one.
Yeah, and John Lopez on the midday show talks about the D'Amico effect. And I feel like all of us have talked about this to some degree, about the effect that D'Amico Ryans has on certain players. And this occurred with D'Amico and Azeez back in San Francisco. You know, like it wasn't just Fred Warner that D'Amico helped develop and mentor. It was that entire position group. Obviously, he was the linebackers coach before he was the defensive coordinator. And so, to me, there's a relationship there and a knowledge and understanding from D'Amico about Azeez and his makeup that I think informed how they felt about him last year and this year, and we're going to finally see it come to fruition on the field this year. However it looks, one way or the other, this guy's going to be a leader on the team.
Yes, without a doubt. Another guy we know that they like a lot, from C.J. Stroud to D'Amico Ryans to Nick Caserio in this rookie class, Cade Stover.
Yes.
And we asked Nick about that because Cade had shared the story on Texans All Access about how CJ was reaching out to him, not after he got picked, but before he got picked, saying something to the effect of, hey, we're coming to get you.
Yeah.
Nick was a little bit more, kind of not as pinpoint of like they were targeting Cade Stover. There were a handful of guys they targeted. Some of them started flying off the board at the beginning of day 3, and that's where they felt they needed to move up and go make that move. But we know that they love Cade Stover in the building. Yes. Love Cade Stover. And this was a funny story about Billy Davis, Texans linebacker coach, when they were in Indianapolis at the Combine. Billy Davis used to coach at Ohio State, and he had a nice draft recommendation for Nick Caserio back in February.
He landed in Indianapolis in the lobby at JW Marriott. Hey, Billy, great to meet you. Great to have you here. So we had some small talk. So he said, hey, look, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but like, there's one player that, we need to get in this football team, or should get in the football team, be Cade Stover. He recruited Cade. I said, Coach, don't worry about it. Like, we're on it. So this was a player that we knew that we So it really kind of confirmed what we were thinking.
That's cool.
And then every step along the way, was confirmation about Cade.
Yeah, and Nick had preceded that by saying that we'd been on him for a year already.
Yeah.
They were looking at Cade Stover last year, as a possibility.
And what does it say about the quality of a football player when so many coaches, execs, and teammates, players alike, think so highly of you, and you play a position that you're still new at?
Yeah.
That you don't even know the position that you play, but you have such a dynamic quality to you as a football player that it almost doesn't matter what position that you play to the people around you. Like, hey, whatever you tell this dude to do on the football field, you let him do it long enough, he's gonna be good at it. He's kind of got that feel of him, like whether they put him at tight end, line, whatever it is that they ask him to do, he's going to work hard enough to go out there and do it.
Yeah, because of all of the qualities that make him really good are things that translate at any position. The quality of teammate he is, the quality of athlete that he is.
I think a toughness element as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think what's interesting about that is it sounded to me like that was the first time that Caserio and Billy Davis had met in person.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe that D'Amico was the one spearheading all the hiring of the staff, which I think is something Texan fans like to hear.
Yeah.
Like, I think there was a fear before, like back in the day when Nick probably was making a lot of those types of decisions, the Coley era and things like that it would stay that way.
But it makes sense, though, right? Like, you get a more believable head coach, a more competent head coach, you would give him more autonomy.
100%. That Billy Davis, in the first encounter he has with the GM of his football team, feels like he can go out on a limb for a kid that didn't even play for him at Ohio State. He was a linebackers coach. Here he's a linebackers coach here. I'm assuming Cade Stover was not his position coach, at least the last 2 years at Ohio State. That in the first conversation be like, hey, man, I know we just met, but hey, you know who you should really draft? Like that says a lot that a brand new position coach would stake his reputation out there like that, right?
Yeah, well, but they did have him go play linebacker in one of those bowl games.
They did, yeah.
And so maybe that's part of it. Like, maybe that's a story of legends, how, hey, man, this guy switched positions, switched back, excelled, and again, to my point about this football quality of the guy, you're like, hey, man, this dude's just a dog on the field. Go get him.
I just know that if, let's say I got hired at a new station somewhere.
Yeah.
And they were still looking for, and they were looking for other hosts or somebody else in a position. For me, in my first conversation I would be having with, say, the general manager of the station, maybe the PD hired me.
Yeah.
My boss's boss, first time I'm ever meeting him or her. And I'm going, hey, look.
I ain't telling you how to do your job.
If I'm recommending, not even that. Just like if I know they've got an opening they're looking for somebody, which is what the draft is, you're filling openings. You have to be damn good for me in my first conversation with a person in a position of authority to unprompted recommend you for that job.
Yeah, you know what? It tells me a lot, or at least to me, it says something about the confidence that coach has in his own player evaluation, in his own football opinion, and in the individual player that he's talking about. Yep. Both of those things. That's actually an impressive thing to do. Is to, hey, I'm the new guy, but you know what? Let me tell you this. Let me tell you about this guy.
For sure. Text message, Sean, I was listening during the Section 610 days with Rich Lord and Kenny Hand from the paper formerly known as the Houston Post. That's from Ocho.
Yeah.
Section 610.
And you pull out a Kenny Hand reference. You are a day one. For
you
sure.
are a day one.
And, of course, Ocho is.
Hey, do we have my favorite Rich Lord moment queued up, Ben? Just real quick, we'll play this, and then we'll bring Rich in the next segment. This actually didn't go out over the air originally, but it has now many, many a time. Rich and I were recording an interview with former LSU head football coach Les Miles, and this is one of those, they were getting ready to come here and play in the bowl game, in the Texas Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who the sponsor was at that point, but it was during one of those off seasons where the Michigan job was open. Ended up going to Harbaugh, but Les Miles' name always came up for the Michigan job every time it came open, because he went to Michigan. He played for Bo Schembechler.
Right.
Here was Rich asking a question Les Miles did not want to answer.
Coach, I know you've got a lot on your plate getting ready for this game, and the last thing you needed this week was to answer questions about a possible job change. But it seems like every few years, and I think this is like the third time in the last 6 or 7 years, at this time of year specifically, you've had to say no. I'm not leaving LSU to go to Michigan. I know you played there. I know you coached there. I would imagine heading into the meat of recruiting season, this can be a little troubling at times. Did he hang up?
No.
Oh, Coach, I thought I heard a click. I thought you really didn't like that question.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah, does it become something that maybe even makes you wonder?
Excuse me. Do you have to understand? I am preparing for a great bowl game. I got a wonderful team, and I am taking my own time to do this. So you want to continue this interview, then let's do so, and you edit because this is being taped, and let's go. And don't ask that question. It's one of those things you should have asked me before we got on the air.
No problem, Coach.
Okay, I'll wait.
Dude.
It was tense, man. It's tense.
And it's funny because Les Miles was, at that point, I mean, he's Les Miles. You're a pro enough to be able to skirt around that question.
Well,
I'm surprised that that's the way Les handled it because I thought Rich kind of soft pedaled that, to be trying to ask a meaningful question. He soft pedaled that in a respectful way, I thought.
You got to understand, too, that Les Miles' image at that time, and probably still is to this day. It's not like people have heard that and changed their impressions of Les Miles for the most part, I guess. I don't know. But he was like, remember, he was kind of goofy, affable, fun Les Miles. Like if Bob Huggins did that, I'd be like, all right, well, that's Bob Huggins is angry at everybody all the time.
Right.
Or,
yeah.
If Saban did that, like Saban has a bit of a gruff exterior, even though we hear stories that maybe, he's a little more upbeat behind the scenes.
And I imagine that's why Rich felt comfortable enough to ask him the question.
Maybe so.
In part, and we could ask Rich, but I felt like that was part of it. It's like Les Miles is not some hard ass. We can ask him this question, and you'd be wrong.
All right, Rich Lord. He's going to join us in this next segment, 610 Day. My former co-host, couple decades plus here at Sports Radio 610. Very, very anxious to talk to. Looking forward to talking to Rich Lord. Stay tuned. That is coming up next. But first, Westmoreland and Sugarland, or as they like to call it, the city that Rich Lord built, Sugarland.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I am Sean Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Boy, I don't know if I picked the right Springsteen song to bring our guy on to, but if Rich Lord is coming on with us, he gets walkout music. Probably. I'm guessing, Rich, that Born to Run is probably not super high up your list because it's very popular, and I feel like when people are diehards for different musicians, they tend to gravitate towards the songs that haven't been polluted by the average Joes like me and Brandon Scott.
Yeah, because this is the Guitar Hero go-to.
Yeah.
We played the mess out of this on Guitar Hero, say, circa 2010.
I should have texted you before. I should have texted Rich before he came on. Rich, what song should I have picked for you to come out to for Springsteen?
Oh, Born to Run is fine. It's no big deal. It's not exactly a deep cut, though, you know?
No, but it's Ben, did you pick that or did I pick that?
You suggested it.
I suggested it. Okay, I knew.
finalized.
Yeah. I got in Ben's ear, Rich, and I said I think we need some Springsteen to bring Rich on to. Okay,
You got to make it palatable for the casuals, though.
Yeah.
You don't. I don't know if you can do deep cut right now.
I don't want to go off on a tangent here, guys, but me and Bruce have had a bit of a falling out.
What happened?
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you heard about the pricing scandal, I guess you could say, that surrounded the last tour. Let's just say I paid a little over list price for my last tickets, and I'm not too happy about it.
So are you going back? Is this it for the two of you, or are you in therapy? Where are we at now on this?
I haven't quite decided, but I am definitely disillusioned. I mean, did you see the quote in Rolling Stone?
What do you
So
say?
when he was asked about all this Ticketmaster stuff and the ridiculous pricing, his quote was, "I'll tell you what. Somebody comes to one of my shows and they don't have a good time. On the way out, I'll give them their money back."
Okay.
Which is maybe the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Bruce might have his head up his rear a little bit, but I would say this though, Rich: be mad at Ticketmaster and hope that the government gets its way, because the government's going after Ticketmaster. All right. So it might not be for long where Ticketmaster is able to bing you over the way that they did in this particular instance.
I was very happy to hear about that lawsuit. They deserve to be sued. They're a freaking monopoly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Man, I just can't believe that Rich is sideways with the Brewster
That's
right
not
now.
good.
That's big news.
That's
That's
good.
big news. Hey, Rich, we played, bumping out of the previous segment, we played the time that you and I were interviewing Les Miles, and you asked him about the Michigan opening.
I thought you handled that well, Rich. I don't know what he was so mad about, man. You handled that like a pro. Are we still on? What?
Yeah. Did he hang up? Oh, no.
Oh, my God. That was unbelievable.
That was unbelievable. So, Rich, we're getting a lot of texts today from people reminiscing about the station, and your name is coming up a ton on the text page, obviously. People as far back as the Section 610 days with you and Kenny Hand back in the day, pre-internet and everything else. Yeah, it's just... Rich, for those who don't know, like the story, you were doing radio before 610, obviously, KTRH and on Oilers coverage and things like that. But give us the story just like of what it was like back in those early days here and the decision you had to make to come to what at the time was essentially like a startup radio station for the most part.
That's exactly what it was. And there's, any conversation about the history of this station really begins with, and Sean, I know you know who he was, Brandon, I'm not so sure, but Dickie Rosenfeld is the guy that has to be mentioned when you talk about this station. I mean, I'm sure you guys are aware that it's 30 years, 1994, since Dickie launched the all sports format. And that was the first station in Houston to do that. But Dickie Rosenfeld was the guy who in 1965 brought the Beatles to Houston. Dickie Rosenfeld was the guy when about 15 years later, 610 was still a music station, but was the Oilers' flagship station, organized the rally at the Astrodome to welcome back Pastorini, Campbell, Bum, and the Oilers. And then in 1994, he's the guy that launched the first all-sports station in Houston. So by the time he came looking for me as someone to work at 610, he was a Houston radio legend. And, if Dickie Rosenfeld gave you a phone call, you definitely called back and wanted to know what he had to say. So that was number one. He was the guy that convinced me it would be a good idea to do so. But yeah, you're right. In 1995, when I joined the station, all sports radio was pretty much still in its infancy and not necessarily a proven long-term format for a radio station. So a leap of faith is a good way to put it, because I felt like I was at KTRH and, there was no pressure to leave. I was in a good spot. The Rockets had just won a second championship and we were the flagship station. So leap of faith is a good way to put it, but without question, the best decision I ever made in the business.
Rich, what do you think about the way the business is changed? I'm curious, just from somebody who was there, especially from basically the beginning of the format here in the city now. I look at us now and we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're basically everywhere. And the radio business is changing as, a Hall of Famer, as a radio lifer like yourself. What do you make of the changing of the business and of the industry?
I think I can sum it up with one question. What the hell is Twitch?
It's an app. It's a video. How do I explain this to Rich?
I figured that.
You knew that, Rich. You're yanking my chain. You knew that. You know what Twitch is, Rich.
He may not have. I don't know.
Let's play it.
I've heard of it. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is.
But think about that, though. That's amazing.
Obviously, it's another form of social media, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Which, as Sean will tell you, is something I didn't exactly jump on the bandwagon of when it came
Guy wouldn't shut up on Twitter. That's all he did was tweet all day during the show, Rich Lord. My God.
Rich, you can watch us on your phone and take it into your car and have us on video in your car.
That's just what Rich wants, too. I can tell.
Well, honestly, guys, when I listen, and I'm sure a lot of people are just like me, it's not like I jump in my car and throw on the AM radio.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I'm connecting through the internet and listening that way. So that's probably the biggest thing, because I was a little worried too when social media came about and all the podcasts and all the streaming came about. I definitely wondered, because our bread and butter for decades was people jumping in their cars, either driving to work or coming back from work, and putting on their AM radio and listening to us. But it almost feels like now there's even greater access to the programming than there used to be, which is encouraging to me for the medium, because I know there's other things going on with regard to radio that are the opposite of that, are discouraging versus encouraging.
No, you're right. Absolutely. Rich Lord, Hall of Famer, joining us here on Sports Radio 610 on 610 Day. Rich, favorite memories from your time? You were, people who don't know, you were the Texan sideline reporter for a number of years. The station had the Astros back in the day, which I know was a huge deal in the early days for 610. Like when you get a chance to sit back and think of the couple of decades plus that you were here, what are the things that jump out at you?
Well, you mentioned the sideline gig, and for 7 years, out of the 24 years I was at 6, and 7 of those I spent as the sideline reporter. And I don't know if there was a better gig in those 24 years than those 7 years on the sideline, traveling with the team. That included basically the best years of J.J. Watt's career and the first 2 trips to the playoffs. That was a lot of excitement. That was very, very cool. But as far as going back further than that, like I said, when I took the job, kind of a leap of faith. Nobody really knew who we were. Did not have any numbers in the ratings, but 2 things happened very early on, and Dickie Rosenfeld was responsible for both of them. Number one, the Jim Rome show. And Jim Rome is not what he used to be, but Jim Rome in 1997 was one of those things where you would get in your car, turn on the radio, and go, what the hell is this? It was so different than anything we'd ever heard with regard to sports talk. And that immediately gained us a bunch of new listeners. And then the other thing was something you mentioned there, Sean. A year after I took the job in 95, in 96, Dickie negotiated a 3-year deal for us to be the flagship station for the Houston Astros. And those 2 things, being the Astros station and then Jim Rome, are really, I look back on as the 2 things that put the station on the map, that really gave us some momentum, and we really took off from there.
Yeah, that was huge. That was my P1 listening days, Rich. Back in those late '90s, there showing up and everything.
Yeah, Adam Wexler was my producer on Sports 10 on 610 Clubhouse Extra after Astros games.
Yeah, dude, I found a Star 610 T-shirt in our storage unit the other day.
Wow,
Star 610. You remember when you guys were Star 610 back in the day?
It'd be nice if that was actually worth something now, but probably not.
I'm going to get you to sign it, and that baby is going on eBay, Rich. I'm telling you right now.
You know what? We still get good crowds at our remotes. You would be surprised as a giveaway or
that's true.
Like somebody would value that in some kind of way.
Yes,
I can promise you that.
Hey,
yeah, I'm joking. I would probably value it, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I'm going to hang on to it then. Next time I see you, you guess what you're getting. Guess what your Christmas present is this year, Rich?
There you go.
At least you're not going to make me pay for it.
Rich Lord joining us. Hey, Rich, I'm curious, as one of your former co-hosts, do you ever sit down like at dinner with Jenny? Have you ever like over a bottle of wine and sat down and said, all right, let's power rank these? How many were there, Rich? Like 6? Let's power rank these 6 schmucks here and see what. Do you ever go back and look? How do you view like the prism that you view the various co-hosts that you had? Like did you fun with each of them? Like as especially as someone who was one of them, I've been very curious about this.
Yes, I'm not just being politically correct when I say this. I enjoyed my time with everyone I worked with. I really did. I mean, I cherished it. Even Josh Ennis.
We were waiting on that one.
Well, we've been getting a lot of that on the text page, Rich. So that's
Listen, people might be disappointed in some ways to hear this, but Josh and I are good right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're friends. We're totally good right now. It didn't end well when he left the station. I guess that was at the end of 2012. Was that right?
2013. Yeah.
13. That's right. It wasn't too good when he left. But I think for a lot of people that listened to the show back then, that might have been part of the appeal. Like they would tune in each day to see what kind of an argument he and I would get into, and some of them were pretty silly. But I can say this: none of them were fabricated. It was all organic, truthful stuff. He's 30 years younger than me. It did not sometimes go well, but I got to tell you, I'm not, Sean, this is uncomfortable for me because you're part of this conversation.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to say it. Josh might have been the most talented guy that I ever worked with.
Yeah.
I mean,
he did.
No, I can take that for sure.
He was incredible. Some of the things that he was able to pull off on air. I mean, some people, I'll give you this. It was more fun with some than it was with others. And with Josh, at times it was not fun, but I do look back fondly on our time spent together, and we've had some conversations. I've been on his show, and we're totally good. And like I said, that might disappoint some of the people who remember the show, but we're totally good. And I don't have any issues with anybody I ever worked with. I feel fortunate to have been in that position.
Yeah, hey, look, as a P1 of that show and as somebody who did enjoy rubbernecking to see what was going to be the next car crash that was show between the two of you guys,
Yeah.
I can say I definitely listened in part for that reason. It did add to the entertainment value of the show. So I thank y'all for putting up with that for as long as you did.
I mean, it got heated on more than one occasion.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was it got kind of ugly on more than one occasion. But again, probably, like you said, one of those things where people tune in to see the wreck at a NASCAR event.
Right.
And people would tune in to hear how we were going to lock horns.
The show was successful, for sure.
It really was.
Yeah, big time. Rich Lord, Hall of Famer, held it down here for 2.5 decades in afternoons on Sports Radio 610, and I am proud to say I was with him for 5 of those years. One of the best experiences I've had in any profession, radio or outside of it. Rich, was getting to do radio with you every day, so really appreciate you jumping on with us today, man. Hopefully it's not the last time we hear your voice on these airwaves.
Thank you, guys. I enjoyed it.
You bet. Thanks, Rich Lord. Love you, Rich. Appreciate you. The great Rich Lord joining us here on Sports Radio 610.
Me, man. Hey, look, I can die happy.
Yeah.
I am in hog heaven, man. I'm on with Rich Lord and Sean Pendergast.
Now we got the other third of the triple threat coming on at 9:20.
9:20, yeah.
Ted Johnson's going to join us.
Somebody tell my mama I made it.
We went a little over with Rich, but it was worth it. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Ted Johnson joins us around 9:20 on the show. All right, a huge decision coming today in coaching. Does this reshape the way that this sport ends up looking at coaches, both at the college and pro level? We will discuss that coming up next.
Oh, the questions that run through your mind at night. Will you have enough money when you retire? When's
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, that was fun. That was a lot of fun having Rich on. Hopefully not the last time. Rich Lord, if you missed it, just joined us. 610 Day. Ted Johnson's joining us in about 20 minutes or so. So that'll be fun as well. Some folks asking, what's Rich up to? Why didn't you ask? Rich is retired. Rich is living his best life, man.
Yeah, man.
Daughter's married. He's traveling.
Rich is where everybody else is trying to get to.
Dude.
He's where we're all trying to go at some point.
We're all chasing Rich right now, man. We are all chasing Rich. Just like in the ratings in the afternoon for years and years. Now at the Arbitron of life, we're all chasing Rich Lord.
Indeed.
Yep. So good to talk to him. Several people saying, can you guys please play Rich Lord's El Campo touchdown call from back in the early 80s? Why, of course, ask and ye shall receive.
First and 10 from the El Campo 42. Mark Reese wide right. They got to give Bartosh time to throw. And on first down, he will roll right. He's got time, goes down the sideline to Sammy Tolden, who's open. Tolden at the 20. There he goes! Touchdown! 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 El Campo wins! El Campo wins! Touchdown! 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 El Campo wins it! Sammy Tolden! Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown!
Hey, what is Rich doing today? Not that. Not yelling like that anymore.
No.
That is the pure passion and drive of loving what you do and loving sports. A young Rich Lord can't beat it.
Can I just tell you, as I'm listening to that, it's the first time I've listened to that in a while. My emotion, my prevalent emotion when I listen to Rich calling that is I get angry at Al Michaels. For not being able to put in 1/100th of that emotion into a job that he's getting paid, quite honestly, literally a million times what Rich probably got. Rich probably got paid $18 to do that game back in the day. Al Michaels makes $18 million. You know, like that's...
And it looks like 6 points.
Rich...
6 points for the offense.
Rich was screaming that like he had been the play-by-play voice for El Campo football since, for 50 years, and that he'd been a fan, like he went to high school there. Maybe his dad was the coach at one point, like Friday Night Lights.
He sound like he breathed it, like he lived and died by it.
Yeah.
Which is, when you get a touchdown call like that, that's the type of effort that you expect.
Legend.
Yeah, man.
Legend.
Look, and I do wonder, like for Rich, at what point in the business, in the industry, did he find himself like not able to give that kind of, because eventually, it's
hard to do that every day.
It is hard to bring that level of intensity, that level of energy, man. But man, that is an all-timer.
This Danny Hurley thing is a big deal, I guess, as we watch ESPN in studio here.
Yeah, man. The coach of the Lakers, man.
Danny Hurley, is he yet? Yeah.
He could be. He could become that.
He's making a decision today, and he could become the coach of the Lakers. I'm assuming for a contract that is among the highest in all the NBA.
Yes.
Because Hurley himself is among the highest in college basketball right now. This will be a very interesting decision as far as how it kind of shapes things moving forward, because Hurley is a different type of head coach. Like, Hurley's not anybody I would think you would look at his style of coaching and his personality and say, that guy's earmarked for the NBA someday.
Yeah.
Where Brad Stevens kind of was, like when he was at Butler, even-keeled guy, very cerebral guy.
Analytical guy. And the
guy.
league was leaning toward that way at the time.
Hurley's very much an emotion-based guy, real smart basketball guy, but like very in your face, very un-NBA like.
Yeah, very in your face, un-NBA like. I would agree, but also his players swear by him, and so I do wonder if that's kind of the thing that they're leaning into, or if it's just not wanting to. Like I think, Sean, there's got to be something to not wanting to recycle all of these other head coaches the way, like what the trend around the NBA is. It's like, let's fire
Frank Vogel again.
Yeah, but let's hire Mike Budenholzer to replace Frank Vogel, which is basically the same guy with a different name.
There's gerbil wheel going on.
Yeah, and so I can appreciate them at least somewhat thinking outside the box, but still wanting to go get a proven and established coach which Dan Hurley would check both of those boxes.
Yeah, and him coaching, at least for a time, it would appear, LeBron James.
Yeah.
You know, not just NBA players, but like the face of the NBA for the last 20 years. You know, how does Bronny fit into that? You know, like how I would think if you're hiring Dan Hurley, it means you're towards the end of this LeBron thing here. You're hiring Dan Hurley to do more of a developmental kind of thing.
Oh, you would expect whether it's Dan Hurley or whoever it is, but certainly if it's Dan Hurley, that guy is going to outlast LeBron.
You would hope.
I mean, LeBron's going to be 40 this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you would expect that the next coach is going to outlast LeBron. But, yeah, how that dynamic plays out this year, you know, in some of the final years of LeBron, or if Bronny ends up there, that is going to be interesting.
Dude, I just know as somebody, I grew up in Connecticut. My dad used to work for the athletic department for a number of years at Connecticut. I know how much it means to that state to be back not only on the college basketball map, but be the dominant program. This is going to kill them up there if he leaves and goes to the Lakers. Kill them up there.
Yeah, but this is one of the few jobs or one of the few circumstances, situations that would lure you away from that type of success.
Would you take it?
I mean, he's a guy up there. Yeah, I would go coach the Lakers.
I 100% would.
Yeah, I'd go coach the Lakers.
Dude, being a head coach in college sports these days, I mean, it pays a lot. Don't get me wrong. There's worse jobs, obviously, but
so do the Lakers
compared to right. Well, and you're not, you're not having to manage a transfer portal. Guys are under contract.
Yeah.
NIL. You know, you don't have 18-year-old kids coming up with their handouts saying, "Where's my $250,000?" You know, that's all baked into the NBA. Like there's contracts like this. And now the schools are paying players, you know, not just like legally paying players in addition to the NIL. Like, screw that. You're never coaching.
Yeah, it's so tough that you would embrace the drama of, just LeBron and his son.
Oh, that's it?
And just LeBron and
the
a little
Buss
bit
family?
And a little bit of nepotism?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, give me that.
I'm good. And for how much?
Yeah.
Oh, 3 times what I'm making?
Give me Nepo babies over NIL babies.
I would take it, too. Do you think Hurley takes it?
Yes.
I think he does, too.
I do.
I think he does, too.
I think he takes it.
I think he would have turned it down by now if it wasn't getting to a point where he could take it. Larry's in Stafford. Appropriate, I think, to have Larry and Stafford jump on 610 Day. Larry, who's probably as close as anybody out there in Houston, probably the highest percentage of possible minutes listened to over the last 30 years. I would say those analytics favor Larry and Stafford right now. What's going on?
610 legend in his own right.
That's
What's up,
right.
Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Sean B. Scott? I'm going to get to all them analytics in just a minute, but Mrs. Hurley might want to go ahead and start calling them Mayflower moving trucks up there to stores, man, and get ready to head to L.A. because the amount of money them Lakers are going to throw at him, man, there's no way you don't take that job, especially when you get an opportunity, because we know what bluegrass franchises look like in the NBA, and those elite ones like Boston and Houston and L.A., yeah, I threw my squad in there, man. You take them kind of jobs, man. So I'm looking forward to Hurley going over to L.A. But I had to call in, man, because you're absolutely right, man. It's 610 Day, and I've been on this station a whole lot, Sean. And I remember back in 98, man, when Cavalier Nathan hit the Jim Rohn show, man, and all hell broke loose over there, and Iron Frady and all them boys was like, who the hell is this? And then the next year, I think you won that thing. And then I think Rome came to town at Minute Maid Park, and we turned it out over there, man, and with Rome and everything. So 610 has been on the dial for a long time, man. And just the personalities that came through, because I remember that night after we beat them Cowboys ass 19-10, and we was fired up, man. And I may have made a phone call that night. I'm almost positive I did, because at any time we could have kicked them Cowboys ass, and then it being our first game, you know this city was lit up. So I've been able to listen to a whole bunch of things, man, and just enjoy this experience with 610, man, because, you know, when we moved away from just FM radio, man, we was just trying to get to our sports, man, because the Rockets was popping, and I think the Oilers was getting ready to leave. So we was just grabbing for anything that just to keep us connected to our sports franchises, man. So big shout out to Dickie Rosenfeld, Rich Lloyd, all you boys that have put some time in and really doing this thing the right way, man, because 610 has always been a fun listen. But I cannot hang up this phone without talking about that damn Bill O'Brien interview. You know I watched it. And I listened to it, because I remember when they was trying to sell us on Christian Hackenberg, man. And I remember when they was trying to sell us on Bill O'Brien, save Penn State, and all that other stuff. But here's the part that I really appreciated. When y'all played that David Johnson interview afterwards, David Johnson was Jose Abreu before Jose Abreu was Jose Abreu in Houston. Because we knew he was washed when he got here. And we gave up a whole bunch of stuff in D-Hop to get him here. So I appreciate Bill O'Brien finally acknowledging how dumb his ass was with some of those contracts and trades, because we already knew it, Billy O. Now you're sitting up there at Boston College, looks like you start eating a little better, you don't have all that stress, and you're bringing your click back. But it's okay to mention how bad Jack used to be ass was, because we all knew it too in our howl.
Appreciate you, Larry. So if the Texans go on a tear here in the next 10 years, obviously everything we went through for the last 3 years before 2023 was well worth it, right?
Yeah.
Do you go through that level of torment? If you guarantee somebody a Super Bowl in those 10 years, of course you go through it. That's the ultimate. I just want to be here for one of them.
Yeah.
I just want to be here for a Super Bowl. I've said this many times. My bucket list in this business now is to check the box, did a post-game show for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so of course you do that, but what about the unknown? Like, are we cool with the last 3 years before CJ to put us where we are right now? We have no guarantee of anything. Would you have gone through it to get into the position you're in now with the head coach and the quarterback who are the envy of almost everybody in the NFL?
I already made that
get the
decision.
pieces.
I made that decision in that divisional game when they beat Cleveland.
Okay.
So
it was worth it.
I've actually asked and answered this question on my own. So I asked myself and answered it myself. Okay. So I'm a little crazy, but that's cool. Did that night, literally somewhere around Christian Harris's pick six, somewhere around that time. I was like, you know what? Those last few years, this is what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
This is absolutely worth it. So would I want to do it again? Am I glad it happened? Did I think it was all 100% necessary? Absolutely not.
Getting too old.
No, I don't. But yes, if you can tell me on the other side of it, you're going to experience this 100%. I know you said you want to do the Super Bowl post-game show. Obviously, I don't do the post-game show, but I would settle for just living in the city where the Super Bowl was won, or that houses the team that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, man.
I would want to check that off my bucket list.
No doubt. All right, Ted Johnson. We heard from Rich Lord a little bit earlier. The other third of the triple threat jumps in with us. Teddy J is up in Boston now, doing radio up there. So we'll get his thoughts on 610, the 30-year anniversary, and find out what's going on with old Teddy J up in New England. We'll do that coming up next. You know what's going on with Dr. Ben Salento? He's helping people out, getting rid of that noise you're hearing right there.
610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'll turn that up, Ben. There we go. Yeah. Preferred guests get walkout music. We know that on this show. And there is no more preferred guest on this show than my former co-host and dear friend, as we welcome you back in, on 610 Day, June 10th, Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Good to welcome onto the show right now a three-time Super Bowl winner, a former one-third of the Triple Threat, and now a thriving Boston media personality, Ted Johnson, joining us on the show right now. Teddy J, what's going on, dude?
Sean, Brandon, it's good to talk to you boys. Thank you for that intro music. It's so great to hear your voice, and happy anniversary to the station that gave me my first opportunity to ever do radio. So I'm happy to be on with you guys, and hope you're doing well.
Yeah, no, we're doing great, man. We're doing great. We've got football season on the horizon. The team's good again, so we're all good. Teddy, we're going to talk. We'll talk about the Texans and everything else you got going on, but we just had Rich on like 40 minutes ago, Rich Lord. So we got the triple threat, all three check boxes checked off for the show today. But you mentioned it. This is the first place you ever did radio. Can you tell the audience like how that came to be? It was back in like around 2011, 2012, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sean. No, it was. I remember it like it happened yesterday. So what the impetus was for me to even come on Sports Radio 610 in the first place was, believe it or not, it was the tragic death of Junior Seau. So Junior Seau took his own life around that time that you're saying, 2011, and I'll never forget. I was helping my parents with their reopening of their restaurant there in Tomball, the Rib Tickler, and my stepmom came out into the dining room and said, Junior Seau has passed away. And so I started turning on the radio, and I wanted to hear what people were saying. And I turned on, of course, the 610, and I hear John McClain talking about it. And I thought, I was friendly with John back then. When I played for the Patriots, he'd come cover the Patriots at times, and so we became friends. And so I reached out to John to let him know I was in town, and he said, "Ted, why don't you come in here and talk about concussions and your struggle with head trauma?" And I did, and that was kind of my foot into the door, if you will. And Gavin Spittle gave me, a part-time gig on weekends, and so I did weekends, and then I did nights for about a year, and did a night show there with Fred Davis, and had a lot of fun. And then they elevated me, of course, up to with you and Rich for Afternoon Drive, which was great. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, you look back, I've been in Boston probably for about 5 years now. I moved back here to be back in my kids' lives. I was just missing too much, even though I had a great job there at Sports Radio 610. I really, really, really am grateful for the opportunity. Sarah Frazier gave me, and Gavin Spittle gave me. It was an opportunity that I at the time didn't realize maybe how good I had it. But now that I've been away for a while, I reflect. I really enjoyed my time there. I worked with some talented people. Sean, I think you're one of the best in the business. I just think I can listen to you all day. You're just an easy listen. Nick Wright, Rich Lord was doing it for 20 years. Mm-hmm. There was just so many really talented people working there. And so I really look back at my time there. I was only there probably about 6 years, maybe 7. But I look back with a lot of fondness and a lot of really, really good memories.
Ted, one of the things about you that I thought made you successful as a radio host was obviously you came with the expertise of a former player, a successful player, obviously with your time with the Patriots, but also there just didn't seem to be like any BS. The transition from being a player to being a commentator seemed to be, just from the outside, just from listening to you without knowing, seemed to be a rather seamless one for you. I'm curious if that's accurate, or like what was it about you that you felt like translated well from player to radio? You were able to make that transition.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You saying that, Brandon. Look, I think with me is I have a hard problem with telling the truth. Like I just like to tell it like it is, and at least through my eyes. And so I like to think that I'm authentic, and you get a pretty much a real kind of idea of who I am when I'm doing radio. I think I'm pretty much the same guy off the air as I am on the air. And look, I had media here in Boston playing here. Obviously, it's blood sport up here. Sports talk is blood sport, and I learned that as a player here. And so I enjoyed kind of going on the radio when I was as a player. I did a morning hit after every game for 9 out of my 10 years on the Greg Hill Morning Show here on WAAF. And so I was friends with guys in the media. Radio always appealed to me, Brandon. I grew up, my dad loved listening to sports talk and news talk. It was Paul Harvey and it was a big someone we listened to. So I was just used to that medium and I enjoyed it. And so it felt like a natural kind of fit for me. I like to tell stories. And so a lot of radio is just is storytelling. And so it became kind of a natural fit for me to do radio. And I was very, very lucky that I didn't play high school football in Houston. I didn't play college there or the pros, but people there accepted me as one of their own because I did have ties there. I grew up there for the first 12 years of my life, and my dad and mom still reside there in Tomball, right outside of Houston. So my love of football was rooted in going to Houston Oilers games in the Astrodome years ago, and I think that was enough for people to accept me as one of their own, even though I didn't play for any of the local sports teams.
Ted Johnson is joining us here on 610 Day, 3-time Super Bowl winner, and, of course, our former coworker here and friend at Sports Radio 610. Ted, I think one of the things, too, and I think Seth is this way as well, and Clint, former players who have spent time on this station is because we're the Texan station, I think we get labeled sometimes as being the football station when, in fact, we talk about all the sports here in town. And I think one of the things that I really respect about all of you guys in working with all of you is that you kept up to speed, not just kept up to speed, like you were fans of the other teams, watched the games through not only a former athlete prism, but a sports talk show host prism as well. Was that a big adjustment for you? Because you guys all make it look pretty easy mixing baseball and basketball into your, into the mix here on sports talk.
Yeah, I think, well, first off is I think these jobs are highly competitive. I do. I just think, you guys do a morning show in a big city like Houston on the best, the sports talk station in the city. Those are coveted jobs. And so I wanted to take my job serious, and I wanted to be more than a one-trick pony, and I wanted to be well-rounded. I struggle with some of the sports, like, there's not a hockey team in Houston, but up here in Boston, we have the Bruins, and I don't see hockey like I see football or I see basketball. So it's harder for me. So I got to watch it more and I got to study more. But baseball is that way to some degree. But I think part of it is just credibility, Sean. Like you want to be taken serious. You want to be well-rounded. And so if you care about your craft and you care about, you want to put a good show. And really it was kind of my competitive nature. I wanted the triple threat to be the best show in Houston and kill it in the ratings. And so, and I wanted to do my part, and I didn't want to be the cliche jock that just only talked about his sport. And so it was important for me that I was well-rounded and that I had the ability to talk the other sports. Now there's things that I miss, but a lot of people, as long as you kind of, as a former athlete, can give perspective from the player standpoint, that's really what you learn that fans care about. Maybe not, remembering stats and remembering, the starting lineup. If you can just talk about, how a player feels in different situations, people seem to appreciate that, that kind of, retrospect from former athletes.
Ted, what's your favorite triple threat moment? I listened to the show, was a loyal listener at the time. Life did not suck. I can say that as somebody who listened to most of the shows. for you, especially since all of this time has passed now, when you reflect on it, do you have a favorite top triple threat moment or even just a top moment from your time here at the station?
There's, it's a good question, Brandon. I have a lot of different favorite moments. I mean, we had a Rich Lord roast, which was excellent. We had, our trips to the Greenbrier, Sean. I loved when we got to do shows, away from our station. We'd go to do Radio Row, in New York and San Francisco. We did one right there in Houston. I loved all of our Radio Row shows, I always tell the story, Sean. I don't know if you feel the same way, but the Rob O'Neill interview.
Yep.
That we did. I forgot exactly where we were.
We were in Phoenix. It was 2015. We were in Phoenix at the Super Bowl. I'll never forget. It's on my list. It's on my notes in front of me, Ted. You and I both.
There you go. I mean, it is, John McClain is like, oh, hey, Teddy, you guys want to get the guy that shot Osama bin Laden on your show?
That's exactly how it happened.
Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
Yeah, he's here with his dad. I was like, yeah, we'll talk to him. And I feel like it was one of the first interviews Rob O'Neill ever did. I could be wrong, but it just felt like that was kind of one of the first interviews. And to be a part of that was incredible. And we've had so many amazing, people that we got to interview at Radio Row. But I'm not going to lie. I mean, probably my favorite was, we had a good little Airbnb there in the Greenbrier there in the mountains of West Virginia where the Texans were practicing training camp. And I loved that time with the boys in that setting. That was incredible. But those are things that really jump out. In our we do a lot of on location shows at different places. Twin Peaks, and that was always fun to go there and do our show. So tremendous amount of memories. And I tell you, I thought we had a good show. People seemed to really like the triple threat, and I was really excited to be a part of it, even though it was short-lived. It was still a lot of fun.
And we had a great time, man. We had a great time. Dude, I was thinking the same thing. Like, when I think of our time together, the Greenbrier always comes up first to me because those trips were so fun. Well, the picture that I put up on the post about today's show is me and you at the airport getting ready to go to the Greenbrier. And you and I, that I don't think Rich didn't make it that year for whatever. I think Rich's vacation coincided with the Greenbrier that year.
Oh, go figure.
There was one year where he didn't make it.
Yeah, right. I'm sure the text page will have a blast with that. But I remember it was me and you, and we were like, I just remember that we just had so much fun driving we flew into Charlotte and drove to the Greenbrier, and it was like a 3 or 4 hour drive, and I just remember me and you just jamming tunes, stopping at that little barbecue shack in the middle of nowhere and eating barbecue, and just all week long, man. Just go to practice, and we're like, man, how lucky are we? Like, this is what we're doing.
It's true. You and I have similar sensibilities, and that we enjoy the simple things in life and good company and good conversation, and in a setting like that. And you know what? And then a lot of people might remember that Sean, you and I did the post game for the Texans for 4 or 5 years, and that was it was a lot of fun. Look, I think we could be critical of that team. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we covered a 2-14 team.
Yep.
But we also, I think, did a good job of having relationships with the key figures on the team. Not so much that we couldn't be critical when we needed to, but enough so that if we wanted to invite someone on to come on with us, people were more than happy to do that. And so it's hard to find that balance, but I felt like our show really, really did that.
No doubt. Ted Johnson joining us on Sports Radio 610. And actually, Ted, we're burying the lead. The greatest thing to come out of the triple threat and your being with the station, for both the station and for you, was that you struck up a friendship with Lisa Ann. Let's face it. That might be the biggest thing, right?
Okay. I mean, can you give me my props on that? Just real quick. I mean, Lisa Ann is an amazing person, if you haven't figured that out. And Sean, you know that because you're good friends with Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember how that happened, right? I reached out to her on social just to see, you can always, you don't know until you ask, if she would come on with us. And she was couldn't have been nicer about it. And I don't know if you still have her on the show. I don't know.
We did it. We do. Every week during football season, she comes on and gives fantasy advice.
She's tremendous.
Yes.
And Rich Lord, one of the most skeptical people ever. I mean, he was not sure about this. Really, I don't know. And he's asking her on the first interview we had with her, he's asking her about players that are like third on the depth chart, they got drafted in the later rounds. And she's nailing it. Yep. She's got answers for everything. And she really proved herself right away that she was a valuable person to listen to when it comes to fantasy football. And so, wonderful person, right? And just an impressive lady when you consider, the transition from her first industry into what she's doing now. And she's just a cool person.
Yeah.
So Lisa's a great person. I'm glad that you guys still have a relationship with her. That's great.
Yeah. So I have you to thank because I've actually gotten to talk to Lisa Ann on the air, and so that's like a dream come true. As somebody that was in college in 2008.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you, Ted.
Yeah.
I thank you. I thank you.
Okay.
I'm a lot cooler
Brandon.
with my friends now because of that.
Right.
And I have you to thank. I appreciate it, man.
Brandon, it's my pleasure, my friend, my absolute pleasure. Trust me, it was one of the best kind of chances I ever took. Didn't think that she would ever return my direct message. She did, and so the rest, as they say, is history.
Teddy, Shoot Your Shot Johnson with us here on on Sports Radio 6. And hey, Teddy, before we let you go, how's everybody? How's the family, kids, senior, everybody else, man? How's the family?
Yep, senior. Thank you for asking, Sean. Senior is listening. Dad is doing great. They don't own the restaurant anymore. They sold it to a great couple. The barbecue restaurant that my parents owned for 40 years is now owned by this young couple, and they kept the name and a lot of the recipes. So if you're in the Tomball area, you want to stop in there, please do that. My kids are great, Sean. I moved back to Boston about 5-6 years ago, even though I had an awesome job there, co-hosting on the Triple Threat. I needed to get back to Boston to be in my kids' lives. They were just starting high school, and it was the right time for me to do it. And they're doing great. My daughter, she transferred from Wisconsin. It wasn't a great fit for her last year to Union College, a small school up in upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
Earned her way on to a lacrosse team, and then was a starting, defender by the end of the season. So I'm really proud for her. And then my son starts college at a really, really great small school called Middlebury, which is really a good school for smart kids, a hell of a lot smarter than his dad, and he's going to be playing soccer there in the fall. So a lot of good stuff. And then it was the perfect timing. I just fell into this new job a few weeks ago. I was offered a co-hosting position on a very kind of long. It's a WZLX. It's been a classic rock station here for 40 years. iHeart Radio owns the station. And they started a new morning show, and they wanted me to be a part of it. And so here's the kicker. I only work 2 days a week, and so they're easing me into it, which is great. But I'm having a lot of fun. It's not a traditional sports talk show, and so it's more of a challenge for me. But I'm enjoying that. So for me, thank God, everything seems to be going really well, Sean. So I appreciate you asking, and I know you're doing well, and I follow your kids, and my best to Amy and to your family and to your dad. But I miss you guys, I really do, and I will always appreciate what Sports Radio 6 did for my career, and I cut my teeth in sports talk at SR 610, and so I'm very, very grateful.
Good stuff. Well, Teddy, we miss you too. I'm glad to hear everybody's doing great. Hey, Ted, real quick, is the Rib Tickler still closed Sundays and Mondays?
I think it is still closed Sundays and Mondays.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they keep the same hours my parents did.
That was my favorite gimmick that we had on the show. Is anytime the Rib Tickler came up, I would look at you and I go, Ted, what are the hours of the Rib Tickler again? And you would go, thanks for asking, Sean. And they would get a free live read every single time. It was great.
It was great. And we got a lot of amazing advertising. My dad's listening to the radio right now going, shaking his head. It was invaluable. Between you asking and John McClain asking, it was they got a lot of free pub, man. They appreciate it.
All right. Well, at the latest, the next time we connect is before Week 6 when the Texans play the Patriots. But we'll talk well before then, I'm sure, Teddy. We love you, man.
You got it. Love you too, buddy. You be good, Sean. And
right.
Brandon, good talking to you. And say hi to everybody there. I miss all you guys.
You got it. You just did. Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate you. Ted Johnson. Yep. Appreciate you, Teddy, joining us here on Sports Radio 690. We went way over, but I think the audience is happy with that. Yeah. Ted Johnson,
definitely worth it. 100%.
One of the absolute best. All right, when we come back, we got a ton of texts. You know what? It's 610 day. I'm just going to read people's reminiscences of Sports Radio 610 before we hand it off to John Lopez and Mark Vandermeer. For In the Loop.
I dig it.
We'll do that coming up next. Men's T Clinic right now, mensteclinic.com. If you are a man looking to get your
start earning entries.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Happy birthday!
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People enjoy Ted Johnson. People loved hearing Rich Lord. They love hearing Ted Johnson. Text message, I miss Ted. Text message, did Teddy like it when y'all would change hosts for a day? I don't know. We haven't done that in a long time, like the potluck kind of thing, where you shift the lineup around.
I do remember that vaguely.
The last time we did it, I don't think we've done it since COVID. You know, like here, like I feel like we have pre-COVID and post-COVID.
Yeah,
it's with certain things.
Definitely a line of demarcation there.
Yeah, and not because we haven't done it because of COVID, but just like it feels like it's been longer than 4 years, like pre-2020. And I think the last time we did it, and I'm sure if we have listeners who are part of this, they'll text me or text in. I know Misty, who's a longtime listener, was one of the. We made like 3 or 4 different listeners, essentially program directors for a day.
Yeah,
and they got to draft their shows, and that was fun.
Yeah,
like to let listeners actually pick who does the show with whom.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we'll bring that back. But did Ted like it? I don't know. I bet Ted liked it okay. Ted was not someone who had to do – like, Ted, you could drop down with anybody and he could do a show. Like, he wasn't somebody that had to, that was very regimented or anything like that. I mean, he worked hard. He prepared for the show, but I feel like he could do a show with anybody.
You want audience engagement. Make the audience the program director for the day?
Yeah.
That's a hell of an idea.
Yeah, it was fun. Okay. They liked the story a lot that Ted told about Rich trying to ask Lisa really hard questions and her getting them right. Lou says, "Oh, Rich was a jerk to her, huh? Trying to throw her off, and she stuck it to him. LOL."
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but like Rich was asking like a lot of obscure player questions. It was almost like hazing. And she's like, "Yeah, well, he's probably not going to get as many touches in game, like blah blah blah." Like she was.
Yeah,
knocking it down. People don't realize, man, she prepares hard for that fantasy football stuff.
Yeah.
Text message, we're very happy with this segment. Man, I have goosebumps. Text that's very excited for Lopez and Vandy. That's coming up next.
I do too. I saw Vandy in the hallway.
You excited for that?
Man, I cannot wait. I remember that show as well. And of course, the show after them, Nick Rice is going to come on. Was a big fan of that. So, yeah, man, just seeing Vandy in the hallway after talking to Ted Johnson, knowing that Vandy's going to be on, knowing that Nick Rice is going to be on, we got a full day ahead of this. I got goosebumps and chills right now talking about it.
Yeah, me too. Love that we're going to get to hear Nick, all the success he's had. Really happy for him. He was very instrumental in getting me over here. I think his opinion mattered to folks at the time.
I should point out, him and Seth Payne. So I never ever lose sight of that, man. I am here in large part because before y'all ever heard my voice, I knew Nick Wright and Seth Payne, and that's part of the reason why I'm here.
Yep. Got over here as fast as I could, man.
Yes.
10.5 years. Holy smokes.
Dude, I cannot believe I literally remember like that whole thing since we've talked about it now. I remember the end of Josh and Rich and how it was going at the end. Josh announcing that he was going to Philly and all of that, and that you were coming over. And to think that that's been 10-plus years,
10+
to
man.
me is just a wild thought.
Yep. Crazy. People really enjoying this, though. Thing I remember about Rich Lord was his disgust for Taco Bell. Even though I enjoy the Bell, it made me laugh so hard that he would talk about it. Rich lost a bet and we made him eat a Mexican pizza one time from Taco Bell, if I can remember correctly.
That's what you get for losing a bet?
He didn't want to eat it. He's not a big Taco Bell guy. So we made him, I don't know if he lost the bet or we made him taste test it or something like that.
Did y'all sell him on the Mexican pizza, though? Because as far as trash food items go, that's a guilty pleasure, man.
Oh, big time. Yeah, you don't have to sell it to me. I'm good.
Man, I'm shocked that y'all had to make him eat such a
he's a kind of a bit of a
delightful item.
Bit of a Taco Bell snob.
I subsisted on Mexican pizza when I was in Miami.
Yes. When
I was between marriages, that's what I did.
Wait a minute. What the hell's going on
Is there such thing as Mexican pizza?
No.
Taco Bell would beg to differ.
Wrong.
Taco Bell would beg to differ.
Yes.
John Lopez and Mark Vandermeer. Okay, what was the on the timeline of Sports Radio 610? What was the footprint for the Vandermeer and Lopez?
October 4th, 2009.
Okay. That was my birthday.
Yeah.
All right. October 4th, 2009
Yeah.
through early June or late May of 2020.
Yeah, who says not to keep on giving?
That's a nice little run right there. And your run with the station, Vandy, I remember coming back here on business because I had left at that point to move to Denver, and I would come back here on business, and I would listen in the mornings, and you were on from 9 to 11, I want to say?
9 to 11. That's how they started me off, which was really, we could talk about that. That was really weird. Coming into the market, this is the only station. It's not like you're buried on some unknown station. This was it.
Yeah.
I'm on the blowtorch, 9 to 11, and it was really weird. I mean, John and Lance had to go on at 5:30. They loved me for that. Oh, thanks a lot.
Dude.
Thanks a lot, new guy. Now we're on at 5:30.
You were killing Granado's golf game.
9 to 11 was the greatest shift in the history of radio, though. You think about those hours.
Oh,
You know, you just get in, you just go, and you're done. And I had other things to do, of course, but it was fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man, you get to sleep, but then you also get to end your day early on top of it. You get the best of both worlds.
It was great. I did a couple of sports updates on Kilt on 100.3 FM, which was awesome. And then, they had Hudson and Harrigan still, the second incarnation, or I don't know how many incarnations.
Legendary country show.
But Rich was talking about Dickie Rosenfeld, and it brings up a lot of memories, all this stuff. And I was with Rich in the afternoons for a few years.
Yeah,
too.
for sure. So when you got the job as play-by-play guy for the Texans,
it was 9 to 11.
Right, but did you know that there was going to be a radio gig kicked in? Like, how did that all?
That was a huge part of the job to me, that I got to come here and host shows in addition to being the play-by-play guy, because I only get 20 games a year. Now, they're massive monster events, but I knew I wanted to do something else. In Miami, I was doing the Hurricanes, football, basketball, baseball, but I didn't have a regular show other than Hurricane Hotline once a week. So I wanted to come here and do a show,
Okay.
It was cool.
Yeah. Man, that's awesome. I remember those days, man.
That fits right with my timeline of listening to the station as well. Like right around 2009, I'm a second or third year in college, doing a little bit of radio in college. And so I actually remember that time as like not just the beginning of y'all's show, but my sort of introduction into being a P1 listener of Sports Radio.
My thing on the whole, how it started was Gavin Spittle, our former program director, genius that he was and is. I had to come in. I had a non-compete at another station, and they wanted me here, and McLean was a big part of that. And so he goes, "Would you want to come in and work with Vandermeer or try out with Vandermeer or whatever?" I said, "Absolutely." So we did two.
Yeah, two secret shows.
Coming in at 9 p.m.
Under the cloak of darkness.
9 p.m.
No kidding.
No one here could know.
No one here could know, because who knows? But on an opposite hallway, in an opposite station with the lights dimmed.
Holy smokes.
We did two
It was so
shows.
romantic. And
yes, it was.
And
I had my hand on his thigh.
We did like
I believe that.
we did like 15 minutes, and we were like, "We're good. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go."
Yeah.
It was so obvious.
Yeah.
It was so obvious when we got in the room together. Like, this is the guy. Because we tried it a couple of other people too, who shall remain nameless. But it was it. That was it. It was obvious.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
And McLean, see, I didn't know much about him. I just read his columns, so I thought maybe he might be. I don't know about this guy. McLean, John Lopez, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. I'm like, really? All right, let's see. It all worked out.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's where you're like, well, McLean does seem to like everybody. So
I was going to say, Vandy, how did that track?
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, I did mornings in 2007, all right, with Andre for 2 years. Andre Ware's part of this thing, too.
Yeah.
2 years of morning shows for him. And in the fall, he's working 8 days a week, you know?
Yeah.
He did the Friday show from his college game location. Anyway, when that happened, I had the opportunity to go to mornings, I asked Rich, I said, "Rich, let's go do morning," because we're in the afternoon.
Yeah.
He's like, "No freaking way." Not want a part of morning drive.
Rich did not. Yeah, he was never going to do mornings. Well, that's funny because you're listening. Let me give the idea here. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. You leaving to go full-time Texans was the first domino that kind of fell for me coming over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it opened up a spot in the morning, which I interviewed for, which Nick Wright ended up getting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But it was great because I interviewed with Gavin, and Gavin was really helpful. He knew how badly I wanted to come work here, and he was really helpful just giving me advice on, okay, well, contract stuff. Like, this, it helps if your contract doesn't have this, or this in it. He was just giving good advice. Because my contract was up at the other station I was at, so I was able to kind of have a contract that had way less hair on it.
Right.
And so then when the dominoes started moving a year later and Josh was leaving, it made it a whole lot easier for me to come over here. So I look at at the go round where Nick got hired as the dominant for me because it helped me connect with Gavin.
Yeah.
It helped me. It put me on the radar for the station. It was Ryan McCredden who ended up hiring me, but I'm guessing Gavin probably had some input on that because they were very, very tight. So yeah.
You know what you said this morning that got to me? You've been here now at 610 longer than I was as a regular talk show host.
Wow.
Right? So I was here 02 through 12. 10 years, 10 plus 3 months, and you've been here a little bit longer than that now, and you're still going. So that, because it feels like it's been 5 years that you've been doing Morning Drive,
Dude,
but I know it's long.
You have no idea. I saw the 30th thing when we started talking about it. I said, dang, I've been here for half of them.
Yeah, I know.
Half of the 30.
I know. And I still look at you as the new guy.
Yeah.
I still feel new sometimes here. Like at least, for whatever reason.
Well, that's part of the business.
Yes.
Because it's there's a vibe, there's an electricity. I'll tell you what, the first time I'm in the office over there, I get in like 8:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, when do we start? Because in other offices that are not radio stations, there's not the same kind of electricity. Now, there's a lot of energy over there, trust me, compared to other offices, but there's something about electronic media that just hums. It just goes through your veins.
Yep.
Yeah, we turn these mics on.
It's always on.
No bell.
Yeah.
I love it that it's always on. I love it. I loved it back in the days when, you had overnight talent and everything.
Oh,
But
yeah.
You get in, the overnight guy would be getting off the air like, oh, boy.
Steve Summers.
Yeah.
What do you do? Yeah, Steve Summers.
Steve Summers overnights, man. All right. 610 Day. It is here. It is June 10th. And if you hear it, you know that voice, the voice of the Texans and former host here at Sports Radio 610, Mark Vandermeer, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Brandon Scott. We'll do this for 2 more days.
Glorious. First game.
Good
Those
stuff.
pipes.
I know.
So jelly.
I know. Same.
He's like, Barry White here. Hello.
I wonder why you said Barry White.
Vandy.
Because he's got a low voice, John.
Yeah. I wonder why you're thinking whatever you're thinking.
Yeah.
No other reason.
They are in the loop. Happy 610 Day, everybody. They start now.
Now what?
So this is it?
Yeah, this is it. That's the handoff.
No, like commercial
That's
break?
The handoff.
That's it. So now what?
These commercial free.
That's how we keep
They've
people
been
through
doing
this.
radio for a long time.
Good
in case
show.
you
We're
couldn't
done.
tell.
How long did we do this?
Do I need to stay?
No. It's funny because these guys, Figgy and John, are in the other room doing their pre-show meeting.
Yeah.
And I show up like 5 minutes ago like, good meeting.
Good meeting.
And John's like, we're back.
We're back. Like we didn't miss a day.
Well, you mentioned Gavin. Gavin actually, so he wanted us. This is just, we had our struggles. Gavin's the coach you play for, that while you're playing for him, sometimes you don't like it very much sometimes, especially in the early going of the Gavin era. But, after you look back, you're like, my gosh, the guy was great. And he changed the whole market.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah.
But remember when we first started and Gavin, we would be in like 6 a.m. show, right? So if we were lucky, we got here at 5:30.
Oh, John, let's be honest.
Lucky.
I'll be the honest guy here.
No. I know it was. I know it was later than that. Oftentimes, we would talk in advance. We'd say this. You actually brought in longhand notebooks.
Yes. I had written notes. Well, this is this is pre-internet. No, it's not.
And
actually.
one day,
there's very much going on.
And one day, Gavin, he was not even 3 weeks into his tenure here.
Right.
He was longer than that, but 2 or 3 weeks since I got here. And we come in, and he's on the computer, and we're stroll in about 5:45.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, where you guys been, man? I've been here since 4:15 prepping for the show.
Yeah, prepping for the show. I'm like, really?
And I was like, what do you got?
I always took notes the night before off whatever websites, and then in the morning I'd literally watch SportsCenter while I'm getting ready, and just to catch the highlights and back then you did that.
Yeah.
This is 09. I know it doesn't seem like that long ago, but you actually watched SportsCenter because video highlights weren't as accessible on the internet. But anyway, I remember once I'm on the golf course, like early on in our tenure in the afternoon. And I get a call from Gavin. Yeah, I want you in at 5 a.m. We're all going to meet about the show. I'm like, okay. Darn it. So we get in, and the problem with doing a show with you and me together in that way and meeting in advance, all your good lines, you would use them up in the pre-meeting. I'm like, well, you're not writing these down. You're not going to say them again. We're losing all this. It's not getting out to the public. So I said, it's better if we just talk. And one other thing about this, and I know we got to talk about current stuff too, but
that's cool. We'll get to it.
The number, hammering that 713-572-4610. I know this number better than I know my own number.
Yeah.
Better than I know
I've
my
given
kids'
it to people.
birthdays. I've given it.
What's your number? 713-572-4610. Oh, wait a minute.
They're calling in. Like, hello, this is the insurance company.
Yes.
Oh, really? I'm on the air?
Yeah.
But we used to he wanted us to take a lot of calls. Remember that?
Yeah.
Build callers.
And then it changed.
And then, I credit us with that.
Yeah.
We talked to him and said, listen, can we just talk?
Yeah.
And we'll take some calls, but can we just talk? We'll build segments around us talking. Because if the phone's not ringing, sometimes, hey, they're having a good time listening. They just don't feel like calling in the same 10 callers usually, or whatever the case is. So I thought that changed the radio station, really.
I think, and now we pick and choose, and Figgy does such a great job getting them sort of conditioned to just come in with a point, not like, hey, guys, how you doing?
Yeah, the how are you doing?
Right. And so,
hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
I want to talk about the Cougs baseball team, and we're like,
turn your radio down, man. Turn your radio down.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that Arrows second string goalie?
Yeah.
Use the internet. It's called Google.
Yeah, but one thing about the show that we did together, and I knew you obviously crossed paths covering the Texans when I was a columnist at the Texans here and there, but we're pretty much just kind of cursory hello kind of relationship that way. But the one good thing about our show that we did, it's really hard, and I'm not trying to get all sappy or whatever, but I think this is what works. It's really hard to do a show every day with someone who truly is one of your best friends. Like you know what I mean? I can not text you or call you.
You mean the debate part?
No, we could get after it.
Right.
And we did, but we could absolutely get after it. But I'm saying where it's truly like friends.
Yeah.
And that's hard. And that's what makes it work. That's why Sports Radio 610 has worked, because vast majority of the shows, there's been a good, kind of relationship with those guys.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a strange dynamic, because you and I would talk 4 hours a day. After that, I don't feel like talking to people much.
No.
I mean, I do. I obviously have to, and I will. But the radio business, the media business, I feel this way working with the Texans too. When I get home, it's, you want to go out and socialize? No, I don't. I'm good. I did it all day, and now
Get
I just
away
want
from
to
me.
chill. I just want to chill, and that's how it works. But look, you could always, we had good cop, bad cop stuff and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And look, you and I were on the air during one of the most frustrating Texans seasons ever, 2010, when they were blowing these games down the stretch. And it was just the Hail Mary in Jacksonville.
Yep.
And, the game here, San Diego, the Jet game. Don't make me. Why am I doing this to myself? But we held it together just great.
We did, and actually that's kind of one of the things that it's going to be about reminiscing, and Sports Radio 610 and some of the great personalities. By the way, they mentioned Nick Wright. He's going to be joining us at 11 a.m.
That's awesome.
That's going to be great. That was the original In the Loop.
That was. Yeah, there's some people think you and I were in the loop. We were not in the loop.
We were not. Vandermeer and Lopez.
Was you and Nick started in the loop.
Yeah,
Is Tom Herman joining us?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I got to ask him if he's still asked about that. Every once in a while I am. But and then noon, we're going to have some others come through as well, some familiar names.
Okay. Surprise?
That'll be joining us. Something of a surprise. You ever burned any bridge? No. Anyway.
Where are you in the burning bridge department?
Where do you stand on that? But I did ask you this, to get onto some sort of a topic here, but it's going to be like that all day long, reminiscing and old people and all that. I had a thought, because you and I had the darkest of dark days with the Texans and the highest of high days.
Yeah, 2011.
Both.
And 2009, winning season going out. I mean, that was 4 wins going out to a first ever winning season. That was big.
But I feel like, and I want to get what you think. We might be on the edge of the greatest era of Texans football.
Yeah. I was actually going to put that on your document that I didn't even read. No, I read it a little bit. There's a pre-show.
You could be on the Bite Me podcast, because those guys never read anything either.
Well, and I like that though. I love the Bite Me podcast.
Yeah.
I've dropped in on that, and the title is fantastic. And you're doing a food one too coming up, right?
Bite Meat starts on Thursday.
Bite Meat. I love the branding. This is good. See, what people don't know about you, Figgy, I'm sure you've learned this about John Lopez. He really, in an alternate universe, he's running a marketing agency, advertising agency, and helping because you and I used to talk about this stuff on the air. Yep. Hey, these people should do this, and this.
All the time.
And it would be the right thing to do. So you have good ideas like that, and it's no wonder why your products are taking off, although I'd like some free OG sauce,
Yeah, we'll
please.
get some of that.
But is this the most excitement the Texans have ever had in the offseason? I say the answer is definitely yes, other than maybe year one, which is another category.
Not Deshaun years.
No.
Even though there was excitement.
Oh, there was excitement, but there was still, do you have the right mix? It was excitement. I don't want to diminish the excitement. And 2012, I think, is the only thing that really compares.
That would be the one.
Because, Schaub's coming back. If we had Schaub, look at
Arian,
what would have happened.
JJ. I mean, just Owen Daniels, Andre.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was the year where the most proven team came back.
Yeah.
But this is the year, to me, where the most excitement and anticipation is.
So which team is more talented? I don't think we know that yet because some of the second-year guys and rookies and other young players, Nico's in year 3, and he just put up a monster season. He can be one of those great ever Texans receivers Andre's a Hall of Famer, but DeAndre should be a Hall of Famer. Can he get to that beloved level? We'll see. He's got to string together years to do it. Diggs is like 1-year deal. You don't know how that's going to end up, and I'd love to see him stay forever and be really productive, but who knows? But you have a lot of guys like that where you want to see it play out, but the excitement level is so high. The quarterback is the best you've ever had. After 1 year of a sample size, I think you can declare that. He's got to, again, string together years, but how do you feel about that?
I'm not even... Of all the things about the Texans that you kind of go, and we'll get into a couple of them here and there today, but that's the least of my worries is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, you just look at him. I'm talking about in games.
What are people actually? Are they worried about the talking, or what are they worried about?
Good. I like
Are we
that.
creating worry? Are people creating worry?
The league going to catch up to him.
Well, see,
I think a lot of people saying
really?
that too. I don't think so.
They watch tape during the season too. It's not like, I can't wait till February where I can watch tape.
Yeah, we can have a book on him.
They
all right, he had one season, so now we about to catch up to him now.
Tape on a weekly basis, and they have guys who do this.
What do you think we should do?
A whole squad of people that do nothing but watch tape every week.
What do you think we should do this week against C.J. Stroud? I don't know. I'll get back to you in February.
Yeah. In July, I'll have a plan, Coach. It's like, no, I need something right now. We're playing him Sunday.
Can't help you.
Yeah.
Can't help you.
I mean, I think with any quarterback like that, any good quarterback, you want to try to put pressure on him. And preferably with as few people as possible, right? So that's what they're going to try to do, and that's where the O-line comes in. If the O-line does not play well, you've got problems because it's going to affect the quarterbacking. Although last year, they beat Pittsburgh with Austin Deculus starting at left tackle. They eventually cut him. I mean, things can happen. They've overcome things already in his tenure.
And you're in the same boat. You've seen enough quarterbacks over the years. Not that you're some guru, not that I'm some guru or anything, but you just know that guy has got it. You just know after a rookie year. I'm on that boat with Justin Herbert. Like, even though he's been up and down and hasn't really, exploded onto the scene, I think that dude is a stud just because I know what I'm looking at, and he hadn't had the luck.
Where are you on Trevor Lawrence?
No, I don't see it. I don't see it with Trevor Lawrence. I think he's very good.
Yeah.
I think
Welcome to the bandwagon.
Yeah, I think he's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
That's the thing about him. He's good.
Yeah.
But he's not great.
Yeah.
He can beat you, but is he great?
He's Matt Schaub.
Ooh.
No, that's a compliment. Matt Schaub when he was
But Matt Schaub wasn't a number 1 overall pick.
Well, all right, but that aside, this is why I like this. All right? No, I like this because I have an ongoing battle with Johnny and Andre because when he came out, generational talent, right? Trevor Lawrence, he's the guy. And I said, not so. I always say not so fast about everybody because I'm thinking like Caleb Williams, not so fast. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. You got to see him play. CJ had to see him play. Trevor Lawrence, not so fast and not happening yet. Now he's had some great moments, and look, last year here he played really well in this game here, but. Matt Schaub.
Well, here's the thing about
you're right. It's not an insult. Schaub won a lot of games. He was a really good quarterback.
Matt Schaub, 2011, 2012. Look, can he be great like Matt Schaub? Or Matt Schaub, can he be great? Yes. Is he great? No. Trevor Lawrence, can he be great? Yes. Is he great? It's a big difference there.
Yeah.
No, he's not
still
great.
Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope he flames out and plays terribly. Yeah. If I were them, I don't know what I would do either with the contract. You can't just give him this max deal. I'll put that in air quotes. You can't do it with Trevor Lawrence.
But you're going to.
Maybe they will because, who are they going to get that's better? It's kind of like where you were with Schaub in a way, right? Now everyone talks about the Peyton Manning thing. I'm not so sure about that. Who knows what the story really was with him, whether you could have gotten him. Let's say you could have. There was no guarantee that the neck fusion surgery was going to go great like it did.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it was a risk you wanted to take, but you already had Schaub, who was really good, like you said, and you signed Schaub long-term, so you went with that. So they'll probably do it, but I don't know the money's not going to be. It's not going to be Burrow money. I just don't see it that way.
I think it is.
You think it is?
I think it is.
All right, we'll see.
And I'm glad.
Hey, I hope it is.
Yeah, and I'm glad.
Yeah, because you don't want to. I'll tell you what, Mac Jones, you could have a worse backup. I mean, this guy, I think, is a pretty good backup for them. He goes down a few games, Mac Jones, in a new situation, away from that Patriot stuff, could be a pretty decent backup.
But they're also doing with Trevor Lawrence what they did here with Matt Schaub. I mean, I don't mean to. I know people are going to say, "Ooh, that's an insult." It's not. But
winning games.
They're surrounding him. If he can only get to a certain level, all right, let's see what we can do around him. Eric Armstead on the defensive side. Some of these guys on offense they're bringing in. Yeah. I mean, they're like, okay, he's good. He's really good. Let's surround him with players that can maybe get us there.
By the way, I love the music under the segment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
A little Tribe Called Quest.
Do you have any Barry White, by the way? Because
I do.
He's from Galveston Ball High School,
yes,
okay?
Yes,
the great Barry White.
Yeah.
Vanderkid listens to Barry White, so.
Vander Baby. I've been here since Vander Baby to Vander Kid to Vander Texas MBA school.
Yeah, I know. You've seen Vander Baby in his youngest form, and now he's going to UT.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We can forgive that.
He made his choice.
My oldest, got his MBA from Texas.
So he's Aggie and Longhorn.
Yeah, but he's more Aggie. He's all Aggie.
Yeah, because the undergrad is what really.
Oh no, you should have seen him last night when the Aggies were playing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, they played each other last weekend?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So no doubt who he was rooting for them.
No doubt.
Yeah. Because the undergrad is where the DNA is fully formed. Right.
Yes, sir.
Graduate school is nice, but it's as far as the sports affiliation. He used them. He used them. Went to the filthy 40 acres and got his degree and left.
I'm done with you people.
All right. So. You're driving this thing, right?
No, you are.
I'm driving this thing.
This is Vandermeer and Lopez.
Coming up on Vandermeer Lopez.
Like good old times.
Hey, let's talk a little Astros. I never get a chance to do this, all right?
Let's
and
go.
I've been mildly aware of their situation, so we'll do that next here on Sports Radio 610. Is that how I IQ?
That's it.
What are Nick is wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Holy moly, it must be my birthday.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, so we had, it's Vandermeer and Lopez, by the way, special edition of In the Loop on the 610 Day 30th anniversary of the radio station. And Rich Lord did a great job. Did you hear Rich at all this morning?
I did.
He did a great job this morning talking about Dickie Rosenfeld, who brought the Beatles here, who started this station. You know what I didn't know? I learned two things this morning I didn't know. I didn't know Sean has been at 610 longer than I was doing shows, just a little bit, but he's going to go on for forever. I also did not know that Dickie Rosenfeld set up the rally at the Astrodome when the Oilers lost the AFC
That one I did.
Games.
Yeah,
You
that
knew
one I remember, yeah.
That's, I mean, because that stuff, there's footage out there.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I heard the stories before I ever saw the footage. Oh, the Astrodome was full when they got back. Yeah, right. Come on.
The highways were full.
Yeah. They were.
Yeah.
You look at the footage, and the news stations still have the news stations. ABC 13,
Yeah.
KHOU, they all still have this footage, but some of it's on YouTube. You can't believe they pull into the Astrodome the night after losing the AFC Championship game. Losing it.
A little before 11.
Yeah, and it's full.
Yeah.
Welcome back. You lost, but we love you. That's awesome. That's the kind of love I think, that exists in this city. And that's why you got to get back at least to the AFC Championship game and beyond and do it all, because it's going to be
I've said it numerous times. I've said it to you a million times. This is a football city, man. This is a football city. And if they ever, maybe, this year or soon, get back to that, you're going to see something 10 times as much as the Astros. And that's not a shot at the Astros. That's what it is.
The Astros have a run going on that is comically good.
Yes.
It's ridiculously good. And that's why any kind of dip gets people all panicky.
Yeah.
Because it's been 7 consecutive years of this, of getting to the ALCS, which is crazy. Because speaking of Rich, I was on the air with Rich when the Astros made it to the National League Championship Series and finally broke through. The first year they didn't, the next year they did in 2005, went to the World Series. It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
To get to the NLCS, because you had to win your first, because they had the divisional playoff series for the first time. They had to win their first series, and the rest of the story. This run is crazy. If the Yankees or Red Sox were on the run that they're on right now, they'd be making movies, and books, and whatever, 7 consecutive. And the Yankees have had those kinds of runs previously, but this is wild. And does it end this year? It might.
I think it is. I said Friday, Andy Kalu was joining us, speaking of 610 Day, that I wanted the Astros to quit teasing us. Like they had won a couple of games in Mexico against the Rockies, and you kind of got a roll. You're like, all right. Then they fall flat. Then they make another little run. Then the hitting goes completely stagnant. Then they're on this little run. Pitching's better, has been better, and you're like, all right, got to sweep Anaheim.
Yeah.
Got to sweep Anaheim.
Yeah.
And then maybe people can start kind of like getting a little uncomfortable or comfortable in their chair, saying, all right, maybe something's going to happen here. Maybe this is where it happened. And then yesterday happens, and it's kind of been just like a tease, like they got to go on a big run, and it just hadn't happened.
Well, I think as long as they're winning series, for a while, it's okay, because I know the calendar's moving here. It's June 10th right now, so let's just see where they're at in about a month. Because in about a month, you're going to have to decide, all right, are we unloading some guys to build, or are we going to add to this, or whatever the case is. But, baseball is the greatest numbers game where the water finds its level stuff is going to play out the best of all the sports, right?
Yes, all the
so
time.
here we are, and it's still relatively early, but it's getting later. You're getting to the midway point here, in a few weeks. So we'll see how that goes. Look, I look at it like this. Keep winning series, but at some point, you're going to have to win 18 of 23.
That's
24.
what I'm talking about.
You get 12 of 15. You got to go on those kinds of runs, and they haven't quite done that. They had that one a few weeks ago, and they've been, winning series and, coming along here. But the fact that the division stinks so badly is wonderful. I mean, the second place team, the last place team in the AL East would be in second in this division.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it's been for this.
Now, the good news is, if you want to they are inching closer to the wild card. They're only 4 games back right now, I believe, but there's 4 teams ahead of them. So it's got to be division or nothing.
But that's what they look at. They look at how many games out of first are we? How many games out of the wild card are we?
Yeah.
Are we hanging in there? We're still in this thing. Because if anybody can go on a run, it's them. And look, I know that the stat really got fleshed out, last week, the week before, that in the last 162, they were 81 and 81 or whatever it was. It was 500 ball basically for a calendar year period. That to me is more alarming than anything because you remember last year, I think the reacquisition of Verlander changed everything. If he doesn't rejoin the team,
they're not in.
They're not in.
They're not in.
Because it's not just what he does on the mound, it's his presence in the locker room. I don't even have to be in that clubhouse.
And you know.
And I know that Altuve is the culture of the Astros, but adding him helps the staff so much. Calm down Fromber or whatever it did to him, and the rest of the guys seem to perform better. I know they didn't get through the ALCS last year, but they got close.
They got close, and now they got Giants starting tonight, and then Tigers. Now the Giants are pretty good, and the Tigers are one of those teams ahead of them in the wild card race. So that's why I'm saying, quit teasing us. Go on one of the Astros runs. They've only won 4 or more games once this year in a row.
What was it 2 years ago that the Yankees were never going to lose again in early July?
Yeah,
and then they melted down, right?
Then
that's baseball, man.
Yeah. This
is still all out there for them. It's still possible. It can happen for them. And I know it's frustrating, game in, game out, but it's easy for me to say, I just enjoy the games. Well, it's hard to enjoy yesterday. You got 2 on, 1 out in the
Cabbage
7th.
Had the ball in his glove.
You got 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. You can't get guys home late. Oh my gosh, that's so frustrating.
Yes, it's incredibly frustrating. I think what has to happen with this team is you got Yonder Diaz kind of catching heat. Jordan says the Astros are going to have the last laugh, and he's been playing well. Again, not yesterday notwithstanding.
Right.
I mean, they've had incredible health, of their 4 big guys. Like Altuve hasn't missed any games, but maybe 1. Obviously Tucker until recently was playing, and now who knows with him.
But it's not 50 days for him.
Yes.
It's not like he's out 2 months.
Yes.
All right, you can survive.
But if those things start to, because up until when Tucker got hurt, Tucker, Altuve, Diaz was very reliable. Bregman up and down but reliable. All their stud guys were on the field. If any of those guys start experiencing things like Tucker did, well, then that's when it could get bad.
If it ends this year, what happens? They don't make the play. Let's just say they don't make it.
Yeah.
You're in the final 2 weeks of the season, got a chance, don't make it. How do they react?
Well, it all comes down to Jim Crane. I think his ego is kind of getting in the way. He used to do everything possible to do whatever it took to add a piece to win this game. You mentioned to win this, make the playoffs, make a run. You mentioned Verlander. He went and got Brantley. Didn't necessarily work out, but he brought him back, and whatever he brought into the play. And now he's protecting the image. The Abreu thing should never have, that should have been gone over a long time ago.
That's perplexing.
Yeah, that should have been over a long time ago. Some of these other things, is he going to say, you know what? We went 3 years of losing 100 games in a row with a rebuild, and we became what we were. Do we do that again? Or is he just going to kind of be regurgitating and trying to hang in there, and that's not the way to win?
Well, but they've made some tough decisions on guys by not paying them, by seeing them. Remember Dallas Keuchel?
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like, all right, that guy should be here 1,000 years, a legendary. Bye. They've said bye to some guys, and it's tough. You know, it's kind of Patriot-like in that way when you say bye to those guys. Baseball's different, though, because look where the payroll started. Look where it is right now. I get it. It's different. I credit him, though. I think he's done a really
he gets a world of credit. But what's he going to do?
Yeah, what's he going to do from here?
Can he let it go?
Because how you built the thing, the people who really built the thing are not here.
Well, that's the other thing, and you're quite familiar with struggling general managers.
Never heard of one.
And so he's rolled through 3 general managers now. That's hard, man. That's hard until you get the right guy, the right guy that has the strongest, voice.
Yeah, it feels so good to have the right guy now.
Oh.
They were playing those Bill O'Brien comments. You hear those this morning?
You're going to hear them today.
Oh, okay, good.
You're going to hear them today.
Well, it was interesting.
Hell no.
It was interesting what he said about coming into the organization, and he mentioned Kubiak.
Yeah.
And the feeling was, I don't know if you have that cut. Look for that cut, Figgy. He talks about coming into the building. You notice how I do this. I jeté back into the Texans. See
I did that one.
Okay. See how, well, you mentioned general managers, and I just went off. when he got into the building, he changed a lot of things physically in the building, and obviously wanted to change the culture because they were coming off 2-14.
Yeah.
And maybe he needed to take a deeper look that, all right, they were 2-14, but there's 2-14 and there's 2-14.
Yes.
They lost a ton of close games. They still had a lot of talent.
Injuries.
I mean, O'Brien's first team had a winning season. They had Chris Myers. They had Arian. They had Andre Johnson. They had DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
You know, Fitzpatrick, you could say that had they brought him back in 2015, they might have won 10 games that year.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyway, you got that cut? All right, this is O'Brien on what is it, the Christian Hackenberg podcast? What podcast is it? It's some podcast. We'll get it credited properly. Biggie will figure it out. What is the cut?
That's one thing in pro football, as you know, like you have, you have the general manager and you have the head coach, and there's two divisions, right? Now they work together to form the team, to put the team together, but sometimes they don't always see eye to eye. Like, it doesn't mean that one side's wrong. Yeah, there's a lot. That's right. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and maybe this person doesn't really agree with the way some of the things we did in New England, which was the only pro organization I knew, and maybe I didn't always agree with how they had done it in Houston before. And Gary Kubiak, who's a really good friend of mine, became a friend of mine when I went there. He did a great job in Houston, right? They had really good success with him. But sometimes those ideas don't always mesh. And I think that's where I've actually grown a lot. Like that, sometimes, hey, maybe this idea is better than what maybe you did in another place. So don't try to force it. And, I think when I first went in there, that was a big adjustment, was like, oh, hey, this is the way we did it in New England. A lot of people in the National Football League don't want to hear about how you did it in New England. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so there were better ways to kind of implement things. If I could go back and do it again, I would change that.
I still hear your voice in my head, even though I'm in the room with you. That comment. A lot of people around the NFL don't want to hear about how you did things in New England. What would you say to that, John? You don't say.
No kidding.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Really? You bring a Tom Brady with you. I'm kidding around. Look, he won a lot of games. We can talk more about that. We could talk more about that. Oh, you had something on the sheet about something N.D. Kalu.
Yes, I did. I'm interested.
I had the wrong emphasis there. N.D. Kalu said,
I'm interested what you say about this.
About a certain Texans player who might have an all-pro year. Who's that? It's coming up here on Sports Radio 610.
The Astros pitching staff just can't catch a break. Both Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy need surgery and are done for the year. Tough news for the Stros. Their uphill climb just got a little bit steeper.
Houston's sports leader.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Wait, what's the Loco cut from? What movie is that from?
It's actually not a movie. We actually produced this here in studio.
Wait, but the Loco, the guy who said Loco.
Yeah. Oh, that was that was actually from a song.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I forgot the name of the group.
Don't you think I'm local?
Yeah. Well,
Insane in the Membrane.
Scarface for a second, but it was kind of fuzzy.
It's the song Insane in the Membrane.
Cranking up my headset at the time. B. Scott keeps these things low.
Yeah.
Like his voice low. You know me. I like to make my ears bleed. By the way, Andy Hudak, the engineer.
Yeah, how about that?
So he was our first engineer for Texans Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Raybold, our current engineer, he works here too. So this is great 30th anniversary stuff for me. But Hudak, fun fact on him. So we're on the team planes every trip, right?
Yeah.
He brings an FAA radio with him because he's that guy. He's
to hear the traffic?
Yes, to hear the cockpit
You gotta
and
be
the
kidding me.
air tower. Yeah. So every time and Andy listens in his headset to the FAA radio on the flights. Like,
that is a geek.
We're landing on runway 37, by the way.
Yeah.
Like he would tell us stuff like that. And God love him. But every time there was turbulence, I'd look back. Andy, is it okay?
What's
Is it
going
okay?
on, Andy?
I always knew that if I ever see a worried look on his face, oh no.
He
oh,
takes
no.
his headphones off,
Not good.
starts shaking his
Not
head,
good.
starts praying.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh. But he would listen to FAA radio, or the FAA
He probably has
signal.
a ham radio at his house.
A ham radio is cool. That's an old school thing,
That's
right?
an old,
You can pick up
old
stations
school
from Brazil
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
just bizarre. Ham radio operator. Anyway, Andy Kalu was guest hosting with you on In the Loop on Friday, and he does a lot of Texans radio stuff with us. Texans OGs does a podcast with the former players.
Going to do the
Texan-
broadcast, the TV broadcast?
TV broadcast again. That's going to be good. We'll have some information coming out about that pretty soon. It's going to be an awesome lineup for you this year with 3 Texans TV produced games. We're not doing the Hall of Fame game. That's a national game.
Yeah.
But then we'll do Pittsburgh, Giants, Rams. It's going to be great. And Andy is a huge part of it. But he said certain player could have an all-pro year.
I want to see what you think on this. So we were talking about Christian Harris. Well, actually, we were talking about Kamari Lassiter.
Okay.
Let's start with Lassiter.
Yeah.
Because I was blown away.
Oh boy.
Because going into minicamp, we were thinking, okay, can he be a nickel? You got Okudah and Henderson.
Right.
Is he going to compete? Dude.
Yeah.
First day.
Well, you know what McLean reminded me of the other day? He's like, he only ran a 4.65 at the combine.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed worried. And I thought, oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
I knew it well when he was drafted because that was all the buzz. And it was like, all right, football speed's what's important. Well, when you see it, now it's OTAs. I'm not going to go crazy, but that's all we have right now, right?
Yeah.
And DBs versus receivers, you see some stuff.
Yeah.
There's, you wouldn't even know it. 440, 440. Who cares? Like, just can the guy play?
But it
This is the
mattered to me.
ultimate example.
I was one of those guys.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But when you see him lock up dudes,
Well, that's the thing.
you're thinking, okay, that doesn't matter as much. Now, maybe it's a straight out foot race.
It was Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
In some of those reps.
Yeah, I know.
It was Diggs.
I know.
And so they put him out there day one, minicamp, outside corner, opposite of Derek Stingley, and it got me thinking, man, boy, what if this guy legit is that guy? What can it do for the defense? And then so put a pin in that. We'll get to Lassiter because there's no way he's going to be anything but the starting cornerback unless something crazy happens. Right?
At this point, you'd have to say yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so put a pin in that. So I started asking about because my one worry on the defense is linebacker. Now, I know they go 2 linebackers a lot, and they got,
You're worried about depth. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, and Christian Harris had a good, from really midway to the season to the end, really, really good, really impressive. I'm sitting there asking Andy Kalu about it, and he goes, flat out, I think Christian Harris is going to be an all-pro.
Jeez. That's
And I went,
welcome.
The old screechy record sound figure. I was like, going, wait, what?
Yeah.
I mean, he's really, really good.
Yeah.
He's still young. All pro.
Yeah.
So it got me thinking, this is D'Amico's wheelhouse, man.
Yeah.
I mean, linebackers. Look what he had at San Francisco.
Yeah, and he brings in Aziz,
Yeah.
who Nick said, they wanted him last year, but they didn't get him, whatever reason.
Yeah.
Has a great year with Tennessee. Now he's here. Christian Harris, we all saw the video in the playoff game. Hey, if you just do this.
Dude, that was so awesome.
And then he gets a pick six by doing that.
Yeah.
Described by the coach, mic'd up. That was incredible stuff right there. Early on last year, this is why you have to let guys have the chance, the opportunity to improve, to work on their game, to get coached up. Those things matter. Teaching. I know it sounds obvious and simplistic, but way too often we label guys, like Lassiter. Maybe it doesn't work out, but we label guys early. And we should always say this is as of now, but as of early last season, Harris wasn't who he would become by the end of the season.
Yeah.
So that's fair. And he'd be the first one to tell you that. But working with D'Amico, working with the coaching staff, obviously turns his game up to another level. Now, the question is, he'll probably start out in that way, right? At the highest possible level for him, you'd hope, and then take it from there. So maybe ND's right. Maybe he turns into a Pro Bowler. All Pro is tough, man. That's the first line right there.
Yeah.
Pro Bowl's another deal.
But even Pro Bowl. But even if he's just a Pro Bowler.
That'd be awesome.
And Lassiter is, the way I put it is, if he's just slightly better than Steven Nelson was, who had a very good season.
Mm-hmm.
We don't say his name out loud too often right now.
The farmer has shut it down.
He's retired, air quotes. But
I'm just a side note on that. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's retired.
No, he was offered contracts.
And he just turns them down.
Yeah, I was surprised, too.
Reportedly, he was offered contracts.
I can't imagine he wasn't. I mean, he has enough game to play in this league. Look at some of the corners who hang in there without having game. He's got game. He made big plays for this team last year. I know he wasn't perfect, but he had some big moments for this team.
No, he was very good.
He was a captain.
He was very good.
How do you not get a job? He must not want one, or the farm needs that much attention. I've got pigs. I've got chickens. I've got farm animals that need attention.
But he's just kind of weird. I mean, I don't have to tell you this. He's just a different guy.
It's perplexing why he went after Nick, and then he goes after who goes after D'Amico Ryan?
No one.
Nobody. What are you doing?
Yes. So if he's just slightly better than Steven Nelson, and you already have Derek Stingley and he stays healthy, and Christian Harris is even just a Pro Bowler, I mean, we're sitting here talking about the offense, and we should. That changes everything.
Yeah. The defense, all right, so we know about ends, right? We know about Barnett being that swing end, so you got some depth there, and hopefully some of the other guys can do some things. I think at tackle, it's going to be interesting. There'll be a rotation. There always is.
Autry can play inside on passing situations.
Absolutely. And,
JJ can.
We interviewed Tim Settle last week. Stop with that. Oh, no. Fan the flames.
You got some breaking news or something? You want to break some news?
There's your front four right there, 3rd and 8.
See, I haven't heard your JJ takes.
Oh, he's coming back.
Oh, you think so? Huh?
Well, okay. This is where I think he's coming back. It's not about, hey, give me a call if somebody gets hurt. Give me a call if it's not working the way you want. JJ is so self-aware, and he's legitimately an incredible person, as we all know, but he wants that ring. That would be he's obsessed with the ring. It's not about injuries. It's not about lack of performance. If they start out 5-1, he's coming back.
Wait, so he's going to front run into this thing?
Yes.
So if they go 3-3, it's like, I'll wait.
I'll wait a little while. Maybe they'll win 5 in a row.
I'll work out a little more.
No, because he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to play an entire season.
Yeah, but let's say they're all right. So let's say they're 6-1, 5-1.
Yeah. I say 5-1 because their first 6 games to me is the easiest part of the schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you're putting that in air quotes. Easiest.
Yeah.
Because who knows? You know how these things are. You lost to Carolina last year.
Easiest from where we're looking.
Yeah. I understand what you mean by that. You got to play well, but I don't know, because if they have that kind of record, they're going good. They're making plays.
I see, but is he going to disrupt the chemistry?
Not necessarily that, but is that? It's kind of like the Miracle movie, like near the end where Johnny. I always bring up this point in certain. I like to use this analogy. They bring in that other player from Minnesota who wasn't suffering with them, didn't go through all the suicides they were doing and everything. Like, Coach, he's not one of us. It's like, I think you got yourself a team, Coach. Because boys, he can make us better, but I'm not letting him on this team.
Yeah.
And that kept them together. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's JJ, but there might be a little bit to that if they're fully healthy and aren't desperately or even in mild need of him. Now, does he make you better? He probably does.
Yeah.
How many snaps? What if Anderson and Danielle Hunter are setting the world on fire, and Barnett too?
Yeah.
JJ gets into that mix. I don't know. I don't know how they handle it.
What's the number one thing on this squad? D'Amico has brought in a culture that is off the charts, like from day one. I mean, does JJ even want to play first down? You guys go do what you do, man. I'll be there on third down. I mean,
yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean?
I'll rush from the inside.
Yeah,
that's how you know
that's
it's
what he
real.
can do.
Yeah,
and he can.
Yeah, rush from the inside, and maybe that would be the thing. But I thought D'Amico handled it well.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, "Oh, he's waiting for my call," no, he's welcome anytime. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's the call.
Yeah.
So he said he put it back in his court to want to come back. Now, who knows what kinds of conversations have even taken place behind the scenes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's more likely to not happen. You know, we do the segment more likely to happen, more likely to not happen that he comes back, but you never know.
Yeah, I think, well, look, I wouldn't bet on it, but if he does, that's...
So there it is.
Yeah.
You wouldn't bet on it. So we say 60-40 no.
That's about right.
65-35, something in there.
Yeah, that's about right.
You got to give it a glimmer here because he is working out maintaining the football.
He looks like a football
is that my
player.
cue to take a break? All right, Nick Wright coming up next.
How about that?
You know what? My last day on the air with you on this show, we had Nick on the show.
Yeah.
And now we're going to have Nick on the show again.
How about
that? Supreme talent, Nick Wright next here, Sports Radio 610.
Nick Cassera. Sports. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Nick Wright and John Lopez. Talking sports and talking life. Either way, we're keeping you in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
And it's 2 centimeters, Vandy. It's 1 inch. But I know that you like to measure it.
You have to get one. Actually, the fact wasn't correct. The fact was met in Houston. So you're kind of.
Well, you're talking about the thing we're not agreeing on.
Excuse me. I know you're running out of time, but I'd like my last word too.
All right.
Okay. But you're connecting the dots, saying the story was that we were in contact. When in fact, I think we all know that the story was Kyle Allen met in Houston on Sunday with another assistant coach. You cannot separate the facts from the story. It is impossible. Any reputable journalist would tell you that.
Tom,
so, thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you for your time, John. I look forward to reading your articles in the future. I hope you get them more accurate and more correct in the future.
Hey, Tom, when times slow down for you, can you and I have lunch?
Who is this?
That's Nick.
Nick, absolutely not. Nope.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we're having a Vandermeer Lopez reunion, but this is an In the Loop OG semi-segment reunion. Nick Wright on the program. Nick, does that bring back a lot of memories? Good morning.
A lot of memories. The Tom Herman thing, I had memory hold, but just hearing the imaging of In the Loop with Nick and Lopez got me all nostalgic. How's it going, everybody?
It's going fantastic. You know, the thing about In the Loop, and we were talking about Gavin Spittle earlier, and talking about know how good he was and all that. But remember, we were trying to brainstorm names for our show, and I came up In the Loop, and then like about a month later, Gavin's like, "Yeah, remember when we were talking about this? We decided I decided In the Loop would be the best name." I'm like, "Wait a minute."
That's kind of how it goes, right? like you come up with the talent, as they say, comes up with the ideas, and the best ideas are the ones the bosses take credit for. But it kind of works in everyone's interest because then the boss has real ownership of it. So if it doesn't work, it's kind of more on him. So I was always fine with it. Also, since it wasn't my idea that was stolen, it was yours. So I had no reason not to be fine with it.
Nick, prevailing memories or memory from doing the show with John Lopez. What stands out to you? What 2 or 3 things?
Oh, well, what? Wow, you're just going to hit me right in the feels immediately.
Let's go.
What stands out to me more than anything about my time in Houston is John is, to this day, one of the 3 kindest people I've ever met in my life. And I also kind of feel like John, whether he knew it or not, kind of taught me how to be a father. And so, that is something I'm to this. Just the other day, I can't even remember why, but I was traveling somewhere and Houston came up and I just found myself talking about John. And so that is people, my family's a little odd because I adopted 2 kids who were not grown, but older. But then while I was in Houston, my wife had, our 3rd child, but my first biological, and I'd never had a baby. I didn't know anything. And I really modeled a lot of kind of parenting decisions, asking myself what John would do. And he gave me a little anecdote that I give now to this day to all my friends who have kids, which is every age is the best age.
Yep.
It has really stuck with me. So that's on a personal note. On a professional note, I think what stood out was when I thought I was going to have to go to Harris County Detention Center because I was going to be held in contempt of court over the Adrian Peterson story. That's the one where I was like, I think professionally it's actually good if I go to jail protecting my sources, but personally, I don't think I'm cut out for the Harris County Detention Center for a weekend or a week or a month. So those are the things that I think stand out the most, and the time that we tricked Mike Ditka into thinking that there was a protest by the National Pirate Association because the Buccaneers logo was in Simpsons.
Oh, I
think
forgot
those
about
are
that.
the
I
things.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
And I was texting with some friends, and they were asking about you, and one of them said, has he broken any houses up where he lives now? Because I remember, didn't you like trip a breaker and you thought you broke your house?
Oh yeah. Oh, so that part is true as well, which is, I mean, I came to Houston 2012. So I was 27 years old when I got there, and had never owned a house, and I also am not handy. I don't, you know what I mean? All that stuff I never learned growing up, and it was all. So yeah, every time I breaker trip to my house, and I thought that I was going to have to like have the whole thing rewired, and John was like, "You flip a switch." I remember that my garbage disposal broke, and I was like, "Geez, man, like that, I'm going to have to get a new garbage disposal." And John somehow knew that he's like, on the bottom, there's going to be something that an Allen wrench fits in. Just turn it. I'm like, get out of here. You don't know what my garbage disposal is. But he was exactly right. So, yeah, there was a lot of that stuff. And he gave me a grill, which I had for years.
Yeah.
He gave me a grill. That's true.
All right, so we got to get you on. First of all, appreciate the compliments, but you are I put this on our doc before the show. I said probably, no one – no analyst or opinionator in American sports today is better than you. I mean, you have knocked it out of the park. And I'm watching the basketball game last night.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, who's that long-haired dude standing up behind the Mavericks bench? Wait a minute. That's Nick.
Yeah.
Dude, so it's been good to you. You're getting those courtside seats.
Well, listen, yes. And those seats amazingly were a gift. I didn't even have, not from a team, but from I went with a viewer of the show who really, who I've become friends with, who had the seats. And so my wife and I took the train to Boston to the game. But yeah, and I'm kind of, I've been, for as long as you've known me, the LeBron guy. And I can see Father Time, LeBron's trying to make him not undefeated, but eventually he'll catch up. And so now I'm slowly transitioning to being the Luka guy. And so, having the ability to see him up close and personal, I couldn't turn it down. That game did not go the way I had hoped, nor the way I predicted, nor the way I bet, but it was a hell of a time. And oddly, here's the other thing. Sneakily, those specific seats with the Mavericks can at times actually be bad seats because all the Mavericks bench players stand the whole game. So you're right there, and it's like, well, that's just Derek Lively's head. But I'm not complaining. It was great. And amazingly, the Celtics fans were far kinder than their reputation would suggest for someone who's basically poked them in the chest about the Celtics and Tom Brady and everything for the better part of 10 years.
All right, Nick, Kansas City, how's it going to be this year? And what are your thoughts on the Texans heading into 2024?
Well, listen, I think the Texans are in great shape. I think the Texans I love how they handled the offseason. I think they are smartly understanding, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it a ton, that they are in a very unique window, and that window has produced a ton of Super Bowl appearances league-wide, which is quarterback's already a star, and he's paid like a kid. And so go load up. Don't take the slow path. Go load up. Do the things that they've done. And obviously, I think D'Amico is awesome. So I think the Texans have as good of a chance of anybody of having the honor of losing in the Arrowhead Invitation. You look up and down the AFC hierarchy, and every quarterback that matters has had their season ended by Patrick, except for CJ. And so I assume CJ will get to, experience that same honor and, Payne this year in late January.
Oh, my gosh. I do have another question on the quarterbacks, but before I forget, be sure to tell everybody or give everybody our best. And I know I don't even want to see latest pictures of them because it's going to make me feel even older than I am. But be sure to do that. Now, one thing that you and I used to do a lot, sometimes on plane rides, sometimes just here in the studio, and you still do it on your show now, just with better graphics, and we would do tiers. Greatest NBA player, and I still, by the way, am a big Wilt guy. But tiers on quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud, what are the tiers right now for you?
Oh, I think, in my opinion, and I know I'm going to sound obnoxious. I don't mean to. I think this is totally fair, what I'm about to say. I think Mahomes is in a tier by himself. I don't think there is someone. I think that putting anyone else in that tier kind of cheapens what he's done. In that next tier, I think CJ's right there. In my opinion, and that is not just like, if we are talking, I think he is the second draft pick, arguably, in either of these discussions. What quarterback do you want right now? And what quarterback do you want for the next 10 years, with the only guy definitively ahead of him in both being Patrick? If I were doing a quarterback tiers right now, I would have Patrick by himself, and then on the next one, I'd have CJ, I'd have Josh, and Joe Burrow with a asterisk of, he's one more injury away from being wild injury risk, and he kind of already is that. I think people got real mad at me. In fact, Lamar got mad at me and sent out a gif of some type of ape with a long nose that I think he was saying is me, because I think, to me, who would you rather have, C.J. Stroud or Lamar Jackson, is not a difficult question. I understand Lamar beat you guys in the playoffs last year, but I don't care. I think C.J. is a more refined player and definitively has more upside. I think CJ, if you make the argument that CJ Stroud is the second best quarterback in football, I think that's a legitimate argument, and I think he is a strong bet to be the league's MVP this year, if Patrick doesn't get it. I don't know who would be. I guess Josh Allen. The media loves Josh Allen, and he's obviously a good player, and he got an MVP vote last year, even though they were 6-6 through 12 games. So maybe he's due. But I think CJ's as good as anybody other than Patrick.
Nick Wright with us. Nick, I want to get your thoughts on the state of media, because it's the 30th anniversary of this radio station. You left the station to do the TV show. You have your YouTube stuff. You do other things. You were on Sirius for a while. Where do you see it all? What's your take on where it is and where it's going?
So I am not certain what the delivery mechanisms will be, but I am certain that what we do will always have a strong place in the market. People like to argue about sports, and people like to talk about their teams. And so whenever people ask me, like, are you worried about, when I was in radio, are you worried about, what's happening with local radio? And now that I'm in TV, people are like, oh, the cable television bundle is dying. Maybe I should. I don't actually care about that, because I feel like while the delivery mechanism might change, the folks who can do what we do well will always be in demand in some capacity. Now, maybe it will be more YouTube than, terrestrial radio. Maybe it will be, more shorter clips, or I don't know. I don't know exactly. And it's not my job to figure that out. But one thing that I do think local radio has going for it that no one has been able to replace, and I don't think it's going to be replaced anytime soon, is the moment the game ends, I want people reacting to that game. And no matter how much you like a podcast, it doesn't give you that instant gratification. Now, some of these shows that are now doing, they hop on YouTube the moment a game ends. Now that works. And that does work. It's a similar type of thing. But you can't have that when you're driving home from the game. You can't have that, passively the way you can the radio. So I'm bullish on, I think right now, sports are almost the only thing that unites people and even sports. I mean, I saw Nikki Haley sent out a tweet about Caitlin Clark. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, this is going to we are going to have someone in the White House press corps is going to ask the president's spokesperson if he has a comment on Caitlin Clark being left off the Olympic team. I'm like, all right, well, maybe that's gotten political faster than I expected. But sports in general, is the one thing where we can all where we can come together. And I think it's one of the reasons why that while ratings in television for everything are down, sports are up. Because everything else, it's divisive and it sucks and this and that person's awful and whatever. And sports people enjoy. So I'm bullish on sports media, even if its form is going to change somewhat.
All right, NBA Finals, man. As I mentioned, that's something that I know you have a lot of opinions on, and I know you're a Luka guy now. But Mavericks and Celtics, any chance here?
Well,
I mean, he's barely walking at this point.
They certainly have a chance because there is a bit of overreaction to losing the first two games on the road, as there almost always is. The problem for the Mavs right now is Jason Tatum, who's theoretically the Celtics' best player, was utterly petrified the entirety of last night's game. Luka was pretty excellent until the very end, and the Celtics won anyway. The Celtics, who hit more threes than any team in basketball history, had 5 threes midway through the fourth quarter, and they won anyway. And so I think that this was always going to be a tough series for Kyrie because of the length of the Celtics guards and, their wings. But it has been tougher even than, I think the biggest Kyrie skeptics would have thought. He's been brutal. And so I don't think the series is over. But going into the series, I thought that the Mavs were going to be so much more seasoned from their level of competition this postseason than Boston. I thought right now it would be 1-1 with both games being really good. Instead, it's 2-0, and Boston blew them out in game one and really controlled the entirety of the second half last night. So it's an uphill climb. But, I mean, if I pick the Mavs, John, they could be down 3-0 and down 30 in the third quarter of Game 4, and I'm not coming off that pick.
I'm well aware.
They've got the best player, and the thing is this: Luka's been A-. He has to be A+ for them to have a chance. I think he can do it, but we'll see.
Nick, about Caitlin Clark. Just kidding. Kidding. The Astros, 7 years, ALCS, could end this year. Who knows? I've kind of likened it to the Chiefs' success. I know it's not apples to apples. They have 3 championships. Astros have 2. But what are your thoughts on that from afar? Because you weren't here to cover most of that.
Well, you know what? I'm going to be totally honest with you. Here's the deal. My baseball fandom is directly correlated with are the Royals relevant? And so right before I got to Houston, or right before I left Houston, the Royals had their best stretch of my lifetime. And then they had another 8 years of being the Royals. And that 8 years coincided with the Astros, dominance. And now, for the first time since I lived in Houston, I have the MLB extra innings package. I'm watching all the Royals games. So from my viewpoint, I don't have any recollection of the Astros being good because they were good when I wasn't watching. So I don't really know. I can't tell you. I'm not the guy to ask about Astros coverage because I missed that decade of dominance by them. I do think they got too much crap for the scandal. I think that was unfair, but that's you guys probably got 700 hours of radio out of that, so you don't need me to rehash that. Exactly. So I don't really have an Astros take for you. I apologize.
It's all right. Nick, it's so great to catch up and wonderful to reminisce about all the good times. And you're a masterful talent. I've always thought that you're the best prepared host I've ever been around. It's amazing, and it was so good to have you here. It's so good to have you on.
If I may just very quickly, because I said very nice things that I truly meant about John, if I may say one thing about you, Vandy, on a sincere level, a huge part of whatever level of acceptance I had when I came to Houston as, a liberal not from Texas who's 27 years old was the fact that you publicly and privately put your arms around me and gave me a credibility with the audience. And it really, those first few months, it could have gone totally differently. And you, for no reason other than you're a great dude, really had my back and supported me, like I said, publicly and privately. And it set all of that stuff kind of, set all these dominoes in motion to where I kind of get to live out my professional dream. So I'm greatly, greatly appreciative of this radio station in Houston and of these two people in particular that I'm talking to right now. So I'm really glad you guys had me on, and I appreciate you both more than you probably know.
Well, thanks for
All
saying
right, brother.
that. All right.
We really appreciate it. See
Yeah.
what we can do now, man.
We'll be following.
See you guys.
Well, good luck to Luca and you. All right.
Yeah, thanks. See you guys.
Nick Wright joining us. And I meant what I said. I mean, the guy's so well prepared, so intelligent. And, I haven't always agreed with everything he said, but everything he says is so well thought out and backed by research. And, I mean, he definitely puts the time in. And, I credit him for being on different platforms and making it all work. No question about that. All right. Coming up, in addition to whatever the heck you have on that document, your favorite interview from what we did together, okay?
Oh, wow.
All right. And maybe in general, too, because I know you've had some really great ones that I had nothing to do with. But if you don't say the one I'm thinking of, I'm going to be very upset. I don't even know you anymore. It's Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud is ready to take the next step. A minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Holy moly, it must be my birthday.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Reggie's in the bowl. Reggie's in the Super Bowl now. We drafted Mario back in 2006. We have no regrets, but this kind of stings a bit. 'Cause he's getting all the glory now. And he's gonna make a big play, I just know it. And they'll think he's better than he really is. A man that Reggie's in the Super Bowl. Reggie's in the
Who is that? That is so awful. Oh, man. See, he couldn't lower the key. So out of my range, except this is in my range. Oh, wait, let me just hear this verse.
Sore on the inside, 'cause Reggie Bush is in. Plus, it's worse 'cause he's dating Kim Kardashian. And she's cheering him.
That's not bad. That's not bad right there.
Hey, you and the guitar, I tell people this all the time. Like, you're modest about it and say, I'm not that good. You're really good.
Oh, thank you.
You're really, really good.
I love it.
And I still remember.
If only I could sing, you know, that'd be great.
You're going to ask me a question about our favorite interview ever, but before that, I still remember a time we were at one of the Verizon shows. We did those every Tuesday.
Right.
Remember that? And you picked up the guitar. I think the late, great Mark Bowman.
Yeah, our buddy Mark Bowman.
Brought a classic guitar that may be a Les Paul that I think maybe Jimmy Page played or gave him.
Yeah, it was a Sunburst Les Paul.
Yeah, and you started playing some Led Zeppelin. I'm like, all right, this is not a joke.
I wish I had that guitar.
Yeah.
He recently passed, so God bless him and his family and Charlie. Anyway, we did some songs.
Mm-hmm.
I did and you probably don't have this. You know, it's a strange thing with radio. The digital era started a long time ago, okay? I mean, I was working at a station in Michigan in the early 90s. We went digital. But a lot of stuff wasn't getting saved. When I got here, we were still using carts, carts are like 8-track tapes for the listeners. Yeah. So we were a little behind here, and it just took a long time to get everything, and things didn't get saved.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness we have all of Texans history. We have every game, all the highlights. We have all that saved, all the audio. But you can't it's hard to find old Oilers stuff, the guys who did those games. Very difficult. So it's important to save those things. Because I did a Stairway to Heaven one. And he's handing the ball to Steve Slayton. I did that one. We did a few other ones. The to the tune of Jumper by Third Eye Blind. It's wish you would, what was that? Wish you would stop being a Titans fan.
Oh, God.
We did that one. Anyway, all right, so your favorite interview, do you have one? Do I have to jog your memory here?
No. I don't think you will, because I'm thinking when you say your favorite interview, you're really saying my favorite interview.
You mean mine?
Yes. So I'm not going to.
You're not going to share mine, but you were in it. You did it.
Oh no, I was very excited to be in it. I'm going to.
So you know what it is.
I think I know what it is. I'm gonna say the name, but first I'm gonna show you a picture.
Oh yeah, baby. That's it. Who is it? It's Cindy Crawford.
Great story behind it too.
Great story, because Cindy Crawford did the Rooms to Go stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And that was a big advertiser. I don't know if they still are, but she was the spokesmodel. I think she still does some stuff with them. But they've used other people since, in addition to. Anyway, so we have an intern. Back then we had starving unpaid interns.
Yes.
Back then you could hire an intern for nothing and work them into the ground.
And you berated him.
I did, but I was good to them, yet I also worked them hard.
But you got caught up in the moment.
I'll tell you what. We got wind that Cindy Crawford was doing something on the
opposite
FM, 100.3 KLT, Houston's best country, now known as the Bull. Anyway, she's over there. And I said, Cindy Crawford is in this building, on this floor? I said, you get her in this studio. I don't care what you have. I will do an hour-long infomercial on furniture. I don't care what it takes. You've got to get her in here. Never thinking it was really going to happen.
He did
so
his
the
job.
intern produced Cindy Crawford. She shows up at the door with the beauty mark and everything. And she sits down, and she's wonderful.
Oh, my God.
She was phenomenal.
She was phenomenal. And the best part is she didn't want to leave.
She didn't leave. So we go into the break, and Cindy's still standing up just chatting with us. And we're thinking, we got to go back into the show. Put her back on. It was kind of awkward, you know. And I just want to, play some music. Put on Stairway to Heaven.
This 37-minute break.
Because we're talking to Cindy. She's like, where are you guys from? And she's just kicking it with us.
And you're like, well, I was too. I love you.
Yeah. I've been in love with her. She was the world's greatest supermodel back in her day.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. All right, so I'm going to read you some other names of people we've had on the air.
Oh,
all right?
okay.
All right. People that you and I have interviewed, and a lot of this is the improv stuff, which we used to do on Fridays, right? So Nick Cannon, he was on our show.
Yeah.
All right. And I suggested that Mariah, his wife at the time, sing a James Bond theme song that would have been good for her career. Never did it.
Yeah.
And look at her now. We had... Back in the day with Rich, I had Billy Gibbons on the air. That was nice. Rich and Charlie used to have Billy Gibbons on the air. Kevin Nealon from SNL.
Oh, yeah.
Norm Macdonald.
Man,
SNL,
that was one of my absolute favorites.
All right, so I'm going to ask you this. We had Bill Burr on the show, and I don't even remember it. Bill Burr, and I know this because I saw it on a Facebook post, Bill Burr on the show today, and I'm thinking, I don't even remember Bill Burr.
He was just coming up.
He was just coming. He still had the hair.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And now he's Bill Burr, bald Bill Burr. Bob Saget.
Yep.
And then we had
Rest in peace.
We had all these phoner interviews for people doing radio tours, promoting their TV shows. We had Tom Selleck on the air, Bill Macy.
Yes.
All right. We had the guy who does the voice to Ratatouille. Who is that? Patton Oswalt.
Oh, yeah.
We had him on the air. We had a bunch of other people. Gary Sinise, we had him on the air as well. But Cindy's my favorite. Do you have a favorite other than that?
Who was the one? It wasn't my favorite. It was just the biggest train wreck ever. When we were in New Orleans covering training camp, and we ended up doing the show in the stadium one day or something.
Yes.
And the press box.
Yes.
And we had the guy from SNL that went on this political rant.
Rob Schneider. Okay, that's right. We had Rob Schneider on.
We're like, hey, Rob, what's going on?
Right,
so I'm thinking it's going to be all fun and games. And like, well, let me tell you about it. I'm like, what's going on?
He goes off. And this is everybody knows that about Rob Schneider now.
Yeah.
But nobody knew it then. No one knew it by and large, right? It wasn't a known thing that Schneider could go off on a political rant. He goes off on our show. We're thinking, what do we do about this? This is 2010 or 11 or something.
Yeah.
It's like, what did we do? I think it was 10.
Yeah.
It was actually 10.
I think it was 10.
And that was Rob Schneider just going off on the show. There were several others. Tony Rock, Chris Rock's brother, who I actually saw. I saw Chris Rock at Smart Financial Center. Tony was one of the warm-up acts, and he was awesome on stage. But when we had him in studio, he was horrible.
Yep.
He could not have been more dull. I don't know why, these comedians, they make them get up at 7 in the morning to come in here and do radio. These guys don't do 7 in the morning. They go to bed at 7 in the morning.
Exactly.
So that was really rough to have those improv guys on sometimes, but sometimes it was awesome. I mean, it was like
and there were some, like, as you just laid out, I mean, some absolute heavy hitters.
There are a lot of pictures. I mean, I think you posted Bob Saget when he passed away.
Yeah.
How about all the dead guys? We had a lot of dead guys.
We got a lot of dead guys.
But they went early, all right? In fairness to us, they went early. Andre and I were at the Golden Nugget. We went out to Vegas and did some shows before I was doing the show with you. And they wanted us to have Rich Little on. And the famous ventriloquist. Kids, Rich Little did impressions that he was really good at it.
Yeah.
And they handed us a list of all of Rich's characters, real people that he does. Johnny Carson. They were all dead. Johnny Carson, Ronald Reagan. I'm like, is anybody alive on this list? You know that it's getting up there when you're doing a lot of dead people impressions.
Yeah,
so.
but speaking of time passing, I wasn't going to bring this on the air, but it just makes me laugh. The difference between Vandermeer and Lopez then, when we take a bathroom break,
the conversation,
and Vandermeer and Lopez now. I was like, so Figgy.
This is good. Oh, no. But it is good.
So we go to the bathroom in this past break.
Oh,
and back then we're talking about, hey, Cindy Crawford. Hey, how about that? Would you? And all this other stuff. We go to the bathroom now.
I asked the question.
Vandermeer's on one side. I step up to the other side. He goes, so, you having any problems with your prostate?
It's true. I
do. It's like
we're comparing notes. Like, hey, what do you do? I don't know. What do you
I got this supplement you might want to try.
How many times a night?
Man, I can't sleep more than 2 hours. Good almighty! I walked out of there. I'm like, yeah, times are a little bit different.
Listen, screening age is now 45. Okay, just so you know, that's what it is. Okay. All right.
I can't wait for our next one.
Yeah. All right. So what else is on? What else is on the document that I missed?
Well, we got the hits, and I got a question for you. We don't talk a lot of golf. Tiger Woods used to dominate the air.
We were on the air when he went belly up.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
when
we
the
were.
Whole issue. But the issue of the wife chasing him with a golf club. That issue.
That would be an
That's
issue.
an issue. Yes.
That would be an issue. But obviously we'll go around kind of some hits. But I got a golf question for you.
Oh, let's do it.
A golf question.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Liv was just here.
By the way, don't worry about Noon. Noon, we have another guest coming in.
Noon is another guest.
Who hasn't showed up yet?
Yeah, who has not been on the air yet, and very interesting, very talented as well. It's Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio, exclusive.
all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Play all bits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's the hits. Oh, is this the theme for the hits?
This is the theme for the hits.
Get some guitar going. Get the axe.
Yeah.
Get the axe going for the hits. So Live Golf was in town.
Okay.
Were they a sponsor? Wait, I need to know if they were a sponsor before I say anything.
That's all right.
I think they are.
Oh, okay.
I heard a couple ads running on the station.
Love them.
Yeah.
Love them. No, I'm just wondering how it all went because I know early on I saw a report crowds were a little thin. I hope it went well for them. But, we all want golf to get united, right? I was curious how that was going to go because Shell Houston Open was played there so many years and everything. That's another thing I credit Jim Crane for. The survival of the Houston Open was so important. This is an event that goes back over 100 years. It had to survive. He stepped up. That's very nice of him.
Yeah.
And obviously now getting the good slot back in the spring.
Yeah.
Awesome. Although Memorial, it's like those greens. It's like clown's mouth stuff now. Forget about it. I used to like to play Memorial. It was like good for me, the slightly above average golfer. Now it's like, oh my goodness.
Do you still have to show that you live in the city of Houston to get there?
I don't know. I got on there a few times in the past.
Yeah.
No more.
Yeah.
But it's a great place. I mean, the Houston public courses. Gus Wortham is apparently awesome now, and I started out playing Herman Park when I moved here, and I will say this about Herman Park. It will get you good at putting. When you're putting and you hear elephants and sirens, it is good for you.
Yeah.
You have to overcome those distractions and nerves.
Mm-hmm. So, we kind of go through the headlines here. Obviously, we talked about Celtics and Mavs with Nick, so we don't have to necessarily rehash that. I think it's pretty much a done. They're just better.
It looks like Luka. I don't know what his health situation was, but
except when he's playing basketball.
2 months ago, he looks like he's laboring. Even when he's lighting it up, it looks like it's a labor. For him.
Yeah. And then of course Dan Hurley with the Lakers. See, I don't think.
What do you think of that?
Okay, he could have been Coach K.
Yeah,
I mean, could have been
20
there
years ago.
Name the court after him.
Right.
And just
go
at
UConn,
and just been there forever
NIL,
and ever and ever.
But what about the NIL exodus?
Maybe, but he's managed it. I mean, it's been around for a while now.
They own the state. It's a state that doesn't have a ton of corporate stuff, but it is the insurance capital, I guess. Still, Hartford.
Yeah,
they got some money there, no doubt. I guess it's the challenge, the money, everything. But LeBron's coaching the team.
LeBron is coaching the team. And yet, why would he take it? $20 million a year. I think he's going to get 20.
Does he need? I know it's easy for us to say.
Yeah.
It's like, what's another $7 million?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's another $7 million.
$7 million.
Yeah,
is what it is. But here's where I wanted to go with you. We don't talk a lot of golf here for obvious reasons. Texans going crazy and everything else with the Astros and all that. But there was a time, and you and I were together.
Right.
And people know you're an enormous golf fan. I'm an enormous golf fan. We don't necessarily talk about it a lot.
Right.
So I'm watching the Memorial yesterday.
Yeah.
And Scottie Scheffler wins.
Yeah.
He's won 5 tournaments already this year.
Crazy.
He's won the Masters, the TPC, the Memorial, 3 of the biggest tournaments you could possibly win, and 2 other tournaments. So I texted my family this, and I said, I'm going to ask Vandermeer this tomorrow. Are we in Scottie versus the field territory for this week's U.S. Open?
Because it's a major, the live guys come back.
Yeah.
And they're a threat, right?
Yeah.
I was glad Scottie won the Masters because I'm rooting for the PGA to make it here. But we know they have to merge because money talks, and that's how live survives, right?
Yeah.
I don't enjoy watching live on TV. It's like watching Bloomberg. I feel all the stuff going on the screen. I see some golf. They have these teams. Who cares? See the golfers golf.
Yeah.
And a scramble start. What am I doing? Watching a charity tournament? It's a scramble start. Or not a scramble start. I'm sorry, a shotgun start. So I don't like that format. So to me, the live guys, they play in those tournaments, and the competition should be great. But there's something about getting back to the majors where it's not the PGA format, where I felt like they were underprepared for the Masters, and I think that's going to be the case. So the answer is yes. It's Scottie versus the field.
Scottie versus the field. We haven't said that since Tiger.
Right, but no one's going to be shocked if Rahm comes up and wins it,
right,
or Bryson does something great.
He's that good, though.
He's that good, and if those other guys were in the field of some of these PGA tournaments, it would be a lot harder for him to do what he's done this year. But he did win the Masters.
Yes.
And he's got the pedigree because he's done it before. I was afraid when he dipped after the initial surge that It might be another Spieth.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because Spieth was going to be the greatest golfer of all time, right? But clearly he's not, and the putting is just not there for him and whatever else, mental issues. I mean, not serious mental issues, but golf-related mental issues. Scotty's amazing. He looks so relaxed, John.
And keep in mind, he might have won the PGA. He was in contention if he didn't get arrested.
I know. Yeah, the fact that he gets arrested and then goes out and shoots what he shot. Birdies the first hole.
Yes.
Whenever I get arrested, I'm not having a good day on
All
the
the
course.
times I've been arrested.
All the time. Every single time.
I shoot in the 90s. I shoot in the hundreds.
Even getting pulled over, it's like jittery, right? You know what I mean?
Oh,
yes, officer. 10-2.
Panicking.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I didn't do a damn thing wrong, and I'm terrified.
I am reaching into my glove compartment for the insurance card, okay?
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, I think he's that. Here's the second part to that. Who would you take?
Oh, to
Scotty versus the field. I mean, the logic says the field.
I think DeChambeau. I think Bryson. I would probably take him. You know, just pull a name out of a hat of one of the other really good golfers, and maybe he's due. It's the U.S. Open. It's hard. We all know that. I just want them to come together again. I want somehow to see more tournaments with all the best golfers together. Too often I'm watching these PGA events, and when Scheffler's not playing, Rory might be in it or whatever, but it's like, who's that?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you get some
Rory's
really
so
great
up and
matches.
down, too.
Such a disappointment.
God, he kills me in my golf.
Such a disappointment. That golf show, what is it, Full Swing on Netflix? Really good.
Oh, yeah.
Those documentaries, awesome. I could watch most of those things all day long, whatever the sport. Even the tennis one was good, but they canceled that one. The Formula One thing, the F1. Those documentaries docu-series have done such a good job. And the NFL, the receivers one isn't out yet, right? But they're coming out with it soon.
No, yeah.
The quarterbacks last year, the receivers this year. Cannot wait for that to come out. It's going to be so much fun to watch.
All right, back again, something else that happened. Something else that happened when we were doing the show. The Astros were in the 2004 NLCS.
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
2 on, 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Isringhausen delivers, driving it way back into left field. It's up, it's over, it's gone, it's gone. Big home run by Kent. Holy Toledo, what a hit. Oh, my goodness.
Jeff Kent.
I freaking love Milo Hamilton.
Oh, my God.
All right, it's 30th anniversary of the station, right? I did a show. I've got to find the tape. It's somewhere. Milo, Gene Peterson, voice of the Rockets for 35 years or so, along with Jim Foley.
I remember this.
And me.
Yes.
So Gene, Milo, me. I'm the baby.
Yeah.
And those guys are the deans of it.
Yeah.
And Gene could not have been better to Milo. Could not have been nicer to Milo. Milo was awesome. And now I'm the dean. Think about that for a moment.
I'm the dean.
You got Ackerman and Matt Thomas doing the Rockets. You've got Robert Ford doing the Astros. And I know Todd Callis does the TV. And I'm like, I'm the old guy now.
Yes.
But I'm going to keep going, baby.
Yes, you are. You better. So, Jeff Kent, walk-off home run, send the Astros on. They're in the NLCS to Game 6 or whatever it was, 7.
I was at the game. The home run went right over my head.
Did it really?
And I ran out of the building. I'm like, I am beating this traffic. As soon as I saw the ball was like directly on top of me, I'm like, out. Well, I showed the next day.
And so last night, Aggies on the way trying to get to the College World Series.
Yes.
Their best player in the country, probably could be a top 3 pick in the MLB.
Kid.
Braden Montgomery broke his leg or hurt his leg and had to be replaced by Caden Kent.
Amazing.
That is driven out to right field. This one's got a chance to get out of here. Grand salami time for Caden Kent.
Is that Monaco with the call? Is that Aggie Radio?
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
So Jeff Kent and his kid Caden Kent sends him to the College World Series.
It's 20 years later.
Isn't that unbelievable?
20 years later, his kid does that.
Yeah.
In that
as
ballpark.
a backup. Oh, well, he's kind of an everything type player, but he replaced the best player in the country.
That's incredible. Remember when Jeff Kent got injured washing his truck? I'm putting this in air quotes.
Yeah, he and I got into it on that one.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's when you were still a salty columnist.
Yeah. I was
stirring it up.
I was at spring training. Lopez. I was like, oh, God.
Here we go.
Yeah. And Jeff Kent was not known as the most media-friendly type guy. He loved me. ultimately.
Okay.
But he was giving me a hard time there, and I kind of went back at him a little bit, saying, this is why I said this, whatever it was. I forget exactly what the issue was. And ever since that moment, because I actually kind of like stated my case and didn't try to be like all soft or apologetic.
Right.
He gave me a bunch of stuff. He kind of like, okay, so you're not going to back down from me. It was really cool. It was one of my happier moments. Like Jeff Kent was like, all right, this guy at least is back. But at least he's backing it up or whatever. I would talk to him every game. Some guys were afraid to go to Jeff Kent's locker.
Right.
I'd go there every game.
I can imagine that as a media member.
I'd go every game.
What's your favorite event to cover back in the day when you were Chronicle flying? Kids, the Houston Chronicle used to send John Lopez all over the world to cover everything.
Yes.
Those were the days.
Yes.
And I went to various places to cover the NFL. McClain covered every NFL game for a while, other than the Texans. But that's how he was doing it when the Texans started.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on. Tell me, non-local team involved event. World Cup, Olympics, boxing, huge fight.
My favorite things to travel to were all the World Cups, followed by the Olympics. The World Cups, as a spectacle, are better than the Olympics.
Better than the Olympics.
Yeah, because it's like everybody pulling one flag, one team, one game. The train rides were crazy, no matter where I was.
It's not divided among different events.
Just incredible. Followed by the Olympics. Now, as far as like memorable events, probably I did the Jordan playoff run pretty much all 6 times he won it.
Wow.
And those were incredible. The Reggie Miller choke sign, I was at that game. Okay. The Colorado Michigan Cordell Stewart game. You can see me in the end zone of the highlight.
Oh my gosh.
Standing in the end zone.
That is huge.
Yeah, that was one. That's just a bunch of stuff like that.
So, my father-in-law tells me the story, and I know we got a break, but he tells me the story. I said, were you watching the Knicks? Because he used to be a big Knicks fan. He's like, I haven't watched them lately. I've watched a little bit this year. He said, I was once at a game in the playoffs, and Willis Reed was hurt. And I'm like, wait a minute.
That game?
Yeah. I'm like, you mean you were at the Willis Reed game? If I was at the Willis Reed game, I'd wear a hat saying, I was at the Willis Reed game. Are you kidding? It's you don't have to explain it to me. Just say the Willis Reed game. He's telling me the story like Willis was hurt.
Some guy was hurt.
But then he came out of the tunnel and everyone was really happy. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
now we got it.
Yeah, that one.
All right. So you've got a special guest coming up.
I do. We can say it now. Believe it or not. What are your thoughts if Josh Ennis joins us?
Josh Ennis next, 30th anniversary show, and Bijani's going to help you drive the ship. Thank you, Figgy. Thank you, John. You know I love you so much.
Back at you.
Thanks for having me on. I love Sports Radio 610 forever. This has given me a great life along with the Houston Texans, being here for so many years, and you guys are awesome. Have a great day. Ennis next. Go Texans, Sports Radio 610.
Could the Astros really be sellers at the
regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Holy moly, it must be my birthday.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Hello, Houston. Rich Lord here for SportsRadio610.com. Do you go to the internet? I know the answer to that. It's yes. So check out some of our interviews from this week at training camp. We talk to a lot of people. It's also our name dropper contest. Jeez. Barry Warner talked to, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
You know that voice. We're about to talk to him. It's the 30th anniversary show on Sports Radio 610, and our next guest was here for a good chunk of it. Sean Bijani and John Lopez. John, I'll let you intro this individual.
Yeah, man. I had it all set up. I was going to say, you found it, and then I realized, yeah, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. Let's get the right guy in here to say that he found it.
You found it, and what you have found is Houston's #1 sports radio show, the Josh and Rich Show.
Oh, wait,
Josh,
whoa.
he's Rich. Yeah, no, sorry.
Josh is joining.
Also,
yes.
really quick,
yes, go
Sean,
for it.
Let me tell you this. Like they always say, like if there were a nuclear holocaust, it would be cockroaches and Cher, right? It'd be cockroaches, Cher, and Sean Bijani doing nights on 610. My man just teased. Like every time I think he's dead and gone, like, hey, Sean's back. Like it's wonderful to hear you because I haven't talked to you in forever.
They can't kill me, bro.
Do you still have your hot wife?
I do.
Oh, good for you. I just wanted to check in.
I haven't screwed that one up. I haven't screwed that up yet.
Hey, Josh, so we kind of kept this as something of a surprise. But, I'm telling family members, my kids obviously listened and loved you. And when you hear in the station, and people were like, wait, what? I never thought I would hear Josh Ennis on Sports Radio 610 again. Did you ever think you would hear Josh Ennis on Sports Radio 610 again?
No, and I don't know how true this is or not, but I had heard that when I got fired at 790, that there was interest in bringing me and Jim back to 610 at the time. And then Jim called me because he had talked to him, and he goes, yeah, they told me there's no way in hell they could ever hire you at 610. And just to give you an example of how bad this was, so I was out of work. This is right. Okay, so here's how this went. I got fired at 790 in March of 2019. So about a year later was the pandemic. I was out of work for about a year, and I got a chance to do a fill-in on CBS Sports Radio, like a one-night thing. It was literally the night the NBA stopped. It was like a Thursday night, a Wednesday, I forgot what it was. So I'm on, and as you know, like nighttime programming on 610 was CBS Sports Radio. They were so uninterested in having my voice on the radio that they put a local person on at night. They paid someone to work just so I wouldn't be on 610. So to answer your question, there is no way in hell I would have ever thought that, especially considering that in my youth, I have said a lot of bad things about a lot of people at 610 and everywhere else I've worked.
I seem to remember some of that. So what is it about you and burning bridges, man?
Oh, I don't burn them. I take like a flamethrower to bridges. I don't know. I'd like to think I've grown a little bit, I think, but I don't know. It's just there were times like that I just like, for instance, when you talk about burning bridges, when I left 610, some people think I got fired. That's actually not true. I took a job in Philadelphia within the company. I stayed in what was CBS at the time. So I had a job waiting for me in Philadelphia, and I took it. And when I left, like the night of my last show, well, actually, I'll give you some inside info here. So I'm doing the last show with Rich. And months before that, Rich knew that I wasn't going to stay. And you think the guy hated me, and we hated each other for a long stretch. Then we loved each other. We hated each other. He was pissed that I was leaving. I remember I think it was Gavin the PD at the time? No, I guess it would have been Ryan was the PD. And I sat down and told him I'm leaving. And Rich was furious. He's like, why are you going to blow this thing up? Why are you doing this? And I'm like, I don't know. I want to leave, So as much as he hated me, I think he also hated the idea of the show ending because it was a pretty good show. And I think it was because we were authentic. We both hated each other. We hated each other. When we liked each other, we liked each other. There's nothing really contrived. But so when I left, last day, this story is great because I guess we had done something like a Christmas radiothon or something, and somebody bid on the opportunity to sit in on the Josh and Rich show. The day that they paid off, and got the opportunity to come up, was the last day of the Josh and Rich show. So this poor person is sitting in this room. No one's talking. We're just like sitting in silence. The only thing Rich said to me that day was, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember exactly. Jim was the producer. He'd probably remember this. But he goes, if you think this is going to be just some big celebration of you, well, you're effing out of your mind. I was like, okay. Fair enough. I just sat there. We motored through the show.
Yeah.
And like I was out of the building before Rich was done with his last live endorsement. They escorted me out. I'm leaving. I got up. Rich is in the middle because he did like 45-minute live endorsements anyway. So Rich is doing this live endorsement. I got up. I walked towards the elevator. Ryan meets me, takes my key card. They escort me out. And that was the end of my time at 610. It was an eventful time. It was about 4 years. People forget that I started with you guys.
Okay,
I was on in the morning with you for a year.
Sean's got something for you, but let me just rehash this real quick, Sean, because people do forget. It was Vandermeer and Lopez, and Gavin comes in and says, yeah, there's this guy in Baton Rouge that I really think has got a lot of talent. We're going to bring him in. And he'll be. This is one of my favorite stories too, because of how you are as a host. He'll be doing the sports flashes. That's back when we did sports flashes, and he's just going to try to fit in wherever, and it's going to be nice and transition. Maybe we'll throw him an hour here and there, which they ended up doing, giving you an hour. That's where you started in terms of your talk show, and like for the first month, maybe longer, Josh was like just doing sports flashes, like just. Hey, the Astros, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is pretty cool. And then, of course, all of a sudden, once you got that 1 hour, all hell broke loose, Josh.
Well, there's a couple of funny stories about when I started there. One, I was coming to town, and I was supposed to do an on-air audition with 790 as well. So I was coming to town to do an on-air audition for what I think became their 10 to noon spot, maybe. And then I was also interviewing with Gavin. I drive up, and I get an email from someone at 790, and they say, hey, we have to cancel. It might have been Michael Berry, of all people, because he was running the station at the time. It was a weird time, but Michael was running the station. And they said, we have to postpone this. And I said, that's fine. I talked to Gavin. I say, listen, they canceled my on-air audition. I don't care. I'd much rather work with you anyway. So I go, I meet him and Vandermeer. And I don't know if you were there or not, but I met Mark and Gavin at the Starbucks by the station. And we're talking, you know how Mark walks and he glides into everywhere. Like he just glides. I was watching your stream a little while ago. He just glides everywhere he goes, And he glides up. I'm like, wow, Mark Vandermeer. Of course, I lied about a lot of stuff to get the job. Like, Gavin was asking me about all these radio shows in Dallas. Like, that show? I'm like, yeah, it's like my favorite show. I see myself as these guys. And I told a lot of lies and, got the job. And then first, I heard you guys earlier talking about how, you guys roll in at like 5 till. I learned that the first day I got there. So I get the job. My dad's all proud of me. He's like, Josh, you gotta dress the part. You gotta look the part. You're going to Houston, big town. So he takes me to Men's Warehouse and he buys me like suits. He's got me like sport coats, blazers, pants, ties, everything. First day I'm there, I drive up on a Sunday night and I'm staying at like one of the little hotels right down the road from the station. And I get up. I'm excited. I get up at like 3:30, 4 in the morning. I don't even know if I slept. I get in. I put on this. I think I had a blazer on, like a blue blazer with like brown pants and a light blue shirt and a tie. And I get up there at like 4:30 in the morning, and I'm sitting in the lobby of the radio station. And I sat in that lobby by myself for about an hour and 20 minutes because ain't nobody else was there. And then Chris comes up, Jones comes up, and I go, hi, I'm Josh. I'm the guy. He's like, all right, cool, whatever. And I go in, I go to this room. You guys rolled in at about 2 minutes till 6. Mark's reading the newspaper, I think, and I'm like, oh, so this is how it works. This is fun. That was the last day I ever wore a suit to work. I'm like, you guys come rolling up. You were probably watching SportsCenter on your phone on the way to work.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I'm like, oh, so this is how the big timers do it. And
hey, Josh,
much,
I think the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, but that you actually ever broke a mic on Sports Radio 610, you hijacked my Rocket postgame show. Do you remember this?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, what happened?
It was a Saturday or Sunday night. That's where I thought you were going when you said Sunday night. It was a weekend, I'm almost positive. and it's like 2 segments left in the show, and then just rando. Dude pops in the studio, sits down, throws on some headphones, and just starts talking ish on the radio. I'm like, what the hell is it? Who is this guy? And I'm looking, I don't know who the hell was producing. It was like Brian Graham or somebody like that. I'm like, maybe it was Ben Gary. I'm like, who the hell is this? What's happening? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about. Do you remember that at all?
I don't. I look. There's
Typical
a lot of stuff
Josh.
I did back then that I don't remember. There's a lot of stuff I do remember.
Hey, catch us up on what you're doing now. Like, so you went to Philly, then you went to Tennessee, right?
Well, let's see. Let me share with you my career arc. It was an ascent, and then it's been a gradual descent. So let's see. Actually, kind of a precipitous drop. No, I was in Baton Rouge, obviously. I came to Houston. I worked there for about 4 years, took the job in Philly, was there for almost 3 years, was pretty successful. But as you talk about burning bridges, I'm also very good at blowing myself up. It's just one of the things I do. It's like I enjoy tearing myself down so I could rebuild myself.
Well, at least you recognize that now.
Oh, dude, let me tell you, I am very self-aware. Radio, especially in this era where like there's social media, there's a lot of radio dweebs are not self-aware. They think what they're doing is important. In reality, we can all be fired tomorrow, and it doesn't really matter. And I've learned this because I've been fired twice, and laid off once. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I go to Philly. I come back to Houston to work at 790, and I was there for 3 years, and then I got fired there. And then I went to Nashville about a year, or actually about 2 years after that. I went to Nashville. I was doing mornings on a classic rock station there. And I was there for 2 years. And then I got a job at what is probably the most legendary rock and roll radio station on the planet, KC95 in St. Louis. And I do afternoons here now. And I do some sports fill-ins and stuff. And I just piss people off, basically, as I've always done. I don't mean to. It's just my natural ability. I have a skill. It's to upset people. I don't even try.
Have you evolved, Josh? Have you evolved? We're getting texts about that, and you're sort of I don't want to say self-destructive, but have you evolved?
Oh, I'm the most destructive person ever. I mean, like now I like to think. I think I have matured some. When I met you for the first time, I was 23 years old, and now I'm 37. But again, I say I'm mature. I was counting the number of good boy vodka drinks I was drinking at my house last night. I got up to 20 on the gram yesterday. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff about me that's immature still. But I think I've grown in the sense that actually, maybe I haven't. But anyway, I'm trying to think of ways I've grown. I wanted to say something profound.
You know what? I haven't grown at all.
You know what? And if you can't handle me for me, then fine. That's on you. That's a you problem. No, but I go back to like when I was at 790, and I tried to do radio wars with you guys, and I just did it because I thought it was fun, and I tried to bring attention to sports radio because I mean at the end of the day, it is AM sports radio. We're 2 AM radio stations. I mean it's it's a slap fight basically. We were competing for 20th place back then overall. So I mean at the grand scheme, it wasn't a big deal. But, I mean, I've done stupid things before. I don't really regret a bunch of them because, I mean, I knew what I was doing when I did them. So, I mean, I did dumb things. I've done smart things. I've gumped my way into some significant moments, The stuff that I've gumped my way into, I wish I would have planned because I would have felt like I'm smart. Like at the Radio Row with Seth, if I would have planned that, I would have been brilliant. Instead, it just happened. Things like that just happened. And I've gotten lucky in some instances, if you want to call that getting lucky. I mean, but to answer the question, that was a roundabout way of saying that I've probably grown in some way.
Or not.
It's hard to put a label on how, but I think I have.
All right, that's Josh Ennis, Sean Bijani, John Lopez. Josh is going to hang around for one more segment. Coming up next, some of John Lopez's favorite memories with Josh. And, yeah, that one, too. That's next. It's Sports Radio 610.
What are Nick? is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Holy moly, it must be my birthday.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
It's 610 Day, Sports Radio 610, 30th anniversary show. He's John Lopez, Sean Bijani, and still hanging around with us, one of the most polarizing, Houston's favorite pain in the ass in terms of sports talk radio, Josh Ennis.
He's just a big old teddy bear.
So some of your favorite memories. We'll get some of Josh's too, but you got some really favorite memories from Josh.
Well, let me bounce them off of you, Josh. First one was, I think it was 2010. We go to Miami for the Super Bowl. And to this day, I think, because I've never been a big strip club guy, nothing against them, it's just not my cup of tea. I think that's still the last time I ever went to a strip club was with you in Miami.
I enjoy how you're not a big strip club guy, but you're like, hey, do you want to go to Tootsie's in Miami? I was like, sure, this sounds great. 'Cause me and you, one of the nights we were there for the Super Bowl, it was just me and you hanging out.
Yeah.
So we went to Cayocho.
Yeah, Cayocho.
Right? You took me down there. Cayocho, whatever. I'm a white guy. I don't sound good saying it.
We had some,
like a try-hard
arroz con pollo, little black beans.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought we had. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Plantains.
Yes, sir.
We had little plantains. Then we went to the strip club. And, I mean, this was truly the most remarkable place I'd ever been. It was like a Costco. It was gigantic. And it's like I've never been to a strip club this large before. It's Tootsie's. We went to Tootsie's and I guess it's between Miami and Lauderdale, I think. But we did that, and like that's the thing is when I started working, there was me, you, and Mark, and I always viewed you guys kind of like father-like because I adore both of you very much, and so I just always enjoyed that. Like I remember when they gave me the afternoon show, or they put me on the afternoon show. I was like, I don't know that I actually want to go do it. I think I'd rather go hang out with you guys. And you guys are like, no, that's kind of stupid. I'm like, yeah, probably, but I just like hanging with you guys because you're so cool. And we had so many. When you talk about memories, man, I heard Mark, and Mark sounds so docile when you listen to him on the radio. It's because these people don't see him when he's not on the air and we're in a commercial break and he's pissed about something and he's throwing things. There was one time, I think it was over the tailgating, or they were changing the rules for tailgating. Like you had to have a ticket to tailgate because the Cowboys and Texans fans were like fighting.
Yeah.
So you're on the air the next day and you're ripping them for this. And then Mark's having to kind of play it down the middle. And we go to break, and he's just unloading on both of us. He's like, what are you doing? And then he, like, throws his pen against the wall, and he's lost his mind. And, like, because he would do that on occasion. For the most part, he's a fairly docile individual.
Yeah.
But, like, if he gets pissed and you're with him on the air, he won't do it on the air. I remember one time I said it was that 2010 season, and I said, this team is garbage. And he just unloaded on me for saying that they were garbage. And it was like, God, we had so many, I mean, just awesome times. Or Barry, of course, Sean worked with Barry. And Barry one day, like the whole thing, we would make fun of Barry all the time and do the Barry voice and make fun of his erectile dysfunction commercial and all that. And one day he walks in and he just he gives me a forearm shiver and like knocks me out of my chair while I'm on the air and then gets up and walks out. He was nuts. And Rich is like, what just happened? I'm like, I think he's legitimately angry because he just knocked me on my ass and then left. I'll tell you, though, man, like the thing about 610, and 610's a special place to me, more so than any place I've ever worked. I'm not trying to wax poetic here or anything, but like I've worked at some really big radio stations. I've worked at some really poorly run radio stations. I've worked at well-run radio stations. But the most memorable time I've had in my life is the 4 years I spent at 610. And I love it. I feel a connection to 610, and I don't really feel a connection to any other radio station I've worked, like I feel like, and we were kind of the renaissance. There was like a 610 renaissance around 09, 10, 11. And that's not to knock John and Lance or any of those other guys who did it before you and I were there, before Mark was there, because they had a lot of success and they were the originators of it. And I don't knock that at all. But the station was stagnant for a long time. And at that time, Lance and John had, like, one of them sued the station, and it was a whole deal. And they went over to 1560, and they had a fun thing going there for a while that was neat. And then we came in, and Gavin said, look, we're going to be the New York Yankees, and we're going to win this thing, and let's do this. And that 4 years I was there, I'm still friends with virtually everybody that I knew from that time. I still talk to Gavin all the time. I text you all the time. I text Mark all the time. Some of my best friends, Jim Mudd was there, and Ben was there, and John Cassio, who produced our show for a little bit, was there. On down at Laura, just all these people. I have so much appreciation for the 4 years I spent there. Like, it's the only radio station I feel a connection to. Maybe because I get fired so quickly at all the other ones, I don't have time to appreciate it. But, like, I feel a connection to that place. And, this is going to sound so trite. It's going to sound like a reel on Instagram. But, like, you wish you knew you were in the good old days when you're in them. Yeah. Like, you wish you knew they were the good old days, and maybe you'd think of it differently. That's how I feel. As trite as that sounds, the time that you and I spent together, the time that you, me, and Mark, and we would do the shows at the Verizon stores, and there was one time we did a show on a phone, on a landline a Verizon store. I remember because the equipment failed. We're sitting on the floor Indian style, talking on a phone. Like, I mean, we interviewed Arian Foster. Dude, those shows were huge. Oh, Arian Foster, Andre Johnson, Jacoby Jones, yes. Cushing. And then, of course, we went to the Super Bowls together. We did 3 or 4 of those.
Dallas was a little bit cold. How was that trip?
Oh, God. So we get to this house on, I guess it would have been a Sunday, and it's a normal day. We're sitting in a hot tub. We're drinking beers. Next morning, we wake up. There's like a foot of snow. Like, we got to drive all the way to, downtown to do that. But it was just, there was so much that was fun. And those houses were fun when we would stay together. Yeah. And, I remember we're watching, Blues Brothers or something, and Rich is trying to watch it. And at one point he goes, this is before we're working together, I believe. And he goes, Josh, I really like you, but can you shut the F up for 5 minutes? I'm like, okay, you got it. Like, it was a different world back then. Like, maybe because I was young. Yeah. That could be it, because I was 23 and it was still all kind of new to me. But, man, I love Houston so much, and I'm not saying this to kiss anybody's ass, but I do. I feel like Houston is my home. I lived there for 9 years. I love the people in Houston. Let me tell you something that's wild, man. Mm-hmm. So a lot of my friends still live there, so I go visit a lot, and we were there last year. We went to a Texans game last year, and I get there on a Friday night, I think it was a Friday. I walk over into Bobcat Teddy's, all right? I go into Bobcat Teddy's, and the second I walk in, somebody goes, Josh Ennis! I don't know this person, but they still remember me from the radio. And I don't know, man. Houston is like part of my soul, man. Like I love that town so much.
Well, you referenced this earlier, and obviously you also spoke a little bit today about kind of the self-destructive stuff that you've done. Admittedly, we got to do our job too, and part of your story with 610 is what happened in Minneapolis. With Seth, and I'm just curious, looking back on it now, you say you maybe don't regret it. You got to regret some of that because it wasn't all good for you.
No, but that one I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because if you'll remember, I used to walk around when I worked at 610. I would walk around with a microphone at Radio Row. That's what Gavin wanted me to do, right? So I would go and interview people, just walk around. So that's all I did was sent Jim. Because, the thing that made it worse is that I had been ripping on Mike and Seth for, months when I moved to the mornings at 790, both of whom are very good friends. Meltzer's one of my best friends in the world, but that was strained for a long time after that. But we're good now. We love each other. But in that moment, I'm like, Jim, just go screw with them, all right? Because they know Jim, and he worked with them, so fine. So he walks over there and, messes with them a little bit, and then they shoo him off, right? Ryan says, Jim, get out of here. All right, fine. So Jim comes back over. I mean, it's 7 a.m. or whatever it is on a Tuesday at Radio Row. Like, no one's there. We're in the Mall of America. No one's there. It's, that's Conrad Dobler hopping around on one leg and Merrill Hodge. That's who you get on Tuesdays at Radio Row. So so he shoos him away. But then Seth instigates it and tells Jim, he goes, Jim, you really let yourself go. Like, starts calling him fat or something. And then Seth just snaps. And I get it because I've been screwing with him for months, so I'm not saying I didn't deserve it. But he stands up and he's like, Josh Ennis is a bitch, and he doesn't have the nerve to come say it to my face. And in that moment, there's decisions that one has to make there, John and Sean. There is I've been talking trash for 7-8 months on these guys, and if I don't go over there, I'm a puss. But if I go over there, there's a chance that this really angry former football player will kill me. But I'm like, it's the radio. This is great. Because everything in my mind is what's good on the radio. Doesn't mean I fake it, but I want to know what's going to sound good on the radio. And I'm like, this is going to be lovely. So I get up, I walk over, and he just starts berating me about how our ratings suck. And I don't remember everything that was said. All I know is that I was scared bleepless. And I'm like shaking. Like I remember Landry had alluded to that, oh, he's shaking. Yeah. Part of it was adrenaline. Part of it was I thought I was going to die. But I'm like, I'm willing to do this because they're paying me a lot of money at 790. I need to get ratings. This could help us out. So I'm holding it. My hand is like shaking. I'm like, I can't hold, like I could barely hold the phone. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to die today. And I didn't. But what happened is WEEI was like the table over there out of Boston. And they started filming this. And since nothing was going on Tuesday, as we noted, that's, hey, here's Merrill Hodge. So there's nothing good that happens at the Radio Row on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, I think it might have been. But either way, so that starts going viral. And I'm like, oh. And then it was the biggest story. I'm trending. I'm on the news everywhere. I'm being interviewed by people in Minneapolis for the news. And I start cutting wrestling promos to the point where they had to bleep me. Like, I'm live on the news in Minneapolis. Like, why do they want to talk to me? They're like, you're the guy that fought at Radio Row. And I'm like, yeah, well, listen, that bitch Seth Payne came at me, brother. And I'm like cutting promos. And it was fantastic. And then, some stuff. And then there was an issue that happened after that. So they kick us off of Radio Row. Contrary to popular belief, it was not me that got us kicked off of Radio Row. That's a myth. It was just we basically showed up late to Radio Row, so we didn't have our own table. So we were kind of squatting. And when they found out we were kind of squatting, they kicked everybody off. It was just convenient to blame me for it, which, whatever. I mean, I guess I brought attention to us, but it was nothing different than I had done the year before when the Super Bowl was in Houston and Jim was dressed as Mike Ditka and he wore the Assweiler garbage can. So
that's right.
Like, it's easy for people to conveniently say he was out of control. I had done that same stuff 4 or 5 different times. Jim, the year before, would dress as Dick and just go to random people's radio shows and sit down to the point that they wanted to fight him. They would go, who are you? Get out of here. And he would just sit there and not say anything. He would just look like Ditka in the chair. So, like, it's easy for people to look back on that and be like, oh, Josh, do you regret that? That one I don't, because it escalated, right? Now, there are things I regret. Like, I regret the way things ended at 610. I mean, me and Rich hated each other for stretches. We loved each other. I mean, we had good times. Like him and Jim went to Vegas together and had a great time. We went to, at the Super Bowls, we had good times together. I regret that it ended that way. I regret that I said all the bad things I said about him right after that, because there was no reason to. I had another job. There was no reason to talk trash about him. But I did, and I regret that. Me and him are cool now. I've seen him a couple times since then. I've talked with him a couple times. I did a show with him. I was over on 97.5 for a little bit, and he came in for 2 hours one day, and we did it. So, but yeah, I mean, there are things you regret that you did, but at the end of the day, look, I've burned a lot of bridges. I get that I've burned a lot of bridges. I've made some mistakes, but I also did a lot of memorable things that were fun, and people talk about them to this day.
Hey, Josh.
So, yep.
Josh, do you ever want to get back into sports talk radio full time?
I enjoy it thoroughly. Yes, I do part-time sports radio stuff here. I do fill-ins on their station here, and look, I love sports radio. I love talk. Well, really, I just love talking. If you can't tell, I really enjoy talking, and I think I have stories to tell for people. So, look, I have a great job here. I'm on a legendary rock radio station, but I enjoy talking. That's what I do. So, but the thing is, like, I worked in Philadelphia at arguably the number 2. I understand I'm rambling.
No. I'm glad that we are your kind of counselors here.
Listen, I need counseling. I just don't want to pay for it because I'm broke. I gambled all my money away. So this is free. This is nice. But I worked at a very big sports radio station in Philadelphia, but I didn't enjoy my time doing that as much as I enjoyed my time. Like, do you realize how good the people we worked for were? Yeah. Gavin, Brian, Purdy, then Sarah, who I also said some mean things to her when I was over at 790. And now, if you talk about growth, I did apologize for that. I said mean things about Sarah Fraser, and I emailed her and I said, look, I'm just trying to get ratings over here and cause a war. I'm trying to bring attention to what we're doing. I apologize. So I've apologized. But we worked, I mean, Brian Purdy was the coolest dude on the planet. Gavin was the coolest dude on the planet. I mean, we used to have the most epic Christmas parties. The one that was at Drink Houston, like in 11 maybe, 11 or 12. Like, they don't do that stuff anymore. Like, it was debauchery. It was like bachelor party. And, there was drugs and guns. And it was
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
We had the best time.
TMI, man.
I built so many good relationships with people there, and I think that one misconception about me is I think people thought I hate or think I hate Houston because I was critical of teams and all that. But no, there's nothing that could be further from the truth. Houston is, like, outside of Baton Rouge, Houston is my home. I lived there for 9 years. I love the people. I love the city. My wife's a diehard Texans fan. We're trying to plan a trip to Kansas City to go see them against the Chiefs. And Astros. I had Astros season tickets for a couple years. I was listening to them on the radio yesterday. So Houston is like almost entirely my heart as it comes to places that I've lived, and I miss it terribly, like all the time. No knock on anywhere else I've lived, but Houston is Houston, and Houston's the best freaking place on the planet. Man. I can't stress that enough. I love that freaking place.
I was gonna say, Josh, like, appreciate you joining us this morning for a couple of segments.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done, man. You know, we already blew past the break about 5 minutes ago. So,
but we hope we're glad we were here. All right, brother.
Appreciate you, man.
Hey, I love you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate this.
All right. Josh Ennis. How about that? Coming up next, there's a lot that you might have missed this morning. We're going to recount some of that, but then give you the scoop on what else is coming up throughout the course of the day. You get the drive. You got Area 45 with me later on this evening in PC. We'll get you some of the guests that we have in mind that are going to be joining us coming up throughout the course of the day. We'll do that next at Sports Radio 610.
The Astros.
773 Network.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town.
Holy moly, it must be my birthday.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop, back with you. I'm Sean Bijani, sitting in with John Lopez. Figgy Fig here as well. Josh Ennis just joined us for a couple of segments. And I know via the text line, most of you enjoyed that thoroughly for the last half hour. Will Rich be on today from the 832? I hope I didn't miss him. Well, you did. What time was Rich on this morning? It was pretty early, wasn't it?
Yeah, what time was it?
8 o'clock, I want to say.
8 o'clock? Yeah, well, you can check the Odyssey app, sportsradio610.com. Podcast is up there. That's why we've got it set up where you can take us wherever you are, anytime, any day. Rewind on the Odyssey app, and you can check that out. You don't have to miss anything. 713-572-4610. You can call, text, all that good stuff. You want to join us. It's the 30th anniversary show. We've got a lot coming up today. The Drive working on some big-time names during their show.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to just wait and listen in from 2 to 6 here on Sports Radio 610 to see who they've got cooking. Some of which might be some firsts, guys that you've never heard as a guest on Sports Radio 610 before. Some you have, and they have been some of the very best over the years that we've had. I'll tell you who we've got coming up on the evening show tonight from 7 until 11. We are stacked. We're going to have Alex Del Barrio. He's going to join us. We're going to have Nate Griffin from Fox. And one surprise, I'll just say this. He's an OG on nighttime radio on Sports Radio 610. He's going to join us at 8:25. So
All right.
I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully you guys are as well. You can just listen in, and I'll throw out some more teasers. But I'm very excited for our guest at 8:25.
Feeling very nostalgic all day long. 30 years, Sports Radio 610. Believe it or not, I've been here for half of them. 15 of them.
Yeah, what did you say, 2009?
October 4th, 2009.
2009. I got you beat by 3 years, maybe some change.
That's right. You've been around, man.
Yeah.
You've been around.
It'd be 18 years for me in August, and it's crazy. I told you, when we were talking to Josh, it feels like just yesterday, but then again, it does feel like a long time ago. It's just a lot of craziness, a lot of change.
I forgot Josh used to crash your show occasionally.
I know the one time that I referenced, I brought it up to him. Yeah. That's the only time I really remember it, but I didn't get an opportunity to. I hate Josh for one reason. I despise him really for one reason.
And that is?
Because he would goad Barry before the show. We had to do the damn crosstalk
back
then.
I meant.
That's when it birthed.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And he would piss Barry off. And so what do you think that would mean for me 5 minutes later?
Exactly. You're the brunt of the punishment.
I would have to endure this crap for 4, sometimes 5 hours. Remember we used to do 5 hours back in the day?
Yeah.
And so, Barry would start the show just angry.
In a bad mood.
Angry as hell.
He'd be in a bad mood.
And that was already on top of Barry would under my on purpose, and it took me like a year and a half before I realized he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
And so once I figured that out, then we actually, kind of similar to Josh and Rich, they hated each other, then they loved each other.
Yeah.
Same thing for me and B-Dub. I really hated him for about a year and a half, and then I understood what he was doing, and he was like Grandpa B-Dub at the end of the day.
Yeah. Hey, we've got some news.
Yes.
We've got some news. I'm actually stunned, to be honest. As much as this is probably the best thing, Dan Hurley, UConn coach, has turned down the Los Angeles Lakers.
The last time you and I, didn't we do a show last Friday, I think, together?
Friday was ND. It was Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. Yeah. This was when the Dan Hurley news really got, and we talked about it. It was Woj. It was like, bam, screw you, Shams Charania, in your J.J. Redick report. This is who is going to be the next Lakers head coach. And you were like, oh, yeah, of course. Who turns down this job?
Yeah.
It's going to be a massive contract, a lot of money, maybe making him the highest paid coach. Who turns that down? It seemed like a sure thing. And then this morning, no, Dan Hurley turns that down. And I just said to you moments ago when we learned the news, I think that's the best decision for him. And you said you agreed.
I did. It's career-wise, in terms of success and still making a lot of money, it's the best decision. Financially, he would have made more money. He turned down 6 years, $70 million. He would have made more money with the Los Angeles Lakers. But then there's all that other stuff, all the baggage of LeBron and what he's doing, Bronny and et cetera. But no, he's staying in beautiful Stores, Connecticut, rather than going to Los Angeles.
But, coming off of a national title, as a coach, you're trying to build a legacy, are you not? And a lot of coaches, a lot of people would say, you know what, we've reached the mountaintop, we've done this, now let's move on to the next challenge.
Yeah.
But that next challenge is multifaceted when you talk about all of the things that go with it's the Lakers, it's moving across country, it's LeBron.
Yeah.
It is an absolute circus. It's learning how to deal with all these different personalities, hiring a staff. When you look back and you say, damn, look what I've built here in just, 3-4 short years of time. I can do more.
Yeah.
We can do it again and maybe again. And maybe again. That's what you've got to be thinking, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's part of it. And the other part of it, I think he really was considering, like, the situation. Forget all the other stuff. LeBron's not going to play forever. Bronny, who cares? Whatever. But can my coaching style work in the NBA? And I think, when you look at it from a coaching perspective, it's not really something that has been proven to work when you have that taskmaster, kind of hard-nosed, complains a lot to the referees. He'd have gotten 80 technicals probably over the course of the year. Will that work? Now, a lot of guys think they can. Coaches have egos too, but it ultimately does not. So I think that was probably a factor as well.
Yeah, and it's not to say that it wouldn't work at the NBA, because I think there's a time and a place for great coaches' style, whatever it is. But at this point in time, in LA, with that guy,
with this NBA,
yeah, like I don't know who it's going to be. I just told you moments ago that, all right, you shift gears back to JJ Redick. And I only say that because
he's there.
He's there.
Man, I hope it happened.
I know.
I hope it happened. I want to see a train wreck.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're all in it for the train wreck.
Yeah.
But there's got to be, like, if I told you I don't think this job is fit, but for one type of person, and that's it. It is an NBA veteran head coach. I don't know who that person is.
Who is it?
I don't know that
I don't even know why they fired
exists.
Darvin Ham. To be honest, I thought he was perfect for that team.
They're kind of like, it's the LA Lakers, man, all the banners and everything else, and they're kind of like lost.
You can't get a college coach
they're kind of
to leave Connecticut.
Yeah.
See, the problem is public perception versus reality. And I know you fall into this in regard to LeBron running the whole situation.
By the way, LeBron just tweeted, maybe it's me.
Are you being serious?
I am 100% serious.
Maybe it's me.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, buddy, it is you.
Yeah. All right, but I want to ask both of you guys, because I have to be honest with you, with the state of the Rockets over the course of the last 4 years, me personally, it's kind of killed my fandom. And by killing it, my fandom for the Rockets, it's kind of it's tarnished what attention I pay to the NBA. So I'm not following the NBA, 365 like I used to. Okay, I love it. I want to.
You're not alone.
It hasn't grabbed me the way that it used to.
Yeah.
So I say all that to say, I don't think I'm like the most in tune with what's happening in LA.
Yeah.
And I can't stand up on this table and say, yeah, it's LeBron. Yeah, he's really running the show. That's the narrative. That's the perception. But to what degree is it really the truth?
Yeah.
And where's the separation? Does it just come down to Dr. Buss and him dying and leaving everything to Jeannie and her not really knowing who to trust? Like, and in that regard, isn't it very similar? Aren't there some similarities when, Bob McNair passed away and his right-hand man wasn't there for Cal and Hannah, and they were kind of directionless. Isn't that what the Lakers have become? And so they've just kind of entrusted, like, well, the best player in basketball, he's here with us now. He knows what to do.
He's kind of holding them hostage in a sense. He wants to be there. He's not going anywhere. But at the same time, who's running the show? We get there, you're the most powerful basketball person on the planet, but what's best for the Lakers? Is what LeBron gets once he gets.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what's best.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting follow. I'm with you guys. I want to see the train wreck. JJ Redick.
Yeah, and he's got to be the leader now, right?
But yeah, I think he has to.
I think so.
Yeah.
What if it works? What if it works?
I don't know. I mean, I don't see it happening. Anything is possible.
The Lakers got to the playoffs last season.
Yeah.
So if he get them to the playoffs and first round exit or something that worked.
And then you get to the playoffs. Playoffs is like a given. It used to be in La La Land. Get to the playoffs, and then what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because they need to win some championships, man.
Yes.
That's why I thought they got AD and LeBron and all that stuff.
And the hated Celtics are going to make it worse because they're about to win one.
Yeah, then damn Mavericks. I mean, come on. They can't play a complete game to save their lives.
Yeah.
Disappointed in last night's game. All right, coming up next, we'll roll into the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to take a trip around the NFL, get you the big stories there. John Lopez, Sean Bijani, you're in the loop.
Yep, and Loken Group.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
30th anniversary show today, Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani in with John Lopez in the loop. Figgy Fig here as well. This may take the whole time. It may not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, J-Lo. But last night, I watched the entire hour-and-a-half podcast of Bill O'Brien.
The old rabbit hole, baby.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why. You're talking about train wreck.
Mm-hmm.
It was like that. I just couldn't take my eyes off of it. I know what a train wreck it was here during his time as Houston Texans coach, but this was, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time that he'd sat down and kind of, this was a tell-all, so to speak.
And talked about the Texans.
Talked about the Texans multiple times in a podcast that's hosted by former Penn State Nittany Lion tight end Adam Brenneman. And as a guest co-host, so to speak, broadcasting from the team meeting room at Boston College, where Bill O'Brien has most recently taken his next head coaching job, was Christian Hackenberg, his former quarterback with Penn State.
Yeah.
Very cool interview in regards to the things that they'd covered. Hackenberg, credit to him, he brought up a lot of the tough stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he brought up in regards to Bill O'Brien was his time as a Houston Texan general manager, what that was like. And here's a little snippet from what Bill O'Brien had to say about that experience here in Houston.
That's one thing in pro football, as you know, like you have, you have the general manager and you have the head coach, and there's two divisions, right? Now they work together to form the team, to put the team together, but sometimes they don't always see eye to eye. Like it doesn't mean that one side's wrong. Yeah, there's a lot. That's right. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and maybe this person doesn't really agree with the way some of the things we did in New England, which was the only pro organization I knew, and maybe I didn't always agree with how they had done it in Houston before. And Gary Kubiak, who's a really good friend of mine, became a friend of mine when I went there. He did a great job in Houston, right? They had really good success with him. But sometimes those ideas don't always mesh. And I think that's where I've actually grown a lot. Like that, sometimes, hey, maybe this idea is better than what maybe you did in another place. So don't try to force it. And, I think when I first went in there, that was a big adjustment, was like, oh, hey, this is the way we did it in New England. A lot of people in the National Football League don't want to hear about how you did it in New England. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so there were better ways to kind of implement things. If I could go back and do it again, I would change that.
Well, took his time here in Houston to figure out, people don't necessarily like the whole Patriots of the South situation, right?
What'd you say before the show, Figgy? Oh, word.
A word. People don't like the Patriots, huh? Word.
Really?
I ain't know that.
Shocking.
No kidding. Man, this was fascinating, and it was also very fascinating, as we're about to hear, just the way he referred to certain people in this organization when he was here.
That was a tough time in Houston. We were a good team. We made some decisions relative to the organization to try to fill the GM role. We went after some guys. We couldn't get them. And at the end of the day, we went a full year, I think, without a GM, really. Yeah. Myself and another guy did it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
There was a year where they were like, well, we're just going to, we'll make you the GM. So in the end, that's not who I am. That's another lesson learned, right? Like, I didn't really enjoy being the GM. I didn't enjoy negotiating contracts. I in some respects, I lost relationships with some of the guys that I was coaching, because I didn't really enjoy that.
Mixing
in
money.
In my opinion, there's very few guys in the history of football that can ever do that.
Yeah.
And they're the greatest of the greats. And, I feel like I'm a good coach. I know how to coach. I think you guys know that. But those things I'm not great at. I can evaluate talent. I know how to evaluate talent, but I shouldn't be negotiating contracts and things like that. So in the end, that was a mistake by me, and I wish I really didn't do that, to be really honest with you.
So he went on to reference by name those guys that he felt like could only do GM and head coach. Bill Belichick, he'd said, Andy Reid, even though he does it along with Brett Veach in Kansas City, and Vince Lombardi.
Yeah.
Not him. Not him.
None of those are in the same breath.
But the other guy, Jack Easterby, did not mention his name at all. He said it at least 2 or 3 times.
3 times that I counted.
The other guy.
And I was doing it with another guy or the other guy. That's an admission of guilt/stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were sitting here talking about it. We saw it. This guy was completely unqualified. He was bamboozled. Others in that building were bamboozled. And now he can't even say the man's name, Jack Easterby.
Mm-hmm.
That's an admission to himself and really publicly, because it's obvious that he's embarrassed about it, about everything that happened, that he got bamboozled, as I said, by Easterby. He can't even mention the guy's name.
Right. Before he'd said the other guy the first time there, he said in regards to the Texans looking at other guys but couldn't get them to fill the GM role.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio.
Yes.
That's that.
Yes.
That's the other guys. Mm-hmm. They were trying to go get Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
And they got caught tampering, and they couldn't make it happen. So Bill O'Brien / the other guy, Jack Easterby, happened at general manager.
We can do it.
Yeah.
We'll just do it.
That was just so interesting to me. But I will say this, and don't take this as like me taking Bill O'Brien's side and like being a sympathizer with him by any stretch. But if you'd watch the entire podcast with Adam Brenneman and Christian Hackenberg, it's called Next Up.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half. If you watch that whole thing, Bill O'Brien's talking about his situation because he was asked, hey, why'd you take the BC job? Why?
Mm-hmm.
And the first person that he'd mentioned was the head of school, like Father Leahy or whatever his name is, I think. Yeah. And you could tell, like, it is very important for Bill O'Brien to be around a kind of a faith-based leader, so to speak. He's very, not shy about mentioning, hey, look, I'm an Irish Catholic boy. Yeah. So he talked about Father Leahy, what a great guy he was, what a great mentor he's been so far. A couple of other, faith formation type leaders at BC. And I thought, you know what? Like, maybe he didn't necessarily seek Easterby out, but maybe there was the thought, like, either by Cal or Hannah or somebody else within the organization that said, you know what, this guy'd probably be really good for you. New England ties, faith-based kind of a guy.
Well, they knew each other a little bit as well. I think I'm not going to overthink it. I'm not saying you are. I just feel this is
might be. I do that sometimes.
I'm just saying this is as simple as I'm back in Boston. This is a school that I can relate to for the reasons you just mentioned, and it's a job.
Yeah.
Because you talk about precipitous falls, that was definitely one for him. But I don't know if he's actually found like the light, seen the light, as much as he recognizes that he got bamboozled here. I don't know if he's ever going to change.
Yeah.
I just think that he got bamboozled.
I have some points on that, I think, that you might find interesting. Here's a final cut from Bill O'Brien. He talked about what he thought were some actually good things that he accomplished here while GM with the Texans.
Can't wait for this, huh?
Yeah, here it is.
When we were running it at the Houston Texans, we made some controversial decisions, but, we made some good decisions, too. We traded some top picks for Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil is one of the greatest left tackles in the history of the game, in my opinion. He still plays there. I don't think he gave up many sacks this past year.
Yeah.
So there's other examples of guys that we brought in there that were really good players that we made decisions as when I was general manager or when I was doing it with somebody else. So it wasn't like it was all terrible. Now, the media
you're going to get
it's terrible.
Trust me, I know.
Exactly. But for me, right, exactly. But for me, just personally, it's more about being a coach.
Right.
And that's what I love to do. That's who I am.
There you go.
Yeah.
Not much to say, to be honest with you, on that, because there wasn't much that he could say that was a quote-unquote accomplishment.
But here's the thing that bothers me. He made a horrible trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Laramie Tunsil is a fantastic left tackle. I don't know, one of the greatest ever. People can talk about that, run blocking, all that stuff. He's a fantastic tackle. But to give up what he did compared to what others were giving up and what he could have had, with other players, that's still a bad trade. Yes, he got here and he's really, really good. He's great. But that was a bad trade.
What did he give up? 3 ones?
3 ones.
And you got Laramie Tunsil and that wide receiver, Kenny Stills, that didn't work out, obviously, here.
Yeah.
It was a bad trade. You don't make that trade, and maybe it even still
It was a desperation move, too.
Sure, but it's a bad trade, particularly for the timing. Like, you got that guy to protect that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you would have made that deal now for C.J. Stroud and a real quarterback of the future, then we can talk. But it was the time and the place, right, where it really stung, and it really didn't make sense, in my opinion. Just one quick point on the whole Bill O'Brien thing, and then we can move on and around the NFL. It's listening to that whole interview. He talked about his Penn State job taking over, during the really tumultuous time after the Joe Paterno fallout and the sex abuse scandal up there, as being a kind of a bridge job, and why it was so tough. He was the bridge from Paterno to Franklin. Well, he kind of used the Houston Texans as a bridge from that job to going to Alabama to now being back as a head coach in major college football. We were kind of like his guinea pigs here in Houston, so to speak, because throughout that interview, he talked about lessons learned along the way. And you're going to hear that from any player, any coach, wherever their travels take them. They're always going to learn lessons. But damn, he learned some hard ones, and we did, unfortunately, as well along the way with him.
No, absolutely. I think that's 100% right. I also feel like he clearly overstayed his welcome here. That's obvious with everything that happened with Easterby and everything else. But I also feel if you had to write the script, all that you had to go through, as dark and as tough as it was, to get where you are now, I think I would. I think I would with C.J. Stroud. I mean, we had Nick Wright on earlier. And by the way, all these great interviews you can hear, go back on the Odyssey Rewind and listen to. Mark Vanderman and I did the first couple of hours together. We had Nick Wright on for about a half hour. And then we had Josh Ennis on for another half hour, which was radio gold, as Josh likes to say. But Nick said, Nick was talking about that as well. The tiers of quarterbacks right now is Patrick Mahomes is by himself.
I think it's perfect way to put that,
The next guy in the next tier might be C.J. Stroud. So as horrible and dark and as upsetting and awful as it was, it's not to the point where you say thank you, Bill O'Brien, but you know what? Reluctantly, I would have made that trade.
Yeah, I think that was perfect the way that Nick put that earlier, by the way. It was like, if you put anybody else in Patrick's class, it is unfair to Patrick. Pendergast just texted us. You haven't seen this, I think, yet. He goes, O'Brien would have taken the BC job even if it was at a Muslim school or Baptist or Jewish or fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
That's a better way to put what I said. He took that job because it's Boston and it's a job.
And his wife went to BC as well.
Yeah.
Up next on Around the NFL, do we have audio for this, J-Lo? I'm not sure. The Browns player talking about their offense?
No, we don't. I was just putting in
Gosh, that would have been nice.
That as a note. But I don't know why my mind went here. But David Njoku, tight end, was talking about Deshaun Watson and the Browns offense. And he said that he thinks the Browns offense this year is going to be juicy.
Juicy.
And I'm like, better choice of words, please. You do realize who your quarterback is.
This is where your mind went.
It's like, please, better choice of words would help for sure. My goodness, that's something.
It's going to be a juicy offense this year.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I get used to the little innuendos like that throughout the course of the season.
And, man, Deshaun Watson, I mean, at this point, I mean, this isn't breaking news, but right now, like, that is the story. Because if it doesn't happen now, I mean, it's already been a horrible trade for them. It might just go off the rails.
I don't know if it's ever going to be considered remotely a good trade.
You got to win a Super Bowl.
You do.
Yeah, you got to win. Not get to, win.
You know what? I don't know about necessarily win, but like if they have to go to like multiple AFC title games like in a row for this to be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're right. Ultimately, if you're going to have the conversation of if any absorbent amount of money like that, 200 and some odd million guaranteed, is ever worth it, you better win and probably win multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Up next on Around the NFL, I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier today or not, but Steven Nelson over the weekend calling it quits. That's Steven Nelson, former cornerback now of your Houston Texans, who absolutely hates Nick Caserio's vest. And
no big fan of D'Amico either.
Thinks D'Amico's a milk dud head, apparently, that whole thing. Retiring. According to KPRC's Aaron Wilson, over the weekend, quote, multiple NFL teams, including the Texans, Las Vegas Raiders, New York Giants, LA Rams, Washington Commanders, and the Miami Dolphins made prospective contract offers or serious inquiries about signing Nelson this offseason when his 2-year pact expired with Houston, according to several general managers and league sources, end quote.
Look, you can, first of all, getting those offers tells you clearly was overvaluing himself. Really weird that he retired. 9 years, I believe, in the NFL. Still had a good season last year, all that. And he's just a weird cat. I mean, he's a really weird. The fact that he did that with Caserio and then D'Amico out of nowhere. Who doesn't like D'Amico? Who criticizes D'Amico? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Nobody, unless you're out of your mind.
Nobody.
Yeah.
But not only is he just kind of a different kind of guy, but he couldn't even get the message that you should play at a lesser. I mean, why he's retiring is beyond me. It's because he's an a-hole. People will overlook a lot if you're just not an a-hole.
He wouldn't have retired if he would have gotten old Pittsburgh Steeler money. Remember the contract they gave him?
Yes.
I think that's the bag that he was looking for this offseason. And when, the teams were like, please, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He was like, okay, I'm good. I'm going to go run my freaking cattle ranch and, my wife's pregnant, so I'm just going to chill at the house.
Yeah. Just bizarre.
If he would have gotten that bag, he would have signed somewhere.
He's a bizarre guy.
Yep.
It's bizarre that this happened. And I think a lot of it is just because of his personality rubbing that many people the wrong way.
Yeah.
The reason he got low ball offers because he had a good year is because they want to wait and see or kind of being cautious with it,
Yeah, but you know what, too? There's certain teams that are going to take the gamble on a guy like that, a personality like that. But when you talk unnecessarily public crap about your general manager and your head coach, it should resonate.
Yes.
Patrick and I had a great conversation about this last week. And look, best to him, whatever. But I'm glad he's not playing football here for the Houston Texans.
Yes.
713-572-4610. We got a call, Lopez.
All right.
Let's get out to Lamont. You're on In the Loop. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, man, how you fellas doing, man? I've been listening all day, listening to all the old personalities come back, including you guys. The whole team, man. It was pretty damn fun. It was pretty damn fun, man, just hearing a lot of people talk about everything that was happening, all of the Super Bowl trips and all the stuff that was happening, man, back at that time. And I was a P1 caller. I was a P1 caller back in those days. A P1 listener. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And I used to do a whole bunch of stupid stuff. I used to do a whole bunch of stupid stuff. And I had fun doing it. I really appreciated hearing Josh Ennis for 2 segments on their station because Josh Ennis wasn't a fanboy. And I think him not being a fanboy, not just, praising everything Houston sports, I think that got him a trip kind of wild with Houston. But here's what I really want to say. And I like all of the callers, Larry and Stafford, Brad and Spring Branch. I love all the callers, man. I've been here for the beginning. But
the one thing that I think that the station dropped the ball on today, and I've been listening all day, and I haven't heard this, was nobody brought up Fan Fest. I thought Fan Fest was one of the, in Houston, in terms of sports radio, in terms of AM radio, I think that Fan Fest is one of the best things that Houston ever did. I remember the first Fan Fest in 2011, John Lopez was hosting a panel, and I was on stage and stuff, and we was all having fun and stuff. Fan Fest was one of the best things I've heard. I thought you guys was like rock stars back then, man. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. It was a lot of ignorance, and it was fun, man. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you brought that up. We had Earl Campbell there. Remember that? You were there.
Yep. All of those
and like enormous stars. And we actually had a panel. This is a Gavin Spittle special, and he was really good at stuff like this. Of like Larry and Stafford, him, the Titans. What was the Titans guy's name? Titan Rick.
Yep.
And all that, and it was pretty exciting.
Where was
might have to bring that back.
We do need to bring Fan Fest back. Parker, where was the first Fan Fest at?
I
remember.
Believe it was at the George R. Brown. It might have been.
Okay, you might be right.
It might have been at George R. Brown.
I remember one at U of H in their athletic facility.
That was it.
That was the first one?
Yeah, that was it.
Damn, that was the first one? Oh, that was badass.
Yeah.
We had Calvin Murphy there.
Yeah.
I got a good story about that one.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it. We're all about stories today.
I'll share that one coming up next. We'll also have what has the internet going nuts next on In the Loop at Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud is ready to take the next step heading into and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
What's got the internet going nuts? A lot, actually, today. Told you I had a cool story real quick about
let's hear
Fan
it.
Fest. First Fan Fest athletic facility at U of H. You mentioned all the big stars that we had there. I remember being on a panel with Jose Cruz.
Yep.
Calvin Murphy was there. Norm Miller was there doing batting lessons.
I remember that.
That was fantastic. But
Jose Canseco was there.
Jose Canseco was there?
Jose Canseco was
what?
there. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I don't remember that. Jeez.
I'll never forget it because he never took his sunglasses off indoors. And I'm like, is that your twin brother? Did you send your twin brother?
Check it out. When Fan Fest was kind of dying down, it was towards the end of the day. Me, Josh Ennis, Calvin Murphy, and just a lot of fans, maybe some kiddos that were running around. We all started a pickup game of basketball.
Oh, God.
Calvin Murphy was guarding me.
Oh, no.
I took Calvin to the hole. Reverse layup, boom, made it. Very next possession, I'm guarding Calvin Murphy. He jayed me up right in the face, man. Like, I got a hand in his face, nothing but net, boom. Next possession. I act like I'm going to take him to the hole, step back, fade away, boom. Next possession, he takes me to the hole, and he is talking mad crap. And I'm like, this is cool. I don't care if Calvin Murphy's 55, 60 years old, doesn't matter.
That's absolutely cool.
I'm getting worked by Calvin Murphy, and I've scored on him. That was a really cool moment, and Josh was a pretty good basketball player, too.
He actually was,
and I can't remember whose team he was on, but Josh was, like, nailing threes, talking crap like he would. That was one of the coolest moments, is getting to play with the fans. Like, how many fans can say, I balled with Calvin Murphy?
Exactly.
At a Fan Fest, got their autograph, take pictures. That was really, really cool. We definitely need to do Fan Fest. That was one of my favorite ones. First up on Internet Going Nuts today, Caitlin Clark, not on the women's Olympic team. I guess she learned her fate over the weekend. Was it Saturday, I believe, that she'd gotten the news? This is weird, John. I don't know if there's anything personal behind this. I don't know if this is business motivated. I don't know if they legitimately felt like, you know what, she's just not ready. But when I saw the write-up that CBS Sports did that had a couple of quotes in there from Clark in the breakdown, where they say the level of talent and experience, no players are younger than 26, is one of the main reasons Clark said she had, quote, no disappointment about not making the cut. She's 22.
Yeah.
Do you know what she's doing in the WNBA right now? She's 14th in scoring. She's 4th in assists. She's 12th in minutes played. She's 22.
Yeah.
The fact that she's considerably younger than 26, to me, in my opinion, has no bearing whatsoever on her not making the Olympic team. In fact, I think they're stupid that they don't have her on there. She's one of the best players in the entire world right now, today, on the women's level, and she's showing it every other night in the WNBA.
All right, so this has got so many levels to it, and we could do more, but this is the internet going nuts, and I don't know if anybody really wants to hear a lot on this, but I think it's important to say this. Remember the original Dream Team?
Yep.
Make her Christian Laettner. Just a token sort of college, although she's not in college anymore, but just sort of the popularity. Remember, he had done all that stuff. He wasn't in the same hemisphere as those other guys.
That's what they used to do back in the day, though. They'd have the best, and then they'd bring like an up-and-comer
college guy or something. So you could have done that. But Vandermeer actually brought up a very good point. Because I've been like, a lot of people have been like, just imagine all the publicity and everything that she would bring the Dream Team. Well, my point was, I don't really care about that when it comes to the Olympics. Like, college basketball and the WNBA needs Caitlin Clark's star. They need the promotion and publicity she brings. The Olympic Games, I could give a damn about that. It's about winning a gold medal.
Yeah.
But his point was, this actually brings more attention and publicity to him because she was left off. And I'm like, I got to admit, you're right. That she's actually bringing more for him.
Yeah, that's fair. Her coach with the Indiana Fever thinks that it's going to how did they put it?
Motivate her a little
Motivate
bit,
her,
yeah.
like unleash a monster.
Yeah.
Wake the monster.
Mhm.
And even Caitlin kind of, reciprocated those comments. I hope so.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be good for the WNBA.
Well, her reaction was, as John McClain would say, class act.
Computer's a little sticky.
Yeah, a little sticky over there. Well, that's neither
I'm
here.
excited for the girls that are on the team. I know it's the most competitive team in the world, and I know it could have gone either way of me being on the team and not being on the team. So, I'm excited for them. I'm going to be rooting them on to win gold. I was a kid that grew up watching the Olympics, so it'll be fun to watch them.
What was your level of disappointment not hearing your name on the roster?
Honestly, no disappointment. I think it just gives you something to work for. It's a dream. Hopefully one day I can be there. And, I think it's just a little more motivation. You remember that, and hopefully in 4 years, when 4 years comes back around, I can be there.
Stop dribbling the damn basketball.
Can I tell you that my least favorite audio to play ever is
shoot
basketball?
Around. Oh, my goodness.
I despise.
It felt like they was right there just bouncing the ball.
The Rockets, you can always hear it in the background.
Can y'all shut the hell up?
Yeah.
Trying to do an interview.
You just practiced for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Balls up. Go take your shower. Get out of here. Let me talk to Coach.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I miss some good audio from back in the day. Up next on the internet going nuts, Mike Tomlin just receiving a 3-year contract extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He will now be under contract through the year 2027. I'm actually a little disappointed in this because Mike Tomlin was my dark horse to get fired this year.
Oh, really? Well, it's not off the table.
Well, they gave him a damn extension. I think that effectively takes it off the table.
Man, it's Pittsburgh, man.
Yeah, figure you're not getting rid of him just yet.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere, man. They only had 3 head coaches in their whole existence.
That's still one of the more bizarre, most bizarre.
It's going to take a lot for somebody to get fired in Pittsburgh.
I just thought this was setting up perfectly. Russell Wilson and who's it? Fields they have up there, and Fields the conversation's already taking over. Fields is going to take over at some point, probably midseason.
And they brought in Arthur Smith.
Yeah, I think that was part of the extension. He goes I'll coach these 2 dudes, but you give me an extension. I'm serious.
Yeah.
You want me to coach Russell? Who? Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
I mean, the jury is still out on Justin Fields, but I'm sure he's okay.
I just thought disaster was in the making, and then boom, contract extension. You might be right, though.
He always coaches his team up to 500, man.
Of course he does.
He always
until he doesn't.
Yeah, but he hasn't yet.
Yeah, this year it's coming. I'm telling you. But 3-year extension, that's pretty good protection.
That's pretty good.
All right, up next on the internet going nuts. Can we turn our attention to the UFL for a
I'm
second?
glad you brought this up. Go ahead.
So Wade Phillips, head coach of the San Antonio Brahmas in the UFL, went 7-3 this year. They won a game yesterday over the St. Louis Battlehawks, 25-15. Now, Phillips has been in an alternative league for 2 years, UFL this year. It was the XFL last year, here in Houston with the Roughnecks. And I think his last NFL job was the Rams for 3 years as their DC, I believe. Really good stint there. But this clip that I'm about to play for you just encapsulates Wade Phillips and his more than 55 years of coaching at any level. Take a listen.
I'm going to tell everybody in the NFL that I talk to, you need to be playing.
I appreciate that, Coach.
You bet.
You're a great
You
coach.
deserve it.
That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah, he can play.
That's Hakeem Butler that he's talking to, one of his receivers. And that is immediately after Phillips had gotten doused with water, makes his way over to midfield to talk, do the whole TV thing. That is Wade Phillips. He has been in coaching for nothing more than just
something
that.
years.
55 years.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah.
To make sure he's putting his players in the best possible situation.
And that wasn't
to
even
succeed.
his player. That was the other team's
player.
player.
That was the St. Louis. I thought it was one of his players.
No, because they were thanking each other, congratulating each other. And he went up to he went up to the St. Louis guy and said, I'm going to tell everybody in the league about you. You deserve
Did you hear
to
Butler?
play in the NFL.
He goes, you're a great coach. You're a great coach. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. That's all he's in it for, is for the players.
He's been to the Fan Fest as well.
Only a couple times.
A couple times, and just that is the epitome of what a coach is supposed to be and do.
Has he been roasted by us? Was he roasted by us? Was
he
there a Wade
roasted?
Phillips roast?
He's been to roast.
Maybe he's been to
I don't
one,
think
yeah.
he's roasted.
Maybe he will be.
Yeah. No. He was at the McLean roast.
Yeah,
for
maybe
sure.
what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. But I don't think he's been roasted. But just come on. It's one of the all-time greats.
I mean, I think we'll probably make that happen.
Yeah, we can maybe. Yeah.
All right, let's get out to the phone line, 713-572-4610. Is this Shagun? Shagun? Why is that name familiar? Shagun, you're on In the Loop. What's up, man?
Going on, fellas? I was just sitting here reminiscing on all the throwback of Sports Radio 610, and Sports Radio 610 has been a part of my life since middle school, from all the way back in the day. Not since day one, but not long after that, in middle school, and it was a bonding thing for my father. And there are so many memories that I can go through, from the fan fest to I came in second in the paper football championships and the combine. I ain't gonna tell y'all my 40 time in the combine. There was just so many memories that I have. But the one memory I do have that I want to tell is a story about Ted Johnson, my buddy Teddy J. And I used to love Teddy J's show. Two of the best segments in the history of radio is With All Due Respect and The Think Tank. I miss those two segments. They're legendary. The 2017 Astros and Lopez barely keeping the tears in when we won the championship after Harvey. I mean, it's just so many memories I could go down. But the story with Teddy J, they was doing a live show. It was him, it was Sean, and it was Rich, and we was down at, I think it was Little Woodrow's or something like that. And I came down there and we was hanging out. I dabbed up Ted and I was hanging out with some of the other people that was there, and we was all playing cornhole. And there was this one lady there. She was very beautiful. And I was out there hanging out with them, and Ted, when they was leaving, he came up to me like, hey, Shagun, hey, give my number to that girl that you was over there with. And I was like, Teddy, so yeah, she's beautiful, but let me tell you something. You don't want to bark up that tree. She was just, you could tell she was just like a spoiled brat. You could tell she was just, oh my gosh, like MTV reality TV type of chick. And so I still gave it. He was like, nah, man, just give it to her. So I gave it to her. And a few months later, I seen him at another live show, and Ted called me up, Shagun, you was right. I shouldn't even never barked up that tree, man. That's all I have. I love y'all. Love y'all, Sports Radio 610.
I love you back, and I love that story. We're putting all the laundry out there.
Hey, Shagun, he was like a regular caller back in the day,
yeah.
right? That name is very familiar.
Yeah.
He worked here?
Yeah.
I'll be damned. Maybe that's why it's so familiar.
Yeah.
Very cool. Hey, final segment coming up next. We'll kind of relive some of the best of from earlier today with our guests. It's the 30th anniversary show, Sports Radio 610. It's 610 Day on In the Loop. Stay there.
Yeah, it is. D&M Auto Leasing right now.
Houston sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop with Sean Bijani, John Lopez, Figgy Fig coming up 2 to 6. Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner, T-Mill. Who knows what those guys have planned? I know they've got some big guests lined up. I'm going to have to let them tell you. Coming up 7 to 11, Area 45 tonight. We've got 3 and a really special one at 8:25, an OG that you'll hear from right here on Sports Radio 610. And between now and then, 713-572-4610. A lot of great text chats on YouTube and Twitch coming in all morning, all afternoon long. Let's get out to the phone lines, talk to Horace in Mo City. What's up, Horace? Good afternoon.
Not much, but I'm sitting here enjoying the day, and I just wanted to call in and share a few memories. I won't talk too long, but what I will say is I've been a long-time listener. I hate to be, cliches with all that. But the first time I met J-Lo, a friend of mine and I went out to Rice Stadium for the whatever event that was that we were
the Combine
out there. There you go, Combine. And I remember I was really looking forward to meeting J-Lo because he's a foodie like I am. And we're sitting there, and I told my buddy, I was like, hey, I need to, step out and go to the restroom real quick. And J-Lo was taking care of his business. And I walked in, I saw her, and I said, hey, J-Lo, I really want to shake your hand. I'm going to let you finish up, and then I'll see you out, at the stadium. And he kind of gave that big chuckle, that big laugh that he always gives over the radio. And he couldn't have been nicer. Meeting old Lock Dog over there at a Texans game, I kind of made eye contact with him, saw him, and he looked at me. I kind of looked at him, and I'm like, Landry? He said, yeah. And so I was like, hey, man, big fan of the show. But all in all, I enjoyed listening to y'all for years and years and years. And I just really wanted to call in and tell you guys to just keep it on. It's Figgy, every time that I've called in, you couldn't have been nicer. And that's all I wanted to say.
Look, appreciate it, man. Yeah, we really, really appreciate it. And Sean, that's what it is. People ask me, Figgy knows this, off the air, whatever. We're just talking about the show, things we want to do. I always say the same thing. It's the listener. Like we all have our egos. We all have our things we do, things we want to put on the dock. It's about the listener, man. About the listener and what we can do for them. So I really appreciate that.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Without people wanting to listen, we wouldn't be able to do this. So we'd be talking to ourselves, which sometimes that's what it feels like. But effectively, Vandy and you guys were talking earlier about just the relationships. And who said it was hard? Who said it was hard to do a show with literally your best friend?
No, I said most times you don't get to do a show with a true best friend.
Yeah.
You have people that you like, that you get along with. You're not enemies necessarily with, but like to be able to do a show with Mark Vandermeer, who's truly one of my best friends. I said that's unique. That's very, very rare, and that's why I was always very, blessed, for lack of a better way to put it, that I could do a show with Mark like that. No, but he, to this day, it's the same thing. That's hard. It's hard to talk more with you or Vandy or Nick or whomever than I do my wife.
Yeah, that is so true.
When you think about it, I talk more with my co-host than my wife on a daily basis.
Yeah, and you probably share some more sensitive information with us as well. Don't we all?
Yeah.
713-572-4610, 572-4610. Figgy, who do we have up next on the line?
We know who it is right here. Hold on.
Is it Larry?
What'd he do?
Oh, Money Mike.
Money Mike.
What's up, man?
It wouldn't be the same if Money Mike didn't come in at the last minute on In the Loop, man, and say congratulations on Happy 610 Day here, Lopez. And Figgy Fig, I've been an avid listener for I don't know how many years. Ed Fowler was there and Dickie Rosenfeld. I just remember when he brought the Rome show on, I thought the Houston people were going to tear down 610 because they didn't understand what this California guy was doing on our radio. It took a while for everybody to kind of get used to, his way of doing things. And then, of course, after that, it kind of took off and everything. But man, it's good to hear y'all still on the air and everything. And here's for another good 30 years, bro.
Yeah, appreciate it, Money Mike. Figgy, what's been your favorite part today? Because it's been ridiculous. Just reminiscing 2 hours with Vandermeer, obviously Nick Wright, Josh, all that stuff.
Yeah, my favorite. I love the show with you and Vandy, man. I felt like that was just, I guess I don't know if Josh Ennis made this term up, but radio gold.
Yeah,
it was cool. It was cool listening to y'all, and I could see why y'all had a morning show, man.
Yeah,
because y'all had the chemistry right there. Vandermeer got in about 5 minutes before the show.
He did, literally.
And you couldn't even tell, man. He was just a natural, and you fed right off of that energy, man. And that 2 hours went by quick. I wish he could have stayed the whole 4 hours and maybe had Sean Bijani in. That's the third wheel, too.
None taken. Trust me.
But
no.
Vandy was so smooth with it, man. It's like, dang, you should do radio all the time, man.
Yeah. I got my start in 06, and I got to do I interned with John and Lance.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got a job, and like a real job kind of here in radio, you guys started doing the morning show.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I got a chance to fill in and do sports flashes, I couldn't wait to get to work because that show felt big.
Yeah.
It felt, who cares what time anybody showed up? John and Lance would literally show up at, 5:59, 58, and they'd roll in, press on, and off they went.
Yeah.
You guys, it didn't matter if you were here at 4:15 doing show prep or rolling out of bed at 5:30 to show up here at 5:55. It didn't matter. People could not wait to hear what you and Mark had to say about the Astro game last night or the Rocket game last night or from the weekend, a big Texans win or a loss, whatever the case may be. It was the tone that you set, and for whatever reason, I don't know. It's just, it felt big. It felt like an event every morning. And so for that reason, I was glad that I broke in whenever I did with you guys.
Yeah.
And, Dre was doing the morning show as well. And Rich, when he was here, it was really fun times.
Well, look, picture it from my perspective, plopping in here and I'm doing the show with Mark. And then all of a sudden, Mark goes pretty much full time with the Texans after a few years, and they drop in maybe the best opinionator and analyst in the country, in my opinion, in Nick Wright.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty solid. I mean, from my perspective, right there.
Hey, how funny was it? You'll remember this.
Mm-hmm.
So when Nick first comes on, you talking about showing up a minute or so before a show.
Yeah.
Complete polar opposite. With Nick, I don't know what time he showed up for his show, but I remember when he came to the station first, before he even broke air, he came with this folder. It was like a manila
that's
folder.
A legendary folder.
And on the cover of that folder was
legendary.
A hand-drawn picture of the city of Houston.
Yep.
He had the Beltway,
school districts,
610 loop, school districts. I mean, he drew this thing. It was color-coded, labeled, the whole thing, parks, stadiums, neighborhoods. You name it, it was on there. And then you open it up, and it's just rando facts about the city of Houston. And he wanted to endear himself so badly, and it was important for him to get the vibe of the city.
Yeah.
That's how he went about it. I was talking to Ben earlier, and he was like, man, I remember, finding your show prep notes one day in the studio, talking about me. I'm like, I used to write really small, huh? And he was like, I thought you were a serial killer.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? And he goes, you used printer paper and it was font 4 handwriting. I'm like, that's the way. I refuse to Google Doc my ass off. I refuse to use my phone and the internet.
The day I met Nick, we did a kind of a mock show when he was up for this job. And he had, I'd already seen that folder and all that. And I said, I'll drive you back to the hotel. He was going to take a cab or whatever. I don't think Uber was around at that time. I said, I'll drive you back. So I drove him back. We're just chatting and everything. Drop him off at his hotel. And Gavin calls me back and he says, so what do you think? I said, what do you mean? What do I think? It's done. I said, that's it. In terms of who I wanted to work with or whatever. But he's, I think he's the best in the business. I think he's absolutely the best in the business. I just kind of rode his coattails for a while.
Yeah. The Drive
tell you what,
is
them
in the
Kansas
house.
City
What's
dudes,
up, guys?
man. I'm telling you, man, them Kansas City dudes.
What's up with them Kansas City boys?
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
No, I was listening to Nick earlier, and I was cracking up. I was like, yeah, we do have a couple of similarities when he's talking about. Now, I didn't go too far of not knowing a fuse was out.
He said he came in one day and said, "I think I broke my house.
My house is broke." But I mean, like, I ain't lied to you when I said, "Hey, man," they say, "Hey, Ron, go out there and point out that muffler." I mean, I'm gonna need about 2 or 3 shots before I can get that for you.
I told him,
honest with you.
Have you looked at the breakers? He says, "What's that?" It's that box. It's usually kind of a gray box.
I got breakers. I got that now.
And he says, "What do you do with it?" I said, "You flip the switch back on." Comes back the next day. My house isn't broke after all.
Thanks, J-Lo.
I was like, damn, yeah, I ain't handy. Yeah,
probably a good thing you didn't go into too much detail. Like, yes, this is where all of your electricity runs to, and if you touch it the wrong way, you might die.
It's not broken after all.
He wouldn't have flipped that switch.
Oh Lord, that's something. Well, boys,
yeah, man, 610 day, huh?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
I'm just glad to be here at year 30, boys.
I remember when Clint was just an occasional guest that I like to have on.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'll take that time to tell you thank you once again. I know I've done it in public. J-Lo was unbelievably instrumental in me getting the opportunity here and turned into at no way, shape, or form did I think it's going to turn into this. But here we are, J-Lo. Here we are, man. So
as long as you're still thanking me.
Oh, I know that. Forever. You don't know this.
Because you never know,
Well, look, you don't know this, but there's very few people that I'm indebted to in this world. And you, Frank Broyles, you're on a very short list of some big names, man.
I'll take it.
I greatly appreciate it. I don't know much about 30 years, but I know a little about the last 5, and it's been damn good.
It's already been 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, 4 for me.
What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we'll have some fun. We'll do a little bit. Tyler is still working on special guest of Jim Nance. So Tyler's working diligently.
Yeah.
I mean, at least for us. I don't know about the last 30 years, but that
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
That would be nothing.
You gonna bury the hatchet on the 30th anniversary, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if it gets
that
there,
would make it memorable. That's for damn sure.
If it gets there,
yeah.
I mean, I just
don't bury the hatchet.
First.
Pull out another one.
Yeah. Come on now. Come on.
We'd appreciate if you bury that one.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, hey man, I go wherever he goes. It's where I'll go. But no, man, it'll be a fun day, man.
All right. Well, this worked last week. Whenever J-Lo said it, so I'll say it. You say it.
You want to say it?
Hey, baby. Yes, sir. The Drive is upcoming. That was In the Loop. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station in the building.
You're still reading it, though.
I am reading it. I mean, I'd want to make sure it's right
and
now.
The Drive is live.
There you go. The Drive is live. You were listening there on 610 Day. Happy 610 Day to all of you. And I do know, man, we'll try to get some things together. As I said, Tyler is working diligently on getting Jimmy Nance, or James, as some of you call him.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Come on, man.
That is such a great job. That is such a great
job. If you
job.
pull this off, Tyler, this would be.
I mean, Tyler's got that. The turd list and best of, those are all pretty good. Your drop game may be like what you just hang your career on your drop game.
Well, thank you.
I mean, that's one of those. That's one of those. You're pretty good all the way around, but that's one of them. Like, I listen to a lot of radio. I don't know many folks that have the timing and the awareness that you have. That's good, man.
Yeah, it'll be a fun day, and yeah, Tyler has come through. Tyler has come through big time with the drop game. He had. I mean. What gets me is I don't know how many he has programmed over there because he gets to them quick. I mean, ones that you wouldn't think of. He gets to them very, very, very quick. So that's our guy, T-Mill. Happy 610 Day to you. And listen, we want to hear a lot from you all because, honest to God, Clint, listen, we do a small part here. And all of the hosts, past and present, who you've heard some today throughout Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop just now. But really the reason why 30 years is achieved is because of you all. Many of you, whether you have been listening the entire 30 years or 10 years, 15 years, the last 5 that Clint's been, the last 4 that I've been here, the last 4 that Tyler's been here, it is because of you. So I would love to hear from you all at some point today to give us your stories, your feelings, your thoughts of the last 30 years.
Ron has vowed to take a caller, a listener, at the end of every segment.
Okay.
Every segment today.
All right,
that's giving it back to the people.
Right,
that's 12. That's 12 times, I believe, if my math serves me right. I do have a Razorback education, so I may be slightly off, but I think that's 12 total. So the most loyal, one of them's already taken. I don't need to stroke them anymore, but one of them's already taken. So the rest of y'all, 202.
There you go, 713-572-4610. Yeah, you can text in with your thoughts and feelings and your stories. I see people on YouTube and Twitch are texting in as well, and you can go there too. So we'll have a lot of fun today here as we celebrate 30 years on Sports Radio 610. From the text line, Ronnie, it's Ron. About time you give T. Mills some credit. I had him as the #1 producer in all of sports radio afternoon drive, not in L.A. and Chicago. I'm sorry, in New York. He passed up Chris Tannehill in Chicago. I've given him love. Good Lord.
#1.
Good Lord, man. Good God Almighty. All right. As he said, phone lines open, 713-572-4610. We'll take some calls at the end, at least one, at the end of every hour to hear from you. Hear your anecdotes, your stories, your thoughts about the last 30 years. Can I just throw this out before we get to some callers, some people out there? I'm really curious your thoughts. You feel this weekend in Anaheim, 3-game series in which the Astros took the series 2-1. Framber, fantastic, complete game on Friday night. Hunter Brown did his thing as well. We were up at Cactus Jack watching it, taking it in. He did his thing. And then, yesterday happened. I'm just curious. Do you consider this weekend series in Anaheim a success? You consider what the Astros did, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you consider them taking 2 out of 3 after watching the series, how it went down? Do you consider it a success? Was this weekend series against the Angels a success? Hey, the Royals tried to help you out. They took 2 or 3 from the Mariners. Probably should have swept them if they didn't do dumb things. But they helped you out, took 2 or 3. I think the Astros are still now out 6.5 out right now in the division. Do you consider this weekend a success? Go ahead, Clint. You feel it as a success?
Well, it's hard to not look at it as a slight success, but in the win-loss column, because obviously you picked up a game with you winning 2 out of 3 and Seattle losing 2 out of 3. But it's hard for me. I'll be completely honest with you. I said this Friday. I said it's time, and clearly Joe Espada doesn't think so. With the Jose Abreu experiment still going on.
Hey, baby, he got 3 hits, baby.
I don't care. I knew you were coming with that. I don't care.
Deep.
I don't give a damn.
And a homer.
I don't give a damn.
Tyler cheered.
I don't give a rat's ass about what he did this weekend or what he does moving forward. Anything short of like having the highest OPS on the team for a month plus, anything short of that, I don't give a rat's ass about Jose Abreu. You cannot convince me that Joe Espada is trying to win ball games when he's steadily throwing Jose Abreu's ass back out there.
3 for 12 in the series.
And the way in which they lost. The way in which they lost yesterday, I told you, Ron. I told you, the one. It's time. Part of my "it's time" speech beyond Abreu was Presley. I give it to you for pitching him.
What does he have to do to not get the 8?
I mean, my man went double, and then I can't remember how he got the out. I think it was ground ball. I can't remember exactly how he got the out. He went double.
You knew it was over, didn't you?
Double. Double wild pitch.
And it's not funny. It's just, I mean, you almost have to laugh.
It's not funny.
And then we get a swinging bunt that I know Joe Espada's going to chalk up to, oh, man, just some more of that bad luck. His pitches are there. I know, and we give up the lead. Now, look, the Hader deal, hey, man, he got – I'm going to live and die with Hader. I'm just going to tell you. I'm going to live and die with Hader at this point.
Joe does not have – I don't put anything on Joe for Hader's performance. But I'm not blaming Ryan Presley anymore. Ryan Presley has struggled, and he has showed everybody that he has struggled. And he has showed everybody that he should not be pitching in moments like that anymore. He's shown you repeatedly.
Ron, there's nobody
else.
else.
Keep doing it.
There's nobody else other than Hader because he's the last one you got. When he's out there pitching, you don't have somebody to bring in. Hader's the only one that you just say, well, I've emptied my clip. This is my last bullet. When Presley's out there, you don't have to let him finish the inning. There's nobody else in that bullpen that goes double, wild pitch, and is still out there pitching.
Still going.
There's nobody. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's a high leverage situation. He has shown you that right now, for whatever reason,
the double happened.
And they,
somebody
by the way,
get up.
they ain't just seeing doubles
he's
either.
laying them out. This is a bad hitting team. That double happened. Hader should have been up.
Oh, absolutely.
As soon as it happened.
As soon as the first double. The first one.
He should have
been up. And when
the
second one, by the time the second one happened, his ass should have been loose and coming out of that baby should have been playing. What's his
They don't do it. They don't do it on the road.
Oh, that's right. They don't do it in Seattle.
Yeah, that'd be nice if Anaheim said, requested, can we get Fireman Lil Wayne with him coming out?
Hey, how bad would it be for Presley since he struggled if they start playing his entry music on the road?
Yeah.
They start introing his.
Here we go. Here
Johnny Cash.
Get that Johnny Cash. Hey, Melanie, get Johnny Cash. Johnny, hurry up.
And the place goes nuts.
The place goes nuts.
Oh, man.
Because they can't wait for him to get in. Listen, I know they took 2 of 3. Because, Tyler, we talked before. Did you say it was a success?
The most frustrating success ever, but yes, technically a successful trip.
Yeah, they took 2 of 3. I understand it. For me, it was not. You cannot lose that game. You cannot lose it the way you lost it. You are fighting uphill, and you are finally already able. You were able to, with your offense, to protect Verlander. Verlander didn't give you his good stuff, but your offense came and put runs on the board. All right, they protected Verlander. They got him out. You're up 7-4, then 7-5 late in the game. You cannot lose that game. And you lost it, I think, in major part because your manager keeps, and the plan, not just your manager, whoever's coming up with the plan with Joe, keeps sending a guy out there that does not give you the best chance to win. You can't do it. You can't lose it. You cannot lose that game. The Mariners were now you lost another game to the Mariners because they ended up winning in extras yesterday, and now you dropped to 6.5. That is a sweep that you have to have. You got to have that game. And the reason why I say it's not a success is because he's going to keep doing it.
Yep.
And that's the problem, Tyler. It's one thing if you just lost the game and you lose the series. But the thing is, he's going to keep running Ryan out there.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to keep running him out there. And just keep doing it. And you know it's not going to change. Hader, I don't put that on Joe. That's on Hader. That's on performance. But Ryan Presley, we're beyond that. I don't blame Ryan Presley for getting starts. I don't blame Abreu for getting starts. Although, hey, man, you get 3 hits in them 12, 14 at-bats that he had over the weekend. Good for you. That's better than we've seen. But I don't get mad at those guys anymore. They have shown you. It is the manager. That's the thing. Is the manager is going to keep making poor decisions, and they as a whole are going to keep making poor decisions that don't allow you to win. And Clint, they got to have damn near all of these puppies. They can't let leads like this get away. When you got Abreu and you got Hader down there, you can't let leads get away because you put Presley in. And that's the
left
thing.
him in.
And left him in. And that's the thing, Clint, is they're not going to stop doing this. They're not going to stop.
Brian, I agree. Hell, I mean, we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it in 2 different ways. Like it's time to quit with the bull jive, and they're not quitting with the bull jive.
Like, wouldn't you feel much better, Clint, if Abreu pitched the 7th and the 8th, and then it was Hader, and Hader had a bad outing and gave that up? Like it would be like, damn, man, Joe did it. Joe pitched and Joe managed to win, but Josh Hader, his guy, just couldn't get it done in the 9th.
Yeah.
That feels different than.
But it's a tie ball game at that point in time. More than likely, it's a tie ball game in the 9th. That 2-run home run makes it 7-7 instead of 9-7. Right? I mean, at that point in time. I mean, I know we can't play that game, but yes, I would. But
I'm just saying, if Hader gave up 4 or 5 runs in the 9th, and that's how you lost, that it would feel much different than you run a guy out from pressure, and everybody is saying, "Oh God, please just hit it to somebody," because you know he's not going to strike anybody out. Please just hit it to somebody, crossing your fingers to make it work instead of putting the best that you got out there.
Yep. I'm 100% with you. It is absolutely frustrating between Presley and Abreu, and just the wow, man, the unwillingness to adjust with those two particular guys. It just drives me up a wall, man.
Shout out to the text line. You're right. The thing that pissed me off the most is Presley didn't even cover home plate when he threw the wild pitch. What does he have to do to lose the 8th? Are you kidding me? What? No, seriously, what does he have to do to lose the 8th?
We pitch really well.
Yeah, I wonder, is it bad luck? Bad luck again. That one to me, man, I get they took 2 of 3. That was it. The Mariners lost two of 3, so they gained some ground on the Mariners. And look, you could see some things that are looking better. Boy, Framber, another good outing. Hunter, another good outing. Verlander, you believe Verlander will get it right. It doesn't feel like. And the bat started to come around again, but now that. I mean, it's just as soon as the decision made. Again, I'll ask you like I did last week when Presley waltzed out of that bullpen in the 8th inning. Feeling good?
No, I was feeling what I was already tugging on the leash. I was already tugging on that leash a little bit. I did not feel good.
Let's run back up.
I did not feel good. I'm just telling you, man. Now, Brian got in a little bit of trouble. I had a baby in my arm, so I didn't capture every detail. Brian got in a little bit of trouble. So I personally would have played it identical. If I remember correctly, Brian got in a little bit of trouble, had to get himself out of a bases loaded jam. Is that right, Tyler?
I believe that's correct.
Yes. And so I would not have like if he was Nails, I'd definitely run his ass back out there. But under that situation, I'd have said, okay, Presley, come on. But the first time that dude ripped that double into right center field, hey, one more partner and you're done for the day. We're gonna bring some new blood in the game. It damn sure he would have exited the game at a 7-6 with 1 out. He would have exited the game.
Text line coming in. Please tell me who you think has to be put out there in Presley's place. Abreu has already pitched and had not done very well. He got out of it. First off, I'm telling you, the way that I would look at it right now, it would be obviously Hader in the 9th. And like I said before, for me, I'm more matchups. Like whatever difficult part of the order is coming between the 7th and the 8th, I would want Ryan Abreu to face the more difficult part. And then to me, I'm with you, Clint. You said it last week. I have more trust right now in Tay-Tay. I got more trust in Taylor Scott.
Yep.
I feel more comfortable with Seth Martinez as he was out there. And he pitched, I believe, in the 6th is when he went. Like those two guys I would throw ahead of him. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I have a better feeling when Rafael Montero goes in. I mean, at the point now.
I mean, look, there's when it comes to feelings, I mean, there ain't no doubt about it. Presley's at the bottom of the list. But I'm going to tell you what I would do is as we're talking through this, Abreu would have the 8th, and Hader would have the 9th. And we, like you said, Tay-Tay, if he's rolling, whoever's available, we're gonna strongly consider using them. It ain't just gonna be a foregone conclusion going into every game.
Yeah, you got
Presley's got the 8th. Like that mentality has to change. That's where I'm at. I'm not saying you don't use Presley. I'm okay with using Presley, but it's the long leash and the foregone conclusion that he's gonna run his ass out there in the 8th, no matter how the game's going, and no matter what Abreu has done. That to me has to change. But it seems like a spot that just said, no, this is how we're going to roll.
Yeah, this is what we're going to do. All right, here it is. It is 6:10 day. We want to hear from you. As we said, man, we'll take a call from folks at the end of every segment because, as I said, 30 years here is not just about what we've done. 30 years says a lot about you, the listener. So Golden State Mike is in the building. Golden State, you're kicking it off. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's good?
Hey, Ron, you gave me the name Golden State Mike back when we were at Buffalo Wild Wings. I won that raffle.
Okay, yeah.
What's up, Clint? How's it going, Tyler? Love you guys, man. My buddy Sean told me about 610 AM radio, The Drive, and since I drive for work, I listen to you guys every single day. And talking about the Astros, yesterday when was it pitched 98 that Verlander was out there, Espada went out to talk to him. I'm like, get him out of there. Get him out of there. We got lucky when he got that double play ball. but we set up Verlander for the 3-run lead and we blew it. And, it just frustrated me when that check swing tied the ball game, because I wanted to bring in Hader then in the 8th inning and get that final out and then go in there for the 9th. And we can't keep having these losses by this decision or that decision. And it kind of reminds me of what you guys were talking about a few weeks ago when Abreu came back and they put him at first base and they had Singleton in playing left field. And then that ball that they blew the game in the 8th inning. Remember, Clinton, you were talking about, man, I'm not even surprised when they blew that game, But I just can't, we can't keep making these managerial mistakes that we're doing. But anyways, back to the love, man. Love you guys. Just wanted to call in and say I'm listening to you guys every day, and keep up the good work. 5 years, maybe you guys can catch the other guys at 30.
Yeah. I don't know about that. We'll see. That would be fantastic. I'll take 30.
I don't know if I'm gonna live that long.
Yeah, that's true, man. You are.
I mean, I hope I do. I'd like to see my baby girls get married. I don't know. I need some help paying for it, but I'd like to see them get married.
Well, you think it'll be 30 years? Well, if they're like their dad.
Well, I'm pushing for it. Maybe not their dad. I don't want them to go beyond their childbearing years, but I don't want them to by decision by choice get into the risky childbirth.
Past their childbearing. Years. All right. Coming up, more of 610 Day. But coming up, there's something that is out? Is this true? Is this really, really true about a former Texan? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We don't need no first-string quarterback at tight end, and we damn sure need the prettiest of the pretty boy quarterbacks. I'm just totally confused. Anyway, I'll call back when I got some more stuff.
Could the Astros really be sellers at the trade deadline? GM. Help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, happy 610 Day, 30 years old. A big announcement coming up at 3 o'clock, so stay tuned for us. I say big announcement. Boss Man going to come through here at 3 o'clock. He going
to celebrate a little bit with us?
He's going to celebrate, and I think he has a little announcement. So,
wow, dude.
So stay tuned for that at
You ain't pissed him off today,
3 o'clock.
Tyler, you ain't pissed him off. I mean, the announcement isn't.
No.
He's taking over the airwaves, and
I don't think I pissed.
Okay, good. I think we got to get that off the table before we go any further discussion.
I don't think I pissed him off.
I don't want to get blindsided by anything.
Hold on, so.
Not that I know of, it's Ron. But no, coming up 3 o'clock.
Ron?
There you go. Oh, man, there you go. Real quick, as we were talking about, because I do want to get to this. This thing is just really real. Do you think there is somebody over there with some of these decisions in game with Joe Espada that's saying, yo,
bless you.
Thanks for the blessings, guys.
They're saying, yo, well, Joe, I don't know about this one. You think anybody's ever saying that? You think anybody's saying like, Joe, boy, I don't know. You think Presley here? that feel right to you? Feeling Presley here?
I don't know if anybody's looked, because there's too many guys that know and like Presley and have had too much success behind Presley. But I think it is a huge stretch for anybody to even like hint at the Abreu situation doesn't rub some folks the wrong way.
Anybody's just saying like,
and Presley's on the verge now. Don't get me wrong, Presley's on the verge. But
yeah, you sure you want to keep him in at this at bat?
Hey man,
I'm just checking you. When that time when they went to pinch hit him and he struck out them 3 straight pitches, anybody said, "You think that's where you want to go?" I just wonder, is anybody over there said, "Oh, I don't know, man." Like somebody got I feel like you got to hit Joe with numbers. Like, hey, boy, his last 3 outings against this guy, boy, Ryan's just not really done well against him, Joe. I don't know what you think here. Maybe Taylor. Ooh, Lord, boy. Anyway, hopefully it gets better. They're in San Francisco tonight, so they got the Giants for the weekend series. Another team under 500. See if they can take 2 of 3 and continue to gain ground.
Boy, I tell you what, the opportunities keep presenting themselves, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. They really do. All right. This came out from Aaron Wilson of KPRC2. Said veteran cornerback, and former Texan Steven Nelson on his podcast. Texans team captain who intercepted a career-high 5 passes last season tells KPRC2 that he is retiring from the NFL. I am extremely proud of my legacy and my career. Is he serious? Is this dead serious? Steven Nelson, is he serious?
Well, what do you think? You think it's just a response to being a free agent, nobody picking you up? You think
or not getting the deal he wants?
A little bit?
I think not getting the deal he wants. I mean,
playing a little hardball.
Yeah,
he can't get the money that he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Steven Nelson can get a job still.
Oh, I would think so.
Right?
I think this is a guy that was highly underrated here. Probably underappreciated here. You take away the fact that he dog cussed the general manager and then somehow got a raise. I think he was underappreciated. He really is a guy that was I thought he was a really good number 2 corner, very reliable, stayed healthy for the most part, played injured a couple of times, made some key plays. I was far from thinking that this dude was going to retire.
He's 31.
Yeah, no, I thought he would for sure get a couple more years.
Like he can go and start. It has to be. Steven Nelson has to be asking for something that is just that nobody's willing to give him, and he's just like, F it. I'm done. I just can't believe that guy has a lot more still to give. I mean, I'll be honest, like I'd feel better if he was the Texans number 2 corner.
Oh yeah, right now.
Like right now, like
if
what,
he was
what
in camp with the Texans, I would feel better
about with Okudah.
Now the ceiling's not near as high.
No, but I'm just saying.
But I would feel better. Yes.
Like if you tell me right now, here's your decision. You could have Okudah or C.J. Henderson or Lassiter, or for next year Steven Nelson starts like that. Like I'm Steven Nelson. Give me Steven Nelson. I know exactly what I'm going to get.
Yep.
And I've watched him 2 years in a row raise his level when Stingley goes out.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
But he
Played
can't.
injured,
But
yeah.
nobody wants him. No, maybe he wants to start farming.
You're right. The more you think through it, there's no way that somebody that there's not multiple teams out there that want him in camp. But it's got to be a number that he's asking for, and it's just like his arrogance is just not going to let him play for what his talent is worth right now.
Yes, and I was going to say that has to be it because there's no way that teams wouldn't, as much as people have cornerback help and issues and injuries and all that. I mean, this guy's a starting caliber. At least that's what he has shown the last 2 years. A starting caliber corner in this league, and my man's just out at 31. He does have that farm. Maybe that's what he's excited and trying to get to is to start.
He's definitely on that fucking podcast rolling. He's got a podcast rolling.
Yeah. No way. He plays next year, doesn't he?
Yes. Steven Nelson, again, on the heels of a huge compliment that I just gave about him as a player. On the flip side of that, he strikes me as a guy that's going to have a hard time walking away from it. He strikes me as a guy that at some point in time he's going to say, man, I'll play for that amount because the limelight, the money, the celebrity, the need to be involved in that. I think he's going to have a real hard time letting it all go, which most guys do. And I think he'll be back. Yeah. And I think teams that realize their cornerback room isn't quite as stable as they thought it was, they'll come calling mighty.
Oh, I bet you he has had several offers.
Mm-hmm.
Several offers, just not to where he wanted to.
I mean, I bet these guys offered him.
You think? Oh, I don't think so. You think the Texans did?
That's probably what prompted the milk dud head comment. Is a low ball offer. Why else would you go at D'Amico? He's one of the nicest guys in the world. I mean, he's got to be one of the nicest guys in the coaching business.
Yeah.
I mean, why else would you go at him? and why would? And that's. I mean, when you go at somebody.
Well, why would it be him? You think? Why would it be him then?
Because they lowballed him.
And he
knows that, especially on the defense side of football. If D'Amico wants you, he's gonna pay you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where else would that stem from?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you think you just randomly take a shot? Like, no. Look, I love Nick Caserio. I get he's done a great job.
You think he done too much with Nick, so you got to slide over?
Well, I can see where Nick, whether we're talking about the GM role or kind of the vibe around Nick, especially for the last 2 years, the previous 2 years leading up to this year. I'm talking about 2022 and 2023. No, 2021 and 2022, right? Yeah. Those seasons. I could see where Nick would rub some guys wrong. They'd have a hard time relating to Nick, and maybe they'd get on that vest or, maybe say something personal. I could see that. D'Amico?
He should have gone after Matt Burke.
Yeah. That would have gone a little better.
That's what he should. If it was a low ball offer, he should have gone after old Matt Burke. Yeah, gray head, gray bearded ass sucker. That would have worked better for him. Good chance, but he called that man a milk dud. All right, it is 610 day. Let me get my man. I don't know. I love this name. Monroe in the building. Happy 610 day. Happy 30th. What's on your mind, man? Monroe, you up? Monroe, 3, 2. Damn it.
We can hear you there, Monroe.
Call
what
back,
happened?
Baby. Call back. Scotty, it's on you, baby.
That's a tough button. Hit it.
There it is. Scotty, what's going on, man? Happy 610 day to you. What's going on here? Damn it, Tyler.
What?
I mean, they want to celebrate in silence, boys.
Scotty, you there,
Scotty.
bro?
Scott. I'm about to lose my mind.
Hello.
Scott. There we go. There he is, Scott. There he is. Happy 610 day. What's on your mind, Scott? Damn it, I'm done. I'm done taking calls today.
No, we're not. Hell no, we're celebrating, man. I told you to.
No, I
told you need to cool your jets before we get started here now.
I quit.
I told y'all to cool y'all's jets before. You ain't quitting, man.
Is that a technical what is the deal? I just want to give the people to celebrate.
First caller went fine.
I really wanted to hear Monroe. It said in there Monroe had complimentary things to say about it.
He did.
I wanted to hear it. You don't get that a lot.
I really love the show. I don't know if they're talking about the drive or Ron, but I wanted to hear about it.
What in the hell?
I don't know, man.
I'm just done. All right, I it's 6:10 day. I'll take a
you
deep
need to take
breath.
a deep breath, man.
I'll take a deep breath. We want to hear from you. We do.
You're 40
I don't
now,
know
man.
what's going on.
You're a grown man. You're 40 now.
I'm trying here. I want to hear from the people. I really do. 6:10 day, 713-572-4610. I know you were on. I saw it. I heard you. I heard you folding your laundry, whatever it was you was doing. Just got to speak. All right, coming up. I would say lightning rod would be the proper term for this person. This is one of the biggest lightning rods in all of sports. And they're back in the news. We'll discuss that coming up next. Well, we are joined by the legendary Bill Worrell, and we appreciate you for joining us.
Well, I really appreciate it, and thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
What are Nick Casario's early thoughts on rookie?
The ones who get it done.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Happy 610 Day, 30th anniversary. 30 years. 30 damn years.
30 years in the game leading the way, man. It's been beautiful.
It has. It has. Stay tuned, as we said, 3 o'clock. So coming up in the next segment of the show, after this segment, when we return, the boss has an announcement to make. So stay tuned for that, as he will join us here coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Someone texting, "Damn, Ron, you effed up the phones." That ain't me.
You were fat fingering that button right over there.
But you know it was on. It was on, and we could hear.
It was on. He didn't. It wasn't
Monroe. I wanted to hear that. God, I love saying that name.
When you get a Monroe, you wonder what they sound like.
Oh God, yeah. I was thinking about it. Because I'm thinking Louisiana is what it is.
Oh, it's the city. Yeah, I would think probably.
But I'm talking about that drawl. I'm thinking.
That accent. Probably a little bit on the older side.
Got to be. Because you
not elderly, but on the older side.
Is Monroe first or is that the last name or the first name?
No,
you never
know.
That's
is
first. There anybody?
If you're going by it, that's the first.
No, really? You think
that is Monroe? That is someone that has gone more than likely. They have been called Roe their entire life.
Does anyone know anybody? I don't know if I know anybody.
I got a couple last name Monroes.
I know last name Monroes. I don't know nobody whose first name is Monroe. And that's to me how you got to say it. No, that's a Roe.
I can't even act like they were my friend and I was calling them and be like, "Hey, Monroe." No, I'd be like, "Hey, Roe, what's up?" I can't. If he's a teammate of mine, that's Roe.
Is Roe? Monroe. Yeah, all right.
In fact, he probably introduced himself.
Let's check here. Let's check. We got a couple of callers. 713-572-4610. We're supposed to take a call at the end of every hour because, as I said, 610 Days is much about you all, the listeners. I've seen somebody text in on YouTube and Twitch, said I've been listening for 35 years. Somebody said 35 years. I thought we were only 30 years old, but they've been listening for 35 years for a long time. Maybe they just I don't know. But they text in for forever, man. It's about you all as well with how long we've been listening. So let me see if they work. Andre. Are you there, Andre?
Yes, I am.
Boy, Andre, you saved it, Andre. This thing was. I was about to be done. All right, man. What's your thoughts? 30 years, man. What's your memories? What's on your mind?
First, I want to say happy 610 Day and happy Father's Day week to all you fathers and sports fans. No, man. This is my go-to station, man. I get all my sports and I get caught up on everything listening to you guys. This is the best shift on this station. You guys shift, Tyler, and all the rest of you guys, man. You guys bring the energy, and I just enjoy listening to it, man. It makes the drive home a lot more better, man. And then I get educated and also know what's going on in the world of sports. And just one more thing, man. Can we fire this coach and bring Dusty back? That's all I want to know.
I appreciate that. We appreciate all the kind words as well, Andre. I'm not sure. I don't think the firing. Well, I'm damn sure no Dusty ain't coming back.
Nah, Dusty ain't coming back. Hell, Dusty don't even want to come on the radio. Think it's a bad time.
No, he did, man. This would have been a great day to get him on, Tyler. This has been a great day to get him on, man. Tell him, hey, I think you should be real aggressive with Dusty. Like this time. Now look here, damn it. Johnny. Start it with his real name.
I'll text him right now if you want me to.
No, seriously. Johnny, seriously. It is 610 Day. We're celebrating 30 years. We don't even ask you anything about the Astros for the first 5 minutes of the interview.
Let Ron get him on. The first thing he's going to ask, what do you think about Joe? What do you think about the job Joe Spot is doing?
What kind?
Did you see this coming?
Did you just ignore his suggestions when he was the bench coach over there? Don't it feel like Joe went over to Dusty? Hey man, hey, what do you think about? How about let's put Dubon at second base, and maybe move Alvarez or maybe move Altuve somewhere. Let's put him. No, just chill out, Joe. I just wonder what some of his suggestion was as the bench coach over there. Hey man, I'm really liking Stanek here in the ninth. Let's go here. Let's do it. Let's do it right here in the night. No, man, get it. Yeah, hit him up. 610 day. Tell him, damn it, get real aggressive. Look here, Johnny. That's 610 day.
Well, I'm not doing that.
I'm
respectful of my elders.
No, record it. Look here, Johnny. It's 610 day, damn it. Now, here, let me hear you say it. Let me hear you say that.
Listen here, Johnny. It's 610 day.
He ain't got it, G.
You hear me? We got to do something here. Got to be a part of this here. All right, Johnny?
Keep saying here every time. I like that.
Yeah. You hear me, Johnny?
Listen here.
Yes. Don't do the yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you ain't got it, T. You're a nice guy.
I'm too respectful, man.
You're just a nice guy, bro. You just ain't got the a-hole in you, man. You know what I mean? He ain't got it in him, man. That's just the reality. I love this.
Now look here, Johnny.
Look here. He can't be hateful if he wanted to.
Man, not Dust. Not the Dust Master.
What do you do when you get real mad at Megan?
I don't know what I was going to say. He's got it.
He probably bites your tongue.
Yeah.
He's a tongue. He walked away.
What do you say when you walk outside and you see your dog eating those turds in the backyard?
I say, man, that is gross. Stop it. Bad pup.
Oh, it's okay, baby.
Listen to this.
It's okay.
Let's go in and brush your teeth. Damn it.
Brush your teeth.
That's a turd, baby. Stop that.
Those aren't treats, Nala. Those are feces.
Hey, man, you got to get you a pooper scooper back there, man. Keep them out of the yard, man.
Nah, the lawn guy takes care of it.
No, clearly the dog
does not get taken care of. Stop saying that.
It disappears every time the lawn guy comes by.
It does not. Stop saying that.
It all goes away.
God, yeah, my man said he won't dusty up in this piece. Oh, Tyler, he's doing it again. Look at you, man. Good. 2 days in a row, man. You're 2 times in a row. You're able to roll through with that text a lot, huh? There you go. Good for you. Big Joe. No, appreciate the kind words, man. Everybody here works really, really hard, and we got a good crew here. So appreciate the kind words. Remember, coming up 3 o'clock after this segment ends, we'll have the boss. He's got a announcement to make coming up at 3 o'clock. By the way, I sent that to y'all. Just see that? James Harden's girlfriend got that bouquet thrown to her.
I didn't see
at
it.
that wedding, and she caught that puppy. And James looked at her like their relationship was about to end.
Yeah.
I didn't even know James was with somebody. She caught that. She went down to go get it. She dug it out.
She chased it.
She dug it out like a first baseman.
His face is great.
Yeah, his face like, oh hell no. We're gonna expect it. She can't wait to get them honey buns.
I had a friend of mine do that once at a wedding. He saw his girl catch the bouquet, and he was making a face like that, like, oh hell, like. He almost lost that relationship that night.
Yeah, man, catch it, dog. Catch it thing.
Because she saw him making the face. She was not appreciative.
I mean, we've seen guys turn a new leaf now. I mean.
You think James turned it?
Harden would be one that you would think if you was dating him, it's going to be a hard time turning that corner. I mean, she can't be shocked that he was like, what the hell are you doing?
Like, I thought he was going to do what he did to Kawhi. And defender. Like, I thought he was going to step
the best box out of his career.
Yeah, the best. Like, he went out there. He defended Kawhi on his own team, shoot the three. I thought he was going to go out there and defend her ass. Drop it. That's the look on his face said. Drop the damn thing.
Throw it on the ground.
Calm down. All right, is this Monroe?
This is Monroe.
All right, man. It's 6:10 day.
Yes, it is.
There it is. There he is, baby. Go ahead now. Monroe, where are you from? We got to hear it.
I'm a native Houstonian. Right in the city.
There we go. Man. Happy 610 day to you, 30 years. What's on your mind?
Well, thank you, sir. It's a frustrating call. A lot of listeners may not like what I'm about to say about the Astros, but guys, the Astros are done.
I know.
It's over. Yep. We might as well just go ahead and get ready for next season. As long as Joe is the manager, nothing's going to happen. They're going to continue to be exactly where they are at the end of the season. And that's unfortunate because I've been a long-time fan of the Houston Astros. And I'm just really frustrated over the calls that's being made by Joe. And it shows no leadership at the top.
Monroe, when'd you throw in the towel?
Last night.
Hey, Ro, I'm with you, man. I'm close, baby.
That's it. Hey, real quick before we let you go, Monroe, is that your first or your last name?
That's my first name. You saw me, Ro.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Appreciate you, call. That's the first Monroe I've ever met, I've ever known. That's first name's Monroe.
I'm trying to think if I've ever met it. I mean, it'd be like one of my quarterback's dads or something, but I don't know if I got a Monroe either. If you wouldn't have hung up on him, I'd like to ask him if he goes by Rowe.
You know, now come on, Clint. You heard that man. There is no way that man goes by Rowe.
I'd bet you. Bet you a good amount he does.
He does not. He does not go by. That is a Monroe all day long. He ain't going by no damn Rowe. He ain't going by no damn Rowe. Somebody text in all this Dusty love. Yeah, I mean Dusty. When you watch what you're seeing every week,
I'm doing the World Series.
and you watch what you see him every day. Well, that Dusty, this couldn't have worked out any better for him. I feel like Dusty wants to say what Bob Knight said. You remember Bob Knight said about all his critics? He said, and to all my critics, I hope they bury me upside down.
Yes.
So you can kiss my ass.
When you get a chance to party, party.
I feel like that's what Dusty wants to say. All right, coming up, 6-10 day right here all day long as we've been having a lot of fun. There have been past hosts, past everything here on the station all day, starting with Payne and Pendergast, as well as within the loop. There were many people there. We'll continue rolling there. But a big announcement coming up. Big announcement coming up here at 3 o'clock as the boss will step on with us. By the way, someone said, he said, you can call me Roe. Did he say that? I missed it. Is that what Monroe said?
Yeah, I believe so.
He said, you can call me Roe. Well, hell, Clint, you might be right. Maybe he is a Roe. Maybe.
Telling you, man, that's got to be a no-brainer.
Maybe.
I mean, he ain't no choice.
Maybe it's. I don't know, man.
I think he was named Monroe with the expectation of him becoming a Roe when he gets old enough.
Yeah. All right, let's get to it. After the boss comes with his announcement, Big 3 at 3, NBA Finals. Boy, this thing feels like it might be over. And we'll get you ready for the Astros tonight and look back at this week's series. All of that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, before we get to the Big 3 at 3, it is 610 Day, 30 years this great station has been bringing you the best coverage in Houston sports, and the boss is in the building. Parker Hillis, our program director, our brand manager here at Sports Radio 610. I know you have a bit of an announcement to make here.
I do, yeah. Thank you guys for letting me jump in and steal a little bit of airtime from you.
We had to think hard about it now. We thought about locking that damn door.
Hey, you know.
We're still in airtime every day from you.
Look at me. I'm not breaking down any doors, so if you had found a way to do it.
You got a master key. Don't you ain't fooling nobody. You got a master key.
But look, no, it's a big day, and you guys have been doing it right. Giving back to our listeners at the end of the day, this is what we do it for, right? We wouldn't do this if we didn't have people out there that were riding with us and been riding with us for 30 years. It's a massive day for us, and clearly it's a massive day for the city because I don't know if you guys saw when I walked in. This isn't any regular printer paper or anything that I just kind of put together.
You didn't do that yourself?
No. We actually have a very official, straight from the office of the mayor of Houston, a proclamation, and if you guys don't mind, I'm going to read it really quick, because I think it's really cool.
All yours.
Sports Radio 610's 30th anniversary, whereas one of the first all-sports talk radio stations in the United States, Sports Radio 610, will celebrate its 30th anniversary in 2024, and whereas Sports Radio 610, that's KILT-AM, is one of the most well-known and respected brands in the country. It's the home and flagship of the Houston Texans, broadcasting out every Sunday to stations throughout Texas and Mexico, as well as providing live and local sports coverage 24/7. And whereas Sports Radio 610 and its personalities represent the voice of the fans and will continue to do so as Houston's sports leader. And whereas Sports Radio 610 has also remained steadfast in its commitment to making a strong positive impact in the Houston community in its 30 years on air, Sports Radio 610 has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for local nonprofits like DePelchin Children's Centers, Kids Meals, and Star of Hope, and supported hundreds more through PSAs and shared socials. And whereas the city of Houston proudly celebrates 30 years of entertainment and service provided by Sports Radio 610, therefore I, John Whitmire, mayor of the city of Houston, hereby proclaim June 10th, 2024 as Sports Radio 610 Day in Houston.
Come on.
Yeah. So it is.
I see you, Johnny. Big Johnny, I appreciate you, man.
It doesn't get much bigger, much better, and much more official than that, fellas.
Yeah, let me see that joker, man. Let me see that joker over here. Boss man. Let them folks on YouTube, Twitch, see that thing.
Like I said, not just regular printer paper either.
We're not gonna hang this yet because this boss lady, if y'all know anything about Sarah Fraser,
a little meticulous.
Yeah, she gonna fancy this thing up a little bit before we hang it up around here. But that's big time right there, man.
Yeah, and look, fellas, thank you guys to all the guests that have joined us throughout the day. Rich Lord, Nick Wright, Josh Ennis, Ted Johnson, a collection of others who I may not have named here. Others that will join us throughout the rest of the day as well. The listeners that have called in, former host personalities, former athletes here in town. Look, we wouldn't have done it without every single one of you guys. So I just wanted to take a second to say thank you to every one of those that joined on with us, every one of our listeners out there who's joining us right now or who may have grabbed a couple of minutes of their day with us over this last 30 years. It's been a hell of a ride. We're going to keep on doing this. We're going to keep on being Houston's sports leader.
The arrow's pointed up.
We do it because of the listeners out there. So a massive, massive thank you. We could not have done it without you. And Clint, Ron, Tyler, the rest of our crew here as well. Couldn't have done it without you guys too. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You bet, man. Hey, one of the coolest things in this business being like Ron and I obviously been here 5 years. I mean, I'm 5, they're 4. Him and Tyler are 4. Some of the guys, Sean, obviously, Lopez, some of those guys have a much longer history here. But for us, one of the coolest things ever is like we're out on location and a young dude comes up. And you can tell he's a listener, and he's telling us how much of a listener he is, and he wants to talk sports. And then before he leaves, he says, man, I want y'all to know my dad is or was, some of the times Pop's done passed away, but either way it goes, my dad put me on Sports Radio 610 way back in the day. It's where I picked up on it, and I listened to it religiously today. That's always really cool to see it cross over 2 generations like that, man. So 30 years is a big-time accomplishment. And shoot, man, we're looking for 30 more. I don't know if I'm gonna make it there. I don't know if I'm gonna make it there, but damn sure Sports Radio 610 will.
Hey, that's the goal. Thank you, guys.
That's it, man.
And what you just said, Clint, I mean, that's my story, dude. Yeah. Like my dad put me on Sports Radio 610. Like it was the airwaves here at Sports Radio 610 were accessible to me at a very young age, and it was the first sports talk and only sports talk I ever listened to growing up. So it's pretty neat whenever that happens.
It is. Tyler Sr. put Tyler Jr. on it.
Well,
he's not. Oh, you're not the second, are you?
No. My pop's name is Scott.
Scott Milner.
Big Scotty.
Big Scott Milner in the building.
Well, I mean, clearly, I'm glad you didn't follow him to Tennessee.
Yeah. As a fan.
Not literally, but figuratively.
Yeah, he would be. No, 60. So it is 610 day, and it's official right here, not just at the station, but the city has recognized that as well. So, again, a lot of that to you all as well. So let's get to doing what we do, and that is Big Three at 3. The Astros blew a 3-run lead yesterday to the Angels despite getting 14 hits. And I thought this would have been – there's so much to me with this loss, Clint, in many different directions you can go, as we've talked about a little bit in the first hour. But, Clint, it's so disappointing to me. Like, what thing it was like, all right, man, damn, Verlander had a rough start. A tough start, but then you're able to pick him up and you get him off the hook. And even though Verlander has, a less than normal type of an outing, it doesn't put together just zeros like he normally does. Yeah. But you got and scored runs to get him off the hook, and you were in position to win the game, to win that thing, and you blow a 3-run lead late. And I think it's one thing for me, Clint, when you blow a lead and it's just, hey, performance, right? Like, yo, man, if the Texans are, in a 2-minute drill and CJ, throws a pick because he's trying to get it into Diggs or trying to get it into Nico Collins, damn, you lost that one, right? But if he throws a pick because Nico and Tank are on the field and he's saying, "Nah, man, I'm about to get this thing to Cade Stover in double coverage." Now you're feeling like, well, damn, the hell why are we going down that way? This was one where they didn't go down with just their big guns, making mistakes. I think they went down with the decisions of pitching people, mainly Ryan Presley, in a position where I just think there has to be a decision now when you're trying to win every single one of these games that you can't put him in that position right now. You just got to stop doing it.
Look, to me, that's the key I don't think they're not equipped right now. They don't have the manpower right now to just not use Ryan Presley. And that's not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm just echoing what I said last week. In my opinion, this is like Joe Espada to continue at this point in time in the season to still think that his perfect game is get me to 7 and I'm going to go Abreu, Presley, and Hader, and those guys are going to complete one inning and nobody's going to pitch extra innings and nobody's going to we're going to win ball games that way. It's time to move on from that. I wouldn't be disappointed if he didn't flip it and put Abreu in the 8th and put Presley in the 7th. Give you more time if the wheels do come off of Presley. At least you got more at bats to hopefully make it up. But at the end of the day, the way that this game Sunday, the way it played out, my only frustration is he didn't pull him after the second double. He waited until it was a tie ball game. And he waited until he gave up 2 doubles and had a wild pitch. It may have been a mix-up on the pitch called, and because it was a catchable pitch, but it looked like Diaz was expecting something else. Anyway, the fact of the matter is you let the guy give up a 2-run lead again before you pull his ass out. At this point in time, I said it last week, if Abreu's nails in the 7th, you got to give him the 8th as well. If Presley does come out there after Abreu, which he didn't, he loaded the bases, had to get out of a jam. It wasn't a convincing let him have the 8th type of 7th inning. So you bring Presley out there, which I'm cool with. But again, you can't just let him lose. You can't let it go double.
No, it can't be. Hey,
double,
man,
wild pitch.
The 8th is yours, no matter what.
And you're going to finish it no matter what.
The 8th is yours.
It's time to move on from that mindset. And when you got a chance, Ron, with a 2-run lead in the 8th, you got a chance to sweep a team and keep your 2-game, at least picking up 2 games on the division leader right now. You got to go get that. You can't lose it because your leash is too long with Ryan Presley. It's time for that to be over, man. I love Ryan Presley.
You think they still see the guy who saved games against the Phillies in the World Series? You think that's the guy that they still see?
I think
because that's what they're acting like.
Well, I'm telling you what they're acting like is they already stripped his ass of the 9th. and now they're walking on pins and needles because at this point in time you got to be flirting with an extremely frustrated veteran pitcher that's done a lot for this organization, and I would think that that's probably getting in the way a tad bit. But to me, it's no excuse. Joe Espada, that's why you get paid the big money. That's why you're the manager. At this point in time, you got to have the feel. You got to have the awareness right now. You cannot let Ryan Presley go out there and lose leads at this point in time in the season.
He's about to push this thing up to 6, this ERA. Like
he's got to be beyond this, there. Man.
No, it just can't be. Hey, man, you get like that game there, 7-4. I'm handling this sucker like we got to have this thing. I'm handling this sucker in we have to have it. Because a 3-game sweep, Seattle's won. I don't care. You're looking at that scoreboard. You can see it. Seattle has won. We got to have this game. Because these are the kind of losses, Tyler and Clint, that are just flat demoralizing. Like, these are the ones that stay with you for a little bit.
Jump punch.
Well, we should know because they've had several of them this year.
But it's so different when you're, hey man, we're 5 games above 500. We're 7-10 games above 500. All right, this one. No, man. Like there's a potential. You're looking at the end of the season, and it's 1 or 2 games that have potentially that have turned things.
It feels huge.
It does, and it is huge, Jeff. The loss in the situation, not.
Well, I don't know.
Whatever else. I don't know what Jeff's working with.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
Happy 610 day, Jeff. NBA Finals last night, Clint. The Boston Celtics. They win again. They win 105-98, and they now have a 2-game lead in this series. And I said this to both of you. I said Friday after Game 1, it's like, hey, man, or Thursday after Game 1, that's like, dude, I'm not going to get too crazy and say that it's over or anything, but we really need to see some clear adjustments on what Dallas can or can't do. And Clint, if they can't win that game yesterday, which I would say is probably the worst that the Celtics will play, probably one of the worst games the Celtics have played all postseason. If they can't, get that one. Like, I don't know about you two, there was never a point in that game that I thought the Celtics were going to lose, especially in the second half. Not one point. You would look up, Luka's going crazy in the first half. You said it before the show. He's got 20 before you know it. You look around, Kyrie even got a little warm early. He had 10 at the half. And you look up, and these jokers is down 3. Tatum and Brown haven't gotten to double figures. They're down 3. Kristaps Porzingis is limping in the second half. They're down 10.
Yeah.
And they haven't shot the ball well. They're like 10 for 40-something from 3. Clint, I don't know what Dallas is going, what answers they have in this thing.
Well, look, I think the home court advantage is going to be huge for Dallas.
It better be.
It's win your home games and you got a shot at least. You got to steal one obviously, but win your home games and you got a shot. I think it's going to be completely different when they return to Dallas. I think you're going to see a different looking basketball game in general, not just from one side. I'm talking about all the way. But to this point right now, everybody's going to lean into Kyrie and his struggles, and that's fair. He's a superstar. But let's be honest. Outside of a couple of first quarters from Luka, none of the guys have just been amazing in these first 2 games. Not superstars I'm talking about. The difference in this game is the others for Boston are knocking down shots and impacting the game throughout. And the others for the Dallas Mavericks they are flopping and getting pushed all up, getting manhandled up and down the floor consistently. They're not making shots when they do get them. They can't rebound at all. It looks like college kids in there trying to rebound with veteran pros. It's like the others have to be a huge impact in this game. You said something. You said something a little earlier, Ron. You said something a little earlier, and you said, "What if Kyrie and Luka give you 30 each?
What they do.
Where are you gonna get the other 35 or 40 or 50 that you need? There ain't right now. I know people will look back at the season early in the playoffs and say, well, PJ Washington and this and that. That's fine. But the way this series is gone, where are you gonna get them other points? it's hard to see points coming from anybody else. I mean, at all, with the way they're getting pushed around.
And to think that Tatum and Brown and the Celtics in general are going to shoot as bad as they are.
Right.
I mean, they got two guys on their team, and you see them when they walk in. You see them when they enter the game, Clint. You look at them and you think, well, these are some incredible free throw shooters. Pritchard and Hauser. I know you see them when they walk in there. Those gentlemen, those white guys.
The white fellas?
They are both, shocker here, are great shooters.
Yeah.
And when you get them wide open looks, they get them. Clint, those two, I think they're like 3 for 14 in the series from three. Total combined. And they're open shots. Like, they're not going to keep missing shots. Tatum is not going to keep shooting this terribly in the series.
Who is the tall white guy that needs a fade for the Mavericks?
Oh yeah.
And how is he getting so many touches?
Yeah, 42.
It's almost like they went to the sideline and kids said, "Hey man, let's get the kid that needs a fade some touches."
That needs a fade. No.
He is. Kluber or something like that. Yeah, that ain't it. That's where they're leaning. Come on, man. I think it's a total different series.
He generally is a big that can shoot and stretch the defense.
Well, that's fine, but when Luka and Kyrie can't piss a drop, that ain't the guy I got to go to. I mean, we got to figure out. We got to shoot the two double screen some cats at the top of the key or something. We ain't going to Kluber or Kleber or whatever the hell.
That's the thing is to me, like Tatum and Brown. Clearly, as we've seen the first two games, they don't have to be great for them to win, and not just win comfortably. They don't have to be great for them to just win comfortably. Dallas has to have those two dudes be great and make everybody else score too. They got to score 30 and get Washington going and get different guys going on and off the bench. And they got to get Lively 10 points. They got to do it.
And it's hard to see them coming by 10. The way they're playing, it's hard to see them coming by 10.
To me, the Mavericks are playing bad, and I think a large part of the reason why they're playing bad and struggling is because of what the Celtics are doing. The Celtics' best players aren't shooting the ball well, and I think a lot of it has to do with them not shooting the ball well, and not necessarily that the Mavericks have shut their water off and they can't.
Right, yes.
When I watch Kyrie struggle, I'm like, that damn Drew Holiday, he can't shake. He can't. When I watch Jason Tatum continue to blow layups and open shots, I think to myself, I don't know if that's just going to keep happening. I don't know if that's going to keep happening. All right, remember 610 Day, as we talked about it at the end of every segment, we want to hear from you all because it is just as important to hear from you as it is from us or any other former host or people who used to be on the show. John Harris coming up, somebody who has been all over this station a little bit later on in this hour. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts about a lot of things and something I'm sure that he'll love. Listen, we talked about it last week that, boy, it is hard to see C.J. Stroud taking steps back. It's really hard to see. But I do want to have a discussion about what potentially we may see from him coming up on the field this upcoming year. That's coming up next.
All right.
inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, happy 30 years. 30 years. It is 610 Day, and if you missed the last segment, our program director, Parker Hillis, came in and read the proclamation from the mayor and the city that today is officially 610 Day here in Houston.
Officially official.
Officially, baby. It ain't just us saying it. It's official, damn it.
Documentation on
there
that.
It is. Look at God. And as we said here at the end of each segment, we'd love to hear from you. We'd like to hear from you to tell us your feelings, your stories, your thoughts, anything, and how you're feeling on these 30 years, however long you've listened. I just saw someone on the text line said they've been listening 3 years, just moved here, looking to radio and found the drive. We appreciate you. If you've been here 27 years, 30 years, or somebody who's been here 35 years, somehow been listening 5 years before it started, we appreciate you.
Time travelers.
As well. You're right. That's what I was thinking. But 713-572-4610, you can get in. We'd like to hear from you at the end of each segment. All right, John Harris. John Harris coming up next.
Come sling it, 7.
Who has been at this station for a very, very long time and has had his time here. We'll get his thoughts on as we continue to celebrate here. But Clint, we talked about it the other week, or the other day last week. It's hard. It is hard to see, with everything we saw from C.J. Stroud, with all of the pieces coming back, including the coaching staff, including the weapons they've added around him. Boy, and to see where he is right now, and we hear him talk and we hear him speak and what he thinks about this season, it's hard to see him taking a Jalen Hurts step back. Like we talked about that last week. It's hard to see him taking not even that big of a step, but even steps back. It's hard to see that. But, and you can chime in on this on the text line as well, 713-572-4610, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch. If you had one thing, though, that you're looking at, one thing for him next year, because, yes, we've talked about it. This is year 2. People have gotten tape on him. People have seen him. If it's one thing for you, Clint, you've played that position and you know the thought of year 1 to year 2, how different that is, hell, from college and in the NFL. What's the one thing you look at and think, I'm really intrigued to see how he handles this? That may be a little bit more difficult than last year.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest thing, not to avoid the question, but I think the biggest thing is the ability for him to take over the organization and be the face and be the leader and be the one guy in the entire locker room that everybody looks to. Now, he hasn't blinked an eye so far, so there's no reason to think that he can't do it.
Well, he's embraced it.
But next year and the years beyond are going to be totally different than having an unbelievable rookie year. So I think that is first and foremost the biggest, can he continue to impress at an early age and early on in his career? And the next step that he has to show people is that it's not just commanding a huddle, it's commanding an entire locker room the way the greats have done. I think that's it, but I do think I think from a football perspective, I think things are going to be made very difficult for him. I think when you look at the schedule last year and you look at the fact that there was no film on Bobby Slowick, there was no film on him, there really was no film on Nico Collins, there was no film on Tank Dell, that there was a lot of newness, if you will, with the Texans. And I think with the much improved schedule and the fact that the league has film on these guys now, I think it's going to be much more difficult to maintain the level of play that is going to be and is expected of him after an unbelievable rookie year. So I think for me it's going to be – I think there's going to be some tough times. I think there's going to be some – hey, CJ wasn't able to keep up with some of the quarterbacks that are on this roster. I think that is going to be a different animal this year with the quarterbacks that are on the roster. And how he handles that, I think, is for me what I'm looking for.
I'm interested. We'll have John on. I'm interested to see what he thinks on this. For me, it is the turnovers.
Yeah.
And I think that goes in, to be a little bit more specific. That to me was maybe the most amazing thing about his season, is not just being a rookie and having that five interceptions, five, like under 10 total turnovers, 5 interceptions. As you know, you've played it. Sometimes, man, you get a batted ball here that
I threw 4 and 1/2.
Yeah, even when you make the right decision, sometimes it happens just by pure bad luck. 5 turnovers last year. That's one I would watch, and I would want to watch to see like how that shifts, because that to me was the most. And sometimes you can't even control that, yourself. But 5 turnovers, 5 interceptions, which was great. Hell, one of them, Clint, he threw it, and immediately Nico Collins stripped the guy. Didn't even pay for it.
Yeah, it's unrealistic, is what it is. I mean, you're talking about a guy that led the league in yards per game.
Yes, and they threw a lot.
And threw 5 interceptions.
That's crazy.
It's a hell of a season. It's crazy to think that he accomplished that, but it's not reality. Like it's not reality to carry. Now, if it was a ball control offense with a great run game, and the weight wasn't on his shoulders to win ball games and to produce, then you could see, hey man, you better not make too many mistakes, right? But this is a guy that
he's throwing.
I mean, it got to a point where you're snapping the football to him, and everybody in America that watches knows that they can't run the football consistently. The only way they're going to win ball games is if C.J. Stroud can shred your defense, and he was able to not only shred your defense to the tune of more yards per game than any other quarterback in the league, and oh, by the way, he only threw 5 picks. I mean, it's just I guess that's what I'm saying.
And he didn't continue.
Ron, it's unreasonable. Like the crazy thing is, people are going to expect this kid to not turn the football over at that clip.
That's the one thing for me is like I like that's an expectation I have. He's going to probably turn the ball over more. Doesn't mean it's going to be worse. He's probably going to turn the ball over. But yeah, you're like you're saying, man. It wasn't like all the time he was having guys getting incredible separation.
Right.
And
wow.
and he's 5 picks. It was crazy. All right, Mike. Go ahead and send us out, Mike. It's a 6-10 day, 30 years, man. What's on your mind? What's your thoughts?
Hey, great job, both of you guys. I've probably been listening for 30 years. Go Rockets, go Texans. But I got to, and I've been listening all day, reminiscing. These guys reminiscing all morning. So the question I got for Clint, hey, Clint, I remember when you started, man, you had this host that was starting with you. I forgot his name. He didn't last long, man. And I went out of town, do some work. I came back, and he wasn't on the stage, and he was gone.
Damn.
So I guess my question, y'all need to get this guy on and let him reminisce on how he liked the city and how he liked working with you, Clint. Y'all do a great job. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate it.
Well, that was old Rick Kamla, and clearly he didn't like working with me because he didn't. He by choice moved on. So
hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Yeah, that guy right there. That guy. What's up, Ricky Rick? Tricky Rick.
Where do you have that on the ready?
Yeah.
Where do you have that? I've never even heard that. Play that again.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Yeah, I don't know if Tricky is real interested in hearing from me or anybody else.
They always say you shouldn't follow the man. I was able to follow Rick.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Yeah,
Slick Rick.
Boy, it was tough sledding around these parts back then, boy.
Good for you. Hope you're doing well, Rick. Hope you're doing well. Well,
I see him on with Lisa Ann. He does some fantasy football stuff with Lisa Ann a lot.
Yeah, I'll go check it out. I'm checking it out during the break. All right, coming up. No other way to segue there. John Harris. We'll let him. We'll get his thoughts. I want to get his thoughts on the CJ conversation we were just having, and we'll get a little. We'll let him reminisce a little bit as he's been around here for quite some time. So John Harris, Texans sideline reporter. You hear him all the time right here on Texans All Access. Following us, he'll join us next.
Who get it done.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. 610 Day. Happy 30 years. 30 years of time here at Sports Radio 610. Clint and Tyler here and myself with The Drive. And we are joined by somebody who has played a major part in so many different ways. You could hear him right now often on Texans All Access. You can hear him as he holds down the sidelines as being a part of the Texans broadcast team as he does games. And hell, he is hosted. Hell, I think he filled in for me a couple weeks ago, and does his thing all over the place. So, John, it is 30 years. When you think of Sports Radio 610, when you think of that, you think about the 30 years they've been around as you've been in this great city for quite some time. What's your thoughts about Sports Radio 610?
Ron, the you know what hit me today when I was texting, Clint texted me and asked me if I would come on. The first thing that came to mind, because my first show on 610, I actually joined a buddy of mine, a guy by the name of Lance Zerline. His partner was out, and I was home here in Houston just visiting. I was just recently named the head coach at Episcopal High School in Jacksonville, Florida. And he said, hey, man, you come in and let's talk football. Let's talk college football. That's what you do. Let's do it. And I was like, okay, and went in there, and it was June of 1998. And there was a quarterback at University of Arkansas that I remember talking about, some kid from Baytown. I was always excited about players from Baytown. And so I remember in that 98 year, I would join them, the early show, even before John and Lance. There was Adam Wexler, and I can't remember his co-host, but Wexy and I would talk college football for an hour each and every Friday. The morning of one of my games as a first-year head coach. And I know we talked about a guy named Clint Stoerner a lot. So when I think about that, and I think about how full circle it is, that I hear Clint, every day. And that was one of the first guys that I know I was talking about when I was talking about college football these many years ago. It's just kind of wild to think that it's 30 years and I've been on the 610 airways for a long time, this being my 11th with the Texans, but talked college football from 98 to 2007, and eventually came to Houston, worked at a different radio station for a while before I got wise and got with the Texans. So it's just kind of surreal. And just listening to everything today, Ron, and listening to all the, hearing Josh Innes' voice on 610, which I never thought would happen ever again. And just hearing that, just kind of thinking of all the memories of the station, it's really cool. It's been a cooler day than I kind of thought it would be. Obviously starting with Sean, having Teddy on this morning, and then Rich Lord being on the air with Brandon, that was pretty cool. So it's just great. To be such a small part of it, but I'm glad you guys are kicking ass, and you guys are the rightful caretakers of the station going forward. And I know as listeners, as P1s, we couldn't be more proud of the work that you guys do every day.
Johnny, I appreciate that. Back in '98, you caught me at my peak, man.
Yeah,
that's the year where I would say that. You ain't blowing smoke, man. There was probably a little bit of content created there, especially if he's talking college ball. I tell you what, you and Zerline on a show, boy. That is football junkies now. Good Lord. Talking college ball. Y'all ought to round that sucker back up. That would make some hay in this world now.
I'll tell you what, when Lance and I got on the air a long, long time ago, there were a lot of people in Richmond, Rosemary that got very, very scared for their jobs and for everything else because there was no telling what stories were going to be told from all those times, being on it. I'm sure you guys have that. Your friends of yours, you're like, oh, man, did he tell the story about the watermelon in the truck outside the high school? Like, oh, man, he can't tell that story in the air, man.
That sounds like a hell of a story, John.
I know. Lance's brother, Mike, unfortunately, Mike is such a great friend. He's my year. Lance is a couple years older than me. Mike always worried about the stories that the two of us were going to share on the air. So there were always some fun ones. But, 1998, that goes back a ways. And literally for the first 8 years, it was just I was talking college football. And now I talk professional football, but also college too. But it's like I said, it's just I remember talking about that Arkansas team in '98, and I was so proud of the fact that Clint was from the greater Houston area. I just thought that was the coolest thing. And then obviously, we all know about the Tennessee game, but I just remember going on the air that week, and my heart just went out to Clint and everybody with Arkansas because the game was won. It was over, and just one mistake happened that should never have. And I was like, man, that's the best I've seen Arkansas play all year. It's probably the best I saw Clint play all year. And that was, a big part of that 98 year, my first year of being on the radio, was talking about that team and, that season. Obviously, Ricky had a great year at Texas and, what that meant for the Longhorns. So it was a great year in college football, especially locally. And with no Texans, that was kind of, it's the irony is I'm with the Texans now, but because the Oilers left, that opened the door for me to come and talk college football because what else were you talking about? You weren't talking about Texans. You weren't talking about the Cowboys, of course. You were talking NFL, but there was space to talk college football. And that opened the door for me to kind of step in and show, okay, this guy knows college football, but he knows all kinds of football too. So, I think we like him, and hopefully, 30 years later, people are still liking me.
Well, while we're on the college football talk, real quick, just a quick plug, footballtakeover.com is where Johnny does most of his college football coverage right now. And you got to check that out. I mean, it's as thorough and deep as you're going to find of college football coverage there. So check that out. But Johnny, you've also going back in history here. You crossed paths with Pendergast. You may have mentioned this a little bit earlier, but you guys had a little run as well in the radio biz, didn't you?
Yeah, it's interesting because I heard Josh Innes talk about this, not this specifically, but there was a time we started 1560 in 2007. And how we got there, how we got to that it's an interesting story for probably a lot more hours on a podcast. But it was all done cloak and dagger, and to the point where I found out about it in October of 2006. And I was told, do not tell one of your best friends in the world what's going on. Like, I couldn't say anything to Lance at all. It was all totally and completely under wraps. I'm like, I'm so excited because Lance and I have talked about doing radio for years. And now I can't tell him that this is going to happen. And so eventually it came out. We started in 2007. And, at first I was going to be by myself in the afternoons. And then they were like, hey, what about this guy, Sean Pendergast? Do you know who he is? I was like, oh, Cavalier, I've heard him, but I don't know him. And so they threw the two of us together, had never done radio, either one of us. He was in sales. I, at that time, was in accounting. And they decided, hey, screw it, let's do it. And they put us together in the afternoon. And they just said, okay, there's the mic switch, turn it on and go. We're like, what? Like, how do you get to break? When do you go to break? What about these commercial things? Like, we didn't know anything. I mean,
sounds
nothing.
familiar, Johnny. Sounds familiar in my early days. After Kamala bounced, I'm sitting here going, what? Tease?
Yeah.
What the hell's a tease?
Yeah,
what was her name?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
It happens still.
So, and this happened on a different radio station, obviously, but, the first week of the show, we were trying to find guests, and we're trying to, who do we talk to? And so we had our buddy David Nuno finding us guests. And so he was just, finding anybody he could find. And so we got all excited because he had gone out and he had gotten an interview with Willie Ames from 8 is Enough. Now, if you know 8 is Enough, it's a show in the 80s. It was really popular. And Willie Ames was this kind of curly-haired, kind of, funny man, so to speak. We're like, this is great, man. We're being different. We're fearlessly evolving, as Greg Grissom likes to say. We're just doing it in a different way for us. And then Nuno walks back in like 15 minutes later and tells us, oh, no, it's the wrong Willie Ames. We're like, what do you mean it's the wrong Willie Ames? He says, it's the wrong Willie Ames. This isn't the one that's on TV. We're like, and I stopped and I said, whoa, don't cancel the interview. I looked at Sean, and all of a sudden we both had the same idea. Like, let's interview him as if he is the real Willie Ames and see how long he'll go on the radio with us. So this dude stayed on the radio with us. He's a banjo player from San Diego. And he stayed on the air with us, kept telling us, you got the wrong Willie Ames. And we're like, well, no, weren't you this guy? And then Sean would reel him back in. Well, aren't you in a band? He's like, yeah, I'm in a band. Yeah, you are the right Willie Ames. So we went on for like 10 minutes with this guy. This was in the first 5 days of radio we ever did. I don't know that we got any better after that. But Sean was a big part of my career. And I remember when he went over to 610, and I was so happy for him because I knew that people were finally going to be able to hear what I thought was one of the better, smarter, more entertaining people that I've met in my life. And now he was going to be able to be heard by a whole heck of a lot more people and expand his reach, so to speak. And he's just gotten better and better and better. And it's such a joy to listen to him. And obviously everybody at the station, but to listen to him because we had 4 years together as both our first radio shows, and then still do stuff together, pregame shows, postgame shows, all those kind of things, to see his growth as a guy that's just a rock solid foundation piece in this town when it comes to sports and to sports talk. And so being alongside him for those 4 years was one hell of a ride. I wish we could have done it at 610. We would have had a lot more ears on us, but I'm just glad that I was able to share that with him, and then he was able to break away and get to the big station like you guys were able to, and get it done. And it's been really cool to just follow it's been cool to follow everybody's kind of maturation at the station. And Clint, I remember the first time hearing you on with John Lopez in the afternoon. I'm like, man, that voice sounds familiar. And I remember being on COVID, and I'm like Ron Hughley, like, who's this? Like, okay, Clint, who you got? Who is this? And then listening during COVID, as Ron was cutting his teeth in Houston, it's cool to see that you guys have continued your growth. Your ratings are kicking ass, and it's really been cool to see you guys succeed from afar.
Well, we appreciate the comments, John, and we are always listening to you on our way home. Yes, it's 30 years, but you're still rolling. You're still rolling as you have Texans All Access each night, and your passion is always something that everybody at the station and everybody listening loves to hear. And we couldn't go without having you on today.
Well, I appreciate you boys. It's fun, and obviously we got media days last week, so we got a lot of interviews. So tonight we're going tight ends. We got Brevin Jordan on with us, and we got Andrew Beck. Brevin Jordan says something tonight, and I often think about this. You think about your best moment. What's like your favorite athletic moment, your favorite time on the radio. Like, I don't want to tell everybody about that. Brevin Jordan tells us tonight that touchdown against the Browns is actually something he doesn't want to talk about anymore. He'll explain it, but that's my tease for tonight. So we got Brevin Jordan on, and we got Andrew Beck on with us tonight.
I'm about to say, you talk about you ain't got no teases. That was a hell of a tease right there about Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
There you go.
I eventually learned, it's taken me 20-some-odd years, Ron, but I finally have learned to get the whole tease thing down. So mostly I leave it to Mark and let Vandermeer take care of it, but every now and again I got to throw a tease out there, show what I've learned.
I may learn it too. All right, John, we appreciate you having us, man.
I appreciate you, boys. Congratulations to T-Mill as well. He's part of that family. I love you guys, man, and we'll see y'all soon.
Also, we appreciate having you.
Appreciate you having us, Johnny Harris.
There we go. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, Joe Espada had some interesting comments after Sunday's, let's just call it a loss, since we're on radio here. Disappointing loss. Took 2 or 3 from the Angels, but Sunday's game was a tough watch. And Joe Espada's his comments after the game, I couldn't help but find interesting. I'm going to share those comments with y'all and see what you think about it, why it applies to one position and not the other. And I'm going to tell y'all, it's a scary world we live in. It's a scary world we live in. Instagram got me today. Instagram got inside my head today. I'll explain all that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Well, before we do that,
great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I like to party. Hell, I like to have a reason to party. And yesterday, after taking the first two games, the Astros taking the first two games from the Angels, you got to be, as a fan, I'm riding pretty high. I look up, and in the eighth inning, the Astros got a 7-5 lead over the Angels once again, looking like the sweep is well within reach, and with the Mariners having lost 2 of 3 versus Kansas City, you got to be sitting there feeling pretty good about it. And then Joe Espada happened and left Ryan Presley in the game. I just don't understand the patience, the long leash with Ryan Presley, where you just sit there and watch him get tattooed. The first double was hit well into right center field, okay, and then he got a quick out, and then all of a sudden there's another double in the gap at 7-6. Next thing you know, there's a wild pitch, so there's a runner on third, and then there's one of those that Joe Espada would chalk up to, well, it was lucky. The hitter got lucky. It was a swing and bunt towards first base, kind of between first and second base. The runner scored easily. Baby. Bad luck, man. Bad luck on Ryan Presley. Next thing you know, it's 7-7, and they can't get Josh Hader warmed up quick enough to get his ass out there, which is what should have happened after the first double, and the leash should just simply not be that long with Ryan Presley. Hader went out there and gave up a 2-run bomb in the bottom of the ninth to lose the ball game, so maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I don't know, but what we do know is that Ryan Presley, for whatever reason, has lost his mojo, folks. I mean, Ryan Presley is not the guy that we've watched in the playoffs. He's not the guy that we've watched in an Astros uniform, not right now. I mean, he needs some fixing. We've been talking about this since before Abreu's stint in the Complex League. We've been talking about that Presley is right there with Abreu, but for whatever reason, Joe Espada just keeps throwing him out there, and most importantly, keeps throwing him out there with a long leash.
He's costing you games.
There's no question about it. I mean,
multiple games.
At this point in time, that's one of the handful of things that I think Joe Espada can control, should control, and for whatever reason continues to stick to the plan. And it's clear, man, it's not going to work. It's not the pipe dream of having Abreu, Presley, Hader, and we all thought it was going to be the best 7, 8, 9 potential in the league in Major League Baseball. It's just not going to happen, man. I don't know that he shouldn't flip-flop and give Abreu the 8th and have possibly the best 8, 9 in Abreu and Hader right now. Although that's been rough. But the Presley situation is ugly and it bit us in the ass again yesterday. Astros drop a game they should not have dropped. And here we sit with a next up for the Astros. You're at San Francisco for 3. Then you come home versus, I think it's Detroit, for 3. You're chasing the Rangers and the Mariners. The Rangers are at the Dodgers for 3. Mariners are at home versus the Chicago White Sox for 4. And then, guess what? Another opportunity coming around the bend here, Stros. You got Detroit, and the Rangers and Mariners are going to play each other. Somebody's going to lose 2 of those. Somebody's going to lose 2 of those 3, if not get swept. Somebody's going to lose at least 2. It mathematically has to happen, folks.
Somebody.
That means the Astros can pick up a game or 2 if they handle business. It's an opportunity that, quite frankly, we wouldn't even be looking at if the Astros had handled business earlier in the season. But given how this thing's unfolded, we got to keep an eye on this. And so that's where the Astros are sitting right now, at San Francisco for 3, home versus Detroit, and the Rangers-Mariners have a away series, but then go to Texas, to Dallas to play each other, which is an opportunity. Ron, look, the quotes and the comments from Joe Espada are
Joe Espada-esque.
Well, they're just getting tough to stomach, right? This is what This is what Joe Espada had to say when talking about
buckle up
his outfield, right? And I don't know what spurred this back and forth, but he was talking about the outfield and talking about how many options he has with Meyers, Loperfido, Cabbage, Dubon, McCormick, and all those guys ultimately being able to play all three positions. With Meyers playing center field, swinging the bat well, playing good defense, not real sure why the hell we're talking about all three positions, but here we are, okay? With only so much playing time to allot, Espada indicated that his outfielders could command more playing time through production. This is where it gets hairy for me, boys. Not real sure why production is necessary and focused on and commented on by the manager in the outfield, but it's not at first base. Quote, I think performance matters. We are trying to win games. I'm trying to get some of these guys going offensively. So I'm looking for the best matchups for these guys just to put them in position to succeed. I think performance matters. You can command more playing time by production. Ron, I've thrown the towel in on Espada being the voice and the face of the Astros and having that ability. I just don't think he has that ability. And so I've kind of tried to just hone in on the stuff that's really, really, really rough and just doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. And this is one for me. I don't know how or why Joe Espada, in his mind, can continue this Jose Abreu experiment at first base. What's he batting right now, by the way? Anybody got that? $120? $120. I mean, he did get 3 hits this week.
He did 3 hits.
He got 3 hits this weekend. I mean, he's really rocking and rolling. But I just don't know how Joe Espada can continue.
132.
132. He's coming. He's coming.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know how he can continue talking out of both sides of his mouth ultimately with the Abreu situation and allowing that to happen and continuing to get him at bats when you've got plenty of options at first base. You've got plenty of options at this point in time. But yet your outfielders, all those guys they've got to produce. They got to earn more playing time by producing. This is a tough pill for me to swallow.
Do you think he knows he's contradicting himself?
No, I don't.
Like, you think he views the first base situation completely differently? You think he views the 8th inning completely differently? Because when you say those things,
I think this is new manager. I'm going to treat vets different than I treat youngsters. He has stepped on Jose Abreu, or let's say the organization, because nobody in their right mind thinks Espada's done this. Jose Abreu has spent time in the complex league. There can't be anything more demoralizing for a player that's done what Jose Abreu has, other than swinging the bat as poorly as he has, than your team going, hey, man, we got to ship you off for a month and get you away from this. Like, there's nothing more demoralizing than doing that. There's nothing more demoralizing for Ryan Presley than saying, hey, man, we know we could use a starter. We know we've got you as a closer. We could use a middle relief guy. We know there's other routes and other avenues we could take to improve this team, but we're going to go out there and give one of the best closers in the game $95 million and your job. And then we're going to ask you to not blink at it and pitch the 8th. Like, he's already walked up and kicked both of those guys square in the groin. And now you're in a position where you've got to kick them again. And I just don't think Joe Espada wants to do it.
He's got to choose his words better, because you can't tell me about performance and then, like, you just
look silly.
Yeah, you were doing the thing with Yainer Diaz, which was weird. You're doing the
well, you think about performance, Ron. You're literally following up
Dubon.
That Dubon can play all 3 outfield positions, and he's swinging the ball better than any outfielder you got, not named Yordan Alvarez. The bat. He's swinging the bat, not the ball, by the way. He may be swinging – well, never mind.
Swinging them balls.
He may be swinging those, too. But he is clearly, from a production standpoint, the guy that's earned it, and you don't want to give it to him. And then you want to follow it up with you're trying to win games. Now, it is hard for me to think this organization is trying to win games with what they're doing, man.
What do you think? Honest to God, what do you think he says? Like, give me the explanation of you're trying to win games when you are playing Jose Abreu all 3 games in a series. Like when you're just like not just playing it once, but all 3 games in a series. Like there's no platooning there. When you're playing him, when you like the best chance to win you thought was when he returned in Seattle. That was the best chance to win.
No, none of it
can't
makes
take
sense.
it serious.
You can't take it serious. And this is the one thing, I think the team, we said this a little earlier, like the Presley situation may be a little bit dicey with how it's handled. I'm talking about how it's received from the team. Because when you look at Altuve and you look at Bregman and you look at even Pena and these guys to this point, at Verlander, I mean, these guys have had a lot of success calling on Ryan Presley. And so I could see where, and again, not my perspective, I'm talking about from the team's perspective. I could see where those guys may just inherently be like, hey, man, let's give Ryan Presley, he's done a lot for us. Let's give him a little bit of time. Let's give him a longer leash. Let's let him work through this stuff. Again, I don't like it, but I can see where the team may have, the locker room, the clubhouse may be a little bit more patient. There ain't no way in hell this Abreu situation ain't rubbing these dudes all kinds of ways. You cannot tell.
Even if he's beloved.
I don't give a damn. That beloved, that nice guy stuff. At some point, it's like they're like, hey man, this is, you got to be kidding me, man.
Especially when he was brought up, like John.
The way
John
I'm just about the way he's been treated.
Yeah, but especially when he was brought back, the way John was playing, the way that they were playing, the kind of chemistry they were starting to build.
Yeah.
And he comes right in and plays.
Yeah. It's you can't tell
because John has taken a step back since he's been here.
Well, hell, he ain't on the field. I mean, it's just wild to keep that going on. It's going to be very interesting to see what exactly they do long term. Because I know he had 3 hits this weekend, boys. But let's be honest, it doesn't seem
a homer and a double, baby.
It doesn't seem real promising. I get it. Nobody likes the opposite field homer more than me. Nobody.
I don't think he can pull the ball.
That's what I was going to say. Have we? And I'm not. This isn't
consistent.
This isn't out of convenience. I don't think I saw every hit. Has he got a hit to the left side of second base yet?
No, yet.
Has anybody seen Jose Abreu hit a ball on the left?
I didn't see the double. Was the double opposite field?
I can't remember, man. It's all these. This weekend was. I mean, most weekends blow by. This one was long. My Saturday was long, man.
Yeah, hell yeah, it was.
I mean, I can't remember what game was what, but nonetheless, I mean, Joe Espada just mixing his words, man. Just. Hey, you guys in the outfield, man, you got to produce if you want to play. But Jose Abreu, you can sit his ass up here and hit a buck 32.
Ryan Presley and Abreu, those things, you're different with that.
Hey, boys, real quick. Y'all ever wonder if y'all's phones are listening to you?
Oh, I know mine does.
All the time.
All right,
I feel very confident.
Have you ever wondered if your phone can hear you think? Like, I don't know how this is possible.
Hey, man.
Guys, I get an ad on Instagram this morning.
Hell yeah!
And I stop and look because it's one of those like Costco or one of them where you can get something like it's so cheap it's hard to believe, right? And it's these big single arm umbrellas, you know, that sit like the base of it's back behind you and it sits way out over the top of you, and it was huge. So I got a big patio that's like I could use 3 or 4 of those things, right? And so I'm thinking, yeah, but it's so damn hot at this time of year. Like, even if you have that shade, it's still gonna be tough to sit underneath. And I didn't say I was literally by myself. I didn't say a word about it. In my head, I thought, I wonder if there's a fan like that you can attach underneath one of these umbrellas and get that thing spinning. Because it's such a big umbrella, it could actually be a reality, right? If I'm lying, I'm dying. 5 minutes later, I picked up my phone and thumbed.
You just thought it.
I never said it out loud, Ron. I thumbed Instagram.
Don't like that.
And if I'm lying, I'm dying. It is a big ass umbrella with not 1 but 2 fans underneath it.
I don't like that.
Blowing away.
So you ain't never said or typed in anything?
I literally, when I thought it this morning, Ron.
So now it's picking up thoughts.
Bro, when I thought it this morning, all joking aside, when I thought it this morning, it was more of a thought like, I wonder if anybody's ever thought of that. That may be a hell of an idea. You know what I mean? That was how, then I thought, the only reason I thought it was like, I can't believe nobody's ever come up with that. And the next time I thumbed my damn phone, it was on there. Have you ever thumbed? Have either one of y'all ever thumbed?
It's never happened to me by thought.
But have you ever thumbed your phone and saw a big ass umbrella like with fans attached to it underneath it?
No, but I will now.
No, I bet you. I will.
I'll see it tonight now that we're all talking about it right now.
It's unbelievable, man. It freaked me out so much I didn't even look at it. Hell, it was what I was hoping had been created, and I didn't even look at it. All right, I'm gonna hold my word though. I know Ron did in the last segment, but I'm gonna hold my word. At the end of every segment,
that's John Harris.
At the end of every segment, we're gonna give this thing back to the callers real quick. Make sure this one's still awake and alive. Gil, what's going on, baby?
What's going on, guys?
Oh man, we're just.
Hey guys, I've been hanging with 610 since day one. Y'all ever ask Laura to do the sexy traffic anymore? Y'all know she used to do sexy traffic?
I remember as a listener, 100%.
Oh, those are the good old days. John McClain would get very, very excited.
Hey, Gil, can you do that? Can you do that again for me? That
Born and raised Houston, Texas, baby.
Come on.
But no, 610 was John and Lance, and I'm gonna tell you, I used to get excited to hear them. But when y'all show starts at 2:00, I get very excited to turn on the radio and listen to you guys.
Hey,
so I'm really glad y'all on the radio station, man.
We appreciate that a ton.
All
your
right.
kind words, man. Thank you so much, Gil.
And John Lopez, him and I worked at the Houston Chronicle. I was there for 28 years, so I played a few golf tournaments, not with him, but in it. While we used to have a lot of golf tournaments at the Chronicle.
I bet you found a lot of his golf balls with his names off in the woods, didn't you?
All over the place. Hey,
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna see Gil. I'm gonna see if I can get Laura to call in and give us one of them most sexy traffic updates.
There you go.
All right, brother.
Guys,
I appreciate it, man.
All righty.
You know what? I have heard of that. I have never experienced. I've heard of it. I've never experienced Laura's sexy traffic.
I bet I could find in the system maybe an old one.
So she would
she'll do it.
She would just do traffic.
I want a live one,
and she would do it like
in a sexy voice.
Girls, dig that up.
Okay,
right? No, I'm serious.
I'm getting a live one.
All right, but I want to hear an old one first to see if she's got it. What made her do that? I like that. I want to hear it. I want to hear how sexy this thing.
It's
like she get in there and make you might want to pinch your nipples and smoke a cigarette afterwards or something.
Absolutely.
Really?
Hey,
I better go.
I would imagine John McClain's not the only one that's.
John, I can see. Boy, I really like. Who is that doing that? Who is doing that traffic? Yeah, you got to dig that up. All right, coming up, it's over. It's over. Bet your money wisely. It is over. We'll continue what that means coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, y'all. If you're looking for a Silverado, well.
Episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back, all you sexy. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that.
Don't get
Sexy
too loose with
show.
it.
30 years gets you excited. Do you have Laura yet? Do you have any old Laura?
So
come on, don't know.
No. I searched our entire studio share, our entire database, basically, and I'm not giving up yet. But I do have something if you want to hear it.
Let me hear it. So what is it?
This is apparently a time Miss Laura Reynolds forgot she had sexy traffic to do, so she started doing the traffic and she forgot.
So hold on, y'all. Would she always do it or just at a particular time?
It was a sponsored kind of deal.
Sponsored to get nasty.
Yeah,
got you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me hear this.
Okay,
because Clint really talked her up now.
Guys, I am sorry. This is live radio. I totally forgot I was supposed to do sexy traffic here. So I tell you what, I will do a regular traffic report here. Sponsored by CC's. It's live radio. What can I do? 69 Southwest Freeway northbound at Maine. It's nicer music, though. The exit ramp is going to be blocked. Katy Freeway westbound at Park 10. That accident in the Diamond Lane has the left shoulder blocked. And Katy westbound at Park 10. That accident has the left lane and a center lane blocked.
What a tease.
New crust, new sauce, New York style pizza now at CC's. Grab an extra large slice, their new meatball pepperoni pizza, new cheesecake brownies for dessert. There's so much to love on the buffet for just $5 and change. Only at CC's. Prices vary. Restrictions apply. Low of 68 tonight, high of 85 tomorrow.
She doesn't
From
do it.
TexanRoofing.com
she forgot.
Desk. I'm Laura
Cut this
Reynolds,
off.
Sports Radio 610.
Well, I thought you found some sexy.
I literally told y'all what it was. I don't know what you're talking about.
You could hear it there. She was talking about Highway 69 and meatballs and all that kind of stuff. She gets.
That is the bad, though.
I am mad now.
She gets real groovy with
hear
it now. I can't believe there's none in the system.
I really want to hear it.
I trust you because you are a system
He
guy.
said he hasn't given up. So they had the music going and everything. Why didn't she? Hold on. My question is, why didn't she just go ahead and go through it? Does she have to get herself in a certain position or situation, a certain mood?
Well, I mean, you got to kind of build your script out to make it extra sexy.
Oh, hell.
You know?
Hey, I mean, Gil's on to something,
Text
man.
line coming. Sexy traffic was every Friday.
Yeah, that was still a thing. I know.
Do you feel like if I hear it, I'll look at Laura a little different?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, you will.
I need to hear this.
Absolutely,
bad.
you will.
I need to hear it bad.
The fact that she's I mean, like Tyler's direct boss, he probably would too, but he's already heard it. So whatever his thoughts were, he's probably been able to overcome them in 4 years. 4 years on the job, you know.
4 years.
But yeah, it was something else. Now, I mean, I remember.
That's got to be
that is part of
her catalog, her resume.
Oh, it should be. Hell yes, it should be. I'm working on it, Gil.
Oh,
I'm working on it.
I need this bad.
Yeah, I think it's just been scrubbed from the system, man. I searched every file.
Text line, Ron sounds upset. You're damn right I am. Everybody
he should be, y'all.
Everybody's in on. Everybody's heard it except me. She was doing it when you and Tricky Rick were still together.
No.
Oh, you heard it before that.
She was doing it. I would come in and as a contributor, just started out for an hour here or there. Then it became 1 day a week where I would come in and.
Oh, and you would see her do it live in person.
Yeah. It was still rolling in. It was after Ted left. And it was me, Sean, and Rich, and there was a time when she'd come in and do it. It's I'm telling you, it's music for years now. Music for years, no doubt.
We got to hunt that one down. Yeah, I got to hear that one. I mean, there's nothing else. 713-572-4610. I see a lot of people texting in. Go ahead. We've decided we'll talk to a caller because this thing is as much about you as it is us. We'll take calls from listeners and give us your thoughts, not just in particular about Laura's sexy traffic, but over the last 30 years or however long you've been listening, your thoughts here at Sports Radio 610, because you deserve to be a part of this as much as we do. So text in, call in 713-572-4610 at the end of each segment. We want to talk to people. I'm looking up here on the TV, Clint. This thing's over.
The NBA Finals?
Yeah, this series is over. It's over.
I mean, you're saying, for that to be a meaningful comment, you mean it's a sweep?
I'll give them 5. I can see it going 5. Like, I will be shocked if the Dallas Mavericks can pull off 4 wins in this series. I mean, shocked.
Well, I would be shocked based off the Celtics are up 2-0.
And I know what happened with Denver and Minnesota, and I know how that thing shifted and changed really quickly. But I will be shocked if they can win 4 times.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, the only reason I'm a little hesitant to jump here is because I watched Game 1 of the Mavericks Clippers early on, and I counted the Mavs out, and I watched Game 1 and 2 of that Denver-Minnesota series and counted Denver out, and I was wrong on both of them. And they look very, very similar to the way the Mavericks have looked in Game 1 and 2 of the finals. Now, this is the Celtics, the best team in the league from jump, so it may be a little different story here, but that's why I'm a little hesitant to walk out. I've already walked out on 2 limbs, and them sunbucks cracked on me. They just broke smooth on me. So I'm probably going to hold back. I think home court is going to change the game drastically for the Mavericks and drastically for Kyrie more specifically. And I got to see how that plays out.
Yes, this thing is wrapped. I get what you're saying with those other series. And my thing is, like that Nuggets Timberwolves series, I'm like, they still don't have anybody that can slow down Jokic. And I believe Jamal can get going, and the rest of their team can't get going, right? Like, and when you slow down Jokic, it's not just his scoring; it's everything that he can bring to the table. And I thought Minnesota played out of their minds. Clint, I think Boston won with a C game yesterday. I don't think they played that great. They certainly didn't shoot the ball well. They shot 26% from 3.
Yeah, Dallas hadn't made them uncomfortable at all. Whether we're talking about the scoreboard or we're talking about playing defense or we're talking about a barrage of scoring outside of Luka doing it all by his damn self. Like they haven't – outside of Luka getting hot a couple of times in 2 games, there's nobody else in a Mavericks uniform that's even scared them. Made them think, like, don't let this guy get hot.
Let me ask both of you this because you have watched. Do you like one of the like some of the biggest issues for them? Do you think that the Mavericks will start to be able to keep them in front of them and stop them from getting to the rim? Do you think all of a sudden that because they cannot keep any of them in front of them? Like that's the big that to me, I don't think they're going to start getting quicker. I don't. But I mean, with that said, they're like the first game was obviously a freaking boat race. But like last night, it was an 8-point game late, 5-point game late. They had a chance to get that thing to 3. Yeah,
right. So it's like, can they? I agree with your point. No, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. But can they counter that enough to where they can, in the fourth quarter, when it's a 5-point ball game and you get the ball on a fast break, you close that gap and potentially win a game? Yes, I think they can do that.
That's it. They got to hope they miss 3s like they did in Game 2.
Yeah.
Because they can't keep anybody in front of them. And the Celtics every time down, it feels like gets a great shot.
Easy too.
And then you go watch. Now this Joker's doing it. He's shooting 1-leg pull-ups. Virtually nothing looks easy on the other side for Dallas.
Agreed.
We'll see how
it's
flips.
Not easy for them to find an open shot. Much less make one. Just get one.
This thing may be over. All right, coming up. I simply want to know this from you. 713-572-4610. The Astros won the series this weekend over the Angels. They lost Sunday's game. Would you say this weekend series against the Angels was a success? Was this weekend's series against the Angels a success for the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you ready to build your dream home? Heck, are you even thinking about it? Are you ready?
Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, you 610 Day, 713-572-4610. We're celebrating 30 years. You can call in 713-572-4610. We want to hear your thoughts, your feelings right now as 610 has turned 30 this year. Tyler, you never told us you went to a live event this weekend.
I did. I was out there Saturday. Yes, sir.
Now, have you ever been to a PGA Tour event?
I have.
You went to the Houston Open, not to.
Yes.
How different is it?
So pretty different.
Really?
Pretty damn different.
Like we talking like Phoenix Open different or like
No.
Is it wilder?
I would say just the overall vibe. I mean, every hole has a DJ on it, and when the golfers are on the green, I mean the music
every
ain't
hole
stopping.
has a DJ on it.
Yeah, and the music don't stop for the golfers. I mean it
doesn't stop in the middle of their swing?
No.
Shut up.
Yeah, it's very much they very much live by that slogan I saw everywhere out there, which is golf but louder. Like they are hammering that thought home with.
I feel like Brooks would be hot about that. A DJ going while he's swinging.
Yeah,
that don't sound like
payday. The payday, 3 days instead of 4 days. Lot more money. Shorts.
Yep.
I mean, it's
shotgun start.
I just wonder how the feel was. The event, how it's run. Is it that much?
I mean, guys were parachuting in to start the shotgun start onto the first tee box with like AC/DC blaring through the speakers as they were coming down in their parachutes, holding big old American flags. So, I mean, from the jump, it was different, but it was really cool.
It sounds like more fun.
I'm gonna tell you, I got a buddy of mine that's a golf fan that was anti-live for all the reasons that you could think. The money behind it, yada yada yada, the breaking up the PGA, all that kind of stuff. He went to that event. Now he was in the kind of shape where he took a nap on the way home, but I don't think the nap was by choice, if you know what I mean. He was back up and kicking by about 10 o'clock at night.
I napped in my Uber.
He was knocked out in his Uber, but I got a picture. But nonetheless, he admittedly said it's a lot more fun than the PGA events that he's been to. He said it wasn't even close. Like he said, the parachuting in with the American flags, the music, the shorts, the access where you can get right on. I mean, you can get right up next to him.
Oh, you were closer to him?
And
yeah, we were actually we spent most of the day on the 16th green, a par 3, and we found a spot right up on the railing, right around that green. And I got some pretty cool videos of Bubba Watson and stuff.
I had a buddy of mine posted a video of Brooks Koepka, and I bet
like you could have shook their hands.
Yeah, if they would have come over just right to the railing, yeah, we were pretty close.
Brooks Koepka teed off. I don't know what hole it was, but he was closer to Brooks Koepka when he was teeing off than I am to Tyler right now.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
The whole time, and they're just.
Do the golfers act different?
I didn't see anything that would have me necessarily say that.
I've never been to a live event. I don't know.
No, I've never been. I'm just saying. Do they act different from a PGA or PGA Tour event? Like
maybe like a little more interaction.
More looser.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sure seems like they'd be a little more guaranteed money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get paid whether I win or not.
Kick it, baby.
Hey,
the access was nuts. So y'all were saying,
I might have to go. I went to the PGA Championship. That's the only tour event that I've ever been to, and it certainly wasn't no damn DJs. Or then parachute.
It was a party, bro.
I had a lady with the quiet signs. I was a little further back on the phone. Quiet.
Yeah, no quiet signs.
She didn't yell it, but that's what she did with her hand motions with that damn sign.
She wanted to. Her actions were right.
Quiet.
Yeah, we used to go to the Byron Nelson when I was in Dallas. We had like VIP access to the Byron Nelson, and it was awesome. It was good times. But we had to wait until after the tournament to get loud and party. It wasn't much of one during. So it was. I haven't been, man. I wanted to make it out there, but I bet it is.
The only thing I would complain about, and it's only year 2 for Live, so I'm wondering if they'll get better at this kind of thing. But at a certain point during the tournament, the lines to try to get a drink or really anything got a little ridiculous. Like I missed a good portion of some of the guys I wanted to see because I was in line to try to get a drink for like 25 minutes. But other than that, it was amazing. Very party-like atmosphere.
That sound like the PGA I went to. I told you, boy, they had them hour-long beer lines, and that little buddy had them beers up top. Across the fence, he was selling them cans for $15 we was using them bad boys. All right, I set this on the other side. Do you consider this weekend a success for the Astros? Had a couple people text in. I mean, if they won the series 2-1, isn't that winning the series? I can see if they lost 1-2, then the convo would be different. But Ryan Presley is looking like Brad Lidge. Then another person said Astros series was a failure. They could have gained a game on Seattle and the Rangers, but losing that last game put us back where we started. They had the game won. You more with the first one or the second one?
Man, look, Ron, it's simple for me, man. From a numbers perspective, it was obviously a success. I mean, you gained a game on the Mariners.
Yep, they went 1-2 this weekend in Kansas City. You went 2-1 against the Angels.
But you just had a huge opportunity to pick up 2, and the way in which you lost. This is the way in which they lost with Ryan Presley is. I mean, I'm a casual fan, man, and I don't feel like I'm at all being Mr. Know-It-All. I'm not at all being like bang the manager. What he can't ever do. Like, I feel like it's fairly common sense at this point that you need to have a really short leash with Ryan Presley. To roll him out there in the 8th. By the way, I would have rolled him out there in the 8th. Abreu didn't pitch in the 7th in a way of like I would have been like, I just cannot pull this guy off the mound, man. This guy's nails. Like he got himself out of a jam, right? And so I would have gone to Presley, but as the minute that I heard the crack of the bat on the second double, and it was a 7-6 ball game with a man at second, I'm going to my horse in the pen. The minute the first double, when he ripped it into the right center field gap, Hader's ass is up and he's getting loose. And I'm going, and if I lose this game, which Hader ended up losing in the 9th, obviously, if I lose this game, it's going to be on the back of the guy that Dana Brown and Jim Crane decided to write $95 million worth of checks to. I'm not going to sit here as a manager. I'm not going to sit here and watch Ryan Presley piss another lead down his leg. I just can't do it. And so for me, yes, I there's no other way to chalk it up for me, Ron, that it was a positive. It was a good weekend. But the way in which it ended, it took some of the fire out of it for me. There's no question.
Yeah, listen. I don't think it's a success. And I think it's a lot of what you said, how they lost, Clint. And the reason why I don't think it's a success is because, like, the position that they have put themselves in, Clint, now 6.5 games back of the Mariners, 6 games under 500. Like, they're going to need to have their manager at times make the proper decisions to get in because their margin for error is very, very thin. They're going to have to win games in which their manager or whoever is coming together to make decisions, make the right decisions. And, Clint, I don't have a lot of confidence that Ryan Presley won't continue to get the ball in major high-leverage situations. And when they win, they win, and I'm not saying Joe has nothing to do with the wins, but they're going to consistently need good decisions made. And, Clint, I don't believe it's going to change. I believe he's going to keep giving the ball to Ryan and keep giving the ball to Ryan and say, Ryan, you hold this sucker. You got the 8th. You got the 8th until you absolutely implode. I think he's going to continue to do what he does with Abreu. I think he's going to continue to do what he does all the way around. And they're going – to me, it's the way they lost. They're going to need him or whoever's making the decisions to make proper decisions to win some of these games, Clint. And that's my big concern is this is not going to stop. This isn't just bad luck. No, it's not bad luck. You keep putting him in the position to get drilled. The Hader thing can't get nothing to you, right? You put your closer in the game in that situation, and they get a walk-off, all right. But Ryan Presley has told you multiple times and showed you multiple times, you at the very least, as you said, Clint, you got to be ready. You got to be ready to get him up out of there.
I just don't know how, as a manager, you don't call an audible. Like I just don't know how you just sit there and keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different. Like at this point in time, again, I'm not saying bench him. I'm not saying trade him. I'm not saying that you shouldn't use him. I'm just saying, have a sense of awareness when the situation comes up and the dude is clearly getting shelled, and they're seeing his pitches. I mean, let's get the guy out of there. I mean, that's all. I mean, let's have a quick trigger, man.
I just we got to do something else different. All right, big news out of the NBA. Kind of a surprise situation happening with the Lakers. We'll keep you updated on that. Coaching news out of the NFL as well, and we'll get you ready for this Astros series as it gets started in San Francisco against the Giants. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
What's your shot of choice?
I'm going vodka shot. I don't mind tequila, but it's got to be good tequila. It can't be Cuervo or anything like that. It's got to be good.
Tyler's a lemon drop guy.
They're good. Yeah, I don't deny that. They're good.
Bob loves vodka.
You can drink more.
The Astros pitching staff just can't catch a break. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. It's a big Dilf. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. You have a good weekend?
Tremendous weekend.
I was going to say the Astros played well. If you had a good weekend, that sounds like, I know you're not putting money on Ryan Presley. So, yeah. It was like you probably did have a good weekend.
It was a green weekend for sure.
There you go. Hey, today, if you're just joining us, it's been a really, really fun day all over the station. Old voices that you haven't heard in a while, maybe, up and down the station today, as it is 610 Day. And there was a proclamation from the mayor, from the city, earlier today that it is officially 610 Day. And we've had a lot of fun. 30 years that 610 has been bringing Houston the best sports radio coverage in all of the city, and continue to do so, and hopefully we can bring 30 more years. Clint, also, by the way, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Remember that as well. But Clint, big news coming out of the NBA. It was reported yesterday that today Dan Hurley would make it known his decision if he would accept the Lakers' job and leave Connecticut. Said they were really going after him hard, Clint. Their offer was 6 years, $70 million. And Dan Hurley has turned it down to return to UConn, and they're going to try to win 3 straight titles. He does not take the job in L.A. with the Lakers, 6 years, $70 million. And, Clint, this is I don't know if it's surprising, but at least what we have seen of late, Clint, whether it's football or basketball, the way that college rules have changed, the game has changed. It seems like people are wanting to jump to the pro game a little bit more just because of everything that you have to deal with and handle if you're a coach. And it is interesting. College won out this time. Jim Harbaugh dipped to the NFL. We've seen guys like Billy Donovan of late leave. Saban he just retired. At the hell with it, I'm out. But Dan Hurley stays and passes on going to the Lakers.
Yeah, I think, man, this is interesting to me, and I think I think there's a statement there being made. I mean, I don't know how a coach, and I think Dan Hurley is one of these coaches that truly just absolutely loves coaching, loves the sport, loves changing lives, loves the competitive, the drive to win a championship. And he's given the opportunity at $11.6 million per to coach who some people believe is the best player to ever play the game, who is still scoring, has the ability to play the game at a high level, at one of the most storied franchises in all of sports, not just the NBA, but all of sports, turns it down to go back to UConn, to go back to college basketball, where college basketball right now, college athletics is probably at the worst point it's ever been in for coaches to recruit. Their jobs are more difficult right now in college than they've ever been.
Because his job doesn't stop when he wins the national championship.
No.
And I'm not saying that the NBA coach does it's done when their season's over, but it's not like that.
Yeah. It's just interesting to have that opportunity with LeBron and the Lakers. And I would imagine 6 years you got a chance to do something post LeBron and build something.
He was going to get long term. His was going to be a long term situation.
Well, 6 years, $70 million. That's beyond LeBron, I would think. But nonetheless, there's that franchise, that player. Boy, to turn that down to go back to college basketball. Although UConn has something, I've heard him speak about the basketball team and the way he's built that thing, and maybe it's a little different at UConn. But damn, it is hard to think that giving LeBron and the Lakers for 11.6 per year, and you turn it down?
He was making 5.
The statement to me has got to be, what does LeBron want out of this deal? How much in control is LeBron? How much of some of the stories that you hear of him controlling rosters and things of that nature, how much of that's true? How much of it did Dan Hurley want or not want? And then you look at the Lakers, you're just like, how much disarray is that organization? Or was Dan Hurley just simply in love with his team at UConn? I don't know.
I think there is a lot that's on the table with the decision.
Yeah.
I think it is very fair to say, man, you know what? I don't know if I want to work within the LeBron bubble.
Right.
He's had coaches fired, or at least been fired upon his watch. No, he's had some fired. David Blatt, damn sure he did. Frank Vogel. He's had some guys fired, and there is a lot of it's on you if it doesn't work. Right? Like he's coming to not build a program. There's going to be immediate pressure when you got LeBron and AD to produce. So I think that is definitely on the table. But I also think him being from that area of the country, up east, as his dad was the legendary coach in New Jersey, Bob Hurley Sr. You could see that being that area he wants to be in.
Sure,
he was at Rhode Island before that, and he's got it rolling and finally got it rolling. But there is something to that, boy, because I'm telling you, his season ended. He had to recruit his own kids and had to start getting in the portal right now. He had to recruit his kids that he got from high school, and you got to do that all year long. You got to do that. But
what do you think he'll make at UConn?
He's going to have to get a raise for this.
Do you think it's close to 11?
I think it could be.
At UConn?
I think Bill Self makes 10, a little over 10.
Woo! Love that money.
Something like that. No, I don't know if he'll get there. I mean, he's damn sure he'd get to 7 or 8 or something like that. But crazy turn of events. I thought he would go. I thought the money and the ability, because I do think from what we've heard from Woj is this was a long-term play. This was not just LeBron right here. This was a long-term play for him, AD, the whole group, for them to go to the next phase after.
Well, the interesting thing to me is you would think if he went in there and signed a 6-year deal, I would think that there's some level of understanding of, hey, I'm the most powerful guy in the room, and the minute I tell you that this LeBron AD thing isn't going to work, we're going to rebuild this thing, and I'm going to build it my way kind of deal. You would think that he could almost have his cake and eat it too. You know what I mean? Hey, maybe that was the case. Is they didn't want to give him that level of power, but I would think whoever the next coach is, especially if it were him, maybe if it's not JJ Redick, but if it were him, you would think he would have the trump card over LeBron in this situation.
I was going to say I don't know if he has the trump card over him, but I think, Clint, it would be the most power a coach has had since Eric Spoelstra over LeBron when he was in Miami, when he had Pat Riley backing him. I think it would be that close. Now LeBron's the most important person of the franchise. So he's going to have a certain level, but it damn sure would have been more than Darvin Ham, and Frank Vogel. So we'll see where the Lakers go next. Someone texted in, so J.J. Redick takes the job. I would think. I think for the Lakers, they need to avoid the retreads. Like I think that is for me. I think I'd rather somebody new, somebody with a new thought rather than saying, all right, well, hell, we'll go for Doc Rivers. How about over that?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Astros kind of try to wash off yesterday's game, and they go to San Francisco. Tyler, have you seen the lineup yet? I haven't seen it. Have you seen the lineup? Yeah, they're playing in West Coast, so maybe we get that before the show ends. We'll let you know what that is.
Ron, that it's been forever, for me in a sense of like I just never understood it. Like why can't you watch the Astros all year long, man? It's the first time in my life where them West Coast games are tough on you, boy.
That gets you.
I mean, I want to too, man. I want to put my toes up. I want to watch these Stros, man. But man, What time's tonight's game? 8:40? 9 o'clock? 9:05?
8:40.
Hey, man.
8:48, I believe.
Damn. I mean, I look up. I'm 4 innings in, and I can't keep. I'm looking at the back of my damn eyelids.
Yeah. Yeah, the West Coast, boy. It's a struggle.
I mean, there was a day when, hell, it didn't matter. They could play in Scotland if they wanted to. I was good. Boy, these days, the two kids.
Gee. Tired as hell. You get it. Shut it down. Well, they are. They're not in Scotland, but they are in San Francisco. And Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball. This, to me, is the same thing. They've got to keep winning series. All right? This is 2 series in a row they've won. They got the Cardinals, and then even with yesterday's disappointing loss to the Angels, they did win that series. They've got to start putting these series wins together. And no pressure, but the Mariners are hosting the worst team in baseball with the Chicago White Sox going to Seattle. So that's no added pressure, but you want to go ahead and try to take care of business and win these games against the Giants. So we'll see what the lineup is tonight. I am hoping it is a lineup that screams best foot forward. I am hoping it is. And we know that, by the way, we hadn't been on the air since Kyle Tucker went on the IL, so we know he is not in. We'll see if Joey gets a start. By the way, he's been called up for 2 straight games and has not seen the field. So we'll see what happens there. But this lineup will be interesting to watch.
What would you like to see? What would you like to see?
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Can we discuss this? We want to do it now? You want to do it next?
No, we can do it right now. Yeah.
I mean, it just like
I would like to see Abreu get a day off. He has played 3 consecutive games and started at first base. I would like for him.
I don't even like you referring to it as a day off, but okay, I'll take it.
I'm just just going in that direction. I'd like to see Dubon in. I would like to see Joey at first base tonight.
I want to see Joey at first base.
Joey Superfedo.
I want to see Caratini behind the plate.
I get the feeling that
I want to see Diaz DHing.
Just a little sip.
I want to see Dubon in right field.
He may have to play third.
And I want to see Alvarez in left field.
We'll see what happens with Bregman. He did get hit by a pitch. We'll see what happens there. He was feeling sore after the game.
It's that same damn hand.
Same hand he got drilled. So we'll see.
Damn hands out of the way. Get you a hand pad. Everybody else has got pads all over their body. Hell.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
Hit him flush, hit him right in the right spot. No, we'll see what happens tonight. I'm with you. Like, you want to see Vic in there catching and
I think it's the best lineup you can put out there.
Yeah.
I think it's the best lineup you can put out there, and I think with no Tucker, I think
Joey's got to start tonight.
Well, look, I think it's ideal with no Tucker in the lineup that you got to find production at the plate, and I would one of the moves that I would make is I'd put Jordan in the outfield, I'd DH Diaz, and I'd put Caratini at the plate, behind the plate, and at first base. I would either play Dubon there or I would play Loperfido there.
Off the glove of Abreu.
Whichever one's not playing first, I would play in right field, and then Meyers in center. I mean, it's like with Tucker out of the game, like you can't. I know it worked out this weekend, 2 or 3, but there's just now Bregman's out too. You got to start. There's some production there that you've got to replace, and I don't. I don't like that he hits righties better, he hits lefties better, yada, yada, yada. I mean, it just put your best bats out there and let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But they got a big one in.
There's no way in hell even half of what I just mentioned is going to happen.
You're probably right. I think Abreu's probably going to be at first base. 3 hits in that series, it's go time, baby.
There's a chance Abreu's going to be at first base. Caratini's going to be behind the plate. And Diaz is going to get a full night off.
Ooh, yeah. After he broke the streak of home runs, now he's got to get the night off.
There's a real chance he's going to find a way to make some sense of that. We're going to get Cabbage in the outfield. We're going to get Abreu at first.
You're not going to get Cabbage.
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, one of the big stories going around right now, and I think it's, to me in this case, I think it's a little over the top. Caitlin Clark, she has not been added to the Olympic team as they will head to Paris. She has not been added to the Olympic team. And look here, Clint, my thought on this one is I think there has been a lot of resentment, and quite frankly, I think with some jealousy, and I think it's really been about what Caitlin represents, but I think they have put that out on Caitlin on multiple occasions, in my opinion. But in this case right here, I don't think this one falls into it. And they had 12 women to select on the Olympic team, and I think every last one of them completely deserved to be in it. Completely deserved to be in it. And so to me, I think she eventually makes it. Probably the next go around, damn sure she will. But to me, I understand why she didn't make this one. Like I said, I think she has been treated in a way of resentment that is not just, oh, this is the way rookies normally get treated. I think it has been heightened and enhanced with her, but I don't think in this case it is.
Yeah, I don't know enough about guards and shooters in the WNBA. I find it hard to believe that there's anybody in the league that can shoot it better than her. And so the thought that there's not a spot for a a deep range sniper on this team is interesting. And then on top of that, all the ratings and all. There's no way to deny the ratings and the eyeballs that she attracts at this point in time. So I think it's more about. We can sit around and talk about this is about the 12 best players in the NBA, but in the WNBA, but it's never been about that. The Dream Team had Christian Laettner on it, for crying out loud. I mean, the Olympic teams are about like mixing it up. It is about ratings. It is about people watching. It is a lot of times not just flat out the 12 best players. And so I think for me, like I have no interest in watching it at this point in time. I mean, outside of Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark and what's big girl from South Carolina?
No, Cordoza. I mean, I ain't got them. Yeah, Breonna Stewart is one of the best in the world.
Got her.
Someone texted in, Ron, are you serious? She's 11th in the league in scoring and 4th in the league in assists. No, I am serious. The other, like you're just saying that about her. What do you know about the other 12? I'm telling you right now, those women deserve to be there. They put in work. They deserve to be there. And I understand your part of it. If they came out and said, all right, man, with these ratings, we're going, I can understand the angle of that. But all of these women deserve to be there, and she's, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, there's 20 people that got left off that deserve to be there. Yeah, so, for me, it is, you can look at all the stats and what she's doing that only a handful of other rookies have ever done. You know what she's doing without. I looked at that list of that damn team. Hell, there's three or four girls from the Las Vegas team on that team. Could you imagine what Caitlin Clark could do if she had some level of help on her squad? I think you got to sift through a lot of that to be able to see that with some players as well. But to get up in arms about it, I don't.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one.
I think it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think she's getting screwed here. I just in this case, I think that's some of the other stuff on the court. I think that's a different thing. All right, coming up, we got to get into something about C.J. Stroud in this season upcoming. Something about C.J. Stroud. We talked about things with him last week. This point here, this discussion is a bit different. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Houston, y'all know I tell y'all about Mo Karam Law all the time, man. These are my guys.
Sports Radio 610.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Parker came in here and said, yes, and you should receive, as Laura Reynolds is going to bring back Sexy Traffic. I can't wait for this. I have not heard it. I've never heard it. I am amped about it. Tyler, it's coming. It'll be coming into the next segment.
Yes, it'll be as we are coming back from break into this next segment here.
Yeah, you got to just listen to the break, folks. Okay. Never replaying it again.
This is great. Gil, great call, Gil. Appreciate it.
Tell you right now, never replaying it again. All right, if you want to hear Sexy Traffic, you might want to tell a friend this is the last time you'll ever be able to hear it.
I don't know if it's good enough. We may see if Laura's for hire.
Well, I'm just trying to get people to just make sure you hone in. Sexy Traffic. I've seen many of you talking about Sexy Traffic. Throughout, talked about you enjoyed it. Talked about Ted really enjoyed it. Talked about so many people enjoyed it. I can't wait to hear it. I'm the only one who ain't heard it. I am the only one, and she is doing it live, baby, not recorded, Jack. Oh man, and I can't wait because Clint said I will never look at her the same again. All right. So also 713-572-4610.
Maybe hey, look here. I'm gonna tell you, if Laura hadn't lost fastball, ain't no way you're gonna be able to look at her the same. I know the man in you.
713-572-4610. We have also been talking to you all. We've been talking to folks at the end of the segment to get your thoughts and your feelings about the final day, the last 30 years. 610 turned 30 this year. 610 day today. We've been getting your thoughts. So 713-572-4610. You could be a part of this. All right, Clint. I'm looking at C.J. Stroud, and it is. Like, I looked at Jalen Hurts, and I was shocked that the way we looked and viewed Jalen Hurts and how we do now. I would have never thought after the second year and even in the start of last year that Jalen Hurts' status and the way we view him and the way his game fell off would have happened. But it did happen. I would still be shocked if that happened with C.J. Stroud. It is even hard for me to see him taking major steps back, if even minor ones. But, Clint, for me, the one thing that jumps out to me that I'm going to be really looking at to see how different it is from his first year, that's the turnovers. To me, the turnovers, Clint, he threw 5 interceptions. Leading the NFL in passing yards per game, throwing it like they did, he threw 5 interceptions. That is going to be one thing that I'm looking at to see how different that is from year to year. Because, hell, you played the position in high level in college and in the NFL. I'm sure you've thrown some picks where you've read everything right, everything occurred corrected. Damn, somebody got the hand up in the air and it tipped. Or it went through a receiver's hands and it tipped. Or the receiver ran the wrong route or slipped and it happened. He threw 5 picks last year, not only as a rookie, which there's, this is a completely different and new game. That's the one thing for me, Clint. I'm like, dude, I'm wondering how different that's going to look this year.
Ron, I threw 2 pick sixes against the Michigan Wolverines, Tom Brady and Michigan, in the Citrus Bowl, and you hit one of them went through my receiver's hands, hit him in the face mask, went straight up in the air. The DB caught it and went the other direction, and my big ass couldn't catch him. And then the next one the slot receiver was supposed to run an out route. He hooked it up, and I hit him right in the chest, and he went the other direction. Neither one. Just football, right? It just happens. It's part of playing the position. Literally, I did that in one game. So it's the crazy thing is what CJ was able to do, lead the league and lead the entire NFL last year in passing yards per game, and throw 5 interceptions. That alone. Forget the fact that the dude won 10 games and took his team to the second round of the playoffs when nobody expected him to be above 500, if we're being completely honest. that alone from a quarterback's perspective is like the expectation for C.J. Stroud right now is unfair, unrealistic, and I'm anxious to see if he can shoulder it. Like, I mean, with people expect this football team playing a first-place schedule to win 10, 11, maybe even 12 games. And if you say that and you know the Texans team at all, you clearly understand that it's all about C.J. Stroud carrying the bulk of the production, carrying the bulk of the responsibility to score points. And it's going to come via his arm. I understand why those expectations are there because he played as good a quarterback as I've ever seen a rookie play personally, right? So I understand it, but with the jump in schedule and how difficult it was going to be to repeat that level of play, ooh, man, it's going to be interesting to see how he handles it, right? I mean, it'll be – look, if he goes out there and plays the same level of ball week in, week out, good God, look out with the first-place schedule. But if he struggles a little bit here or there, which I suspect that they will, not just him, but they will, and, how he handles that with the high expectations, right? Last year when the struggles hit, when the adversity hit, it was all right because, hey, man, look, this team wasn't expected to win anyway. You weren't expected to play like this anyway, right? Now everybody's expecting greatness. Everybody's expecting Super Bowl. I think the adversity is going to be a little different when it does hit. So we'll see. I think handling that is going to be something that we hadn't seen him handle yet.
Yeah, from the text line, you guys are failing to realize that he threw 40 touchdowns to 7 interceptions in college. He's always been accurate.
Yeah, no, he is being accurate, no doubt. Running the stats up at Ohio State when you're beating the brakes off of teams that literally don't have one starter on that sideline that could start for your team is totally different than playing uphill and what he did last year. I mean, look, the accuracy, the point that the texter made is spot on, but we've seen quarterbacks in college beat up on lesser teams all year long
and not have high turnover numbers, but. Yeah,
I mean, we've seen that. Guys that are – we've seen pedestrian quarterbacks, I say that respectfully, at Alabama just toss the ball around the park and have crazy numbers and then not pan out in the league.
Yeah, it's the most impressive –
this is a different animal. This dude,
the most impressive thing of his first year with not having consistency up front with his offensive line, injuries all up and down it. At times, no Tank. At times, no Nico. So sometimes he was working with, separation of Robert Woods and Dalton Schultz being his most separated receiver, struggling with a run game, throwing it as much as he started throwing it, especially after the first couple of weeks. The most impressive thing is my man threw 5 interceptions, like 5 of them. Like that's going to be one I'm watching. Like you don't see that all the time, even guys who have been really successful in college. All right, coming up, Laura Reynolds, Sexy Traffic is back. 30 years. It is the anniversary. We're going to hear from Laura Reynolds. It will be as soon as we get back. So I don't think you need to leave. You just shouldn't turn the dial if you're at all. Somebody then texted and said they're going to have to pull over to listen to this. Yes, pull over, stay tuned, don't leave. Laura Reynolds, Sexy Traffic returns as this commercial break comes to an end. So that's coming up next.
All right, we get Laura Reynolds and Sexy Traffic on the back end of this break, and you're going to get me talking about these old silver bullets. Those silver bullets and more Wolf Killers and more Coors Lattes, that beer that is
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating 30 years as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, hey, boys. I'm so excited that we can be together again. Oh, this is your first time with me, Ron? Well, I'm just going to take my time, big boy. After all, I've been thinking about this all afternoon. So go slow and tease me, just like 290 Northwest Freeway westbound between the West Loop and Fairbanks, North Houston. You'll be pushing through traffic for 12 minutes. Oh, that's it. Just a little further. I'm almost there. Oh, yeah, don't stop. Fairbanks to Barker Cypress. That's another 20. That's it, baby. That's it. Do I-45 northbound between I-10 and FM 1488. 50 minutes of fun. Are you sure you've never done this with me before? Because you're hitting all the right spots. So come on, baby. Let's finish together. I-45, the Gulf Freeway southbound between 59 and FM 646. 55 minutes. Oh, Highway 225, LaPorte Freeway eastbound between the East Loop and Highway 146. 20 minutes. Finishing twice? Nutty boy. I like the way you think. And that's Sexy Traffic, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, yes! Ron, you took his breath away, Laura. You took his breath away. Well done, sister. Well done.
Oh my gosh. I gotta admit I was a little nervous.
No, that was, well, you perform well with a little nerves running, if you know what I mean. Ron, you all right over there?
Ron, say something. Are you with us?
I need a Newport and a coffee. I can't even. My glasses fogged up. It's not even. Damn, Laura, you nasty as hell. I did not know you had. I did not know you had that. Wow. Okay. Who that? Why do we not do that?
Yeah. You're a free agent, aren't you?
Doing this? I can't wait to get on these damn highways.
Ron's glasses were fogged up. He had to take them off.
I'm sitting there saying, hell, 12 minutes. I think, Laura, I ain't got 12. I got 7. 7 and a push. Wow, that was, wow. Okay. Wow. All right.
Well, next time, Ron, we'll just take the HOV lane, Ron.
Okay, all right. You gotta stop saying my name like that, Laura. I'm going to just tell you that
this
right now.
This is great.
Wow. Okay. Wow. 610 Day, 30 years. Wow. Couldn't have gone without that.
Hey, Laura, a lot of the guys that I hate to
what was that?
I hate to pull away from that right there. I mean, that was. I mean, I think you caused a couple. The text line's going nuts. By the way, bring Laura back. Some guys, the app must have cracked on some guy. He might have missed it. You may have to use that rewind feature. But a lot of the guys that came on today celebrating the last 30 years, you crossed paths with. I know you got some. I know you got some good stories on these cats. What's your top few moments of sexy traffic over the years?
I don't know about Sexy Traffic, but I have been listening all day, and it's just been so much fun hearing Rich on the air, hearing Josh Ennis. I mean, Nick Wright. I mean, this has just been a fantastic day. I just can't say it enough. It's been so much fun working with these guys over the years, and I've got so many stories. They better pay me better.
Yeah. Hey, Laura, I don't really have anything right now. I'm just.
Hold on, so.
I'm still. All right.
I guess I'll take that as a compliment.
Wow. That is not the lady I sat next to in Vegas. That is not it. All right, Laura, we appreciate you. We had to have that. Have a
Love you guys.
All right, get ready for Friday. We'll need that Friday. Wow.
Love you. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Wow. 30 years. Here, Larry, just take it because I need help. Go ahead, Larry. All yours. 30 years. Larry and Stafford had to roll to you. Wow, that was – damn. Wow. God. Oh, hey, man, where's the yak?
Clint, Payne show one of them Mad Dog 2020s in your backpack, man. He gonna need something, man, because I don't think he's gonna be able to stand up for a minute, man, what Laura just did to him. So y'all might want to just give him some time, man. But you know, I'm in the same boat as Laura. Just been listening all day long and enjoying just going down memory lane, man. And I've been a big fan of 610, man, for a long ass time, man, dating back to college, man, and just listening to the broadcast about the Rockets or how the championships, and then just when all the boys, when Andre and Mark and everybody started coming on, man, after the Texans came back around after the Oilers left, and it's just been fun just to watch the progression of all the talent that has come through there, and now hearing B. Scott and Figgy and Show and Clint and Three Rings and my boy T. Mills. So the station has been a consistent player in allowing us to stay connected to the city and our fandom, man. So big shout out to the boss lady and Parker and all them folks that give y'all the platform to go out there and really do some good work. I want to talk real quick, man, on what y'all was talking about Stroud and them 5 interceptions. Look, man, the fact that Stroud brought back D'Amico brought back his entire offensive staff, I'd be worried if he had turnover like Philly had when they Steichen or whatever had to leave, or if my boy in L.A. lost all day. When you lose members of that staff and you lose that consistency, that's a big thing. But the fact that he got Gerard coming back and got Slow coming back, and then you still got Case over there, guys that are going to be familiar with what he's trying to do. Of course, the game is going to get harder, but I don't buy into that way they're playing a harder schedule, because last year that schedule was hard coming off the season they had before. It may have looked easy on paper, but you still got to go out there and play them. They are going to be perfectly fine with C.J. Stroud because he has the right temperament to lead what a squad that D'Amico and Nick Caserio has put together. So when he has some trials and tribulations, which the NFL forces you to have that when they get tape on you and stuff, he got a whole arsenal of dudes over there, from that wide receiver room to that one running back to the offensive line that's going to keep everything in check. So I'm not concerned about it. It's just a part of the natural maturation process that Stroud is going to have to go to. But he got some dogs coming with him. Last thing, Ryan Presley asked me to go, and I don't give a damn what anybody say about it. He does not pitch like he wanted to pitch for the Astros because he pouting and his feelings hurt. So if that's the case, Ryan, thank you for everything you gave us, but you can catch that bus, man, and get your ass on moving, man, because you blowing games is not the recipe that we as Astro fans are out here to support, dog, and I holler.
All right, appreciate the call, Larry. I want to say something with Ryan Presley real quick. Dusty Baker is at the game in San Francisco, by the way, catching up with Justin Verlander. I wonder if he caught up with Joe. But like I was with you on that one, Larry, for a bit. Like I'm not giving Ryan Presley this pass. I think Ryan Presley's stuff isn't as good. And I think Ryan Presley isn't as confident in his stuff, and I think he has fallen off, which is not like I don't think Ryan Presley would be pitching better if he was the closer. And Josh Hader's not here. I think Ryan has lost some steps right here. At one point early, I can get with you. Damn it, man! It's June 10th. Like at some point, you want to look and say, well, I want to come out of this near 6 ERA area. Like we're rolling in here. I don't think that's in his mind. I just don't think Ryan is as good as he was when he was closing down games against the Phillies. I'm not saying he stinks. Like at some point, man, I think he's gotten over that, and he's just not pitching well. So for me, I don't want to give Ryan that pass that it is just he's pouting. I don't think he's pouting when he is just mislocating those curveballs right in the middle of the plate. So I I hear what you're saying. I was there at the start of the year. I don't know that I can use that excuse anymore for him.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one, man, because I don't doubt one bit that it is the move with Josh Hader is in his head and he don't appreciate it and he feels like he's been done some kind of way.
Still at this point, you think it's still affecting his performance out
if
there?
anything, I think it's probably snowballed because his performance has been trash and now he looks at it like, see, I told you. I don't doubt. Like I agree with Larry from a standpoint of like it appears that he is there is a different, and it maybe he's just lost confidence because his ERA is ballooned. But I mean there is a different dude on that rubber, and so I don't know. I'm torn. Because I agree with you. Clearly his stuff isn't there. I usually, as you know, and people are like I'm not typically the kind to lean into Father Time just all of a sudden snatching your soul. I can see Father Time and Jose Abreu, obviously, but it takes a lot for me to lean that direction. Not saying it's not happening, but I can see this stuff isn't the same. But I do wonder, is it dude just ain't got it no more, or is it, for lack of better terms, is the dude pouting and just and wants to get the hell up out of here and doesn't like the situation?
I most definitely think early it was an issue, and I most definitely think that was a problem.
Right.
I don't know. Now, I mean, you at some point, as an athlete, it just comes to, man, I'm out here just getting my ass worked, and I ain't gonna just keep doing it. I think at some point he has let it ride, and he still can't get folks out, and he can't stop missing in the zone. So I don't know. I'm leaning off of that as an issue there. So the lineups have not come out yet. We do not know what the lineups are. It'll be interesting to see if Bregman is in that lineup because he did have x-rays on that same hand as he was hit yesterday. So we'll see what that is, knowing that Kyle Tucker is not going to be in the lineup. He's on the IL